Welcome to the bright lights and beautiful city of Las Vegas, Nevada. Here we go now for sure. There's all on every field.
Here, Dyrus just too strong though. With that pull over, that Ash slow, chasing him down. Saintvicious is going to go down. Hot shot, going to chase him well. He wins it all, but this is going to be
really nice job to back out without taking any rocket shots there. He was caught out in the open. He lands a great reel off to the side. The second one as well.
Are you guys excited for Dead or Alive 5 coming soon to IPL? So we have a very dedicated audience here this morning. It's 10 a.m. Saturday morning in Las Vegas. Are you guys excited for the match? All right. My name is Cristina V. I'm very happy to be here and to introduce the first match of Day 3 of IPL5. Give it up for CURSE.EU! And let's hear it for CURSE.NA! All right, I need somebody to actually, can somebody hold my banana? I'm just gonna, thank you, sir. And now let me introduce you to the casters. We have two guys who are very good at talking about video games. We have HatPerson and Studio. Thanks, guys. Enjoy the match.
But there's always time for great League of Legends action, and this is an all-Curse affair this morning.
Loser dies. Loser goes home. They've been passing out wristbands all day.
Yeah.
Curse or die. One curse is dying in about 3 hours tops.
Yeah, and there's got to be something bad that happens where a team, whatever team loses, they get kicked out of the mansion, or they may have to do some extra PR work, or losing team has to take elements, something like that. I don't know, but
no one wants that.
No, it's elements. I love you. I'm sorry. It had to happen. Had to happen. But it's still, this is losers bracket, and we've seen so many NA teams just crumble absolutely. We only have one team still on winner's side, it's CLG Prime, and we gotta face it. EU, they're looking like the favorites here today.
They're looking like the favorites, but the hype, I mean, I don't know if you heard the cheering, definitely going towards CURSE.NA. They got the good vibrations in here. The fan support might be enough. And EU, though, they're still looking so good at the same time. But we haven't seen some of those, secret strats coming out, those secret techs. Lots of cool characters have not been played.
And also keep in mind, on both of these teams, we have crazy X factors. Patoy actually meshing very well with CURSE.EU, and CURSE.NA, we got Rhux coming in. Voyboy still relatively new to the team, and Rhux has actually been doing fantastic, considering how long he's actually been on the squad.
It took him 2 weeks to be a good top laner, and now he's one of the best supports in North America, apparently.
How did that happen?
He's just a really good player, the diamond that nobody saw, and here he is, lives in Vegas, now participating on Curse's team, looking so strong.
And as far as I can see, he's only had to really play Lulu and Nunu. That's all you do. Just play characters that rhyme, and you succeed. That's all you need to do. But then again, Lulu has also been one of the top supports, if not the top support, for the entire weekend so far. And that in its own is kind of out of left field.
It's not rare to see Lulu in almost every game. I think Diana actually is currently the #1 picked or banned champion, having been picked or banned in almost every game except one. One game has not had a Diana either shown on stream at all. And that is scary.
Yeah.
I mean, both curses are saying they're ready in chat. I think we should have this game going underway pretty soon.
I
One
think we
curse
should.
going home. It's
a little weird. It's
scary.
And we had both curse teams, both CLG teams. We actually both of the CLGs actually met up each other in groups. And I think with such a high caliber of teams here this weekend, it was bound to happen. The team kill was eventually going to happen somewhere. And unfortunately, it's here with the curses here in the losers bracket. Are we ready to go? I think we are. Yes, champ
I heard
select.
the sound.
That's a wonderful sound, the best sound in the world when we're going to the picks and bans. And here we are, CURSE.EU. First pick, first ban, going to be on the blue side for game #1. Lee Sin and Vayne, along with the Olaf. These are going quick. And these are two teams, of course, they played quite a bit together. They have the same first name. Of course they will.
Yeah, the same organization, not quite like CLG.EU and NA, where they play a lot because they used to live together, but they have had their interaction. Jack's being banned out last second by Curse North America. Angush, one of the best Jaxes in the EU scene, so sad not to see it, but at the same time, I mean, I see Akali open, and Voyboy, they've had their assassination comp. The dirty Akali might just show up.
Well, there's top lane bans focused on both sides. Jax definitely poised over to Angush. Elise, Voyboy actually doing quite well this weekend so far. I think actually won both of the games that he used her.
Yeah, his Elise pick is it's really weird to see because you don't really expect her to do well top lane. You normally look for her just. Well, before it was nowhere. It's like she got released, people kind of ignored her, but Voyboy took her up top, has been just destroying people in lane. It may not be like the hardest late game carry like Jax or Aurelia, but he has that execution potential, that really cool chase. And those spiders tanking turrets, really letting them backdoor and take control of just every little position they can. Orianna coming out really quickly though for CURSE.EU.
Orianna's actually been a pretty popular pick and actually a most played among the majority of APs actually here this weekend. So very hot real estate, and you also have a lot of champs that synergize very well with Orianna still open. Like you have the Amumu, you got the Malphite, Shyvana, a lot of those.
They have the Initiate, they can really follow up with that. What's the answer going to be from Curse? We used to see a lot of 80 mids going out against Orianna's, but I think that's only happened to CURSE.NA. They've never done it themselves. Rengar being picked up, though.
Nice.
Going to be vicious. Going to be played most likely by Voyboy, but the top lane, never something you really want to deal with just because his gank potential is insane. He doesn't have to win his lane. He can just kill every other lane for you.
Right. He just has to sit there, attack those minions, growl occasionally. He'll get that health back. It's no big deal.
Yeah, he just yells. He gets all his HP back.
That's all he does. He just stands in the middle of the lane, smacks things, and screams loudly. It's no big,
Press W, you press W twice, you hit level 6, you gank a lane, you're broken, you win the game.
Pretty much.
But I mean, CURSE.EU, they know Rengar, they know what he can do. It's going to be all about defensive positioning in lane.
Yeah, and the Nunu more than likely going to be going down bot lane on Rhux. So it's Nunu works very well with a lot of champions. We've been seeing a lot of Nunu Caitlyn this weekend, a very aggressive pushing lane. But unfortunately, the Vayne actually has been banned out, so we may not be seeing that lane either. But Amumu and Ezreal. Yeah, Ezreal's locked in for sure. Amumu is a consideration here. Malunoo running him in the jungle. How successful has he been with Amumu lately? It's not the most ideal numbers, but he's played him quite a bit. I believe he's actually at a below 50% win rate with him, but you got a good backup so far.
I mean, Amumu has actually done a lot this tournament. I don't know if you saw Meet Playground playing against Moscow 5 yesterday. That game, towards the end, it was just Alex Each and Diamond Prox. Diamond Prox playing Amumu, Alex Each on Evelynn. They would team up, the ultimate would land, Evelynn would land her own ultimate onto 5 people, and that would just be a one-team fight right there. Oh, that Jarvan mid. Or is it Jarvan mid? Have you seen before out of them? No, Jungle Jarvan. That's what CURSE.EU does. They've got the aggressive Jungle Jarvan at the same time, but they do have a Amumu locked in,
so it's more like the top.
It.
Yeah.
That's making me sad, A
little bit, and then we're switching around Nocturne. Now I think we're just being trolled here. Is it double jungle? Nah, it can't happen.
Top turn is awesome as hell, but I don't think they're going to pick it. I think they want to win, not look cool.
Well, I mean, you are in the big stage. I mean, of course, sometimes the feeling is like, I just want to do something awesome.
Yeah, just do something awesome.
I just want to show. I just want to rub it in their face just a little bit.
I'm surprised like neither team has taken off their shirts yet. Maybe
a little bit. Maybe maybe we'll see Saintvicious get a little excited, get that jungle gank and just rip it off. I don't know. We'll see.
Sona being looked at by Patoy, not what we've seen out of him. Mostly been Lulu lately, but he's still a really solid support. There we go. There's the Aurelia. There's all the fun. It's gone. He's gonna play a good top lane. No more top turn, but it's okay because the Aurelia is still really damn good on Angush. He knows how to play her. I mean, he's not as well known as Wickd outside of the EU scene, but he's still one of the best top laners in the entire continent, and it's scary to see him on a character like Irelia.
And looking over on NA's side, there is the Zyra pick, more than likely going to be on Nyjacky there in the mid, and also the Caitlyn grabbed up, so that's going to be a very huge push-oriented lane for CURSE.NA down bot. If they decide to stay there, we may also see a swap from them. Not quite sure. They still have one more champ to go. Countdown is ticking down. It's just a matter of who you think. Well, Rengar, you decide top lane Rengar?
Rengar should be top. Nunu should be down bot. They could always go jungle Nunu, so that is an option.
Right.
It's going to be support or jungle at this point. And, well, I don't know. It's kind of scary. Like, do they go with the Lulu that Rhux has always been playing, or does Saintvicious go one of his standard junglers? Would love to see a Shyvana pick come out, but he hasn't really been doing that lately. Natra being looked at, though. Oh, imagine this. Rengar comes out of his stealth, hits you. There's darkness. Oh, he's going for the Maokai, though. Still one of his best picks.
Yeah, his most played pick, actually. And he's had a lot of Maokai games under his belt. He's over that 50% win rate, so he's actually performing very well. And those are your teams coming on in for game number 1. Lots of push coming in from CURSE.NA down bot. You got a lot of control and a really insane amount of AoE coming out from CURSE.EU. You get one, buy one, get two free with those AoE ults.
Yeah, looking at it, like if they get a good ultimate from a Malunoo, he gets a good bandage toss, and he's going to have the Orianna Protect on him, going to be able to cast a Shockwave right after that. Patoy can always follow it up with his own Crescendo. They have different ways to start fights. Anybody can start a fight, even Creaton if you really wanted to go aggressive in there, could Arcane Shift, use Shockwave, and start the fight like that.
Not the most ideal situation, pretty dangerous. If you really wanted
to. Terribly wrong. But really, they have a team where you see what they can do. You see they want to initiate hard, and they will kill you if you let them do it. At the same time, Curse, they have ways to stop that. If they initiate hard, Jacky will have his own ult. We can lay that down, try to knock them up in the air before they do anything. Absolute zero for the kiting. Cop going to be playing Caitlyn with that really long range, could sit in the back, and Voyboy going to be going hard, going to be going aggressive. It's going to be up to really Curse to either dive or protect Creaton. Because Voyboy, if he's left alone with that Ezreal is not going to survive.
Yep. Before we head on to this game, I'm going to give a shout out to ChampionSelect.net. If you want to learn a little bit more about some of these matchups and who counters who, be sure to give them a visit, ChampionSelect.net. And also remember, if you've been here, if you've been watching the stream all weekend or not, if you're here for the first time, we got a nice little iOS app. You can vote on who you think is going to win the match. And we are giving away a lot of stuff on that. And we're even giving away a computer for the best predictor of the weekend. Before that, though, we got game number 1 now coming in. CURSE.EU versus CURSE.NA. All Curse affair this morning. One of the teams is going to be having the bragging rights for the next few months.
This is Curse or die. Which team is going home? Is it going to be North America or Europe?
I don't know. We are in the home soil. We're here in America. I think we got the hometown crowd here. America. F yeah.
All right.
And we're just about to load right on into this one. And it's going to be very interesting. The team kill is always interesting because you know these guys play each other a lot. You know they strategize a lot. And it's going to be two teams at their best here because it's the battle of the brothers. They just want to know. They just want to see who gets dessert at the end of the night.
You know, it doesn't matter who wins or loses. Saintvicious is going to have some sick trash talk afterwards.
As always, and I think we're here. We're in the game. Both standard item builds from both these teams. No boots on the supports, no mana potions on the supports either, so no huge aggression coming out of either. You got CURSE.NA going up through the top jungle, and CURSE.EU actually doing the same. We may see them meet over here in North River.
I mean, they're CURSE.NA actually hiding in a bush right by the red buff. It looks like they're trying to set a trap. They expect them to invade through that ramp leading up by mid, but CURSE.EU, they're going around. They might be going forward, might be going aggressive.
Cop and Jacky, they are outside of the bush. They may be trying to bait something, but EU going up top, throwing down a ward in the top tri-brush just to see if they get surrounded. They'll know about it, but this could be nice orb, nice predict into that brush. The plan has been spoiled. CURSE.EU gonna back out of the jungle. Same thing with CURSE.NA. So right now, top jungle is still a very contested area. Lots of wards actually going down from CURSE.EU. So they want to know that if Saintvicious is going to be running out of topside with that red buff, they want to know where he's going.
3 wards already down across the map. Anything Saintvicious does, they're going to spot. He can only gank from one route. That's going to be leaving his blue buff. But, I mean, CURSE.NA, they've been scared. They're scared of the level 1 AZUBU initiate, which is weird to see.
It is weird. I mean, it is a very risky bandage toss to get. And
If you get bandage shots, you're going to suck in the jungle.
Pretty much, yeah.
I think they were scared trying to set up a good trap. In the end, they did not fall for that bait. They got 3 wards across the map. That is a lot of vision they're going to have. Will fade fairly quickly, but still, I mean, pretty equal starts all around.
Yeah, and Saintvicious, he went with the saplings first, so we may not see a whole lot of level 2 aggression. He may wait until level 3 until he has the entire kit. It's not totally uncommon for Maokai to actually start with Q first, so he wants to get an early level 2 gank. But I think he's going to be playing it safe here on out, and you also see Malunoo starting off on the blue, a little bit of help from Angush, and no, the blue will not reset. He will be fine taking that.
We got 2v1 lanes going top and bottom. Actually, CURSE.NA making the swamp, so they want to punish Aurelia. They think Rengar, being played by Voyboy, can really hold that bot lane. And he can. It's kind of tough, though, because early on, you don't have the skills. You can only roar every 15 or so seconds, so you're not going to have that heal up that often. So it's risky, but they might be able to survive that, especially if they have a plan for this.
But also looking over at on Aurelia, I mean, Aurelia has a lot of great sustain, but it really skyrockets once he hits 6. Once you have the ultimate, you just clear the wave pretty easy and get a nice amount of lifesteal off that. You're nearly back at full. So it's going to take a while until both of these solo laners actually catch on up before they're in a comfortable position to really be confident and farm. But until then, it's going to be free money for both of the ADs.
It's going to be tough for really either side to be that aggressive. It's going to come down to which jungler goes where, who spotted out first. Right now, the advantage goes to Malunoo just because there's less ward coverage coming out from North America. So it's going to be who gets that first gank. Mid lane, it's going to be pretty even just because Nyjacky will take a bit more harass, but he has a lot more damage, so he seems playing a bit more cautiously. And those solo lanes, they are just running back, playing scared, because that's a crap load of damage coming out.
Malunoo with the double buff actually going behind Voyboy here in bot lane, waiting for the wave to push. He could come in with the bandage toss.
Saints showing up, though.
This is a very aggressive level 3 gank coming from Malunoo, but the creep wave intercepts any potential CC. But here comes Saintvicious from behind, throwing that something being annoying. Voyboy dips into the brush and lead, and they're trying to just scare away Saintvicious, and successful with that flash out.
And the main goal there from Saintvicious wasn't to get the kill, just to waste their time, make sure that Voyboy stays alive. And that's how close that 1v2 lane can be. If one jungler comes in, just spends a few seconds, you can get killed so quickly. Just gonna hold the lane in case Malunoo does show up again. They don't have the vision, they don't see him at raid, so Malunoo gonna get a bit of free farm, but still, they kept Voyboy alive. That's something that can be hard to do sometimes.
Yeah, so Saintvicious, he's done with his babysitting job. He's got his money, gonna go back buy something nice for himself. Looking at the mid lane, it's fairly passive. You have a very minuscule lead on Extinct here in the mid, but nothing really too huge to write home about yet. And Angush here still sticking down in the top lane, has not backed yet, so he's still getting a little bit of residual experience, so he has a slight lead over Voyboy at this point.
All right, wards have died all across the map for CURSE.EU. A new one just went down from Patoy, so the vision is gone. Saintvicious can start making his really good ganks, and he's in the top side jungle, could go for another for a dive on a top lane, head towards mid, but now there are options available to him just because the CURSE.EU wards are down, and he should know it.
And it's still, farm-wise, a relatively even game. It's so minuscule. Everyone's just deciding to play a little bit more safe. Yeah, the attempt down in bot, but great position by Saintvicious to go ahead and deflect that. It's just everyone farming on up, getting ready. Just wait till everyone hits 6, then maybe things are gonna start exploding.
That's how CURSE.NA used to play all the time. That was their cautious style. You'd see them farm 20 minutes, wait till they're comfortable, and then just go for the big team fights. Sometimes they'd fall behind, sometimes they'd really catch back up, but Malunoo actually going for a bit of invade. Nothing for him to take, putting down the ward. CURSE.EU, we saw this yesterday against CLG Prime. They had the vision across the map as much as they could. Once they get a chance to put down those wards, they do not stop.
So we have the bot lane from CURSE.EU. They did decide to back Doran's Blade, Ruby Crystal, so Ezreal going to be starting off on the Trinity build, at the very least going to be starting with that Phage, and not going to be stealing that one, at least not yet. Just a little bit of vision, just wants to know where Amumu is, and Saintvicious actually sticking around in the bot river, waiting to brush just to see if he can get some vision on the sad mummy.
Malunoo just going to go towards that mid lane, Extinct went back to base, so going to be some nice spine going around. Actually, just completely even across the map, really. Like CS top lane 21 versus 23 between Rengar and Aurelia, no big difference there. A 4 CS advantage for Creaton in the bot lane, but this is just kind of equal all around. No one wants to make a big play, no one wants to take those big risks because it's scary. Not only is it, going out of this tournament, it's going out of this tournament against a team that, well, you're going to see them very, very often, very soon. Yeah,
a reminder to everyone out there too that the winner of this match actually faces the winner of TPA and SGS, which is going to be a very interesting one also. So be sure to also tune into that one. I also want to note, though, you had, we actually got the lane swap back coming in from CURSE.NA. They're realizing that Caitlyn not getting quite as much push as you'd like to in there in the top lane, so might as well go back down, play the standard lane, and see if you can make any plays down there.
Now they can try going aggressive. Unfortunately, Caitlyn doesn't have the best skills in terms of outputting damage in lane.
Right.
But it's all about the auto attack. It's all about constantly peppering Ezreal just with a shot here, a shot there, get the headshot proc, get constant DPS. Well, be up top lane, only level 4, getting pressured pretty hard by Angush. Ultimate being used just for some DPS, and well, he's a little bit behind, and Rengar does not have the best landing against Irelia. Yeah,
and Angush, you saw, he stayed in top lane a little bit longer than Voyboy did in bot. Voyboy did have to actually back once or twice, and that's the difference of that extra experience you get just by hanging around in lane. That's how important it is. Saintvicious, he is here waiting in the bot try. The wave is pushing on up to Tower Creaton, looking for a few free hits. Bot tier 1 for CURSE.NA is actually at half. So we'll see if Curse can. I keep on trying to. I can't say Curse. Curse is looking to defend against Curse here. Curse looking for the engagement on Curse. That'd just be awkward.
I mean, Curse is just trying to really knock Curse out.
I don't know. Yep. Like, well, either way, still Curse is looking pretty awesome.
Yeah, I mean, it's just an even game. Both teams, they're just trying to hold, like, they're waiting for their moment to shine. It's something that Curse used to do all the time. And it's when they, like North America, they used to do this when they were a bit more cautious, a bit scared of what could happen.
Right.
And this is their safe playstyle, their passive playstyle. It's what they're really. What they used to really be good at. But, I mean, they've changed up. They used to go so aggressive lately, and it's weird to see them play so far back, but at the same time, they have a good late game. They have Nunu Caitlyn, which may not have the most damage ability-wise, but does have really long range and really fast auto attacks.
Yeah, it's almost kind of like a weird, kind of like an ADD thing going on here. It's like, well, this game will play passive, this game will play aggressive. We can't decide right now what our game plan is. But
well, it's nice to do that. You can always swap it up, always change your style, have that factor of surprise, but it's weird to see him play this far back. Actually, extinkt taking a little bit of damage from those plants mid lane. Nyjacky, he's got his full combo, so does extinkt. Both of them are looking for a little bit of poke. If they can get 1 or 2 shots off with their skills and can follow up with a full combo, possibly blow flash, possibly nail that kill.
And outside of the supports, the only one who is not 6 and does not have the ultimate is Malunoo. He is a level 6. Oh, there he is. Now he just got it, killing the red buff there. So now he's got it. Malunoo should be having a little bit more extra presence in lane, because once he gets his ult, that ganking pressure is massive.
Malunoo's going to have a better gank than Saintvicious, but Saintvicious will have a really strong counter gank. If he lays down the ultimate in the right spot, he can just return a lot of the damage being dealt to whichever lane's being ganked. So it's up to either Saintvicious to try and catch a gank in return or try and secure one when someone who's out of position. Malunoo, his ganks, they're very easy to land. Cleanse is on top, so he's going to be a harder target, but overall, you land a Curse of the Sad Mummy, people just die.
Pretty much. That's pretty much the name of the game. But for now, though, Saintvicious will actually stand by. He's grabbing the wolves right now. We may actually see him make an appearance in bot lane, because right now, Creaton and Patoy are actually pretty far up. We'll see what he does there. He's actually meandering on down to South River. He will be spotted by the ward. Actually, no, he won't. He's actually going on in, going to check the wraiths real quick. As Malunoo, once again, coming from behind on bot try. There is the Sona ult on over. Cleanse already used by Cop. Rhux, will he be caught by the bandage? He will, setting up the first blood for Ezreal. And meanwhile, in mid, Saintvicious with a quick twisted advance on extinkt, but realize he's in a bad spot. There's the ulti from Angush coming all the way down from top lane.
There's the curse!
There is the curse coming in on the curse. Malunoo still in pursuit of Nyjacky. Will he fall underneath the tower? There's the orb, looking for a little extra damage. The Ezreal Mystic Shot cannot land. Nyjacky drinking that health potion as much as he can, but here comes Voyboy off on the side just in case. And really good engage coming in from CURSE.EU, and that has opened up the opportunity for the first dragon of the game.
Voyboy roamed from top to mid a little bit too late. That bot turret went down, perfect gank setup. He just set everything up. They didn't even use a curse though in that engage because Rhux was the only person caught out. So the roam from top to mid set up that mid kill, and they just kind of collapsed when Malunoo came in from the side, really out of nowhere after cleaning up bot lane. So this is a really good start for CURSE.EU. I mean, they had the Curse of the Sad Mummy gank, and they didn't even need to use it for their first blood.
Yep, and nothing happened. Pretty much nothing happened for the first 10 minutes of the game, and then bam, give me 30 seconds, that's 2 kills, that's a dragon. That is a 3K lead for EU right now.
And that's scary because NA, they have to start making their plays now. They have to start being aggressive. They can't just let a passive farm game go on because they're already behind. Malunoo's going to have the ultimate up soon. We've seen what he can do with that. It's going to be, a good 90 seconds before they can worry about it again, but still, They have to make something happen with that ultimate down.
Yep. And also with Malunoo, he recognizes, hey, we got a nice little lead off that. It's time to buy oracles. It's time to do some janitor work. So he'll be able to clear out a lot of the coverage coming in on both of the rivers, and it's going to make those ganks that much more easier. Saintvicious, however, has not bought his oracles yet. He's still a little bit behind. He does have both of his GP10s, so he's going to get a little bit of that income coming in, but he needs to be a presence. He needs those assists. He needs those ganks.
Malunoo hanging up to the top lane, finds a ward in the brush, just going to kill it.
I was waiting for that. I was waiting
to
see the cheers for the ward clears.
And Malunoo clearly not having learned how to kill wards from Saintvicious.
No vision here in the bot. They do not know Saintvicious nearby. There's Patoy a little bit too far out in front, throwing down the ult just in case. Nice twisted advance, easy kill on Patoy here in bot. And that's a 3-man push with only Creaton to defend. Wait for it. Proceed.
I mean, that was a nice kill. That was a clean kill on a Patoy, but they're not getting that much out of it. The tower is still alive. Creaton's holding down that mid or bot lane very well. So they're not really getting a huge benefit. And no offense to Patoy, he can die. People don't really care when the support goes down. It's a bit of extra gold, but I mean, EU, they can spare that short lead that we gained.
Look at the damage Angush has right now. Voyboy cannot do a whole lot. He does have the Giant's Belt. He does have a little bit extra health, and remember that his heal is percentage based. So he's going to be able to sustain a little bit better, but I think Aurelia may actually be winning the sustain war.
Actually might be killing him right now.
Could also straight out kill him too. Voyboy, he's definitely in defensive pose. Saintvicious is not too far away though. You see he's actually coming on around. There is not ward coverage here for Angush at the time being. This could be slightly disastrous, but he's actually meandering on down. Should scare him away. There is ward into Tri-Brush. Angush going to be safe. Wait for it. Number 3. Patoy almost getting caught out there, throwing a ward over by the blue. Throwing down another, it did get cleared out, and Cop cannot get the 3 hits on it quickly enough. Right now, NA's blue buff will be stolen. There's a stone ult.
Patoy, what?
Not getting everything off it, but I think it's more of a defensive ult just to see if they can't get out there safely. And now you see Saintvicious. He wants some cheers for himself. He wants the crowd on his side whenever he clears out a ward.
I mean, they actually had 5 people roaming down towards that blue buff, just trying to fight it off. Oh, Angush waiting for Voyboy, though. Those wards, there's a lot of wards. It's a good thing CURSE.EU is a very active warding team.
Everyone in solo queue, this is, if you can just imagine yourself with a crowd cheering behind you whenever you clear a ward, that's why you buy oracles. You help your team, and you also get cheers in your head.
Well, then people aren't going to buy wards because they're not being cheered for themselves.
I see. Wait.
Wait. There we go. And Saintvicious knows about that other ward there, actually.
Yeah, he does. You actually come back around and grab that one, too. It's just become
it's
a ward war. That's all it is at this point. But that's what warding is. It's a massive information battle.
And it is because Malunoo just waiting in the brush by top lane, looking for Voyboy to show up. Voyboy doesn't have an escape because his ultimate is based off the stealth.
Yes.
The movement speed is nice, but while Curse, you're rooted in place, you're going to get hit. Saintvicious throws a sapling, finds the ward. There we go. Another one going down.
Excellent. And also, as long as the Oracles is on a Moo, you're right. Rengar has no escapes. Like, oh, that's cute. You're trying to use your ultimate. Well, we can still see you. Get back here. What are you doing?
All right, farm across the lanes. Like, this has become a passive farming game again. Malunoo's been looking for his openings, but CURSE.NA, they're throwing down those wards. They're keeping themselves protected. It's safe play, and the thing with the Moo is you kind of want to go with someone else. So as long as they see that someone's playing a bit more forward, a bit more aggressive, they know that risk is there. Creaton doing a great job bot lane. Just kind of 1v2ing, has blue buff, has red buff. And there's not a lot that he can do just because of escape abilities. Looking at CS, though, it's 135 to 120, not a huge difference. And that's kind of the story across the board. People are a little bit equal, but another ward going down.
Orb from Extinkt, not going to be finding the tree. There is the Orianna ult to keep everyone. There's Curse of Sad Mommy Boom. Maybe losing that Oracle. Guess he will 1-for-1. So far, both Oracles lost. There's Voyboy with the leap onto Extinkt, but is regretting the decision. There's the flash in from Creaton. Can he get one more auto attack? Missing shot does keep him in place. Throwing down the heel. Can Voyboy get out of here? Here comes Aurelia with the help from the ult, but the orb from Extinkt finishing the job. Oracle's down on both teams, but there's still a +1 for EU.
I mean, Nyjacky's so low right now, already back at base. His turret will be going down. Another Oracle's being purchased by Malunoo already. And I don't know if you saw that Saintvicious got annihilated. He goes for the twisted advance. Immediately Extinkt just uses his combo, wipes him off, just the face of Runeterra.
Yep.
And that was a free Oracle to free kill, and he didn't do anything besides root extinct, which, well, he's still alive.
But also keep in mind, though, there is still +1 kill and +1 assist on Malunoo. He does have a little bit more income. He can afford to get that replacement Oracle. Saintvicious, unfortunately, right now cannot.
Yeah, and that's going to be, well, a lot less ward killing. Doesn't have the Oracles now. He wants to make sure he's still relevant, still tanky, and Malunoo and the rest of CURSE.EU, they're going to have the map control if they can keep getting those wards killed.
Yep, and Saintvicious, I'm sure the lack of cheering for him will eventually get to him. Creaton, though, is caught on his own. Go try the Mystic Shot out, but the Twisted Advance will follow him in to the bot brush. He is trapped like a rat. Can knock it out of that one. Nice snipe from NA.
The sapling into the bush to go ahead and reveal him so he could get the Twisted Advance.
Very
Great
well
play
done.
coming out from Saintvicious. It looks like CURSE.EU, they don't want to let this go for free. Dragon is up. Extinkt being
Oh, wow.
taking a nice little bit of poke. They do get that plant down fast. The ace in the hole.
Yes, take the
hits
bullet.
Patoy. And, well, Dragon's being looked at. Voyboy is coming down from top lane. They could try and fight this on EU. They could let it go. NA actually going to just go ahead and back off.
Yeah, there's at least 7 more seconds till Creaton comes back up. His ultimate is also down. So it's going to take a little while for him to actually rejoin the team. It's just delay NA from taking the Dragon until our AD gets back. And
wait
also
for the AD, wait for Curse of the Sad Mommy.
Yes.
I mean, True Shot Barrage, it's already going to be back up just because it has such a short cooldown. But looks like NA, they're backing off. They're not too worried. They know a lot of CS is being denied up top. And, well, it's still a 4,000 gold lead. That's a lot of gold at this point in the game in favor of CURSE.EU. But NA, they've got the fight in them. They've still got their assassination power from Voyboy. And, all right, if CURSE.EU does a lot of DPS, that's scary, but they might just go for the catches instead.
Yep, ping's actually going down onto Dragon from NA. They know it's being taken, but since they backed so recently, they're not going to get here in time. Free Dragon going over to EU.
A nice little 1,000 gold gained right there. Are really heading up top and just to grab some CS. So the second they back up, just because of the ward coverage coming out from EU, they know when they're safe. They know when NA is retreating. They need that Oracles again. They just need to kill more wards. That's really the problem. EU, they're warding like crazy. And just looking at their vision across the map, they have a good idea of where NA is going to be at all times, especially with the mid tower and bot tower already being pushed down.
Yep. So what is the inherent risk, though? CURSE.NA, they could buy the Oracles right now.
But Saintvicious can die.
Saintvicious
can die
That's
really quickly. We already saw it happen. That's what's scary.
Yeah,
He's not tanky.
Would it be feasible for possibly Rhux or Voyboy? Wait, hold on a second. We got the flash coming in. Aurelia, can you actually take out Nyjacky? No. Deciding to leave. There is the Ezreal ult coming on in from the side. Gonna snipe out Jacky. The passive will not be getting anyone off that. And a ward clear, just for bonus.
Do you know how much chutzpah you gotta have to go into a 1v3 and still pick up the kill? In the end, it was backup from Ezreal, but Angush flashed forward into 3 people, got the stun onto Jacky, and he still almost killed him 1v1.
And even then, look at that. Creaton does not care. He doesn't give a crap. He's like, yeah, I got a tower hitting me. I don't care. You have a tree. He needs to die.
Well, you got Patoy able to heal him up. The sustain is going to be a big deal for CURSE.EU if they do go for sustain pushes. And I mean, NA, they played the passive farm game for a while. They tried to make some big plays, but never really committed. And EU, with their earlier commitments, earlier pickoffs, they're ahead quite a bit now.
And also, with this push that EU is doing right now, this is how important Jacky is actually this comp, because Zyra is pretty much the only ranged poke, only ranged CC, the only thing keeping EU from continuing to push on. Now that he's respawned, it's actually still not doing a whole hell of a lot. Some free damage here and there, but like, what are you going to do if you're NA? Twisted Advance on in. We saw how quickly Saintvicious melted last time he did that.
He has to get the ultimate down quickly. He has a little bit more in terms of items. Has a Ruby Crystal, just picked up a Null Magic Mantle, but I mean, their tree isn't tanky. Their tree can't take the damage. Voyboy is still building a little bit of tank items now. It's just they don't have the items to survive, and that's the big deal. They're based off Saintvicious surviving. They're based off Voyboy getting to the back line, and Voyboy will get there. But how long will he last? Will he deal the damage he needs to before he goes down? Yeah,
and granted he has a lot of innate damage just on the double Q, but I don't know, and also remember, the Oracles is still alive on EU. He cannot get the engage he wants until they kill Amumu, which is proving quite difficult.
Ooh,
nice try.
Nice retreat.
Nice try.
Angush, that 1 point utility saving him right there. Top turret will be going down for CURSE.EU though. They need these pickups. They just need those moments where EU, they're doing something else, they're going back to base, or looking at blue buff or red buff. They need to take some turrets, get some global objectives, possibly dragons.
Yeah, because right now they have, EU has the global objectives in spades. They got their 2 towers up, they've had all those dragons. And not to mention the farm is actually looking pretty decent, not only for the AD, but also for the AP.
Yeah, big 40 CS lead mid lane, favor of extinkt. Good 30 CS lead in favor of Ezreal over Caitlyn, and really a little bit behind Rengar, but overall I really roamed a lot more than Voyboy has this game.
Cop is displaced down in bot lane. Almost getting to pick up on Nyjacky, forcing up the flash over the wall. Angush out in front, swing. That turret is going down way too damn fast. And the orb from Orianna out there. The ultimate actually catching Voyboy off guard. Throws down his own ultimate just to get away. Malunoo still out in front, has not used the ultimate yet. There it is. Saintvicious go right out in front. Will melt. That's 2 down for NA. Patoy still in chase. Nyjacky off on the side is exhausted. The rest of EU will clean him up. That is 3 for free. And in inhib. That looked way too easy for EU.
I mean, EU, they have the items, that front line. They catch up Voyboy. They catch up Saintvicious. Nyjacky and Cop were in the bag. I think Nyjacky might have been hit by the Curse of the Sad Mummy, but he wasn't being focused, and it didn't even matter.
Right.
They went for the tanks, and the fact that the tanks died so quickly meant the rest of the team was free.
Yeah, and with
this gonna be a free Baron almost.
Yeah, this is free Baron. That's 3 down, inhib down. The Superman's gonna be pushing very soon. There's nothing that NA can do about this. There's not a damn thing.
Cobb can try and seal with the Q. A Q over the wall. That Filter for Peacemaker does quite a bit of damage, but he's got a few seconds. He knows what's going on. Can he land this?
I don't think he's going to get there in time. No, he will not. That is a free Baron.
He's also dead.
Oh, well, there you go. You got the shift overall from Creaton. Can he chase? The cleanse is not going to do a whole lot, but you have the twist advance coming from Saintvicious. He will be getting very low. Exhaust going down onto Ezreal, but extinkt over on the side. Shutdown going down onto Creaton, but look what you lost already. You lost the Baron. You still have 4 more members of EU still to worry about.
They're going to go back. They're going to buy. They're going to wait for Creaton. They can just wait for the mid lane to push in. Maybe go ahead, split push bot or top. There are turrets to take. This was a 5-3 kill game like 3 minutes ago, and it was still a massive gold advantage. Now that EU, they're going aggressive. They're getting these kills. They're just kind of taking apart NA piece by piece. They don't have a lot of bulky pieces, and that's a problem.
Yeah.
I mean, Cobb himself doesn't have that much damage. Doesn't have his Infinity Edge completed compared to Creaton. Look at him. He's got a Triforce and a BF Sword and a pickaxe. He almost has what Cobb is trying to build and a Triforce.
Yeah. How much gold actually do we have in difference between the ADs? That's a nearly.
That's 2,800 gold.
That's a lot.
In favor of Creaton. That's just how Curse has been playing. They got the objective.
And even look at the APs. There's nearly 3K that Orianna has over Zyra. That is insane.
They just don't have the damage at this point, and it's unfortunate they waited for the big plays to happen, and they did happen. But for CURSE.EU.
Well, that is sometimes what happens with the passive play is that you wait, everyone butts head for the first time, and that's usually the last time.
I don't think Angush cares about anything roaming.
Oh, he doesn't give a crap.
Yeah, he's by the enemy team. Voyboy is top lane, so it'll be a 5v4. He's got to get a split push. Can't take too long, though, because they'll lose the game.
We've seen Voyboy split push before, but he's not in the greatest spot. He doesn't have that teleport.
He's their last hope at this point.
This is it. Just can you win the game before Voyboy's left resort to fight?
Can you pressure them so much they retreat?
Yeah.
And, well, bot turret goes down. He's still pushing up top. This is going to be harsh for CURSE.NA. If they need him to either retreat. Actually, Angush goes back. They can still win a 4v4, though. They have the Baron buff. They have the damage and the items.
And there's Malunoo going straight out with the curse, and Nyjacky melts. Absolutely Saintvicious in a struggle with the twisted advance, but cannot make it out alive. Malunoo, nice shield coming in from Orianna to help save from the Caitlyn ult, and the push. Whoa, wow!
Top, where did you go?
But, wow. That's like
he's gone. They still have Voyboy retreating, being chased out by Angush right now. Has no HP, has a shout up. I don't think he can make it out of this. And even if he does, the game might be over already.
Yeah, his house is already going to be burned down by the time he comes back. No big deal. Angush taking care of that one. The push is too strong. The super minions are coming. CURSE.EU very convincingly going to be taking game number 1. Look at that. There we go. What that was?
CURSE.EU, I mean, they're looking really good. It was an early attempt from CURSE.NA. They tried to go for the push comp, try to really take that top turret down with the 2v1. Never worked out, and in the end, well, EU, they went for the big plays. They used the Curse of the Sad Mummy. They really started some big ganks fast, and when that happened, NA just kind of fell apart.
So do you think we're going to be seeing the passive play come in again?
Nah, I wanna see Akali. I want to see Akali just assassinating, killing everybody. I want to see CURSE.NA go aggressive. I want to see Nyjacky diving turrets at level 2. Because I know if they go aggressive, I know they have it in them. They just got to have the confidence. They got to have the cheering from the crowd.
I want to see a Nasus with teleport, but that's just me. I just I haven't seen that dude in a while. I haven't seen him since Lone Star, but it would be nice. It would be a nice treat.
Jumi might be made proud. You never know.
We will be back in just a little bit. Game number 2, CURSE.EU and CURSE.NA. The team kill is going to happen here in the lower bracket. We'll be back in just a little bit. This is IPL5.
is getting pretty hard to breathe. The lights dance on both their faces. Your eyes, they sparkle bright. The beating of my heart draws closer, but my brain is losing sight. I don't wanna fall in love tonight. I don't wanna fall in love tonight. You take my hand and lead me away to another place, just you and me. I don't
Hey guys, this is James Rahman with this week's IGN Pro League Top 5 Plays. Let's get right into the action at number 5. Starting off, we have CURSE.EU versus PAH at DreamHack.
Wow, unstoppable force into the entire team. PAH melting. Soul Shackle, triple kill. And we are going quadra kill coming up as well. Wasn't even enough room on the score sheet for all of the deaths.
At number 4, we have Taipei Assassins versus Time to Terminate in our IPL5 Taiwan qualifiers, with Malphite coming in for the quick kill onto Leona, but Little Balls has a little bit to say about it. Coming in onto Alistar, there's the quick kill along with Corki, and then picking up the second one, the double kill onto Jarvan, and now turning onto Janna and Sivir, going to be chasing them down, the exhaust onto Corki, but it doesn't matter because Little Balls has the headbutt into the wall, picks up the triple kill, and then the flash from Bebe to finish off the turnaround for Taipei Assassins. For number 3, we have great teamwork with Securities and Friends with the Malphite, Lux, Graves, and Ziggs ultimate to pick up 4 kills for awesome team coordination. Wow! Coming in at number 2, we have Dignitas versus Orbit in our IPL5 NA qualifiers, and Cutie Pie actually trolling around here, baiting out the Anivia wall. The swap into the Darius pull over the wall, and Anivia is completely trapped out of position. Cutie Pie will go down, but guess what? He has the Zillion revive. It doesn't even matter. Awesome play, awesome bait from Dignitas. Let's take a look at that sexiness once again as we have the swap right into the pool from Crumbs. Awesome play from Dignitas. And with the top play, we have CLG versus PSW in the OGN LOL Summer League.
어디서 많이 본 그림이죠? 나중에 최대 팀이 이런 플레이도 많이 보여줬었는데 대가가 내려가려다가 취소했고요. 자, 진짜 위험하긴 한데 아니에요. 잭스가 먼저 죽었어요. 잭스가 먼저 죽었고 그레이브즈 더블킬.
Take my hand and lead me away to another place, just you and me. I don't wanna fall in love tonight, 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 tonight.
Hey Summoners, it's time once again for homework, and remember, never do homework on your own, never do homework in ranked. Make sure you have a full group of 5 friends in normal queue whenever you try anything on this show. So Katarina's been coming up quite a bit lately. It's almost too much. So then the question becomes, how do you deal with a cat problem? Once the Katarina snowball starts rolling, it becomes very difficult to stop. Sometimes her harass in lane is more than enough to push out some passive AP players out of lane. Not to mention, she loves to roam, she loves to go into other lanes, she loves to get those kills. All this combined with her kit makes her one of the most banned champions in the game today. Homework this time around, get some practice in with some AP mid champs that do very well against Cat in lane. And if you don't know where to start, well, the pros are an excellent place to start. Najin Shield has found a lot of success with Ryze. Instant Speed CC works amazing against Cat. CURSE.EU gave M5 some of their own medicine with Zillion in the mid. The double bombs do way too much damage. Katarina cannot deal with that at all. Finally, CLG Prime, they're very comfortable with the Orianna pick. It's very versatile, it works great. If none of those champs fit your style, an amazing place to start is Diana. The CC and the burst damage is way too much. She destroys Cat in lane. Plus, if you want a few more oddball picks, Fiddlesticks and Scion, they're pretty good. Give them a try too. Also remember, the optimal time to go in for harass is after Katarina uses her Shunpo. If she has no escape, that's free damage for you. After you're done cleaning the litter, come on back. Be sure to leave your comments and your tips on how you beat Katarina. As always, be sure to leave your suggestions for future episodes, but until then, do your homework. Summoners, welcome on back. Heading into game number 2 between the Curses. We have the team kill, unfortunately, coming down here in the lower bracket. And CURSE.EU, they're looking pretty good right now. They're definitely the favorites.
I mean, yeah, they got the 57% over 43, and CURSE.NA, they do have the home field advantage, but still, I mean, they got the potential. That game, you know, maybe that's just their throwaway. Going to give up game 1, give CURSE.EU a false sense of confidence because they looked so good that game.
They did. They really did. And we saw what happened. CURSE tried to go back to their old ways, play the passive game, and then the one fight happened, and this 3K swing, and everything just snowballed from there.
You know, just one fight, 3K to get the dragon.
Yeah.
All right, or CURSE.EU, they're in a good spot, and it just kept happening. Like, nothing would happen for a while, maybe a good pickup for CURSE.NA, and CURSE.EU would just go for the big fight with all of their AoE ultimates, and you get hit by an Amumu ult, you get hit by an Orianna ultimate. I mean, hell, Cop there got hit just by Orianna Dissonance and Command Attack.
Yeah.
And got obliterated at the end of the game. So
we were looking at some comments earlier. It was like we had no idea Orianna's orb had a disintegrate function. I don't think anyone. Yeah, I don't know how that slipped through
ashes to ashes,
QA.
Cop, dust to dust.
So enough. And remember, if you too want to submit to your own votes to see if you can't swing the percentages, remember we have our iOS app up, available on the store. You get your votes on in. If you get some pretty good predictions, if you're top of the leaderboards, you could actually be winning your own Origin PC from the event.
Those things are legit.
They are. They really are.
CURSE.EU, what's the strike going to be? I don't think they really have to change anything up. If
Yeah,
they get that
they're
comp
fine.
again, that's a bunch of broken AoE ultimates stack them on top of each other. You win a game. CURSE.NA, they gotta play things up. Their comp could have worked. They had to use Zyra more for counter initiation. Maybe Voyboy, if he had the farm, had the dive potential. But they never had a good team fight really. It was just a couple pickoffs every now and then, and then the one just annihilation from CURSE.EU, and they never had a chance to shine.
Yeah, and even then, when NA didn't have Zyra there on the front line, there was no ranged CC. There was no way to dissuade EU from charging on in. It's like, we know it's like a 3v4, but you have nothing to stop us. You can't stop us. We're going to take your tower, and you can't do jack about it.
Even when Nyjacky was in the back line safely getting his spells off towards the end of the game, it just didn't matter. The burst was so high, and it obliterated NA. That's really, they just had too many big numbers being thrown at CURSE.NA. And they can definitely come back. They just can't play passive, or if they do play passive, they got to ward up, you know, play super defensively, which we saw a small amount of wards coming out, but not that many. And CURSE.EU, they had the ward. Saintvicious lost his oracles early. They could not control the map because of that.
Yeah, but fortunately enough, though, we've been seeing Malunoo with a lot of earlier oriented oracles throughout this entire weekend, and that's always a good thing because cheers for ward kills are always a good thing. Always good something to get you woken up. And also a nice little reminder for anyone watching at home, on stream number 2, we actually have a TPA and SGS going at it. They're in game number 1, and we took a quick look at it before we came back from commercial, and
I don't want to spoil the team fight, but let's just say SGS is looking really good right now.
Yeah, they are. It's, from what I understand, is well, this is what happens when you ban Jarvan against SGS. They play standard and they do awesome.
They're a really good team, but sometimes I think they get caught up trying to play the crazy stuff.
Yeah.
Every now and then, Karma may not work out.
Yeah, like I remember, Face Off, we saw some Mundo top. I think earlier on in the weekend we saw some Kazakhs top. Urgot coming on back.
Kazakhs is legit.
Kazakhs is legit. Urgot not as much, unfortunately.
Yeah, the Urgot, maybe not that relevant.
But yeah, if you want to catch in some of that action, be sure to head on over to stream number 2. We got everyone here in this game, though, ready to go. I think we're about ready to get this thing launched.
Yeah, all the Curse boys are in the room just waiting for the go-ahead. Someone has to hit that play button. Voyboy, it's on you. Looking at you right now.
We're both looking at you. We're both giving you the stare, waiting for the start.
But I mean, you know, start the game call going out. NA, what is your response? What are you going to do? Now your first pick. Now you can try and get that OP champion before anybody else. Maybe snag up that Orianna first that we saw coming out from CURSE.EU game 1. And champion picks and bans have started. Vayne going out right away. Just not wanting that late game presence.
Yeah, the last thing you want right now is to have a hyper carry diving straight at you. Olaf also being banned, and there's the AZUBU ban coming in from NA. That was a very big part of EU strat last time. Just the ultimate is too big. There's too much CC. At the very least, minimize the stacks. There's the Elise ban coming in from EU once again. Do not want Voyboy on that.
His Elise is scary. That's just how it goes. They may have not practiced against it that much. It's definitely a North American thing to run Elise top. At least I've seen a lot more coming out from the NA teams. Also, I believe Gosuzuna from Fear does it quite a bit himself, but you know, if you don't know it, just ban it out.
Exactly.
Why deal with it? Why learn it? Orianna coming out as a ban from Curse against CURSE.EU. So what are they going to pick on NA? They have the chance to go for the OP.
Yeah, but what is it? The AZUBU was already banned. Do you think the Orianna was worth also at the same time?
EU has to get Diana.
Okay.
If they don't ban Diana, NA is going to snag that up.
Yeah, so there is the Diana, but also we also want to remind everyone, Jax is also open. And I think this may be the first time Angush may have him.
It's been banned out. One game. He got to play Jax. They won that game.
Oh, one game. Okay.
And Angush, he is a beastly Jax. One of the best Jaxes from the European scene, if not possibly the best.
Yeah. Lee Sin
he's got his competition, but
Lee Sin's also open here, and I think those are the only two that have managed to escape this round. And both of them, well, that's the thing. Lee Sin is definitely a warranted first pick in some situations, but actually going to be going for the Nunu, but Jax is open, and I think EU may just take him right here.
Now's their chance. I mean, maybe CURSE.NA, maybe they got that plan. At the same time, Nunu, they had the Nunu Caitlyn. Didn't really work out for them. They couldn't get the push going on.
They did. That's the thing. When you have a push-oriented lane like that, you're expecting to grab that first Tier 1 tower within the first 5 minutes, and they did jack squat to that thing.
The Sona Ezreal lane was out pushing them. Like, they had to swap because they were going to lose that tower first.
It was so weird.
It's not like AZUBU pushed it back. AZUBU was ganking bottom. Saintvicious was defending that lane at the same time, so it just came down. They could not outpush the Sona Ezreal lane.
So we also could see some huge jungle picks coming in here too. As Cho'Gath is actually still open. Malphite also open. There's a lot of options. There's a lot of champs that Malunoo is actually really good with that they can pick up here for an equal amount of AoE CC. We haven't seen Alistair, but there's the Jax.
Who wants a piece of the champ? And here comes a Blitzcrank on Patoy, one of his favorite champions. Love to see that.
Yeah, we've actually seen Blitz banned out against Patoy quite a bit this weekend also. And so that's it. The first 2 picks for EU are 2 of the best champs that their top and support could possibly play.
Now, Lee Sin, it could go to Voyboy. Come on, Jacky. Come on, why you got to do this? Lee Sin being picked up by Saintvicious, so could go to Voyboy, could go to Saint. They both play a very mean Lee Sin, to say the least. Kog'Maw being looked at now. They want that late game still, so Kog'Maw Nunu would be a hell of a strong late game coming out from CURSE.NA.
And yeah, Kog'Maw pairs up very well with Nunu, but that's the thing, though. You can't have a good late game presence if you don't get there first. And that was the problem, game number 1. It may happen again here. And it also is a little bit indicative of maybe actually playing the passive farm game again.
And if they don't go aggressive, like EU, they know how to exploit that. They don't have a AZUBU, though. They can't force fights quite as easily. I mean, he's probably the best team fighting juggler in the entire game, maybe besides Malphite. But Malphite not quite as solid in the jungle. But what really scares me is that's a Jax on CURSE.EU. They have a Jax to dive on that Kog'Maw. We've seen it happen before. Kog'Maw, he doesn't have escapes. He has a slow. He can try and kill Jax. It's very possible. I mean, Jax does good damage, but Kog'Maw will eventually do more. But that's going to be rough for Cop. He's going to have a lot of pain to deal with. He has to fight off that Jax, that champ, who's just going to be wailing on him with a lamppost.
And to put some perspective on the situation too.
Hey, that's a Xin Zhao, man.
That is also. Oh, this is we've seen some Xin Zhao failure actually coming from top lane, but we've already got Jax, so that's going to be a jungle Xin at the very least. But to put things, we could see that Karthus come on in onto Nyjacky. Oh, that would be a little
I would love
weird.
to see. Yeah, do it. I don't care.
Well,
do it.
if you do that, that would mean mid-cog. There's a lot of options. There's a lot. Whoa,
Gragas being locked in.
Gragas being locked in. This is, whoa.
Okay, Gragas top, Karthus mid, protect the cog. They're going to keep that Cogma alive.
This, I gotta say though, this does seem a little bit risky to me though.
I mean, Voyboy, he's our modern day Shusha when it comes to Gragas top.
All right, so
back on CLG Prime when he used to play with him, that was one of his most common, I'd say one of his best top laners. He may not be as aggressive as you would normally like to see a top laner be, but he can passively farm pretty much throughout the entire game if he maxes out those barrels, which he should do. And he still has really good 1v1 presence. That body slam hurts. His auto attack will be immense because of that drunken rage, so it really works well in that top lane. And of course, Nyjacky farming up mid lane as Karthus. That is hard to compete with.
And also keep in mind that NA's on blue side, so blue buff is actually going to be easily accessible to that Gragas. We actually see it pass to him level 1 just to keep those barrels throwing.
I would not be surprised to see either Nyjacky or Voyboy get that blue buff early on in the game just to be aggressive, just to be annoying. Already being locked in though, so extinkt getting some of the characters you want. Malunoo going to be in that jungle Zenzat, and we got Angush playing Jax. This is going to be a legit team coming out of CURSE.EU, and of course CURSE.NA. They're going to protect the Cogma, and if not, Karthus will kill everybody.
I hope so. I definitely hope that's the case, because I think a game 3 here, at the very least for the team kill, would be quite entertaining. So this is it. These are your teams. And we'll see where everyone is switching around to. Because I'm pretty sure Saintvicious is not going to be running that Gragas in the jungle.
You never know, man.
You never know, though. I mean, this is it. Like, this is their do or die moment. If they lose here, they're done. At the very least, they can come up with something surprising, but that will not be the case. Saintvicious grabbing that resin. That would have been disastrous.
That would have been awesome.
That would have been weird. That would have been a little bit weird. Kind of been awkward.
Fat man comes to the jungle, hits you with his belly, you're dead.
It's
just not even that you're getting CC'd and so you're scared.
You're just disgusted.
But all right, some scary matchups though. Ahri coming out versus Karthus. That is not an easy lane as Karthus.
No.
Ahri's got the mobility, has skill shots that go through minions. You get hit by a charm, you might just die. And that's what makes the lane terrifying. At the same time, Nyjacky, he knows how to play aggressive against this. He knows how to fight back. And that's the big problem that Karthus has. If you play too passively, sometimes you just get knocked around, and before you can get scary. And if you get shut down early, I mean, you'll still be good late game, but you have to reach it. And that's going to be the big thing for CURSE.NA. They got to get to the late game.
Yep. We're about to load on up into this game. Once again, shout outs to ChampionSelect.net. If you want to learn a little bit more about the matchups, be sure to check them out. And remember, we got this voting thing going on too. If you want to be a part of it, if you want to try and win some free stuff, iOS app right there. You can get your vote on in, and this is it. Curse game 2. If EU wins this one, America is going home.
One team left, America. CURSE.NA loses this.
And that's there's a pretty. This is the last few American hopes struggling just to stay alive.
All right, I got to do this. Can I hear some noise for CURSE.EU?
A little bit.
Something.
All right, and now we need to hear some shouts for America. Yeah.
Hell yeah, rooting for NA. I just want to see game 3.
I want to see game 3 myself, and that's strange too, because in the bracket stage, if I recall correctly, we only have had one full 3-game series.
That's going to be CLG Prime versus CURSE.EU, and CURSE.EU they did not hold off in the end.
There's been a lot of stomps here in the bracket stage. It's kind of it's a little awkward, it's a little strange, but we have a lot of very top tier caliber teams in Vegas this weekend.
I mean, who isn't good? Right now, we actually look like there's something going on, trying to get into the game still, so we're going to go ahead, wait on that.
Saintvicious will be in here in just a second.
I'm looking at the loading screen right now.
Yeah.
he's not connected, so just going to go ahead, hold off till we can get in game.
Yeah, and again, we have to look back at these percentages. 57% the fan vote in favor of CURSE.EU. We've said it before, they're looking absolutely stellar so far this weekend.
And CURSE.NA, they're losing that vote, but we're on the home turf. We're in Vegas. We're in America, and not having that vote's kind of scary.
It is. It is a little strange, but we have so many people from around the world tuning on into both streams this weekend. So it's going to be a big, huge international battle here. I'm going to like it. And Saintvicious should be in here in just a little bit. And also, I want to put things in perspective too, because Angush on Jax, it's his most played champ top lane. Over a 70% win rate with him. He's a very consistent player with Jax. It is a very deadly thing to have, and there's a reason he's been banned out against him for most of the weekend. And same thing with Patoy on that Blitzcrank. Extremely, extremely high success rate with those hooks.
If Voyboy makes one mistake, he can lose his lane, possibly lose a game, letting Jax get a chance to snowball. The game has loaded up, though. It looks like we should be going in, though. And Voyboy, I don't think he's going to make that mistake. I think he can hold out on that lane. Actually, never mind. Still lane for a little bit longer.
We get straight on in, just right into a pause in the face. But we should be here. We should be back just a second. Yeah.
The pause coming out just because, well, it turns out one of the games did not start. Just trying to get everything in. It turns out we want to have both teams having all 5 players, which would be nice.
Yeah, it would be nice. It would be ideal, but I think we're actually going to be going underway in just a second. We see all the screens have actually unpaused. So spectator mode, we should be back underway in just a few seconds. And early on, we've actually already see, I think we may be going for a full consumables here on Rhux, actually.
Yeah, Rhux right now just has potions, just has wards. Something we've been seeing a lot lately. It's just because you get the extra vision. As a support, the mana is nice, but you may not fight that much in lane. Someone like Nunu, you don't have to put on Blood Will, let's say, non-stop.
Right.
But if you can just maintain your mana, just play a bit more, less aggressively, less, I'd say, just wastefully, you can be really effective. Just,
okay, there you go.
Okay,
here she does. He has actually bought the third charm.
There we go.
Okay, so
and we're in game. There we go.
So yeah, standard build actually coming in once again from both the supports here. And Voyboy getting in position. He knows he's going to be top lane. You got a little point defense here from NA, EU, all charging down the mid. Super aggressive, not going to stop, can't stop, won't stop, going straight for the red area.
Were they spotted by CURSE.NA? They're trying to put the ward down. They didn't know about it.
Nyjacky, he was just like right there in mid. Is like, oh, there's your entire team. Well, go right ahead. Be my guest.
So NA knows about it. Like, watch. They have Caomei back by the turret.
Yeah.
The rest of NA just hiding up at the top side. Joe except Jack, who's in mid lane. Yeah, they know what's there. They know what can be coming.
Cop's just down there at his turret. He's just like sitting there waiting. He's like, dude, this isn't like 1,000 elos. Just you got to be with your team for these spades, you know?
Oh, Jackie. Oh, Jackie.
This could be bad. You got the ward going down in defense. Angush in pursuit. Malunoo, if he can actually get in there, that could be disastrous. But no, lay waste just to get a little bit of vision. They're just allowing EU to come on in. They have a ward both on their blue and over on their wraiths.
Well, EU's got one of the best level 1 teams I've ever seen. They have Blitzcrank and like 3 different awesome AoE CCs. Well, actually, just 2 different awesome AoE Cs. And of course, well, just 1 actually, just Jax. But they have the charm, they have the knockup from Malunoo, or the slow, either of which will be awesome. And of course, Creaton does a lot of damage early on with that Mystic Shot. But they get the ward down in the blue buff. They're going to have good vision. We saw this last game. They warded everything of CURSE.NA, and they did it again.
At the very least, though, NA did get a very good ward over on the brush beyond the blue buff, because remember, it's Blitzcrank. There's still a possibility he can actually hook over, grab the blue, and take it out of the spawn area for that steal. So that's actually a really good positioning, at least on that.
Looks like CURSE.EU was going for a swap. They thought they're going to try and meet up against that Cogma lane. That's something that Blitzcrank's really good at. You get a hook on a Cop, you get a hook on a Cogma. He doesn't get out of there. You either fight or die. It's curse or die, and they want that situation. He's getting grabbed in to an Ezreal. He's going to land those skill shots for free, and that's going to be dangerous.
Angush here meeting up top lane with Voyboy. This center lane together. Okay, holding hands. Okay, cool. Let's farm for a little bit. Going down bot lane, Creaton here. Cop throwing down that slow, throwing down the ooze. Just a little bit, and they may actually be going for a little aggression here. Saintvicious, with that ward placed earlier, will be spotted by EU. They know he's going for those wraiths. And Malunoo, he wants that quick red buff. He wants that quick level 3. He'd used the smite already on the blue, but as soon as he gets that red, he can make a very aggressive gank onto either mid or to top.
If Voyboy, does he have a point in Body Slam yet? All right, he has a point in Drunken Rage. If you can get there before he hits level 2, which he just hit it, so he has that escape. That's the scary part for Voyboy. If he messes up Body Slam, he dies.
Pretty much.
And every time he has it up, he should be safe. It's going to be hard for Jax to chase him down. He may not land the stun. But if besides that, I mean, he goes down very quickly. Malunoo, though, just going to do his wraiths, looking for his option, looking for his gank route.
Saintvicious actually doing the slow route. Going to wait for a little while until the smite comes back up before he starts on the red buff. Meanwhile, Malunoo is already level 3, already has his double. Just waiting for an opportunity, killing time, grabbing those wraiths. Man, making his way on down. Could be making a visit to mid. And there's a Nyjacky actually already going. He's going down to help Saintvicious. Just a few Skittles just to make sure that goes down that much quicker.
And that's actually good timing because Malunoo was spotted by a ward. They know he's there. They're just going to go ahead and say, well, give him some CS, waste his time. They want Lee Sin to be strong in the gank, Saintvicious to head, possibly top lane. Voyboy's taking a lot of damage up there.
Yeah.
Use the Ignite, actually, or Angush uses it onto him, and that's a very low HP Gragas up there.
It
He has
is.
potions, but he has sustain too, and Angush actually not going to let up.
He doesn't care. He's just going straight for it. And Nyjacky actually burned his flash earlier in the mid upon sight of Malunoo. Malunoo did also flash in response, but hey, that is a summoner down in mid. That is a successful gank.
Well, it's a good trade because extinkt can try and land the charm. It's a lot easier now that he doesn't have that flash for an escape. And this is now a hard lane for Jacky until he gets that flash back up because Ahri is so good at killing someone like Karthus. Someone big, slow. That flowy dress, of course, attracts those hearts, makes them a little bit easier to head.
Yep, that charm also does the orb. It's damage onto Karthus from a range because you really do not want to get close quarters with Karthus. You know what happens. That AoE comes in, the layways come out. It's rough. It's really rough sometimes to just get right into Karthus' face.
Voyboy had a potions up top lane, but now he's got points in barrel roll. Now he can kind of try and stand up to Angush, or at least get away safely. He's going to have a lot of sustain from his passive. Gragas, one of the best sustainers, just got to have that constant reaches. Angush takes a lot in response. Voyboy low on mana, and this is going to be a gank.
The Saintvicious is actually coming from behind, but here comes Malunoo hiding in the brush. Angush, can you actually get away? He throws down to stun. Voyboy, though, getting engaged. Flash 4, flash Angush, leap strikes to a minion, will get away. Malunoo not going to press the issue anymore. Wonderful exchange up there top lane.
Done perfectly. Body slam for the escape. You can only get out of ganks like that if you have a minion coming when you're Jack, so a great defensive play there from both sides. Neither side losing a character, and this is the aggressive play that we kind of wanted to see game one.
Both of the blue buffs on the junglers are now expired. They have a little bit of time left on their red buffs. Remember, Saintvicious delayed his pickup, so his is going to be up for about a minute longer than Malunoo's is right now. Patoy going straight on in, runs right up, looking for that uppercut, but decides, hey, I've managed to keep Cop and Rhux away. I'm just looking to buy time for Creaton to farm at this point. Oh, there's the uppercut. Rhux followed up by the hook. Exhaust going down onto the Ezreal. Nice body block on the Mystic shot, and Rhux will be safe for now.
Flashes down the one more grab. If he doesn't have his ultimate up, could die very, very quickly and not have the fight. Fortunately, Rhux out of mana in that bot lane. The Fairy Charm not giving him enough sustain. And with that, well, he didn't have the blow bowl, didn't have the snowball, could not fight back.
So we're looking 6 minutes on in, and there's...
Oh, Voyboy. He's got a pink board there.
Oh, man.
He's looking at it.
He's waiting for it.
One more auto attack.
There we go.
NA getting the first ward, getting clearly the major advantage now. And Voyboy, that's a really smart pink board there.
I am never going to get tired of that cheer. I will never get tired of that. I don't care if it's 5 years from now, I will still love that.
Still, though, I mean, Voyboy, he has a relatively small CS lead. Angush, though, he's at the turret, and Voyboy's scared because Jax can try and chase him down. Flashers are down on both of them, but if Voyboy does try to leap strike away, does walk up to that wave to CS, he's going to be in a dangerous spot. Angush can chase him down with the leap and just will kill him at this point, especially once he hits level 6.
And remember, to avoid Gragas, he does have a few mana issues early on, but he's looking to mitigate some of that. He already has that first Doran's Ring, drinking the mana potion right now. Hopefully, he'll be passed off the second blue. It could still go to check, though. He's not in the best situation here.
Well, I think if he gets a kill up top, Saintvicious waiting up there.
He
Angush,
could.
don't walk in that bush because there's some danger in there.
This is a little bit dangerous. And he knows something's up. He
knows
knows he's in the brush. Okay, he thinks it's safe. Still waiting. Face check the push. Gonna meet with the slow. Looking for the counter strike. Karthus, looking to front load more damage. Leap strikes to his own minion. Will still be safe.
He just walks on out of there.
2 ults. He used 2 ults. He used both the barrel and the Karthus ult, and it still was not enough damage to take out the Jax.
And Angush, who was smart, the second he spotted the Karthus ult, the second he realized he was in terrible danger, used his ultimate. This gives a chance for CURSE.EU to go ahead, swing by Dragon, pick that up because they know Karthus ult is down. Saintvicious up in the top lane, not really going to do anything as the Dragon does reset very briefly, but they should be able to secure this.
Yep, so first Dragon going to be going over to EU. The gold lead is pretty decent at this point. It's a hair over 1,000, which is the equivalent value of that Dragon. Blue buff going to be passing over to Jacky. He's going to have an easier time farming, and that ult should be up just a little while sooner. Voyboy, though, after all that aggression top lane, remember his ult is actually still down about halfway back. He's relatively low on mana. Those barrels are not cheap.
Yeah, he only has about 1 barrel left in him. Gonna use that Drunken Rage, have a bit more mana. Has about 1 barrel or 1 body slam, 1 or 2 body slams. That's scary because if Angush gets aggressive, he is scared of Saintvicious showing up somewhere, but if he is spotted by a ward, there's gonna be Angush possibly going for a kill onto Voyboy.
Malunoo doubling on back, grabbing his red buff. He passed the blue over to Ahri earlier. Angush is actually pretty low on mana himself. He's also taking a little bit of harass. He will do the safe thing. He will back. He actually bought a Dorn shield earlier to have a little bit extra health regen. But look at this. Extinkt actually roaming up onto top lane, is going to be spotted by that pink ward that we saw Voyboy place down earlier, and his barrel is actually just to come back up, but he has no mana to use it.
Well, luckily, Extinkt, a bit nervous. They weren't too sure where Saintvicious was. That could have been a counter gank possibility.
Yep.
Just going to go ahead and let Voyboy go back to base. Actually now, Malunoo holding that top lane. I think they want to make sure Angush gets his CS, stays at least relevant, make sure he gets a Triforce as quickly as he can, just because he's going to be a big factor. He's going to be the guy who dives onto Kog'Maw, into everybody on CURSE.NA and tries to murder him before he can do anything. Xtinkt can do it too, but Angush is going to be in the fray, and he needs to be bulky, he needs to be having a high DPS.
Yeah, the early starts of Angush wanting to be the guy, and we will see if he can actually make it through and get those kills later on. You see Saintvicious, he did back a little bit. He's actually almost there. He's about 150 gold off from getting that Wriggles. And Malunoo actually delaying his Wriggles just a little bit. He has a little bit more gold going for the GP10, going for that Philo Stone, so he has a little bit more income on the way as opposed to Saint. Unless Saint manages to get a quick kill or two, or at the very least an assist, then he should actually skyrocket a little bit further out. Rhux gonna get grabbed, going through that ward in the try. Exhaust once again onto the Ezreal, wants to close the gap. There's the ship, but Cobb looking to 1v1 him. Here comes Saintvicious looking to help Flash, cannot reach with the Q. Flash away, here's Malunoo to help save the day, just in case. No kill down bot.
0-0 at the 10-minute mark, and the teams are trying to kill each other. They're trying to go aggressive. They just can't secure it. Those flashes over the wall a bit too strong. Rhux does have his exhaust down, still has his flash up. That bot lane's actually in a bad spot now. If Saintvicious does roam down there, Patoy could be moving quickly, but not going to have that same escape potential that someone like Ezreal with Arcane Shift does, and will be exposed to ganks.
And also with following that last exchange, the wave is actually pushed up into EU's favor. There's Patoy looking for the grab on Cop, does not manage to get it. Can you land anything more? The Q did not land from Lisa onto Patoy. Thankfully enough. Malunoo's still babysitting here down bot because he knows he could be needed very quickly. He does have his ult up and everything. Angush thrown backwards by the Gragas barrel. Voyboy taking quite a bit of damage. Here comes the Karthus ult. Should be enough to finish the job. First blood to Nyjacky. Meanwhile, bot lane, Rhux very low. Ezreal not getting anything. Cop, can he reach Creaton? No, he cannot.
Just one kill being secured top lane. Perfect. What they need to really start this snowball, and it's on Angush. Angush has to die. He cannot get that free farm. Shutting him down early, even if it's using the ultimate from Karthus, that matters so much. And that fight bottom was close, but looking at it, Cobb just didn't take damage. Saintvicious low on HP. They also had Rhux running out low on HP. They just could not sustain that fight. Cobb could have picked up 3 kills, but luckily CURSE.EU had the disengage and did get out of there.
Yeah, if the Ezreal ult was just a few more centimeters over to the left, that could have potentially been a double. But unfortunately, that was not the case. Creaton, he has to go back. One more ulti shot from Cop, actually just on its own, would have been enough to kill him. But he will be safe. He will heal up. He's got the Phage. He's working for the Zeal, looking for that Trinity build. And Saintvicious here, helping out Nyjacky with some of that farm.
Now, the good news for CURSE.NA is they got at least a little free farm for Cop. He's behind on CS. He's a good 23 CS behind. He is that late game presence. He does outskill Ezreal, but that takes a while to really kick in. And if Ezreal gets a fairly early Triforce, goes aggressive ASAP, that can be doom for CURSE.NA. They didn't make sure that Cop gets a CS too. Like, they have a great late game with Karthus, with Kog'Maw at the same time. They have to make sure that they don't just die mid game to that Ezreal getting too much farm.
Yeah, but there's also a very similar disparity there in the top lane. You see Voyboy's actually doing a better job farming in Angush. Those are barrels. That is AoE clear, and you also have the assist that he got earlier. So it's a little bit more gold. It's nothing huge, but this early on in the game, it still does make a difference.
I've been watching Angush try and CS against Voyboy just because Voyboy, the barrel roll actually reduces attack speed. People didn't forget about it, so when he does try and go up the last hit, he just swings that axe really, really slowly.
And this is why he went the Sheen first. Sometimes you'll see a lot of top laners that naturally build in Triforce go for that Phage, but he knows he's going to get a very limited number of attacks, might as well get the big hits in first before you have to run away.
Oh, Saintvicious going to the bot lane, looking for a gank. Patoy doesn't have his flash quite up yet.
There's a snowball keeping the blitz behind, does not juke out of the way of the Lee Sin Q. There is the ooze to keep him behind, kick backwards, Patoy. The mana shield is not enough. Ezreal cannot kill Rhux.
6 HP, gets out of there.
Somehow manages to get away with 6 HP.
Nice kill. They're getting that farm at a Cop. He has a kill now.
Extinkt with burst down on a Nyjacky over by their blue buff, thrown down the ult. The AoE that will be enough. Voyboy wants to clear the gap. Can he throw the barrel? Will be enough. Will he pin him?
He's got his flash up.
He's got his flash up. There's the charm. Will Voyboy actually die before he gets the barrel? But here comes the Karthus ult. Try and keep Extinkt away. The orb will not touch.
And Nyjacky uses ultimate, thought they could secure the kill, but a bit of miscommunication there. But you know what? No one dies on CURSE.NA. They're getting those kills, trying to get back in the swing of things. Still a bit behind just because of farm and that early dragon that came out of CURSE.EU, but they're making the plays happen. This is the aggression we love to see.
Oh, yeah.
Because you know what? When Saintvicious is going in, getting kills, feeling smug, you know he's going to be playing better, and you know he can make a lot happen with that.
And you know, look at the kills. It's 2-0. The gold's still very. CURSE.NA still has a little bit slightly under a K lead.
Yeah, about 600. They have the farm advantage, and of course, a dragon is worth about 2 kills.
Right.
Kog'Maw, not one of the strongest laners, and Ezreal, one of the strongest ADs when it comes to specifically laning. So it makes sense that they'd be a bit behind there. And of course, Voyboy up top lane, it's more of a brawl than necessarily a farm fest.
Saintvicious going in from behind onto Dragon. There's a little bit of help from Nyjacky. If there's expecting that there was a ward somewhere in the river, you know, unfortunately there is not.
This is sneaky.
But it's pretty sneaky, and you have the Wriggles.
And there's the gold lead.
Very sneaky.
Sneaky dragon coming in.
Very sneaky coming in from NA. Very well played.
And actually, look at the wards CURSE.EU has on the map. They have both river entrances warded. Guess what? They didn't go through the river.
Exactly. How about that?
Malunoo, ward.
That sucks.
Sees nothing.
It's like, how did they do that?
Lane,
They must be
Voyboy
magic.
going aggressive.
Angush thrown down the Counter-Strike. Voyboy will not be engaging on that. Flash is being used just to escape.
And CURSE.EU, I mean, their laning is kind of falling apart right now. Voyboy up top, really playing aggressively. Cop, he's caught up at least in terms of overall gold. Still a bit behind in CS, though. But, you know, he's getting relevant, and Kog'Maw is just going to get stronger and stronger and stronger as the game goes on. And Saintvicious, he's been doing a good job camping that bot lane, getting kills, or at least forcing a retreat onto CURSE.EU, which lets Cop get that free farm, lets him get that late game. And Nyjacky, we haven't really talked about him, but he's been sitting mid, pressing Q, getting farm, and, well, that's all he needs to do.
Yeah, that's all you really do as Karth.
Every now and then, press hard, get those kills.
You just get big. You just get big and then sit in the middle of team fights, and that's all you really need to do. And, yeah, the occasional R will sometimes help.
He did help with the dragon, of course. Oh, extinkt with a nice little steal onto a blue wraith. And it's a little bit more farm, and this is what it's coming down to. Last game was all about the farming and just playing it passively, trying to outplay in lane. This is just about aggression. And still focusing on farming, but pressuring the other guy into missing a lot more.
Yep. So we're looking at a 16-minute mark. The gold still very even. Dragon for dragon. Sneaking up from CURSE.NA. There's quite a bit of farm, too, over on EU side. And it's also still a big battle of the lanes. Cop, he will be in a lot better situation. Well, actually, he ended up going for the BF sword, so it's going to be a lot of damage. Sometimes on AD carries like Kog'Maw Vayne, you'll go for that Zeal first, but he wants that damage.
He just wants to fight. He just wants to press by Arcane Barrage, start auto-attacking, and he wants to be stronger than Creaton. Creaton does have Phage, does have Zeal, but can he really stand up to Cop if it goes into a sustained fight? Maybe not at this point, just because of that BF sword.
Sneaky Malunoo. Waiting here in the top. Angush trying to bait Voyboy and coming out a little bit from beyond tower. But the wave is actually pushing up pretty far. Misaya, there's the barrel pushing him back. Malunoo now makes his presence known. Voyboy below half. They may actually be able to sneak out this tower.
Maybe. Creaton taking a lot of damage bot lane, actually.
Looking to get away. Exhaust once again onto Ezreal. Can they close the gap? There is the ult. Will it be enough? No, the heal coming on in. You still have that, but Patoy still in a lot of trouble. Saintvicious taking some turret damage, and the ultimate from Rhux sealing the deal. He's in the tri-brush. Can he actually kill him? The red buff, it is not enough. Creaton grabbing a red buff after that kill.
Nice kill there, actually. Patoy accidentally grabbing in Saintvicious. Saintvicious just not having the DPS, still a 1-for-1.
Yes.
And now a red buff from Creaton, but they both have no HP. Ezreal and Kog'Maw super low, both gonna have to retreat and play passively. So a nice kill there, but you know, going 1-for-1 is still okay. They have a better late game on CURSE.NA just because of Karthus, just because of Cog. They can wait this out.
Malunoo going back up into the top lane, will be spotted by the ward, but Voyboy's way too far out. Will he actually get out in time? But you see Jax, he may be doing that recall bait. No, he will not. He will actually be going back to shop. Never mind.
Creaton hasn't actually gone back to shop, so he has no HP. You got a little bit back from health potions, but the lifesteal actually Cop taking him low, just bursting him down bot lane.
Should have backed.
This auto attack, living artillery, he's dead.
That's it.
Got greedy, and you know what? Cop punished it. Good job coming out for CURSE.NA. Now they have a gold lead. Now they're about 700 up. Still a very close game. Could go either way, but they have the kills, they're looking dominant on the map. The lanes are trying to respond to CURSE.NA's aggression rather than CURSE.EU's, and that's kind of scary because they're not really accomplishing much in their defenses.
And the best part about that kill for Cop too is that the red buff has now been passed on back over to the AD.
Good buff transfer coming out from Saintvicious.
Very good.
Yeah, red buff. Hell yeah, red buff. Come on.
It was it took a while, but yeah, you got the transfer, you got the pass along. It's fine. He'll be here. There is the charm coming in. Not going to be getting too much damage on Saintvicious. He will be still relatively healthy, but look at that mid-tier 1. That thing is about to just topple over.
And that's actually a punish from Extinkt. Every time Nyjacky goes to farm those Wraiths, damaging that turret quite a bit. If you look at Extinct spin turret, it's taken no damage.
Oh yeah.
So, I mean, Karthus, you want to farm up as much as possible, but he is losing that push war bit by bit. But still, it's a 19-minute mark. He still has his turret up. He's done what he needs to do, really.
Right, and even then, we're hitting the 20-minute mark. We're starting to hit into mid-game, and the gold is ridiculously even at this point.
Yeah, 500 gold difference. That's not much.
Nothing.
It's the feel of the game that you have to go off at this point. It's still incredibly balanced. One bad play from either side, one great play from either side. Game can completely change.
And that is exactly what happened in game number 1, and we saw just the one fight. EU won it and snowballed from there. Top lane, Voyboy actually taking quite a bit of damage from Angush. The leap strike coming on in. Ignite also down on Gragas. He will charge out beyond tower. He needs to recall. He needs to heal up.
That's the scary thing Angush has. Even though Voyboy, he's had the bullying going on this entire game, eventually Jatt just kind of does that. He scales so well. Most top laners cannot beat him in the 1v1. And Gragas, he's not going to build too tanky, so doesn't have a lot of armor. It has a little bit of magic resist from that Athenes, but that's not going to really keep you alive versus Jatt. Now the push is going on. It's only going to be Voyboy up there, Saintvicious in the area, but that turret should be going down first.
And those smacks, every single one of those procs in that turret is just that much more satisfying. It may actually go down. Will Angush actually stick it out here?
Voyboy,
yes, he will. Voyboy, can he get there? A little bit more damage. No, the turret does go down. Leap strike wants to get out of there, throwing down the counter-strike, looking for the stun, not going to grab it. Voyboy looking for the slow, but no, flash out of the way from Angush. He will be fine. Maybe not. There's that slow, but he's actually getting pretty close to tower. He's taking one shot from the barrel. Leap strike out of the way of the ulti. Very well timed. Voyboy flashing. He wants this kill. Here comes the Karthus ult. Wait for it. Let Nyjacky have it.
Give me that gold, Nyjacky. Give me that
extinkt
gold,
though.
that all-important
Extinkt,
Karthus.
he wants some revenge, but besides, you know what? It's not worth it because they know right now they are grabbing the dragon right now. Pink Ward, Rhux going to clear that one out. But look over on the side, Creaton taking quite a bit of damage from Cop. He cannot get to safety, he cannot get to the river. Malunoo out in front, exhausted. There is the ult from Nunu. Will be interrupted, kill onto Cop. There is the passive, wait for damage in Rhux. Can he get away? No, not this time. Double kill for our Extinkt, still in pursuit. Charm onto Nyjacky. Will the damage be enough? No, flash over the wall. Extinkt does not have his flash up, cannot chase.
Nyjacky getting away there just by the end of his dress, and unfortunately for CURSE.NA, they grouped up. Malunoo knocked them all back, ended the new ultimate. Nice try there, Patoy.
Voyboy gonna try.
Close.
No, not in time.
Goes for the steal.
Did the ultimate actually just crash into the forest?
I think he was trying to kill anybody next to the wall. I'm not sure what he was going for there, but it just did not work out. And
it's short enough cooldown.
It was, yeah, short at this point. Has the Athenes, has the CDR, but Curse, they just grouped up too much. Let Malunoo do what he needed to do as he tanked everybody. The new ultimate didn't do much. The Ezreal ultimate coming out from Creaton hit everybody, and the team fight was just there for CURSE.EU. Now they're ahead once again, 3K gold. We saw this last time. They won a team fight at Dragon, actually.
Yep.
And, well, can they control the game again? CURSE.NA, they've been aggressive. They have more kills. They can definitely come back from this.
They could. They're definitely in a better situation than they were game number 1, but there's still a lot more coordination that needs to be done in order to edge out these team fights. We've given up the gold lead, and CURSE.EU, they're definitely going to buy something nice with that. You have 2 of the 3 parts of the Trinity now finished for Angush. You look over at Ari, almost finishing that Abyssal. Already has the Athenes. And Malunoo, he's starting to tank up, has that Ruby Crystal. He's going to have a phase of his own pretty soon.
What's going to be scary is when Angush does finish his Triforce. That's going to be a big buy right there. And, you know, when he does have it, he can start getting kills. He's 0-2-0 right now, but he's been aggressive. He's really been bullying Voyboy a lot recently, top lane.
There's Saintvicious with the shield over to the ward. Patoy getting caught out. Does grab Rhux, but it is for naught. Nice quick kill, and those little kills need to keep happening. And if NA can keep doing that, they'll be right back in this.
And now they can push this bot turret. Now they can make sure Creaton doesn't get free farm if they're feeling confident. They do spot Extinkt headed bot lane with the ward, so they know they couldn't push, but now they see him back mid lane. Now they can go aggressive. Now is their time to really take turrets and be on the offense.
Tier 1 is down. Extinkt wants the kill, thrown down the ult, wants a huge burst on Nyjacky. Not going to be grabbing the charm, but decides to go on backwards, more than content with farming. And Malunoo is actually going to be building into the Aegis, so that's going to be a lot of defense, a lot of help for the team.
Good to be super tanky. That's how you build a Zenzo. Actually, Malunoo in the bot lane though. So Rhux, can you escape? This takes a lot of burst.
1, 2, 3. Doesn't even need the 3. Doesn't even need the pop up. Creaton with all that damage in the slow, gonna be able to get that kill onto Rhux.
Rhux luckily hadn't put in Oracle, so I thought he did for a second. Like that's gonna be a big loss.
Malunoo has though.
So
Malunoo's got an Oracle, so everyone gets your
wards.
Thunder Sticks ready. So those are going to be coming pretty shortly.
But I mean, Rhux dying, it's kind of a bad situation because now Caomei can't really defend himself. It's the same as Patoy dying, but CURSE.EU, they're going for the aggressive play. They're being more on the offense than CURSE.NA and really punishing that death.
Malunoo also out in front, being brave, allowing some time for Creaton to get some free shots in the tower. Just wait for the next wave. They should be able to get some more damage onto it. But it looks like Malunoo going to be going on over to the side. Could be going over to Tribush, could be grabbing an ambush down here in bot. There's Saintvicious, he's committing to this fight, but there's Malunoo, he's still in the neighborhood. Patoy keeping Cop at bay. Saintvicious waiting in the brush will get the kill on to Patoy. Malunoo, do not lose that Oracle, that'd be disastrous. Pushes Nyjacky back. Creaton gets the kill onto the cards, but here comes Extinct from the side. Saintvicious cannot escape that one. That is a double for the Ezreal. Cop does not live here today. Extinct manages to finish that one. That is a 3-for-3 even trade, but that was an Oracle's lost.
3-for-3, I'd say definitely in favor of CURSE.NA.
Yes.
They got kills onto Cop, which really matters.
Oh,
he's now
man.
4-3. Voyboy, he's looking for it. He's looking for it.
He knows he's been spotted. He knows he cannot pursue any further.
Once the orb hit, he's like, I gotta back off. He knows I'm here. Can't go too aggressively, but they took off in Oracles. They got kills onto Cop.
Right.
They can be a little bit behind, but as long as the gold goes to Karthus and to Caomei, that's gonna be what really matters the most.
Yeah, and Karthus, he's looking pretty beefy right now, just buying the Zonias. So when he's in the middle of that fight, he will be safe. How much gold actually does he have over the Ahri? Does he actually have it? Actually, no, Ahri's actually ahead in gold, but look at Karthus, though. He's actually itemizing pretty damn well. It's
He's
only a
looking
K
to
swing.
survive. He's not going for the death cap. He wants to make sure that
Right.
they waste as much time getting him killed first before they go for Cop. Or if they go for Nyjacky, you know, a couple more seconds of Defile being channeled, that's going to be a lot more damage coming out. That could win a team fight.
And he knows he's the front line. He knows that EU needs to get past him first if they want to get to that gooey Kog'Maw center.
That's what they have to do. Disgusting and chewy as it is. Patoy getting that ward kill, though.
He's going to get another here, too.
One,
1,
two.
2,
Oh,
3.
yeah, goes Patoy.
And yet they're going to get another one. There's pieces of candy everywhere. 1, 2, 3. Ooh, piece of candy.
There you go. Now, no vision for CURSE.NA. They're scared down there. They have nothing on the bottom side of the map. Just creeps in the mid lane. Their closest thing to vision. And now this push is going to be terrifying because if Extinct roams, he can come out of nowhere, really use ult for surprise, and get some good catches.
And once again, Malunoo has not been spotted with that ward clear over in the try. He can actually sneak on in. And if Saintvicious gets anxious again, he can actually join the fight. Angush taking a lot of damage from Voyboy here in the top lane. But meanwhile, in bot, there's the engaged Rhux. Can you get in position for that ultimate? A lot of damage from Cop, relatively safe, but there's the pushback from Malunoo. Kick backwards onto Sin. The Karthus ult taking down the Jax. Saintvicious, how long can he live? Not very extinct here. Now with tons of damage and the charm. Malunoo taking care of Cop, no problem. Bug is gone. But can he escape? Extinct, can he get away? No! Flash is not going to be enough.
Great kills coming out from CURSE.NA. They're catching up in terms of gold bit by bit. One kill at a time. They're making the plays. It's a 4-for-2 exchange right there. They can push this top of our bot turret, as Angush did die in a fight towards the top part of the map. And this is looking strong for NA. Now they're playing aggressive. Cop, he's 7-3-3. He's looking so strong right now. 200 CS. He's buying big items, has the Infinity Edge, has a Phantom Dancer, and now he's going to be a big threat. Same with Nyjacky. Got the Zonias. Everybody's going to be strong on CURSE.NA, and that's scary because they don't have a late game team on CURSE.EU. They have a good presence coming out from already a good presence from Jax, but those are assassins more than those big AoE team fight killers. And
also the gold up on the top bar, that is a little bit misleading because remember that at this point, CURSE.EU has actually lost 2 Oracles.
They've lost 2 Oracles, yeah.
That is huge. That's essentially losing a dragon.
That's the 800 gold difference right there. They're even on gold. This is a balanced game, and a few wards did die for CURSE.NA, but that first Oracle's coming out from Malunoo didn't really take out all that much.
Yeah, it really didn't. It's quite unfortunate too, but he's still getting some good, decent ward coverage down. Pink wards are also the best thing you can do when you realize, hey, if I get this Oracles, I know I'm not going to live. So the very least is a nice substitute. Will not be getting the steal. Cop looking for the artillery shots over the wall. Cannot get the steal. Malunoo grabbing that one.
Still though, it's only 1,000 gold. At this point, that's not a big difference. And top turret does go down in favor of Curse. That's going to matter a lot more just because of the map control you get from that turret going down. As that Ultimate going down bot lane. Now a push coming out from CURSE.EU towards that bot turret. Hasn't gone down. They've been pressuring it for quite a while, but they can't get the team fight they want.
Yep, so at the very least, you got the carries looking to back Ezreal, buying himself something nice. He's got the Trinity, and he has the IE. Look at Ahri beefing up that damage. You got the Athenes and the Abyssal and the needlessly large Rod. Tons of damage coming in from the EU carries. But look, Rhux with the Oracles now, looking to clear out some coverage in Baron Pit. There is nothing, so they know it's safe to take if given the opportunity.
This is the fight that CURSE.NA wants. Even if they fight in the Baron Pit, even if they've tanked it for a bit, it's a Karthus, so Cop is in the bot lane. They're going to try and stink this. If he doesn't respond in about 20 seconds, they're going to have it.
They're doing it. They're trying the Baron. They're trying their luck. If we are in Vegas, you might as well Saintvicious with the Wriggles. You got Jacky with the AoE. Jacky is very low on mana, though. They have to get her soon. Rhux actually throwing down the ult just to pile on a little bit more. Malunoo with the ward in the pit. They know they're doing it. This could be a very bad situation. Angush over on the side, but no. CURSE.NA secures the Baron sneak, but they have to get away. Jacky very low on mana. There's the barrel to keep the Ahri away. I think they, at the very least, will only have one casualty. Saintvicious, I don't think he's getting away off this one. There's the orb, just the kiss right on the end, gets that kill.
You know, I'll trade Saintvicious for Baron any day. Cop, though, pushing down that bot turret. He can 1v1 Creaton. Creaton can't fight this. He flashes forward.
Flashes in.
Going aggressive.
Shifting away. Can he get out of that? One more. No, he's got the Karthus ult. He can't escape that one. But EU knows that they have a very limited time to make a push, to make a play before Saintvicious comes back up. At the very least, they can get that top tier 2, but Cop still in bot.
And he's going to delay.
He's going to Rambo on in. He wants that tier 3.
They're going to waste their time, so Cop pushes bot turrets.
Cop, he just needs to clear the wave. He's on here on his own. There is no defense coming from you. He should be able to take out that tower, no problem. Meanwhile, here in top lane, Malunoo keeping everyone back. The bot tier 3 has gone down. Cop now pressing in on the inhib. The inhib will now fall. Creaton still has 10 seconds before he comes back into this game. Meanwhile, you have both teams still delaying each other here in the top lane. NA is playing this so well right now.
EU, they're trying to fight, they're trying to do something, they're stuck there, they can't retreat because a poke from Voyboy going to be a bit too strong at that. They lose the inhibitor, Creaton revives, and guess what? What's he going to do? The inhibitor is that he could not 1v1 Cop in the first place, and now they have a Baron buff on NA. They have an inhibitor down, they can push across the map, they can really take control. They have control of this game. They're dominant, it's their game to really make the plays in now.
Baron buff will still be up for 2.5 minutes. There's still objectives to grab. They still have yet to actually get the tier 1 in mid. They might want to go ahead and pick that one up.
They can push down mid at this point.
They can do whatever the hell they want right now.
They got to make sure Angush and extinkt don't get damage onto Cop.
Yes.
And that they can still burst him down very quickly. Cop incredibly high in damage, not really any survivability. Actually just bought a G8. Never mind, Cop can die, will pop back up. And the assassination, it's not going to be enough. They need to try and get a pick off before a fight starts.
Yeah, that GA means huge right now for NA. That is the #1 item you can get when you know that you're in a dominant position, when you know you're ahead, and is one of the key parts here of NA's game plan. You have Karthus out in front. He's already going to be sticking around for a little while. He doesn't necessarily need a GA. He just need to make sure that is their plan B, just in case they get to back line, kill a little bit of time, wait for Cop to revive, and come on back.
They want Karthus to die in a team fight because it means that Cop isn't being focused. The Saintvicious, Voyboy, in the end, it's all about Cop. Rhux, he doesn't care if he dies, as long as he blood boils Cop before he does it. And this is a game. NA, they've got the late game. They've reached the late game. 3,000 gold lead, but it means so much more just because of their champions and their item highs.
Wall of Pain catching 3 members of EU slowed. Those barrels are still a huge threat to deal with. Still a minute on that Baron buff. They can still push on this, waiting for the minion support. They don't necessarily want anyone to be tanking this right yet, but also remember there are still super minions now pushing down into the bottom. EU cannot defend this forever.
There are blitzcrank hooks. There are things that can really punish CURSE.NA if they go too aggressive. This turret does go down though, and that's all they need to do. They wait for a creep wave. They obliterate turrets just because Cop has the auto attack damage, and they have the stats to murder these turrets and get
Rhux, go back. We need the crowd cheers. There we go. Okay, now we got it.
There we go. Looking good. And that same story for EU now that NA used to have. They don't have wards across the map. They might have one towards that river, but they don't know where NA is going. They can't go to their jungle. Huge threats all around.
The pressure is too much, and they know they cannot go to their own jungle right now because the CC is a bit too much, the damage is a bit too much. Look at Cop melting that turret, and look at the base. The super minions are already there right up to the Nexus. Top tier 2 falls. The push continues here from NA. Baron buff seconds from going away.
I mean, it's curse or die at this point.
It is.
They're going to take this to a game 3. They're going to try as hard as they can. NA, they're not letting this wait out. They want to push. They want to be aggressive. Here comes the fight.
There's the last stand. He throws down the ultimate, keeps Rhux pinned. There's the hook coming on in. But Patoy taking way too much damage. There is the hourglass coming from Nyjacky. Malunoo out in front. He is spotted. The orb coming on. The moment that Baron buff went down, that was EU's time to go in. There is the ult. Not going to be killing Patoy. He will hold on to that oracles, but Angush does barely get away with leap strike over onto Creaton extinkt, throwing orbs behind, looking for more damage onto Rhux at the very least. Try and get that one. Cop is very low, but remember, he does have that Guardian Angel, and NA, they're still deciding to push all of EU. The 4 main members have come back. They have healed. Hook on the Voyboy, trying to get away. Saintvicious, a hair, a pixel away from death. The mystic shot from Creaton does get the kill, and right now NA is in a full retreat. They have no Baron buff anymore, and Cop, he's struggling just to get away. He knows that if he dies, he will be surrounded when he gets that revive.
And Creaton actually had to back off because the Living Artillery was going to kill him, had a lifesteal off of Creeps. They're still chasing, though.
Can Patoy go through the jungle and cut off Cop? No, he will not. He decides to back off.
If he did, Cop had been able to 1v1 him. He has lifesteal. He has a fight potential. They take out that top inhibitor turret. It was actually a sloppy fight. Nyjacky didn't have to file when he went into the Zhonya's ring, so a lot of damage ended up being missed because of that, but still, it was a good fight. They got what they needed, they got the objectives, and the longer this game goes on, the better it is for CURSE.NA.
Baron will be respawning in about a minute 30, minute 40, so that will be the next logical fight at the very least. So, CURSE.EU, they're taking their opportunity, clearing out the waves, making sure they're pushing. Bot inhibitor should be coming back in a little bit too, so at the very least, try and get that pushed at least closest to the river as you possibly can. And right now, Nyjacky and Voyboy wandering on down. They know they can press into the jungle. They know they have great map advantage at this point, even though they no longer have the buff.
Now, the fight that CURSE.EU needs to get out, they need to get Nyjacky out of the fight. They can do that by killing him quickly and backing off, maybe using Malunoo in his ultimate to make sure he dies in a bad spot. Dragon being taken for CURSE.NA, though, an extra 1,000 gold. It's not the biggest number, but this is adding up. This gold lead, it's only 4,400, which at the 35-minute mark, not that much. But with Caomei scaling how he is, EU, they've got about 5 to 10 minutes before they just might not be able to fight it if it's a 5v5. Yeah,
we're getting very close to the late game portion. There's a lot of huge damage items on both teams. There you go. You still have that Oracles. Rhux still has it, and he's looking for even more snacks there. And there's actually still one ward in the pit that needs to be taken care of. And you see, this is how little control EU has over their own jungle. Extinkt has to poke in with that charm, with the orb, just to make sure the bushes are clear.
This is going to be EU's fight. If they get a hook over the wall, this
could
be huge.
Patoy could be a game changer here. He's going to be taking out that ward. If he can get a godlike hook onto any member of NA over the forest wall, isolate them, take it out, make this into a 4v5, that would be ideal. They may actually be able to swing this back around.
But still, they have to make sure Cop gets dealt with. They have to either AoE him now. They have to do something to kill him. And it's going to be rough. He has a GA. If he does not get focused for even 2 or 3 seconds, that could just end the game right there.
Baron is back up. He has respawned, but there's still a really decent wave pushing down bot. So EU has to make a decision. They can either fight over at the Baron or they can defend down bot. There's still 2 super minions who can push in and take that inhibitor right quick. You got Extinkt isolated off onto the side. Angush jumping straight on in into the middle of the Cardinals, but he does have the Zhonya's. He will be safe. Voyboy taking care of that one. Malunoo out in front, looking to dissuade 3 members of NA. There's the double kill down onto the Ahri, and that is the ace for NA.
That is the ace for NA. That is the game. NA going to take this, go to the best of 3. 40 seconds till anybody on EU can respond. Not going to be enough time if they just go for the Nexus turrets. I mean, the inhibs already have half HP. Those 2 super minions we mentioned before are going to end the game. And NA looking so strong. You can't kill Nyjacky like that. Press Zhonya's, tanks all the damage, and just he dies. All right, that's fine, but he gets the kills, and they're gonna win the game.
That was a valiant effort from Angush and Malunoo, just being brave, diving right out into the middle of the team. But CURSE.NA, the sibling rivalry will continue for at least one more game. It's the series now 1-1. The next game is the decider. Who will be the more dominant Curse? I don't know.
And this was a great game. CURSE.NA showing their strength. I mean, game 1, that was CURSE.EU really being in control for most of the game. This game was CURSE.NA. They fell behind for a bit, but they had their strategy. They had their plan. They knew what to wait out for. And then when they had everything set up, they just kind of won.
The concern was, hey, they had a late game team. Will they get to the late game? And this time, the answer was yes.
How did they do it? They played aggressively. They were forcing fights. They were being in CURSE.EU's face, and it really worked out well for them.
So we're going to find out in just a little bit which curse stays, which curse goes. We'll be back in just a little bit. Game number 3, CURSE.EU and CURSE.NA coming right up. This is IPL5. Summoners, welcome on back. We're going to game number 3 between CURSE.EU and CURSE.NA. This will be the finale of the sibling rivalry here in the lower bracket. Someone is going home and someone's going to get bragging rights for the next few months.
Which curse dies, which curse advances. I mean, right now, looking over at CURSE.NA, I saw them in the break. They were looking smug, looking cheerful. They were excited for this. CURSE.EU, that was a pretty big loss on their part. They had the early game dominance, but now they need to go ahead, recuperate, and go into this game 3 looking as strong as they possibly can.
And CURSE.NA, they did the passive play game 1, didn't work out. Did it again in game 2. They had the champs they wanted. They had the Karthus, they had the Kog'Maw, and destroyed. So now it's a matter of, do they stay the same course? Are there going to be any crazy changes in anyone's gameplay? Are they going to be seeing a little bit different bans here? Because after that match, I can't imagine allowing NA to still have that Karthus.
And looking at these percentages, CURSE.NA not taking the lead.
They've taken the swing.
Wait, look at this changing 50-50 right now. And it's just equal. I mean, these numbers are still coming in, actually. Everything I said about them taking the league apparently wrong, but look how close this is. And this match is going to be close. CURSE.NA, they can stick with their old comp. I just heard the sound, picks and bans. Avstar going to go right into that.
And remember, too, if you want your voice heard in that vote, that is the fan vote on who you think is actually going to, is even 50-50. If you want to swing 50, that, remember, get your iOS app, get up on the App Store, download that IPL app. You can get your vote in and try and win an IPL Origin PC. Olaf, Elise, Vayne, Orianna have all been taken out so far. A lot of common bans actually coming in from both Game 1 and Game 2. No way EU wants to let that Elise go over to Voyboy.
Lee Sin being banned out last, so 2 bans aimed at Voyboy up top lane. The Kog'Maw still open. Diana is once again eliminated. No one getting Diana this entire series just because she's been showing her incredible prowess this tournament. The question is going to be, who does CURSE.EU pick up first? Orianna banned out. That was their first pick, game 1.
Amumu's open.
What is strong for them? Jax once again open, but Angush did not have the strongest showing this tournament.
Yeah, it's a little bit odd, but remember, that was a little bit. You don't actually get to see that matchup very much, Top. You don't see
not
many,
a common. Gragas versus Jax. Not too much.
The wild gray guy is not. He doesn't see top lane play very much, but it was an interesting pick, and it worked out very well. That is the Nunu secured for EU's side. That's been the first pickup for NA this entire series, but now it is on the opposite hand.
And Rhux not going to be on that Nunu. Might go for a Lulu play, but with Nunu gone, that eliminates Blood Boil, that really, really good late game steroid. So someone like Kog'Maw Nunu not going to be quite as effective just because, well, they don't have the Nunu. They're not going to have the late game presence. It'll be someone who can protect him more, maybe give him a little bit of defense, but not the offense.
Rengar still open. Karthus also still open. There's a lot of possibilities here for both teams. The Amumu still open. Who else is actually still, like, as you mentioned before, the Jax is still up.
I mean, Kog'Maw, Jax, Rengar, they have a lot of possibilities for both sides. Rengar didn't do a whole lot game 1, really never got his assassination off, but that was a passive game. In CURSE.NA, they kind of changed their style already. I wouldn't be surprised to see them not go for a late game comp, this time go completely aggressive, try to throw off CURSE.EU, try to play an entirely different game.
Correct me if I'm wrong, I think this may be the first time we're actually seeing Rhux, going to be seeing Rhux on Sona. He's, as we mentioned before, he's been mostly Lulu and Nunu.
I've seen him play Sona in the past. He actually has whipped a couple ults, but he still looks strong. He knows how to take control of the lane, knows how to not die. That's the big scary part of Sona.
Well, that's the important part really in any lane, especially bot lane. Remember, League of Legends, at very many instances, is not a game about kills, it's a game of not dying.
Well, when you're Sona, you have less base HP than a melee creep.
Yes, you do.
So those creeps, I mean, all right. You have a little bit of armor, you have a little bit of magic resist, but you still die so quickly. And that's the tough part, really. But still, if you can play aggressive as Sona, if you can go in there, get those power chords, Hymns of Valor off, and really kind of control the lane, you're going to be powerful. And there comes the Jax. Here comes the Amumu from game 1. So CURSE.EU going to take the best of game 1, what they thought that was the best of game 2, and try and combine it at this point.
We've also seen Rhux in the past. He's not shy of buying that early mana potion, getting aggressive, using those abilities, trying to push that lane. And
Whoa, that's an Ashe.
That is an Ashe. That Ashe.
That's going to be Sona Ashe bot lane. Second Ashe I believe we've seen this tournament, maybe the third. But Comp, do you have those enchanted crystal arrows? Do you have those no scope shots? Can you get the stun down? And CURSE.EU, what's your response going to be? Most people see an Ashe and they go aggressive.
Now here's the thing, the Gragas pickup is still present, but not quite sure yet. Is he going to be mid or top? But with the Karthus take here over on EU's side, they may be forcing that Gragas into the mid.
If that's a mid lane Gragas can do well against Karthus, can really beat him up. And Caitlyn going to be a really strong pick versus someone like Ashe, just because Ashe really relies on her 600 range, and Caitlyn has a little bit more. So you're someone like Ashe without that many skills. Caitlyn will just constantly be hammering at you. Have the Blood Boil to chase you down. Will they lock that pick in? It'll be a really solid pick.
And also, to note, this is what that's the same bot lane that NA had game number 1, and the early tower just did not happen for
it just didn't work for some
reason.
reason.
It really didn't. And usually when you have such an aggressive push lane like that, you want that tier 1 tower, you want it quickly, you want it somewhere around the 5-minute mark, get that extra global gold for your team and try and snowball from there. But it didn't happen for NA. We can see if it works out for EU.
Caitlyn being locked in, going to be a very hard lane to deal with. Here comes a Katarina, though.
Ooh. Top arena?
Well, I'd say that's going to be Nyjacky mid on Katarina. Top Gragas coming out. This is a scary AoE team coming out from Curse. Last game was all about the late game, all about Karthus going and dying. Now Jacky's got to clean up, going to get those resets. And very strong teams coming out from both sides. Voyboy on Katarina now.
Yeah, top arena.
I don't know. I don't trust CURSE.NA at the same time. When the game starts, all right, I'll say that's where they're going.
Yeah, this is true. I mean, you never know what's going to happen. We still have 30 seconds actually on the countdown before we get into the spec delay. But we have seen we've seen CURSE.NA do this earlier on in the tournament. We saw them do it against M5. He had Orianna mid, Katarina top. Didn't work out for him there. May work out for them here.
It's a strong lane, Katarina top, if they do go for it. It's not what you normally expect from a top lane. You don't necessarily play aggressively early on, but you have a lot of mobility. You really can't be ganked. There goes the Gragas. Nice try. Well, maybe they'll stop again?
They could. Do they have time? Oh, they're not.
No, they're locking in. Going to be Gragas top lane, played by Voyboy. Nice try, guys. Nice try.
Nice try. But here's the thing, though. NA, they had Gragas top, but last time they were on blue side. Now they're on purple side. Now that blue buff is even further away from the Fat Man, and you know how he hates to walk. He doesn't want to go very far. So he's going to have a rough time there in top with that mana sustain. If he gets denied early, he may not have as much income as he'd like for those rings, for those mana potions.
Well, who said that Gragas is going top? They could go for the lane swap.
They could go for that lane swap. They could also.
On the Jax.
This is true. This is also very true. There's so many possibilities here that we can see from these teams, but also keep in mind though, this is it. This is the final match. Someone is going home after this. CURSE.NA, CURSE.EU loading on in. The winner of this series will continue on in the losers bracket to face the winner of TPA and SGS.
Going on right now. Looks like TPA was ahead there, but I mean, no matter who wins, it's going to be a tough match. And well, I don't know, man. I don't know who's going into this stronger.
And remember, too, that there are very few NA hopes. There's not as many. We're not going to be seeing
besides
as many.
CLG Prime.
Besides CLG
Prime.
The
last guys.
Yeah, these are the last two representatives of NA. So at the very least, if they can stand it out just a little longer, we can hear some USA chants later on today, later on the weekend. And Canada. NA, yeah, USA and Canada. I'm sorry. Here we are, game number 3. You got EU. They are in the mid, looking for all 5 of their members to camp out this one side bridge over by their blue. All of NA, they want to keep their red safe, camping out this one bush, and we've seen them do this before. Fortunately enough, game number 1, EU had Orianna and caught them out with the orb.
But they didn't spot them there.
They did not. I don't think they saw them with that lay waste. The vision range on lay waste is very, very
Rhux
tiny.
And Cop aren't in the bush, though. They're setting up a trap. They might not be able to.
They might be. There is still that one ridge. So at the very least, They know they cannot be spotted if they go up the ramp. This is very risky. Malunoo out in front. The ward is in the brush. They know the ward has gone down in front of the Wraith camp. Voyboy out in front. There's the lead from Saintvicious. Angush with the counter-strike does get the stun onto Rengar. Angush very low, flashes out of the way. Will the ignite be enough? You got the belly slam. Cannot close the gap. There's the leaf strike. You can't get there. You just cannot. The leap from Rengar was not enough to get the kill. So close.
Counter-strike perfectly dodging just enough auto attack. Still, a lot of flashes burned on both sides.
Wow.
I believe Malunoo and Creaton, the only people with their flash up on CURSE.EU and Nyjacky, only flash holder there. It's still such a smart little trap right there. They put the ward down because they knew, they saw it happen game 1, that CURSE.EU would scout there with that late waste, with an Orianna ball, with something. And you know, they just held far enough back, didn't get spotted, and they could try and go aggressive. Did not work out though. Still, a smart play to see.
Yep, very slim net gain on that one from EU. There's just one more summoner burned on the other side, but it's still so early on.
Yeah, unfortunately, the person they hit was Angush, not Malunoo. Malunoo, if you hit him, you're going to have to send him back to the lane, or back to the base, waste his time in the jungle. Angush went back to heal, not going to miss that much CS anyways. We're going to be a 2v1 top lane, which is going to be really bad for Angush. Jackson's one of the worst 2v1ers in the game. And he can go for kills, but he's never going to have a reliable time to get CS.
And he's going to see Cop and Rhux entering the top lane here. The minion's going to spot him out, so they know it's a 2v1 at this point. Voyboy did go back, get his 4th potion. He got a mana potion for himself. And he is the pass to blue buff, so there you go. Yes, you swap the lanes. You give him the blue buff so he's able to throw out those barrels and still passively farm. And yeah, Jax is going to have a rough time. He is still melee range, but at the very least, Voyboy with Gragas, he can throw out those barrels, still farm a little bit, and that first blue is going to help him out immensely. Should plenty of time to farm on up, get enough damage for a ring or 2, come on back, and he should be healthy.
I mean, he may not have the most CS in the game when it comes down to it, but Voyboy, he's going to get something just because of barrel roll.
Right.
And that's not something Jackson can really say.
It's better than what Angush has right now.
Angush,
which is
0 CS. He's got nothing. And that's just what they want to do.
Right.
CURSE.NA, they're playing not aggressively, not passive. They're playing smart right now, trying to set up traps, trying to just put EU in a bad situation.
And yeah, it's so weird. I mean, this is Angush on Jax. This is his best champ. This is his most played champ. This is the champ he has one of the biggest success with. And he knows he's being denied. So what is EU going to eventually respond with a swap? They have a very big pushing lane. They could actually take out this tier 1 and bot relatively quickly and then try and swap back.
Well, just look at the bot lane. They actually they had Malunoo down there trying to go for a gank. But guess what? Voyboy, he's clearing the way with barrel roll too much, and he's staying alive. That top turret is being pressured hard. Going to be a better push coming out from CURSE.NA just because they have wave clear in the bot lane. And Voyboy with that blue buff, he's not going to run out of mana. Those could be a dive.
There's Malunoo here down in bot. As a result was game 1, the bandage toss, grabbing the minion instead. And Voyboy knows he's in a very good spot. Malunoo, though, just trying to get out of there. Here comes Nyjacky. They see him in the ward. If Malunoo goes down here, it could be disaster. You do not want to give away that double buff. But Nyjacky deciding to back off.
CURSE.NA, they could have gone for that fight. It would have been risky. They might have won it, but they're saying, you know what? I like our position. Gragas 13 CS, Jax 10 CS, but that was a move forcing a retreat. Angush was really not going to have any more fun top lane. Now the wave is currently pushing in NA's favor. And it's going to be tough on both sides, but it's going to be so much harder for Angush that they're okay leaving, not taking those risks, not taking those big chances.
I am going to get a little worried, though, once Cop starts to level, once he hits level 6, because that is the biggest advantage of having an Ashe on your team. You have the ultimate, you have the arrow, and when you have the arrow, you dictate when fights start.
Does Cop have the decision making, or is it? Well, Saint will just yell loudly enough. So
well, that too, yeah.
It's just, well, it's going to be.
Well, he's the one who actually hits R. So Saint will just like, you arrow, just now, until he'll actually just do it.
And that's going to be scary. It's going to be not only can Cop initiate at the right time, but can Cop go ahead and land an arrow. Those enchanted crystal arrows, they're not easy to land. When they come out, you can flash them, you can cleanse them. Cleanse on Creaton, so they're not going to be able to start it on him. And it's never a reliable CC. It's one of the best CCs in the game, but so much can go wrong before it hits its target.
I think we even had a match yesterday. We saw an arrow actually go backwards, which sometimes you panic. Sometimes
they actually got 2 kills out of that, so it was okay.
Yeah, somehow. But look at that, the harass coming in from Sona, their top lane. Angush still has a very rough time. Voyboy already has doubled up on the CS and in the opposition of his other solo laner. But Malunoo will, he will actually be spotted because that first brush is warded. They don't know that quite yet. No pink wards, no oracles yet, no applause just yet. We have to wait a few more minutes before we start itemizing into those items.
Check out Nyjacky, though, roaming towards bot lane. Rengar's down there too. Doesn't have the ultimate quite yet, but this could be a great fight if they can set it up.
Patoy may find a cat in the brush. Lots of blades coming in, not quite 6 yet. Does not have all that damage. Cannot, just for now, just a little bit of harass onto the
They're trying to get the pressure, trying to make sure Voyboy gets his farm because it's going to take a lot. And look at top lane, Malunoo still hiding in that bush.
Okay.
Top actually using Hawkshot, they knew he was there, they just did that so he would get out of there, so he would know he's spotted.
And that's a lot of time wasted, from Malunoo. You look over at Saintvicious, already now has a level advantage in the jungle, has quite a lead on the creeps. But they should be both getting their first GP10 around the same time, so it's not going to be it's going to be too much of an income loss, but still, that's a lot of XP that Malunoo could have actually been getting. Oof. Look at that.
Getting kind of scary.
A little bit.
A little bit. Nyjacky, he's roaming a lot from mid lane, and that's kind of hurting his CS. He is actually only 6 behind, though. But extinkt, he has a bit of experience lead. Malunoo will be securing his own blue wraith with that banish toss over the wall.
Nyjacky, get out of here. This thing's mine. No,
he steals it.
Oh, nice. Very well done, but there is the wall of pain.
Well, it cost him his life.
Waiting for the bandage toss to come back up, looking for a little more damage, forcing out the flash. At the very least, he got that.
You know, hey, 39 gold. I'd say it's worth it.
I'd say it's worth it, too. Yeah.
Still, though, I mean, Nyjacky playing aggressively, trying to keep the pressure on, and Curse, it's the same thing as before. Like, Malunoo up top, or Angush up top lane, level 6 now, only getting experience. 10 CS behind Gragas, so he's doing okay.
Yeah,
but
it's not the worst thing in the world.
It's a 200 gold lead in favor of CURSE.NA. At the same time, Karthus is getting farm, getting experience. This could be a game where extinkt just gets out of control mid lane if not enough is done to stop him, or if Nyjacky roaming doesn't get enough kills.
The important part about both of the solo laners is that neither one of them has actually died yet. You had a little bit of aggression coming from Malunoo down bot, but there's really hasn't been a whole lot up there top. Just ganks averted, actually, from EU's side. Just smart ward placement. Right now, NA knows that Malunoo likes to go for those sneaky paths, sneak in the brush, try and go undetected. So they're actually doing a pretty good job.
Bot lane, Voyboy, he still has a blue buff. Actually, just picked up a new blue buff, so going to keep his mana high. And he just wants to keep clearing these waves. The tower down to about 250 HP. Going to be hard to hold this, but if you get enough barrel tosses off, or the support from Saintvicious with his ultimate, this could be huge. And
NA, they actually have the top try warded, but meanwhile down bot, you have the aggression come in. Saintvicious looking for the leap, dipping in on a rush. There is the great Nunu ult to keep Saint behind. The bot tier 1 does still go down though from the minions. They are a little OP. And NA has no choice, they have to back off.
And Voyboy actually hit 2 traps on the way to that brush.
He's coming in here to top lane. Angush is now gone. Malunoo is on his lonesome, waiting for the wave to push up. They could get a very huge kill onto the Amumu here.
He's gonna have to do a lot of crying.
Taking the dirt, taking all the damage. There's Nyjacky with the ultimate. The damage is huge. First blood going to Nyjacky from behind the turret. Very well done.
Easy, clean pickup right there. Rhux tanking the turret just so he can flash out, not die. This top turret, will it survive? There's 2 people heading towards it. Caitlyn, Nunu, can they hold it? No.
No, they cannot.
Can they chase this down, though? They're feeling aggressive. They've bought. Cop can't fight this.
They have that blood blow. Creaton will just get minions, get out of my way. I have someone I need to shoot, but cannot get there just in time. Cop and Rhux, they will back off. They'll go back and buy themselves something nice. Also, Nyjacky with that first kill, he bought himself some really great early on. He got the Haunting Guys and the Magic Pen boots. That's 40 Magic D shredded.
Yeah, just 40 penetration right there. He's going to have a good 9 from runes, too. So if you have your base MR, it's gone now. And he's going to shred. He can deal a lot of damage. These are the base items that really make Katarina deal damage.
And eventually that's going to be another, more shred coming on later. Things like the Abyssal Scepter, and then more damage from there, Death Cap, things like that. But for now, though, for an early game build, 10 minutes into the game, that is fantastic to have.
So some good news for Comp. In that bot lane fight, Creaton did use his cleanse and did use his flash. Enchanted Crystal Arrow is still up for him. So he can cast that. If he lands that, Creaton could just die from that.
Good.
They have a lot of potential now with that Ashe in that lane. It was 2v2 top. It looks like they're going to rotate Ashe Nunu to some other lane just to keep applying the pressure somewhere else. Maybe they don't want to fight it. They're going to stay top. Going to have the 1v1 bot now. And 2v2 just as both teams really want to fight this.
Angush now finally getting some farm time to himself, but finds Voyboy here. A very familiar fight for him, but he may have the upper hand here, throwing down the ultimate. Barrel in response, but now the Karthus ult is on the other hand. Voyboy still taking plenty of damage just dissuade him, just to get him away.
Actually, a great situation. Voyboy using his own ultimate, but Karthus has such a longer cooldown.
Yep.
And of course, if he's not picking up kills, just getting farmed, that's going to be okay. Oh, ultimate lands into extinkt.
That's huge. You got Nyjacky with a damage ultimate, but there's the stun from Malunoo. Can you keep him behind? There's a curse set money. The AoE from extinkt is too much. There's the Sona ult though. Malunoo will stay behind, flashing out, but there is no more arrows in that quiver. Wonderful, wonderful counter gank coming in from EU.
Malunoo, seeing that he had to step in there, getting the perfect bandage toss, had that Katarina ultimate channeled for another half second. That would have been 2 kills right there, with extinkt going down, Malunoo going down. That's a great situation to be in. Dragon now being looked at. They saw 2 people solo on HP. They see the dual lane up top lane.
Yep.
Like they're in a position they had Cop and Rhux bid, might as well take the Dragon now.
Yep, NA, they know they've lost their top tier 1, so at the very least, make it an even trade, grab the Dragon. That's equivalent gold. It's actually a very good trade to just trade a tier 1 for a Dragon, but the tier 2 may actually be going down rather fast. It's already down to about 75%. Nyjacky is here. The ultimate is almost up, but the snowball keeping him behind, going to allow plenty of time for Caomei to get out of there.
Luckily, Sinister Steel on Bouncing Blade, great at wave clearing. Took out most of the wave in a couple spells.
Yep.
And now a great push coming out from CURSE.EU. They have 3 people mid, no one bot lane. They're trying to push the fights, despite the fact that they don't have the curse. They know Katarina's top. They know that's going to be a lot of their damage. And Voyboy had just gone back to base.
Voyboy is, yeah, he went back to base. Got a few things. He has his own spell pen boost now. He's got the ring. He's got 1 tome also. But he's actually looking to clear the wave down bot. You can get that. You can get plenty of damage on turret just for allowing the minions to push. And hey, it's free farm.
He's waiting in the bush. He's looking for a trap. I think he wants to try and 1v1 Angush though. He was a little bit behind in terms of experience. Just hit level 9. And right now, gold's dead even. The map control going a little bit more in favor of CURSE.EU. They don't have an oracles quite yet, or at least I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
Ult from Ash coming down mid lane. Who's it gonna hit?
Extinkt, will it hit you again? Deja vu. Nyjacky with the ultimate once again. Amumu still also in the neighborhood, but will the story change this time? No, Nyjacky escapes the AoE. Revenge kill in the mid.
Great play there. They knew that Amumu didn't have his flash up. They knew he wouldn't be able to get there in time. Didn't have the vision on him, but just the confidence. And you know what? Ballsy plays like that, that's what really gets CURSE.NA ahead. Now ahead a tiny bit of gold, still equal, but they're killing Karthus. They're making him retreat from lane, not getting that CS. He's still at 130 CX. He's doing incredibly well.
I'm sure Extinkt has kicked himself after that one, though. It's like, man,
again?
I can't believe I fell for that again. Oh, Malunoo, where were you?
Luckily, he couldn't get out of it, and right now, I'd say they have to shut him down. They have to keep killing him, have to keep pressuring him. He's at 136 CS, the most in the game, and you do not want Karthus getting out of control.
No, you do not. And even though those kills were traded, the goal between the APs are actually still relatively even. Same thing with the ADs. The only huge swing is actually with the junglers and supports, even if you can actually call that a swing. There's only a few hundred gold.
Yeah, this is a tight game. It's going to come down to just simple pickoffs. Just one guy dying at the wrong time can cost this game or swing it in somebody's favor.
Yep.
The late game, though, just because of Karthus, I mean, it's going to be hard to say who has a stronger late game. If Karthus dies in the right spot, if he gets in there, gets focused, but gets to defile and lay waste on everybody, that's going to really hurt. But Jacky playing Katarina, that's one of the best late game champions in the game. Once you get that DPS and that reset, Voyboy looking for a setup, though.
Voyboy once again wants a little bit of damage onto Jax. Have a drink, charge on in. Angush, quite a bit of damage. Voyboy throwing down the ultimate just to push him away. This is not like the last game. Nice arrow, nice cleanse though, but here's Saintvicious. He does have the ult up if need be. Creaton left behind on the bullet cop, plugging away. This is free damage, easy kill. Nice coordination coming in from NA. But with that kill though, that is 2 members displaced up top. Your mid turret is wide open.
4 members out there for CURSE.EU. Rhux, can you hold it on your own? Don't think so. That poor son just has to watch the turret go down.
Yep.
Nice kills coming out, but CURSE.EU, they're going for a pushing game, going for the objectives more than the kills.
Yeah.
All right, they did blow the cleanse on the Caitlyn. That's going to be down for another, I'd say 3.5 minutes. They can pressure that, they can try and punish that, but losing the map control, that's going to lead to easier Dragon setups, easier Baron setups for CURSE.EU in the future. Yeah,
Dragon for a tier 1, that's a pretty even trade. A kill for a tier 1, that's a little bit more in favor for the map control for EU, but we'll see. NA, they're still looking for a very aggressive push down here, but they want to get that wave. Extinkt, he's going to try to farm it as best as he can. Voyboy just cannot get off of Jax here. He's obsessed, just trying to get damage on Angush.
He's trying to punish him. He wants to make sure he doesn't get too much CS. Jack's going to be a great late game diver. And of course, Cop playing Ashe doesn't have a good escape. He has the kite. But if Jax catches up to Ashe for 1 or 2 seconds, that could be half her HP just from a couple auto attacks because of his incredibly high burst.
And Jax is itemizing pretty well too. He's got that Phage. He's also got that Hex Trigger. So some of the magic damage from Nyjacky will actually be mitigated from that. Plus also, you have the very convenient shield. He can stay in that fight just a little bit longer. People always underestimate Jax's ultimate, but it makes him so much tankier. It really almost doubles his mitigation. It does. And with that going on, like, they might be able to kill Angush, but we've seen it in the past. He'll get in a fight, he'll stay alive. And it's not so much that Angush does his DPS. At the same time, it's going to be extinkt, not being focused down. There's a lot of big threats coming out from CURSE.EU. They're going to have to deal with them. That might just be their plan, have everybody be so scary. They don't know to focus. Malunoo can set everything up, and they might die in response. They might. They may very well. But they still have Rengar. They still have Ashe doing well. Ashe is the best kiter in the game when it comes to AD carries. And of course, Rengar with his burst potential. Though Saintvicious building tankier still has a lot of upfront DPS with that. So you got Patoy, he's going to be backing, hopefully he'll be finishing up that second GP10, maybe not. It's like, hey, you're wandering on mid, I should help you out there. There's Arrow, not going to fall for it this time. Very smart extinkt on that one. And with that, there will be no follow-up, there will be no Katarina ult, and EU will be safe for just another few minutes. I mean, look at how many people were there for CURSE.EU, though. That could have been a better fight had it landed. Ult is down, though, and looks like Dragon's being pressured. Just respawned, or should be up soon, as Voyboy might be in a dangerous position. Hawkshot will get the vision on nearly all of EU. The ward's going down, none of them pinks, but Angush is in a very bad spot, pushed backwards from the Gragas ult. It's just a struggle for the rest of EU to catch up, and there is extinkt with the AoE. Saintvicious off on the side. There comes the Amumu ult now on in. You got Rhux over off on the side. Extinkt, though, he's doing great at this teamfight control. If he dies, it's still a very big problem AoE-wise. But Nyjacky going down. That is a cleanup. Huge kill by Karthus. Oh, that is a triple for Nyjacky, but there's a nice double. Oh, triple in response, actually. And only one alive on Summoner's Rift right now is Nyjacky. 5 for 4. Wow. A great fight coming out from CURSE.NA. They spread it out. They made sure that at the end, Karthus wasn't hitting too many people, but they still got the DPS. And you know what? That's a lot of kills for Karthus. That's a lot of kills for Jacky. That's a lot of kills for everybody. Yeah, this game's going fast. We're going to reach late game faster just because of all the gold coming out. And that is just a straight up Zhonya's there for Nyjacky. Where's the gold at actually between our APs after that madness? 6,803 to 6,808. Wow. It's a 5 gold difference between the two APs. It's just, can I borrow a nickel? And they're both terrifying. In the end, Zhonya's finished on Jacky too. So his goal is going to be to either use that to block Karthus' ultimate, or use that once he's been focused, just waiting for someone to die so he can get those resets, keep doing that DPS. And even after that huge melee, the Dragon is still being contested. Angush out in front, Saintvicious, he does get the vision. There's that pink ward, but alas, nothing there. There's the Ashe arrow, gonna be straight on the Malunoo's face. Will be trapped by all of CURSE.NA. Actually, Bandage tosses over to the Dragon just to get out of there, but his flash is down. He is trapped, cannot escape. That should be a Dragon for NA, but if we see some fancy footwork from EU, can they actually get something? No, they will not. Dragon secured by CURSE.NA. And CURSE.EU, they didn't have any ultimates up. They had Jax's and they had Caitlyn's, but that's not going to be enough to win a team fight. They needed more, and well, you know, Gragas' ultimate doesn't have a long cooldown. Enchanted Crystal Arrow had been used earlier on in the game, not in that last team fight, and that was a great sign. Really how CURSE.NA wants to get these fights done. They don't want to go for necessarily a 5v5. They might be able to do it, but it's going to be risky because of Karthus. They just want to try and get good pickoffs, and they have that potential with Ashe. So how much longer do you think until Karthus becomes an absolute, we cannot deal with him? He just got a triple kill in a team fight. He did. Already, but actually look at this fight down bottom. Angush going aggressive, dealing a lot of damage to Voyboy. He's popped the ultimate, he's got the extra defense. Voyboy actually forced out of the fight. He just wants to have a drink, wants to throw down more barrels, and Rengar's just getting 3 shots on Saintvicious. Cannot keep it up though. Leap strike over to the ward. Voyboy, he gets that charge over the wall. Can they actually get more? The ultimate is down for Gragas. There's Nyjacky though. Can he clean up? Gets out of the way of the ult. That is an ult down extinkt now, joining the fight. Saintvicious still hungry for blood. Leap strike back and forth just this way, but now everyone is trapped in the AoE. Amumu ult back up. Zhonya is now used. Nyjacky is trapped. Cannot get out of the EU pressure. There's lots of pokes going on at CURSE.EU. Oh, Voyboy. Oh, Ashe ult. Nice. Cleansed immediately by Creaton, but there's the wall of pain. Look at all of those layways doing so much damage to Rhux. He has the ultimate available, but just cannot get in position to use it. I mean, CURSE.EU, they're low, but CURSE.NA, they don't want to chase. They don't want to get hit by too many layways, too many filter peacemakers. Right. Could spell the demise. And of course, Amumu's ultimate was down. They could fight that, but not in the end, it was not worth it. Right. And Karthus, I mean, he's scary now. He's always going to be a big thing. That's not, you can't really deal with well. That's just how Karthus works, especially once he's gotten so much farm. But it's going to be up to the picks, the Ashe ult. What really CURSE.NA has been doing well. They're executing their strategy fairly decently, and they're ahead 1,400 gold. Not a lot,
but for the early farm that they've gotten in CURSE.EU, they're doing very well.
And Cop still looking to farm here in the mid. All of EU has decided to regroup. Right now, though, there is the red available. More than likely going to be going over to Creaton. Cop also taking the raids, and yeah, it is still a very slim game. But we have seen prior in the series, it's usually that small lead, that one fight that snowballs things on later. This could be those last few fights, that triple on Jatt.
It's so little, but it could be so much.
Yeah, the trap on Malunoo may have actually been enough. That 1K actually may be enough for NA to actually take this.
It might be. Well, Malunoo doesn't have his ultimate up for a bit. Karthus does have his. So Absolute Zero's down, but they still have a good team fight coming out from CURSE.EU. But Rhux can land a good crescendo. Voyboy, a good Gragas ultimate, maybe not extinkt back. They can still win a fight very soundly.
Angush caught on his own. Saintvicious, there's the arrow. Limbo under that one. Saintvicious still gets the leap. A little bit harassed, a little free damage on Angush, but nothing huge. That's I got a word for Jax's back on that. I was like, oh, I can't believe I dodged that.
He felt it was like, what's this chill back there?
Oh yeah, it's like,
I mean,
we'll brush it. Yeah.
His arrows have been excellent this game. Sad to see him miss one, but you know, a ward going down.
There we go.
I believe the first word of the game. Oracle's bought on Rhux and Patoy, but we hadn't seen the ward clearing happen quite yet.
Yeah. It will be having just a decent amount of coverage over in front of the Baron. Rhux will be clearing off of that one. But their own ward, though, in the Baron pit is about to expire. Patoy doing some cleanup of his own.
Oh, Rhux outside of a bush with the ward hit. He's right by. Come on, Rhux, come on.
Rhux. There you go. Patoy cleaning his, but Rhux backed. Didn't even see the one in the try.
Clearly, CURSE.EU have a massive advantage now.
Extinkt. He's waiting on the side. Malunoo also looking to flank. They're going up the tri-ramp. They could also catch out Nyjacky. He is laying in wait, but EU does not quite have his position yet.
They don't have a Voyboy, though. He's down bot. Yeah,
Voyboy is down bot. So if EU forces a fight here in North Jungle, they could actually take it. It would be a 4v5. And remember, Karthus' AoE does wonders in very close quarters like the jungle.
They could go for a dive here. Karthus has one of the best diving skills in the game. Really sets everything up. This turret's just going down so quickly.
Wow, and that is, you see, that is the tower push coming from the combo of Malunoo there. The tower goes down. Malunoo with the ultimate. Nyjacky being focused down immensely. The exhaust is on him. There's the Zonias, and there's Patoy to clean up just in case. Rengar also going down. Cop has no choice, has to use the cleanse. The barrel from Gragas does pick up the AZUBU kill, but Creaton is too far away from the rest of the team. The Karthus ult will be enough to get Cop. Yes, it will. Rhux still holds on to Oracles. Voyboy is still there, fat and happy, but only one casualty on EU side, 1 for 3.
It's still gold, only 1,000 in favor of CURSE.EU. They saw Voyboy in the bot lane, though. The tower had too much HP for him to split push and retreat in time, so they didn't get the turret. They didn't really get much outside of that one kill. They just saw their chance, like, well, he's bot lane. We have minions pushing mid lane, and they exploited it. That's actually, a lot of that's just the ward clearing, because had CURSE.NA realized that they weren't anywhere else in the map, not in their jungle, they could have retreated in time. Voyboy could have been there, so the ward clearing, that Oracle's paying off huge for CURSE.EU.
Yep, and before that fight, that was a 1K disadvantage EU had. Now it has shifted. It is now a small, minuscule lead for EU. And as we've said before, earlier in the series, it's those small, little advantages. And also, well, hey, good job clearing that ward.
And the trap.
Have a cupcake.
Yeah. Cleared out ward and a trap. Lots of clearing going on from Rhux. And this is going to be the big deal. It's a team with Gragas, one of the best displacers in the game. A team with Ashe, who can just snipe people. As long as you don't have vision on her when she ultimates, it's usually really hard to dodge it. So it's going to be all about the ward coverage, all about the vision, all about the prediction from both teams, trying to surprise the other. And it's going to be coming down to Oracles. If they kill Rhux, that'll actually be a really big deal. Yeah,
it's going to be hard to get to him, though. The ultimate on Sun is almost back up and also almost level 2. Oh, double the wards.
That's double the applause coming out, actually.
It better be double. Actually, there's still going to be more cleared out here right in front of the Dragon Pit. Dragon has respawned. And NA, they know that coverage gone. They can safely go for it. EU's a little bit displaced. They see Angush actually top lane. So they know they can get this with relative ease.
Kind of the same story as last game, though. Angush can be a bit better at pushing. Not going to have time to take that top turret down at all. Still, though, a nice pickup. Gold 200 apart from both teams. This is an even game. And who wants to be on the even game? Probably CURSE.EU, just because of the Karthus pick. But I mean, Katarina's been doing work this game. Comp's doing incredibly well. Everybody's strong. No one feels like they're not doing something.
But you saw Nyjacky, though, in that last fight was focused down immediately, exhausted immediately. The damage was not there. Had to use the Zonias, died immediately after coming on off of that. And it seems like EU may be prepared to deal with the cat. NA may not be prepared still to deal with the Karthus.
He got hit by the end of Curse's Admummy immediately after. There's a very, very angry Angush jumping onto him. So it's going to be up to Jatt to stay far back, not really get into the fights until he sees opening. He can try to initiate, but he needs either a Guardian Angel or QSS to get out of that Curse of the Sad Mummy. And
actually, there's the Negatron Cloak, so it may be the QSS. We could also be seeing something, well, Banshee's Veil. Not going to be
Abyssal too.
It could be oh, that's right. It could be Abyssal because we need the last part of the Magic Shred Trinity here.
Sork Shoes, Haunting Guys, and Abyssal Scepter is going to be a total of 60 magic resist being reduced. If you have anything less than 60, that spell pin will take you down to 0. That's true damage being dealt by all of Katarina's skills, and that really hurts. Her base damage is insane.
Extinkt also buying himself a little bit of a boost. He has the Death Cap and also has a blue elixir. Going to pop that right before the next fight. All those layaways going to be doing so much more damage. Huge. And if you need a few extra stats in a pinch, those elixirs are fantastic. And also, not to mention, he is level 16, level 3 in the Karthus Ultimate.
I mean, they're incredibly efficient. They only last 3 minutes, but of course, if that team fight determines the game, that's okay.
That's fine. That's perfect.
Spend 250 gold, win a team fight, win the game. I'll do that.
Yeah, that's the best bet you can possibly make. Arrow right onto Angush. There's Nyjacky. He wants that kill. It's not going to be enough to get the kill, but you have the rest of CURSE.EU. You're starting off with the immovable crescendo in response. Nyjacky getting those resets. He's getting the clean up. Creaton going down. That should be more than enough. Triple kill for the cat. That is an ace for NA. Only one death. You know they're going for the Baron.
You do not let Jacky survive. You do not let Jacky get a kill, get those resets. We see what happens. Just killing everybody almost on his own. Of course, Curse and they backed him up. Great ultimate from Voyboy, keeping them out, letting Angush die without the backup of Karthus. And that's a Baron. That is CURSE.NA taking this game. They're trying to stay alive, trying to stay on losers. CURSE.EU might just be going home from that one fight.
Angush is a little bit too far away from the team, and you may be Jax, but you are not invincible. The ultimate was just not enough mitigation. And who cares? You're Katarina. If you use the ult, you're going to get that kill. You're going to get that assist. You will get that reset. And that was actually great positioning on EU at the very least, apart from the Jax. Fighting off in the jungle is something EU wants to do with that Karthus AoE, but they could not get there in time.
But once Jacky got the reset, the bouncing blade that hit, it was over. He got so many kills so quickly, and that was beautiful.
It was beautiful.
CURSE.NA, if they can keep that up, now they have the Baron, but don't forget, it's not so much how much damage they can deal in the end, it can also be how much damage they can take. And Jacky still can be fairly squishy. Hasn't really bought anything with his gold yet.
Right.
Which, how much does he have?
He's got
800.
He's got 800. So he could actually finish off the DFG he's been working for.
He could go for a DFG. Oh no, actually finish the Abyssal. That's what it is.
Oh, that's what he can finish off the Abyssal.
He has Abyssal, and he can almost finish off the
already.
DFG.
Yeah.
So he's a lot tankier, and they need to make sure they can take the damage Karthus deals out. Yep. Of course, he doesn't have his ultimate for a good 30 seconds, so they can try and pressure it now. They have a few seconds before those big ults come back up.
And also, Voyboy bought himself a Zonia, so that's 2 APs. Both of the APs here on NA will actually be pretty safe if they ever get trapped, and that is the mid-tier 1 going down for NA. The gold lead extending to 4.5K. And EU, this is not a position they're used to being in. They're here. They're on the defensive end. They're on the back. They're a little bit afraid.
What's scary is going to be that everybody except possibly Amumu and Angush playing Jax will die to burst. Voyboy has insane burst right now. Ward going down. Hell yeah. And Jacky himself has, well, we've seen his crazy damage coming out. So it's not just, well, Karthus dies in the right spot. Voyboy can get to the back line really easily, send that ultimate down, and might be able to go ahead and just win the fight half a second in if he takes out someone like Creaton.
Yep. And that is the chaos that can ensue when you see something like a Gragas ult coming. It's perfect isolation. If you can even bounce Karthus back into you. At this point, NA, they have the regen, they have the Baron buff. The AoE is going to be doing not as much as it normally would to NA. So they can just, if they can isolate Karthus out, that's just a sweep.
They can, if they get a good ultimate onto Extinkt, if he's in the back line and he gets bursted down by Gragas, or even if it just takes a while to get back to the fight, that could be the end of the game.
That could be it.
And right now, it's a 4,000 gold lead in favor of CURSE.NA. They have Baron buff, not for that much longer, actually...
It's about 2 minutes.
Yeah, about 2 more minutes. So they're going to go ahead and split push, try and apply some pressure, and Rengar in the bot lane, he can very easily roam back mid because of his ultimate and move speed it provides.
Yep, Saintvicious looking for a little bit of that backdoor action. Angush will be going down just to defend the bot tier 2, just to keep it a little bit off. There's the pressure coming in. There's the arrow straight onto Malunoo. There's the barrel to follow
No
up.
time to ult!
No time to ult whatsoever. He was still in mid-air when he died. Fantastic timing coming in from NA. That might be it. that might be it.
That might be an inhib. That might be, at least it's going to be this outer turret as they're just going to go ahead, tank it out. Nyjacky, very, very beefy. This turret will be going down. Rengar actually split off just to make sure Angush couldn't get to the fight easily. Now it's going to be a 4v4 with Angush there to fight. So Rengar's just going to split push bot.
Yeah, Angush has to be here in mid. Otherwise, it's for sure going to be lost in hib. So
Where's that poke? Ooh. You do not get hit by a barrel. You do not get a drink from Gragas. He will just wreck you.
Ouch.
That has got to be at least 180 proof.
Saintvicious taking down that bot tier 2, waiting for the minion wave support here in mid. Malunoo is now back, and remember, he did not use the ultimate in that last fight. He just exploded before he ever had the opportunity. Mid tier 3 going down, inhibitor wide open. About 15 seconds left on the Baron buff. So NA, they will play it safe, they will back off, but there is a Shroud. Malunoo does have something to say about it.
Bandage toss hits a creep, but still gets the flash out of Cop,
that's
something.
That's a win. That's still a win, I guess.
That's a little bit less escape coming out from Cop, and he needs to make sure he gets away from Extinct in these team fights, and Angush, of course, who could just obliterate him still. But, I mean, CURSE.NA, now they've got 8,000 gold. Now there's a naked inhibitor. They can push that. They can pressure that. There's not a lot the CURSE.EU can really do if the fight comes to them unless they get those perfect ultimates off.
Baron coming back at 34-30, so keep an eye on that. The rest of NA happy with what they have taken, decide to back. There's the DFG finished on Cat. More damage on it to the Ashe. Even just another one might as well on the Cat. You're already doing too much. You might as well stack more.
And really what's impressive from Comp is his build, it's so offensive, but normally against the Karthus, you got to be cautious, you got to be careful. Maybe get an early QSS or early G8 just to not die. But the way he's been playing, the way the team's really composed, he's so far back, he's never really been in danger of Extinct once they've started getting team fights to work in their own way.
You also see the Void Staff being built on the Voyboy. If the passive Magic Pen from the Abyssal wasn't enough, those barrels are going to be doing even more. Blue Elixir on the Voyboy also. Yeah, you also got a Void Staff over onto the Karthus. There's not a whole lot of magic defense over on EU's side. There's not a whole lot of stacking. You have an Aegis, you have a few Merc Treads. Actually, I think you only have one Merc Tread. Nunu is actually still on level 1 boots.
Rhux just with those basic sneaks, styling it out, of course. But they still have the Athene's Holy Grail. They do have Abyssal Scepters, so they want to try and kill those APs. The APs are the big threats.
Angush wants to duel against Saint. He's angry, throws down the ultimate in pursuit, but that has a lot of health right now to Saintvicious.
He has his ultimate. You could always just walk out of there.
Yeah, and he's also got the regen.
He's got the regen. He's got lots of ways to deal with that. The ultimate being down. Angush is now really squishy.
Still got some ward kills. They'll go down the mid, and Angush, he realizes, okay, this is kind of a waste of time. You're way too healthy. I need a little bit of help taking you down. And NA still with the pressure here in the mid. The minions still pushing
trying
up.
to avoid the 5v5 fight. They're trying to make sure they don't get ulted by a Moooo. It's all about kind of playing back, looking for that spot, looking for that Ashe ult snipe. They're playing this perfectly because they're not overcommitting.
Yep, and they know they are still getting their wave push. If they can manage to get the inhib though, that will be an essentially free Baron. Malunoo cannot get the bandage toss that he wants. That could have been it. That could have been the initiation. If they can get even a flash ult from Moooo just at the right time, that will not be enough time for Saintvicious to actually regroup with the team. They could explode Katarina. They could also get rid of Ashe immediately.
Angush goes super aggressive on Saintvicious. He's down to about half HP, but he has a regen. He still has the ultimate up. He's just wasting his time. Oh, are they going to try and catch him now?
They might try and catch. Crossing off. Angush has been arrowed. Cop decided to use it. Jumps right back onto Cop, throwing it down the cleanse. And Jax off on his lonesome. Cannot catch up. Voyboy got very low there. There's Nyjacky right in front of the team. There's the AoE from Extinct. The Amumu ult is just a little bit too late. And there's the Zonia's. Jacky still goes down, but here comes the Karthus ult. Will we get anything off of it? I don't think so. That is a 4-for-1 in CURSE.NA's favor.
That's going to be the inhib. That could possibly be the game. Don't know if they're going to push. They're not looking for that heavy push, though.
Baron, right now.
It's going to be Baron. Just came up. Yeah, they're going to get this.
The timing.
Who can stop them? Patoy, unless you get there right now with a good consume. Well, this is going to be a hard Baron. Look how low they are.
That is, yeah. See,
there's Saintvicious.
You need to wait for Saint. You need to wait for the tank. You need to wait for the regen. And now they should be able to take it pretty safely.
Voyboy really can't take any auto attacks.
Yeah, he really can't.
Rhux out of mana. They can't sustain, but you know what? I mean, Karthus ult is down. Patoy's not going to try and fight them because that would be pretty insane. Pretty ballsy, but they get the Baron. They now have a 10,000 or 12,000 gold lead. That's insane. And they're ahead. This is their game. To just, if they wait this out too long, it could still go to CURSE.EU, but this is their game to win right now.
This could potentially be the last push from NA, managing to come back. And still, this style of play, they farmed up, they got all the items they need to itemize correctly, and Nyjacky being an absolute boss in those early fights.
I mean, 9-5-10.
Look at that.
He's been a boss these early fights, these late game fights. He's been a boss this entire game. All of CURSE.NA has been playing incredibly well.
Yeah.
But look at the ultimates. This is scary because Karthus doesn't have his own ultimate for a good 60 seconds. Even Amumu's isn't quite up yet, but should be up for the next fight. If CURSE.NA pressures now, pressures fast, they're not going to have a good team fight in CURSE.EU. They just won't have their abilities up.
One arrow from Cop can also just end the game right here. Just any vulnerable. You saw last time they actually, they got the Amumu a while back. We don't care. We'll engage on that anyway. Angush was also split way too far from the team, trying to deal with Saintvicious. Arrow onto him, secure the kill, and there's a lot of time for individual pushers off on the side lane to regroup with the rest of the team, and that is the positional advantage that NA also has at this moment.
That's the strength of their team. You make one small mistake, you are trapped out. You're being hit by a Cop arrow.
Yep.
His arrows have been fantastic this game. I'm just going to say it again.
Oh yeah.
And this is going to be rough.
Saintvicious now actually pushing with the team this time, realizing, hey, we can just end this right here. Those Qs getting huge damage onto Inhib, mid-Inhib. Now going down Malunoo, this could be, no, not gonna use it just yet. Nyjacky actually split away from the rest of the team, but the crescendo will be more than enough to take out Malunoo. Once again, Amumu, no ult present in this fight. NA wants to clean this one up, but slowly, bit by bit, triple kill for Cop, looking for the cleanup. Creaton and Patoy, they have no choice, they are split far away. Patoy bot lane for some reason, looking for the Caitlyn ult. It's not going to be enough. The Nexus will go down.
And they're advancing. HatPerson, they're moving forward.
North America still surviving here in the lower bracket. For the next few weeks, the superior curse will be NA. That was a fantastic series.
And of course, great sportsmanship, going right over to shake their hands. A great series, a great game.
Yes.
Everybody looking so strong, but someone had to leave.
Yeah, the team kill had to happen. It was inevitable. And for now, the best team won. Wonderful. Hands down, wonderful.
It was elegant. They played their team exactly like they needed to. They did what they had to.
Excellent.
Fruit being given so Curse can toss it out. And that was... It was weird to see it because normally a team like Karthus, Amumu, you see what they need to do, and it's really hard to stop it. It's not an easy team Cop to deal with, but Cop, those snipes with the ultimate, Jacky just killing everybody with just anything he did, it just murdered. The calorie damage too insane. They had everything going perfectly.
And it was so weird to me too because EU Angush, he had his number one. He had Jax, both game 2 and game number 3. But there are these moments where he would be caught off guard, he'd be caught away from the rest of the team, and
They
NA,
punished it so
they
well.
punished it so hard. And when you have something like an Ash Arrow where you can start the fights with such ease.
How many Ash holds missed that game? I want to say 2.
I want to say, I think 2 is about
2
right.
to 3.
Maybe yeah, it's
and that was
very few.
It was just perfect.
Absolutely
it's what they
stellar.
need to do. And Ash being used so effectively, people think she's really bad, but Cop's showing she's got the strength, she's got the power.
She's got the
to
moves.
really come back.
That
maybe,
Ash, man.
Maybe it's only going to be a few people who can play her, but you know, she's still good, she's still powerful.
It's CURSE.NA staying alive in losers. CURSE.EU is going home. And we will be seeing NA later. They're going to be playing out the winner of TPA and SGS. That is going to be fantastic in its own. But I think for now, we're going to have to move on. This has been a fantastic series. Do please stay tuned for more fantastic League of Legends action. We'll be back after a little bit. This is IPL5.
Here with yet another interview, this time with Cop and Rhux, the new bot lane of CURSE North America. So you guys just beat CURSE Europe 2-1. How do you feel about that? I mean, you guys weren't, sadly, not expected to win. People thought CURSE.EU were going to 2-0 you, and I think you actually also believe that CURSE.EU was going to 2-0 you. How do you feel about this slight upset?
Actually, like, before the game, like yesterday, Liquid's like, Creaton's so good, he's going to poop on you, like, screw you, Liquid. I really thought we were going to go 0-2 because they play really well lately, like at Tails of the Lane or whatever. They place first or something, so I was really scared of them.
How did you feel about Patoy's supporting? Do you think he filled Super A's position well? Do you think he just kind of came in, brought his own style from Dignitas, and it maybe worked or didn't work well with Creaton?
He put a lot of pressure in the lane, and kind of zoned us out when I played Nunu when he played Blitz. So yeah.
Now, first game, you guys did Nunu Kate. You tried to 2v1 up top. You tried to put Angush in a 2-on-1 situation, which you didn't think he was going to be able to adapt well to. However, you guys didn't seem to get the pressure on that top turret that Nunu and Kate usually puts down. Usually, Nunu Kate can take down a turret, pre-10 minutes really, really quickly. What was wrong with that lane up there that didn't allow you guys to take the turret early?
This is third game when I played Ash.
This is game 1.
Oh, game 1.
Game 1?
I don't remember. Did I play Nunu Kate?
Nunu Kate. No big deal.
I don't remember that game.
Nunu Kate, Cogmal Kate, and you played Ash Sona. Those are games. In case you don't remember them, maybe you're in.
I have no clue what happened first game.
You lost first game.
Except that we lost.
That's the important part, I think. That's the final thing.
What did he play?
Who?
Angush.
Wasn't he rain guy or something? Well,
next question. Next question.
That's informative.
Didn't he play earlier?
Yep, that just happened. Game 2. Cogmal Nunu, however, you looked fantastic. I mean, Cogmal is that late game carry, especially coupled with Nunu's Blood Boil. Were you guys just aiming for that late game, Cogmal tears everything asunder?
That's actually like a lane I'm used to. Like when I pick Nunu Cog, I always expect like Blitzcrank, and Creaton like always plays Ezreal. So like yesterday I played against Mashme on TD, and we stomped the lane. And like once you're like 5 or 6, you can just out DPS them because your range just scales really hard.
Now, going into Game 3 was a Sona Ash lane, and Rhux, you had some incredible ultimates. You hit at least 2 to 3 3-man to 4-man ultis on the enemy team that absolutely sealed the deal in those fights. Is that just kind of your style? Do you throw out your ulti just as soon as the fight starts? Do you wait for that key opportune moment to get those 3 men, or how exactly do you play your Sona?
I usually wait when a Mumu ults, so it will slow the back line a little bit more.
So you use it to kind of counter the Mumu ult?
Yeah, counter initiate, pretty much.
Now, as yourself, you're now the support player for Curse, and this is your first big tournament. I mean, this is your first LAN ever, IPL5, huge prize pool at stake, huge pride at stake going against CURSE.EU. How nervous are you?
I was nervous at group stages. It's all gone now.
It's all gone now. You feel comfortable? You feel fine?
Ready for TPA.
Ready for TPA. I like that attitude. That's fantastic. Which is who you will be facing next. Now, Bebe is a dog, old name, and Mistake you guys will be going against. You worried about that lane whatsoever?
I never really saw them as like the best bottom lane in the world, so I actually really want to verse them.
Think you can take them?
Hopefully.
Confidence. You got to have a little bit more confidence.
I mean, yes, we're going to stomp them.
Yes, of course you can stomp them. 2-0. Now, Rhux, I want to talk a little bit about your initiation into the team. You were the winner of the Curse 1v1 showdown, a huge tournament, 1v1, kind of a murder bridge, spectacular. And in solo queue, you're primarily a top laner, but coming onto the team, you were put into the support role, and obviously it's been fantastic for both of you. How do you feel about kind of changing positions entirely?
Support's kind of different from top lane, because I have to babysit this guy. So, yeah, pretty much.
Now, what exactly do you bring to the table to make you guys a successful bot lane at this point in time?
It's more like Rhux brings aggression of top lane. Like they're used to just all-inning and just focusing on kills. So as like he plays really good Lulu because he just, it's like Chowster on Lulu. Like he just dominates the lane like 1v2. So he's really good at just zoning for me.
So now that this new bot lane has been formed, who's the call maker?
Right now it's both of us. Like
both you guys
at first
sharing
when he joined the team, it was mainly me. I just like told him what to do, but I guess the jitters came off, so it's like he's being more vocal now.
Okay. Who is your favorite support to play personally, Rhux, and why?
Alistar.
You're an Alistar? Have I even seen you play Alistar?
We have never let him play Alistar. Every time he asks, we say no.
Don't play Alistar.
Why won't let him play Alistar?
Just let him play Alistar.
Saint.
Because I pooped on him in solo queue, and he's like,
there you go.
It made him sad.
You missed your combo.
Missed your combo more, apparently. Now, again, going up against TPA next, you guys should, I guess, be nervous, but they're in the loser's bracket. They haven't had the most amazing time here. Is there anything special you guys will be pulling out against TPA? I know you guys studied them extensively because you were going to play them in the group stages. So now is that knowledge going to come into play here in this match?
We actually didn't study them.
Studied them a little bit.
No, not really.
A little bit.
We like came up with like bans and picks. That's about it. And then we never played them in group stage, so we didn't really come up with anything.
They dodged us.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see what happens. TPA versus Curse will be coming up shortly. Now, I'd like to give you a chance to give any sponsor shout-outs, any Twitter shout-outs, Facebook, friends, family.
Facebook.com/Twitter, or fuck, I'm so dumb. Facebook.com/CurseCop, CurseCop Twitter, CurseCop everything, YouTube, and shout out to Logitech, Gunner, TeamSpeak, Origin PC. Thank you.
Shout out to the sponsors. What he said, Origin, Low Pro, especially Low Pro. My Twitter, Rhux.
That's it. There you go. You failed, but it's okay. Everyone loves you anyway. We have CLG.EU versus Team World Elite, Team We, coming up very, very shortly here at IPL5 at the Cosmopolitan in Las Vegas. So please stay tuned for some more League of Legends action.
World Elite.
See you soon.
Sounds on a road, white
IPL5!
Let's go, Summoner!
Welcome to the League of Draven. Yeah! All right.
Is everybody having a good time? Let's hear it for Nick and Buddy and everyone at IGN.
Yeah, give it up. Pluto, the rest of the guys.
I'm Adam Harrington, voice of Rise, Shaco, Karthus, Kassadin, and Mordekaiser.
It's an endless list. Endless list. I'm Eric Bra, I'm Jax and Draven.
And please, put it together for CLG.EU with that Snoopeh stare.
And your other competitors? Team We! Listen, guys, let's try to wrap this one up today and not take a week, all right?
Yeah. And last but not least, we're gonna turn it over to your casters.
Jatt. Deman. Joe Miller.
Take it away, boys.
And I'm really happy to be here, but it is a banana in my pocket.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully the people at home are tuning in and ready. You guys seem to be looking at me
looking
intently,
good. I can hear you just fine.
This is looking good. Thank you very much. So, I've got a headset today, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
We have a mic, though. It's okay.
Just in case.
But, ladies and gentlemen, it is CLG World Elite. It is the replay. It is the game that went on for a week last time.
Yeah, and neither of these teams played yesterday. They all got most of their games done on Friday night. They played the last set. So, winners bracket final. There's only 4 teams, winners bracket semifinal. There's only 4 teams that are still up in the winners bracket. The other one's going on right now on stream 2. But, man, this is a matchup that didn't know if we'd be able to get it again, but here we go.
Yeah, we really made this happen for Deman and Jatt, and they decided we might need Joe with this one.
We might need Joe as
we got the
backup.
TriCast set up for this one because it could be a long one.
It seemed to work really well, and you know, Jatt and I's got something we need to share with you guys.
It's warm in here, actually.
It seems a little warm in here.
Yeah.
So we're just gonna take off our shirts. We wanted to share that with you guys for a long, long time. It's taken a while to have to finally get together.
It had to happen again. We had to see the game happen.
We had to see the game happen again. So, Counterlogic Gaming EU versus Team WE. Both teams looking very good. CLG didn't rate themselves in this one. Sorry, as I dress myself.
I can't take it seriously. I'm sorry.
As I dress myself up, but Team WE have looked so good coming into this.
They've looked absolutely brilliant throughout this tournament so far. They've had some great results. And I'm not sure if CLG.EU are going to be on form here to stop them. One thing's for sure, there's a good history between these two teams. I think you two know that better than anyone else, to be honest with you. But Jatt, from what we've seen so far in this tournament, CLG.EU, you know, they were tipped by the guys on IGN to take this tournament. CLG themselves said, I don't think that's going to really happen, but they're here in the winners bracket semi-final. What can we expect to see?
It's going to be really funny for CLG because they actually think they play better sometimes when they're tired or feeling unprepared or not well rested. But since they had an entire day off yesterday, even back to MLG Dallas, only the last day of the tournament when they had like a good night's rest, did they just get obliterated later in the tournament. So, you know, it's kind of a kiss curse if they have good rest. Here we can see very common bans already. Anivia, Twisted Fate, Aurelia, Diana Blitz, all these things have been either contested in this tournament or very specifically targeted at CLG.
Wow.
And the early Rengar pick is actually surprising. I haven't seen Wickd play it that much. It would definitely be a new champion for him. Even if they decide to jungle it, would be a new champion for Snoopeh as well.
Yeah, I mean, like you mentioned, very clearly targeted bans. Anivia, Aurelia, Malphite, it's all Wickd and Frog. And of course, Twisted Fate, we saw Misaya on it the other day. So, nope, not going to have that. Blitzcrank pretty much carried it for Fnatic the other day against Taipei Assassins. They're playing off on stream 2 at the moment versus CLG.NA. Diana also being banned out. Pretty standard bans here so far, Jatt.
And CLG, Crepo says he's going to play a range support. They're worried about the aggression of the bottom lane, and range supports are just safer. So that Leona probably won't come out. I'd expect that Zyra pick to be a support play. And I think Snoopeh's most played and most successful jungler since our stats from IPL Faceoff. Joe will be able to confirm this, but it is Maokai. I think it's like an 83% win rate or something like that. And right on the money?
Right on the money,
There we go.
Jatt.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, he's played it 18 times, 15 wins, 3 losses, a big amount of success with that one. And the question is now, are we going to see something different from Froggen? We saw him actually in the group stages, or in the upper bracket, first round, I should say, against CSM, playing that Jarvan middle. Will he do something like that against World Elite?
The thing with that is when they run Jarvan middle, they have to have Wickd on something with at least the potential to do magic damage. Rengar only does magic damage with his W, so I'd expect him to go with an AP mid, probably Lux if I had to completely guess one, because that's what he seems to go for if he doesn't have Anivia or one of those strange picks. Over on the side of Team WE, they're actually picking very quickly. Haven't seen Clearlove on that Lee Sin. Maybe it could be a top laner or even a mid laner, because it's actually been catching on pretty fast since Froggen started doing Lee Sin mid.
Since Froggen started doing it, he's definitely been the man that's innovated that sort of area. It could be Caomei on the top as well. We saw a top lane Lee Sin the other day. We saw Caomei doing that incredible skill move on Rengar the other day, popping an ultimate, waiting out, then flashing, then jumping, and just walking away from a 4-man team. Yeah, so Caomei, fantastic top laner. Could it be Kog'Maw in that bottom lane alongside Zyra, or will it be a Zyra mid? I mean, maybe they're going to switch things up, and you know, Nunu is available.
But Kog'Maw Zyra is actually a sneakily good lane for countering aggression, because anytime you kill either one of them, they have passives that actually do the identical amount of true damage and can usually finish off a fight. So if you end up killing both of them, you're going to do more than half your health back in true damage. That could be Kog'Maw and a Lux mid lane. Very well for CLG. This is all about fishing for binds and then just firing in with everything else that'll follow up. Zyra, Lux. This is very CLG.EU heavy.
Oh, and there's an Evelynn for World Elite. Let's see if that will go in here. What do you think to Evelynn versus Lux? I mean, maybe they'll switch that out, but Jatt, your opinion on that lane?
That's going to be a tricky matchup if they decide to go for it. The thing with WE here, though, is this pick is completely up in the air. Lee Sin Cho'Gath can really go wherever they want, but from the looks of this, that's definitely Evelynn mid once they lock it in. Their jungler could very well be Lee Sin or Cho'Gath, but you know that was a surprising lineup for CLG, and they picked their standard things on the other side, so I'll have to see how this one goes out.
So the CLG, they've got that team comp. They can kind of stall it out a little bit with Lux. You can farm out those waves incredibly quickly, get that cooldown on the ultimate. Kog'Maw can clear out the waves very quickly. Are we going to see a CLG stall game here, or are they looking to go with the aggression? Clearly, Team WE are going to go aggressive here. This is a full-on, we want to get kills team.
The great thing about WE's composition, the way it's probably going to work, is Misaya flanks a lot with mid AP Eve. This is how all Eves play. And it's really just about crushing in for a whole team fight. The only way she gets into fights is coming in from the back, so she really forces a lot of aggression coming in. It's fairly difficult to turtle an Evelynn. With that being said, though, CLG.EU, very easy to turtle against almost anything. The way this is going to match up, it's probably going to be W's aggression again versus CLG stall, unless one of them gets a huge lead early.
Well, they have that the Kog'Maw in there, which obviously you want to be headed in towards the late game with that Kog'Maw as well. So it certainly looks like we're going to see that from CLG. But let's get right down to the nitty-gritty here. Deman, Jatt, who's going to win this game? This first game.
The first game, I'd like to say CLG.EU, but Team WE have looked so strong in this tournament so far. And CLG.EU, you know, they've said themselves, they've not had that much practice. They've not scrimmed that much. Of course, the best form of practice is playing at tournaments. They've played at a lot of tournaments this month. So while they said they haven't scrimmed, they've actually played the best form of practice, which is in tournaments. They were at MLG Dallas, they were at Lone Star Clash, they were at DreamHack, and now here they are. So 4 tournaments in a month, that's probably the best practice you can get.
The thing with this, though, is CLG does seem to play the same style almost every game. This team comp fits their style of play, and the teams that are really good in the past, this is kind of why CLG seems to finish second or third in almost every tournament, are the ones that can beat CLG.EU based on the way WE has played in the first day, just obliterating through their early matches. I'd have to favor them very early here, but we'll see if CLG has something up their sleeve because the comp looks similar. Rengar's a bit of a new pick. Maybe they have some surprises.
Well, here we see there on your screen on the left-hand side, World Elite, and CLG on the right. There's a bro laugh in the crowd. Always good to see. And plenty of fans packing in here to the Cosmopolitan for day 3.
Packed house, and you would expect that because it is the full-on knockout stages. We're in the nitty-gritty of the tournament. It is CLG.EU on your screen as the blue team and Team WE as the red team. I think it's fair to get a gauge of what fans think they could win. I'm pretty sure I know which way this is going to go, but there has been a pause, so it's the best time to possibly do it. And wait comes out from Evelynn. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to see Team WE move into the finals of the winner bracket, please give the Chinese champions a cheer.
Not a bad response whatsoever. However, I want to hear a bit of noise. Do we have any CLG.EU fans out there?
This is definitely the most energetic crowd we've seen at 12 in the afternoon. 1:30. I'm losing track of time, but we are unpaused, back into the game. No more giant delays in this match. It's about to see it, and actually in the game, all 5 CLG.EU members ran up that top lane. They're going to get spotted by this ward from WE. They moved away from that brush, but they are completely seen here, which is going to allow for some kind of counterattack for Team WE.
Yeah, you can see down in the bottom lane, he's got Ezreal down the bottom there. Clearlove also making a move around. They're actually grouping up in the mid. So are they going to go for a complete counter invade, or are they thinking of fighting this one? Would they be? Who would really want to fight this one? I mean, Rengar, Maokai, you got Froggen's going to do a lot of damage early on.
It's all going to depend on who lands their skills if they have vision of each other. If the Rupture lands, it's pretty much a win for CLG, or a win for Team WE. But if Zyra's Root lands or Froggen's Binding lands, it would be a win the other way. They're actually all going back, and it's a good thing they were because Team WE was ready to counter-invade them. Everyone had to go back, and this is actually going to give Snoopeh a slightly late start in their jungle, so they sense that they were caught out by that invade, and WE's still not sure that they're gone, though.
They're not sure because they had no vision of that bush, so they backed off in the right point. You can see Misaya. Misaya's sneaking in there slowly but surely, very cautiously gets in there, spots out they have gone, and realizes it's time to return to the jungle. So Joe, looking like they're going to return. You can see blue buff's going to get picked up by Snoopeh.
Yeah, and Jatt made this point yesterday that we've seen a lot of teams going into the enemy jungle, but not really that much at level 1 in terms of action. Getting those wards down as early as they possibly can. We're a little bit more passive about it this time around, and we aren't going to be seeing that lane switch coming in there. Ezreal Sona headed up towards the top against Wicked's Rengar.
And you can actually see that CLG only placed 1 early game. No, they both placed 2 early game wards. I'm just missing up. W placed 3 early game wards, all up near the red side of their own jungle, which meant that they were a little bit scared of the potential of CLG's invade. Whenever they burnt that many wards early, it really just shows that they're a little bit scared. Demon's just pointing things at me. He'll correct me when I'm later. Top lane, though, it's going to be tough for Wickd to farm up here. Rengar, not the strongest 1v2, but the thing that he has against him is he scales so well with experience. Even when he doesn't have items, he can still contribute.
So let's have a look at this middle lane. We did talk about it in the picks and bans. Froggen versus Misaya. It is going to be Rhux versus Evelynn. Froggen, you assume, is just going to try and play this as long a range as he possibly can.
It's going to be tricky in the mid lane early on. Both these guys can't really do much. Misaya's going to try to get in and poke with Hate Spike, but the engagement range from Froggen, Rhux is one of the longest initiating champions in the game. Probably just going to be a bit of a farm out for Froggen, trying to get farmed up. Once he's 6, he'll try to roam with lasers. Misaya's going to try to roam with Evolve. I don't expect much action to come directly out of mid.
Let's have a look then at the pass that these two junglers are taking while we've got a bit of time here. Lee Sin actually just headed off back home, and we can see that he does have that double buff up. Snoopeh not been down to that red buff as of yet, and it looks like he wants to get involved here in the action on this top lane.
Yeah, and this is actually Snoopeh making sure that Wickd doesn't get dove. There's been so many times in 2v1 lanes, the jungler will come around the back, so Snoopeh was mainly there as insurance. That's probably why he didn't take the red buff. He would be there to counter gank a dive for Wickd.
Yeah, it looked like he was thinking of flash and twisting and advancing on them. He's still lingering, but it'd be a little bit of a suicidal move, I think. We are seeing Clearlove heading down towards that bottom. He has got the double buff, and maybe that's the move he wants to make. Maybe doing a little bit of insurance job as well. But this time with the double buff, he has that jungler advantage at the moment. The fact that he has been and picked up the red. Of course, you can see the ward from CLG.EU. They're protecting that red buff. They're making sure nobody does manage to get in there and counter-invade.
And it's actually really funny because Clearlove is doing the exact same thing that Snoopeh just did in his own lane, waiting in that tri-brush behind the bottom turret in case of a dive. Even Misaya is coming through now. She's not spotted by that ward, though, because she does have the permanent invisibility. They might catch something out here if they can land a starter spell. Snoopeh might not be in position to wait, and there they go.
And they're going to sense it already. Crepo immediately flashing, avoiding the slow. Slow flash burned. That's good enough. They're happy with that one. Snoopeh was in position, just taking the red buff. But it does mean everyone's going to go back. That's actually quite a lot of time wasted by Clearlove there.
Pretty good counter gank, or not counter gank, just avoiding of the gank, because Misaya roamed down. He's no longer at the same experience point as Froggen, and Froggen's going to hit 6 before him, which could potentially give some aggression for CLG.EU in that mid lane.
Yeah, and the fact that Misaya was missing out that lane so long surely meant that CLG were aware that Misaya was roaming, whether that would be in towards his top or that bottom lane. And we've just seen that Snoopeh has picked up now his red buff and just doing the wraiths, Lee Sin on his wraiths on the top side as well. And his position being seen there, we saw the ping coming down, and Misaya once again is on a bit of a wandering trip and maybe looking to catch Snoopeh out here in the jungle. We've got Clearlove going from that top side, and Misaya is going to come around here, spot Snoopeh up. They've both actually pinging there. Wickd just dropping back here, and they're going to move in. There we go, on towards Snoopeh. He could be in a lot of trouble. Well, flash away, though, to stay safe.
Flash covered off there. Meanwhile, down the bottom there, they're going towards Caomei. Yellow Peach just needs a couple more shots. He doesn't have the power. Meanwhile, back in the top lane, they're putting the pressure on towards that turret. The turret looking like it's going to get over. Froggen pushing in the mid lane, but the top turret is where the damage is happening. The top is about to go down. Froggen uses the laser to clear the way, but top turret will be dropped by Team WE. First one down.
And that is way faster than CLG.EU's push of the bottom. They didn't really get anything at all. Despite both junglers putting those defensive formations up in the jungle, they've set themselves a bit behind, but the fast push definitely coming out early from Team WE. Let's see where Weixiao and Fzzf decide to go next, because once that turret's down, it's just on them to take their pressure elsewhere.
Yeah, and looking quickly down the items here early on, with that wandering coming out from Misaya on Evelyn, behind in the CS, and we've seen already Lux go back. Chalice picked up along with an Amp Tome. In terms of the AD carries, Berserker Greaves and a Vamp Scepter finished off early by Yellow Pete compared to Weixiao's Phage. That is already there in position. Top lane, Rengar going in for that Doran shield early on to give him that extra bit of strength.
So Yellow Pete just trying to farm up with that Berserker Greaves and Vamp Scepter. They're not really attuned to being able to deal with a Phage right now. That is one of the best early game items you could build on an AD carry for straight up dueling potential. Now that this is a 2v2 lane, it's almost just on Wickd to freeze it in the top. He's going to stall as long as possible, and then it's going to be where does Caomei go from here, because there's nowhere for him to farm in that lane since they've taken over the bot lane now. Weixiao and Clearlove have. Maybe they're going to push mid, but they do have to make something happen while Wickd keeps that top lane frozen.
So where are the advantage going to swing in this team? You can see them actually gathering up. Possible Dragon can come out. Pink Ward just been put down. Spotters the saplings out there, so they're going to clear that out. That gives them the vision, gives CLG reason to expect them to go towards there. We are seeing Froggen coming across. He's going to try and snipe this one out, puts the ward down. That's going to get cleared out. The Pink Ward has vision of it. Froggen's just going to wait his time, tries to come across, goes for the snipe, not enough damage. It's going to be the red team that picks it up. Team WE take that one out. What I was about to mention, though, the fact that the farming between Froggen and Misaya is obviously a heavy swing, but also Weixiao down that bottom lane, big advantage over Yellow Pete so far.
And this is one of those things, they're just trying to put the pressure on. They put so much minion kills into that bottom lane that they were just able to get a little bit ahead. And I am just curious why Yellow Pete is so far behind Weixiao, because they both had the 2v1s. You shouldn't really be missing out on that many minion kills. It could just be Weixiao winning out the lane, as he always does, seemingly. WE as a team seems to always win in the first 20 minutes, especially against CLG.EU during the World Finals. They just couldn't close it out. Again, it almost looks like more of the same here. WE out to an early lead.
Yeah, we saw there a bit of damage being exchanged. Blue buff has now been given over to Froggen in this middle lane. Misaya is still in there having a good farm, and actually brought this back to less than a 10 CS difference now in this middle lane. In the meantime, we can see there with the gold in the top lane, Wickd is actually way ahead in CS, but you can see with that turret going down, with the Dragon being picked up as well, it's actually going to be Caomei who's in the lead with that one. As Fzzf going very, very low, just flashing himself out there to stay safe, but there is the first blood, the ultimate coming out of Weixiao, and I don't think that CLG were really prepared for that one as they focused in on the support.
That was one of those things when you're trying to fight Berserker's Greaves and no health against a Phage, you're most likely going to lose. On top of that, WE had the level advantage, and now Snoopeh's just desperately trying to hold this turret off. Will probably be successful because most of WE's mana is gone from there. But this is looking like a very aggressive, big early lead for Team WE. Even the mid lane, which has been roaming around so much in Misaya, is keeping right up with them, and a BF sword coming out from Ezreal. That's going to be a lot of pain for Yellow Pete if they continually have to 2v2 lane against that.
Signaling their intent very early on, going to get the damage, and they want to try and push the aggression. That's what Team WE are all about. They realize that CLG.EU are going to stall it as long as they can. They're very experienced at game, and they had a 3-match series in the World Finals, the semi-final, and obviously came out the loss in that game. But honestly, I mean, CLG.EU, they've had a little bit of a period of time of relaxation, I think it's safe to say. They had a 3-week break after the finals. Ward going down there, Clearlove managing to pick that one up. Yellow Pete, though, on Cogmore, yes, he's behind. Yes, he's obviously fallen behind in terms of CS, but he is Cogmore, and he's actually keeping within, you know, spitting distance, I guess you could say.
And that's one of the things that CLG needs to do in this bottom lane and in the whole game is just survive this early onslaught from WE. But Misaya catching Snoopeh out of red buff. He's going down.
Snoopeh in trouble. Nice and easy kill picked up from Misaya. He says, thank you very much for the red buff as well. And that will be 2-0 in favor of Team World Elite. And they may now even be taking this bottom tower by the looks of things. We can see Cogmore and Zyra backing away completely from that one. They know that Misaya is not in the middle lane. He was in their jungle after getting that last kill. And that should free up this turret for World Elite.
And it looks like CLG.EU is kind of losing control of this game. There was a very early Oracle's Elixir that came out from Clearlove. That's kind of what enabled Misaya to invade so freely onto Snoopeh and take his jungle. Once you lose control of your red jungle, give up buffs, give up multiple turrets, and really don't have any pressure of your own, it's very difficult to come back into this. One thing that highlights this more than anything is the minion kill advantage up top between Wickd and Caomei, but the gold is even between the two, even though it looks like Wickd should be way ahead in this lane.
Yeah, Wickd with that, obviously double the CS, but as you mentioned, the fact they've got turrets, they've got 2 turrets now and a Dragon advantage, which is giving them that 3k swing of gold, plus those 2 kills. As it stands, you can see immediately Weixiao, they've got the advantage bottom lane, they've got the advantage top lane, straight into the middle. Tutorial style, taking all the turrets down as it goes. Let's have a look what they're going to pick up. Giant Spell being picked up by Wickd there, as well as the Ruby Gem, so trying to get as tanky as possible. We've seen how strong Rengar can get. The question is, can he get strong enough to be able to carry his team at the stage?
It's one of those things, he just stacks health and then goes in for big team fights. Rengar really has a mid-game spike in power, which they really need right now, because this is a very large disadvantage that they have accumulated against Team WE right now. And with the 2 side turrets being taken, pretty much all we see going right for the third. The Oracle's Elixir has been picked up by Clearlove. You can see they're grouping up. They're going to look for some kind of pick kill. Misai's going to try to find someone out in the jungle, and Snoopeh's wandering into this brush.
He's going straight in towards him. Misaya just backs off, and immediately, I think Spider senses were tingling there. He saw him, and he does back away. Weixiao, though, just farming out the Wraiths at the side, right in front of Frog, and Frog couldn't do anything about it. He's too busy trying to defend as much as possible, Joe, but you can see Misaya here going towards Yellow Pete.
Oh, no.
Oh, he's coming in there as well. There's no turret in between him, and here comes Misaya getting right into there. The hate spike doing good damage. Couple more, and he's down, and there we go. Misaya picks up that kill, and that is a 2-0-0 Evelyn, and great penetration that he's got already there. Jatt made that kill fairly easy.
And Misaya actually missed his ultimate entirely on that. It got flashed away from before it detonated. This is big, big trouble with mid lane kind of losing control. They have enough members, and you can see that Ezreal flying through mid lane as well, making it so Froggen's not pushing despite all the roam from Misaya. I think that has a lot to do with the map pressure and Oracle's Elixir that Clearlove is being able to pick up. But it's going to be really tricky already for CLG to come back, because this is looking pretty bad for them.
Yeah, 3.5k gold is the difference, and Bloodthirst are now picked up by Weixiao. Weixiao, so often we see him, once he gets into this dominant stage, he'll just walk through the enemy jungle. He'll be picking up your red buff, stealing it away from you. There's nothing you can do about it. And, you know, that is why he's probably the top AD carry in the world. He has been dominant every single match he plays. He manages to find the advantages. Athene's and Holy Grail being picked up by Froggen as well, so a bit of a damage swing for them. But he is, despite the fact he's in head of CS, he's falling behind Misaya.
The thing with that, though, Weixiao, 130 to 83 against Yellow Pete. Obviously, the roam has something to do with that, but his team always finds ways to let him get farm. And now with this Dragon up and a 3,000 gold advantage and an Oracle's Elixir, all 5 members of both teams are sitting around Dragon. CLG.EU might feel a little bit pressured into engaging here. They know Misai's ultimate is down for a little bit longer. The longer WE stalls out, the better for them, because once Misai's ultimate is up on Eve, they're going to go in for a flank fight. CLG backing away.
Yeah, CLG dancing around there. There are wards pretty much everywhere right now. But as you said, with that Oracle down on Clearlove, they should be able to clear stuff out. There was a pink ward. Wickd actually jumping in. But has to back away afterwards. There's another ward attempting to be cleared out by Clearlove. Cogmore just trying to keep them out of that area. There's a silence going across the entire team as well, and it's a real hard one to call, this one, as World Elite hanging back. Misaya still in that middle lane, but as Jatt rightly pointed out earlier, that's fine for him, because Evelyn works best when he comes in from the back or the side.
And the blue buff just spawning for Team WE. I think they're going to be giving that for Misaya. This Dragon fight's going to be happening fairly shortly. You know that with all their ultimates up, almost everyone has flashes. They're going to try to combo this Evelyn ult with the Sona ult very shortly.
Giving off Weixiao to the blue buff there. You can see the Dragon starting to get purchased. CLG.EU starting to position themselves. Are they going to try and dive for this? Or want to try and buy themselves some time? There's the True Shot Barrage going across. It's Caomei seems to be the target. He's been taken down very low, but the Crescendo hits across. Creaton seems to be targeted. He's taken down very low. Flashes out there. They jump back towards Misaya. Misaya does manage to get down Creaton. Misaya taken down very low, but it doesn't matter. Snoopeh's been dropped as well. That's going to be Misaya taken down. The snipe comes out. Wickd managed to get Misaya down, but Weixiao round the backside, doing all of the damage, takes down Yellow Pete, and now they're on towards Wickd. Wickd incredibly low. He gets dropped. Froggen has to back away. A great, great fight for Team WE. A 4-for-1 and the Dragon.
They set that up just right. They knew they had an advantage, and that CLG.EU was going to funnel in towards the Dragon if they decided to fight. That's why Misaya came around the backside. Once the start of that fight happened, everyone on CLG.EU was a little bit low. Weixiao, as you said, with the perfect positioning, able to clean up everything at the tail end of that. Everything got dumped into Misaya, which was actually kind of bad for them since he had so much shield from his ultimate during that fight. Even bigger advantage for them now, and I'm not sure what CLG is going to do to come back in this one now.
tricky situation for them. We're just seeing Clearlove taking away that red buff from CLG, and just a little bit more, or a little bit less more to say, for them to work with in this one to get back into it. We've got a 23.6 to a 17,500 gold difference right now, and we may just see them coming here on towards Yellow Pete as he takes the golems away. World Elite still waiting. And there is Crepo, gets hit with the Q and the ultimate out of Ezreal, and that is just an explosion.
And this is one of those things, so many Ezreals will burn their ultimate just to kill creeps, but you see the spike potential if you hit it directly onto a member. That's actually doing 470 damage right up front on the first target, so no chance did Crepo have once he was near that brush with WE, and Weixiao just asserting his dominance. World Elite as a team asserting their dominance right now. It's really on CLG to stall, but they've lost another member, and the mid lane might be going down here.
Well, this is something we saw in Season 2. They lost out the lanes, they managed to grind their way back into it. The question is, have they got the potential? Have they got the champions to work their way back through this one? 8-1 down, massive gold swing as well, 2-0 in turrets. And honestly, it seems to be pretty much resting on Wicked's shoulders right now. He needs to try and farm, get as tanky as possible, but that advantage he had, the 50 CS, doesn't equate to the damage he's got right now. Misaya, again, camping out. Yellow Pete in that bottom tower, just waiting to see if he steps that little bit too far forward, and they'll just pounce on him. Misaya's just waiting. Anyone that passes through that jungle is a dead man.
And you said that Wicked has that minion kill advantage, but he's half a level ahead of Cho'Gath, and he's actually 800 gold behind. There's not a single member of CLG.EU right now that is ahead of their counterpart in gold. Clearlove actually got him chunked down in the mid lane while trying to clear, and Yellow Pete might be dead here.
He's in a lot of trouble. There's the ultimate again, flashed away from by Yellow Pete, but he's not going to escape this one. Misaya gets hit with the ulti and a tower hit, and he's actually faster to get away. Did take some damage from the passive, but that's another good kill. Yellow Pete out of position again.
And it's one of the terrible things about playing against EVE once you lose pressure in the mid lane and lose your turret in the bottom. Nowhere farming is safe. They can't really pink ward everything over here because everyone is going to walk through their regular wards. Yellow Pete needs to farm, but this is one of the big reasons that Weixiao is so far ahead of him, is because Misaya keeps going down and soloing Yellow Pete, and there's not really anything he can do about it since he's gotten going and since he's got so much Magic Pen right now.
Now, is that down to the fact that does Crepo need to be alongside him? I mean, Crepo is obviously allowing him to get the experience, trying to help him to catch up, trying to avoid the experience of draining it away from Yellow Pete, but consequently, there's nothing to stop Misaya just completely covering him because, you know, he's burned Flash so many times, you just can't get away from him.
And you can see now, again, there's no Crepo next to Yellow Pete, and there's two members pushing down this bottom turret real fast. CLG's trying to support it. A lot of things are getting cleared up, but this could be turret number 4.
Turret number 4 going down. You can see they're just grinding it through here, Joe. Honestly, I'm not too sure. They could try and follow through on this one. Snoopeh's looking to maybe go for it, but immediately the call comes back to back away, Joe.
Yeah, and again, Weixiao, he probably could have gone for it there with just having Kog'Maw on that tower, but taking the turret down is enough for them right now. Misaya is actually headed up towards this top side here. I'm wondering if they're going to try and sandwich in. He's just got a couple of wards down here and there to give them a good vision of this area. Weixiao, again, just clearing out everything he can from that CLG jungle, which, you know, if they're not they're far behind on gold already. If they've got nothing extra to work with apart from these creeps coming in there, things are not going to be good for them going forward. It's 9-1 in kills, 30 to 22,000 gold, 4-0 in turrets. It's looking like a bit of a one-way street, Jatt.
And the biggest one-way street of all of these is 7,600 gold on Weixiao to 4,500 gold on Yellow Pete. That has to do with the 4 turrets, the 2 dragons, and because Misaya keeps killing him 1v1.
1v1 just comes in again, round the back door. Creepo was kind of off at the side there, but again, too far up lane. Have they just thought, you know what, this is going to happen every time and time again. We just need to farm as much as possible. That's another AD carry down. Team WE could turn this into any sort of advantage they want.
They have Kog'Maw down. The ultimate is down on Misaya, but he's still flanking around the back. Actually getting poked down a little bit. They might try to force a Baron here. A lot of times WE's been known for doing sneaky Barons, and Snoopeh gets caught out over there.
Snoopeh getting caught out, and again, he's going to be picked off very easily. 3 members of World Elite up there, and they may just turn around to do Baron. I've just seen Lee Sin jump in there from the minimap, so it looks like we are going to be seeing World Elite kicking off this Baron Demon.
It's a little dangerous, sorry, to get this Baron up against Froggen because Lux is the most prolific Baron stealer. She can get the most damage, so that's why WE's looking to peel.
They're going straight on towards Wicked. Wicked having to flash out of that one, but as I was about to mention that the smite was down, you know, in fact, Snoopeh's out of it. They're trying to catch on towards Caomei. Can they pick anything up from it? No. Froggen did have his ultimate available, but really there was not enough damage there just yet. Wickd doing a good job here. They're just completely catching him out. Oh, Ezreal, Weixiao's caught on towards Crepo. Crepo gets dropped just off the side screen there, absolutely destroying him. He's got that much damage right now, and they're just trying to peel off. They did successfully defend against the Baron, but it's only a matter of time.
And even though they successfully defended against the Baron, they just keep losing team members. WE is getting more and more fed. Their advantage is growing larger and larger. They're taking the safe Baron here with another Dragon. Everyone on CLG is scared to go. They know it's a 4v5. Froggen actually ulting more for vision than for a steal. He was blind stealing it, and Yellow Pete getting caught again by Misaya a little bit, really just pushing him completely out. CLG can't even look at WE right now without dying.
Yeah, you saw there were 3 of them there. Misaya just walks in, has his go at Yellow Pete, and he's not too scared about maybe diving in here for this one. Snoopeh just hanging back by him, and Misaya gonna pop out there and run away. But that's just the control that Evelyn gives to you. Because CLG are so scared, they know that if they're in the wrong position, they're just gonna die. We've seen it time and time again now from Yellow Pete. He's 0-5-1, and I want to hazard a guess that 3 at least of those kills have come from Misaya.
So much of this destruction between Yellow Pete and Weixiao is because of Evelyn and Misaya, and also because of Clearlove and his Oracle's control. It's just allowing them to roam around the map so well. With this now 10,000 gold advantage, they're going to look to just zone around Baron. You can see they've already swept up the wards. Weixiao has just been setting up shop in the bottom lane. He's waiting for someone to go farm to hopefully kill him, but he's got enough for his Trinity Force. Going to be going back. He's got a Trinity Force and a Bloodthirster before Yellow Pete's even completed this Phantom Dancer. That is a complete stomp. He's 4,000 gold ahead of him, 9K to 5,000 across the 80 carries. And if you're looking at Yellow Pete to be kind of CLG's late game savior, it's not happening with how much WE is shutting him down.
The question is, what can they do? How can they carry this one out? How can they stall it out? Ward's being placed. Misaya making sure he's got full on vision. Place that ward straight in front of Wickd with the Oracle. They do back off. This is the Baron wards being set up, I feel, and Team WE would be certainly in the right mind to maybe go for it. The question is, would CLG.EU, if they were to sneak in there, maybe get a steal, would it be enough to turn it around? I just feel right now at this stage, they're just so far behind that even if they got the steal, it's just a case of stalling the game out a little bit longer.
They really need some kind of miracle, so it would have to be almost a steal and an ace, which would be an incredibly unfortunate series of events for WE if it were to happen. Really complete control right now. The only thing that WE has to do is continue to do what they've been doing. They might not even have to go for Baron because of the risk of the steal. With this much of a lead, if they just start sieging down turrets, they might be able to win off of that. But, you know, that was 2 members. They had vision of Ezreal, I think. No, they didn't have vision of Ezreal in the top lane, but it's just a matter of, even if they look at WE right now, they're too afraid to even start a fight.
Yeah, I think even if they get engaged on it, it's a case of trying to run away rather than even thinking about fighting that. They know that they can't win anything from this one, as we'll head up once again towards the Baron area. And CLG know that giving a Baron away would be GG if nothing else in this matchup up to now, as Misaya is going to come in possibly around the side, just having a peek around the rest of the team, starting off Baron. And we see CLG in the middle. How's this one going to go down, Deman?
They know they're going for the Baron here, and that's why Eve's around the back. CLG has to collapse in on. This is just like the Dragon fight that they won. They're going to all collapse in, and Eve's coming in from the back.
On the True Shot Barrage, lands across Crepo and Yellow Pete. Yellow Pete already low before the fight even starts. Crescendo casters across the whole team. CLG.EU caught with their pants down. They do put a bit of damage down. Wickd leaps back in, but he can't fight for the 1. It doesn't happen. Froggen also being chased out by Misaya. Team WE cleaning house once again. It's a 3-for-0, and they're just going to go and pick up a free Baron.
That was just textbook fighting by Team WE. This is how you close the fight. You flank with Eve, you force them into Baron, and then you collapse in on them. Froggen's trying to stick around for a potential steal, but they're actually trying to zone him out and hunt him with Eve. He's not even going to think about trying to steal with that laser. Snoopeh trying to get as much experience as he can on the other side of the map, but 15 kills to 1, 13,000 gold advantage, and a Baron. Going to be even trickier for CLG to come back in this.
Well, we've seen CLG in positions like this before. Me and Deman have good experience with that. They came at DreamHack against Moscow 5. It wasn't even that as extreme as it is now, though. I think that's the real problem from CLG's point of view in this matchup. I mean, you just look down the items, and there's such a stark difference between them. Like, I mean, look at the jungles there. You've got Lee Sin, Aegis, Wriggles, Hexdrinker. Look over towards Snoopeh, and you've got double GP10, still tier 1 boots, and, well, in fact, there's only Cogmore that's got tier 2 boots right now on CLG.
Yeah, but it seems to be more about the positioning. They just, every single team fight they've had, like you pointed out, just like the Dragon fight, they got caught out of position. Misaya came up behind. Weixiao came up behind in the previous fight. And every single time, they just seem to be caught with the pants down. Yes, they've still got their inhibitors up. They've still got it standing. They can clear the waves out long enough. It was a 27,000 difference versus Moscow 5 where they ground that one out. I am not sure. But the thing is, Team WE, with this huge advantage they have now, they don't seem to be capitalizing on it, Jatt.
Well, I think they're capitalizing pretty well. It's only 26 minutes in. It may seem a little longer than it is, but it's 4 turns to 0, and they haven't given an inch to CLG.EU in this entire time. And we think back to that stall, how they famously held it off. 1, they had Anivia, and 2, Moscow 5 didn't have anyone to tank turrets or a good way of diving in. But I think Team WE does. You can already see that Frozen Heart on Caomei. He can just live in the turret with 187 armor and 3,000 health. That's going to allow everyone to dive in if they find that opportunity to go. They might just take this advantage right up mid.
Yeah, World Elite here working their way through that jungle again. Clearlove going to be taking away that red buff, denying even more to CLG.EU. And it looks like World Elite, to be honest, may try to push this middle lane down. There's the Guardian Angel on Weixiao, which makes him even more incredible. And to me, it looks like World Elite may want this turret, Deman.
Yeah, the Misaya just hanging off at the side there. They had a vision of him, though. The ward was there. You could see him peeking around. It's actually Clearlove they're going to try and engage on. They do jump towards it, but immediately Misaya comes around. The burst, the true shot barrage once again. Froggen can't even get the ulti off. Just completely destroyed where he stood. And Wickd, no matter how tanky he is, he cannot fight this many members alone. And the team are just getting dropped left, right, and center. Misaya diving through the turrets, getting the triple kill. That's the ace. Team WE gonna clean house here, and really they could just stomp straight through the base.
And that was just another one of those flank fights. The surrender coming out from CLG, 20-1 right there. Again, a threatening performance by Team WE. This is what they did on Thursday. They completely obliterated their opponent, and again, just one more game and they have full revenge over CLG for that World Finals defeat.
Yeah, and before we started off this game, looking at the percentages there, they were a lot more heavily weighted over towards CLG.EU. After that one, I think a few people changing their mind. A very, very strong performance by World Elite. We expected it from them as well. We saw them through the group stage, through their first upper bracket game. They looked almost unstoppable, and they've continued that form here against CLG.EU.
Well, against Moscow 5, they were so dominant, you know, they tore through Moscow 5 effectively. Moscow 5 put up a little bit of a showing, though. CLG.EU weren't really in that one. You can see they're having a discussion. They need to try and work out what they can do to get back from this one. What do you think? Is it a team comp problem there? They just didn't really have the right comp against them. Misaya just roamed constantly, caught out Yellow Pete in that bottom lane so often. Is there something that generally they need to change in the team, or is it just the comp that just wasn't right, outpicked?
One thing about CLG, though, is they are great at regrouping. Like, they can lose a game, they really don't rage in at each other, and they can just continue going. But the strange thing about that is that didn't seem like a crazy Team WE comp. They just had good synergy, and they played really well with Evelynn. They might try to ban Evelynn just to mix it up and make it so that flank strategy doesn't happen again. But overall, it didn't really seem like CLG got denied picks or that WE was really going for anything crazy like the TF AZUBU combo we saw against Moscow 5. That was just super crisp execution by Team WE, and when you consider that you have to block the TF and the Eve, you're kind of running out of stuff, and they're going to be able to get what they had last game for the most part if they want it.
And you think about the combo that they had against Moscow 5, they had that perfect crowd control combo. So they've got a number of different team comps they can pull out the back and seemingly execute just perfectly.
Well, one thing that is happening in all of these games is the crescendos from Sonar are completely on point. They destroy in team fights. If there was a priority pick for CLG, it would be Sona, because there's so much different between the Moscow 5 team comps and the TPA team comps as the bro laugh just gets the crowd riled up. That might be the pick that they'd go for, but other than that, there's too much to handle.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a break. We have it's CLG versus World Elite. You can see it right there on your screens. You can get in the iOS app. Vote for who you think is going to win. Currently, a lot of you guys, the Europeans, of course, are awake, voting for CLG.EU, but I think it's time to be realistic. Team WE are looking absolutely phenomenal at this tournament. We'll be right back. We are here at IPL5 Las Vegas. It's the winner bracket semi-finals. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to IPL5 here at Las Vegas in the Cosmopolitan. Joining me, of course, is Joe Miller on the left of me. And Jatt to the right of me, I am Deman. We are bringing you CLG.EU versus Team WE. And Team WE 1-0 up, looking incredibly strong already, Joe.
They look incredibly strong. I think that's the perfect way to sum it up. All through the tournament as well, they've not really faltered up until now. That first game was, I think I used the term one-way street, Jatt, which is exactly how it went, and just wondering whether CLG can pick them up from pretty much off the ground to come back in this game.
Yeah, I'd say that game was actually a little bit scary for both teams there, or just for Team WE, because coming into that, they had some stats up on LOL King. Both of these teams had the top 8 in KDA from both sides. They were both 2-0 top of their groups. Only Group A and B actually still have teams in the winner's bracket. So it's really just clashing into each other. So you'd expect this really epic close game. No.
And a stat for you, actually. Crepo only actually died once in the whole tournament. I can't remember who focused him. But, you know, speaking to Crepo in between the game, he said, that comp, I'd run it again. I think we beat them. It's just purely about the level 1 fight, he thought.
The level 1 fight, just some bad trades in the bottom lane,
yeah.
I think is what he said. They didn't, well, we were in a champ select and we're out. But we'll be in very shortly. I think he accidentally, oh, we might have some other problems. No, back in. Perfect.
Okay, so picks and bans. What are we expecting to see come out? Are we going to expect to see similar bans this time, or will they have to target that Evelynn? Twisted Fate, of course, Misaya. There's so many things that you need to ban against these teams that they're just not feeling confident enough. I mean, which ones would you think would be the primary targets?
It's so difficult against these guys because Twisted Fate, absolutely the #1 ban against these guys. We saw Moscow 5 give Misaya Twisted Fate, and that was not a good idea.
That was not a good idea.
Even Evelynn, a lot of these strategies, Misaya seems to be kind of their linchpin. Weixiao, always the huge carry in the bottom lane, but Misaya is kind of the creator for them, so they're going to probably try to disrupt him. You can't really ban out Weixiao because there's way too many 80 carries on the table, but I think if you ban Eve and TF again, and then maybe just a Blitzcrank because they're worried about getting Fzzf or Weixiao really, really going, that might be the bans from CLG.EU, but because of all the threats from WE, they can't make too many adjustments from last game.
Yeah, and if you look down the statistics, Frog and Zanivia is one of the most highly banned champions. Against them, 85% of the time, Anivia is banned against CLG. They're the stats coming into this tournament, so before day one. The only one higher that I've found across the whole board is Misaya's Twisted Fate at 86%.
Oh, man. So you can really see they're the threats coming out from both mid laners. There's no way Froggen's going to be getting Anivia, but they're fine giving him Lux because that didn't seem to be that big of a deal.
Yeah.
He couldn't keep enough pressure in the lane. He wasn't able to pressure buffs with his laser like we saw when he's successful with that. So I think they're okay with that.
So do you think that CLG maybe going to look at it and maybe go a bruiser in the mid? I mean, we've seen Jarvan in there, we've seen Lee Sin in there. Do you think that's, I mean, it's really about what the synergy is. And I'm thinking, looking back to this morning, we saw double AP lanes. Voyboy running the Gragas in their top lane with Katarina. Fnatic actually at the moment versus CLG.NA have Katarina on PK, but it's not working for them. They're actually losing at the moment to CLG.NA. CLG.NA 1-0 up. That game very close though as well. Are we going to see some sort of similarities here? Similar bans, exact same bans from Team WE, and identical bans from CLG.
CLG giving Eve to them again if they want it at the end of their team comp. And this would be a moment for CLG.EU to take Sona away, because I think the crescendo is a huge thing, and maybe go for one of their bruiser comps, whether they want to do Lee Sin or Jarvan in the mid with some kind of AP champion top for Wickd. He does play Rumble and Vladimir. If they had to do something like that, you might expect it, or if Crepo was to be believed and it was just a bad trade and they think they did things right and just got snowballed on, we might see a repeat of last game's picks.
Well, all we know until now is that Ezreal in there for Weixiao, who we saw playing brilliantly again in that last game and have time and time again. Let's see what CLG go for in this one. Still got 20 seconds or so to pick up their first couple. And just the speed of this shows me that they are taking a long time to decide 100% on what they're going to go for. And it's going to be the same pick, the same bottom lane that they had in that last game of Zyra Kog'Maw.
Yeah, that's a really bold move if they go in with these two picks. And I think they haven't locked both there. They have locked both of them, because that last game went horribly wrong. And it's one of those confidence things if they really think, unless they think CLG.EU has something else planned aside from these first two picks, but that's a ballsy move by CLG, just going straight in like they did last time after losing 1 kill to 21, I think.
But do you think it could be maybe a different top lane as they use in there, or maybe just a different mid lane, something to change it up, something to keep a track? There's the Sonic looking like he might well get picked up, and that's going to be down that bottom lane. Fzzf, as you mentioned, that there's a possible Rengar, and Misaya locks that in, so it's going to be Caomei on the top lane with Rengar, so definitely going to be changes here. What will that force CLG? We know that Wickd likes Aurelia. He really wants Aurelia. I mean,
Can't have it.
He can't have it. Is he going to have to fall back on a Renekton, a Shen available? What will he fall back to?
It's tricky now because they first picked Rengar last game to keep it away from Team WE, and giving that, we even saw that amazing escape, I think it was Thursday from Caomei. I guess it could be that Rumble. If they go with a Rumble in the top lane, that's what he'd fall back to. And with an Amumu that is so much magic damage already, that's going to be either a Jarvan or a Lee Sin mid if they go with those two picks, and it would be that CLG.EU Bruiser mid combo that they have going. WE's probably going to see that coming. Not sure what they're going to match up with it.
Well, those two picks are going to be locked in here in a second. Don't forget, guys, you can vote for who you want to win this game. You can see 51 to 49%, pretty much bang even. You guys are thinking, even after watching that first game and how World Elite have been playing up until now. So there we go. Amumu and Rumble are going to be locked in. There is a Cho'Gath up until now for World Elite. And Jatt, what are we expecting for that final pick?
Well, Cho'Gath in the jungle and whatever he has, and this is probably Jarvan, if I had to guess. Maybe he'd do a Corki because he thinks Corki is a counter up to Orianna, but it's one of those three, Jarvan, Lee Sin, or Corki. I can't see them going magic damage here because I feel like they'd overload themselves in that resource, and we're going to see one of those bruiser mids from Froggen in this one.
So Orianna with the Rengar combo, it could well work out for Team WE. Other than that, that's the only switch they've had. Evelynn and Rengar switching out. So what will CLG go with? Will Froggen, you can see him discussing it on the screen. You can see him talking. He's talking to the team, and the team are like, really? Okay. Are you sure about this one? So it seems that Froggen is definitely going to be the man making the decision here. Krepo's obviously trying to talk him out of it because he hasn't selected anything just yet. But he's waiting to see what he's going to pick up. It is going to be a Lee Sin mid, ladies and gentlemen.
It's just what he's confident with, right? I mean, we even heard sometimes when we have those listen-ins, do you want to play Swain? Do you want to play Karthus? And they just list off 5 or 10 champions. He's like, no, I think Lee Sin would be a good pick.
I think Lee Sin
here.
would
Do you want to play Jarvan? No, I think Lee Sin would be a good pick here. And it's probably good that they didn't go with something like Corki because they don't want to be too squishy. The initiation that's going to come out from Team WE in this is going to be that Rengar with the Orianna ball. It's what everyone loves doing now, just that circular AoE stacking. And for this, the physical damage and the spike has to come out from Froggen, and then everyone else on CLG is just AoE out the end of it. And it's going to be a very interesting matchup now that CLG's went with Bruiser mid.
So are we expecting to see some 2v1s here? Are they going to go for the switch, or are they going to try and keep it as even keel as they can? I mean, I don't know, how is Rumble going to compare to an Ezreal Sona? Because that's the ultimate poke comp.
I almost expect them to go 2v2 here in lanes. It is the ultimate poke comp, but I feel like the 1v2 definitely didn't work out for them well there, because when they did the 1v2, WE took the entire turret and CLG barely had anything on it. That was the level 1 trade that they were talking about went wrong, but just getting into that situation again might be a bad idea. And if they can make this more standardized laning play, that's more CLG's style, and if WE opts into that, CLG's going to be fine and green.
So let's lay it down once again. We can see that the fans at home, I noticed as soon as Lee Sin was locked in there, it ticked up to 52% to CLG. But Deman, you called World Elite for the first game, you had it right. Can you see it changing here?
I would love to say yes, but honestly, Team WE just looked so strong, so smooth in their team play. CLG.EU, they said, you know, even if we were 10 kills down, we could have beat them in a team fight in that last game. But honestly, Team WE, their team fights just seem so crisp at this tournament. They seem to have pulled something together, and it just, everything is clicking for them right now.
Their whole game is just together. It's not just the laning phase. It's not just the first 20 minutes. Everything does seem to be coming together for them. And they're picking team comps which can do that yet again. You're just grimacing at the potential for a fight where Rengar will hop in with an Orianna ball. That'll go off. Crescendo will come in after that. Cho'Gath Rupture will come in after that. The Ezreal is going to fly in all over that. And CLG will just be gone. And if things goes right for WE, that's what's going to happen.
And it almost counters the fact that Snoopeh's in there with Curse and Sad Mommy. You know, Rumba's got to get close. Lee Sin's got to dive in there. So the only people who's going to be at range is Yellow Pete and Krepo. Well, you can easily pick them off. Misaya's going to stand at range. Caomei can jump straight in there and just pull and counteract that Curse and Sad Mommy with a Shockwave.
But to be completely fair, I am discounting CLG's teamfight a little bit because they're very much teamfight AoE heavy. It's Zyra's ult is the range of an Amumu ult, and it changed so well because if you land it in the same zone of Curse of the Sad Mummy, that Zyra knockup's always going to land, which people normally are able to run out of. All right, teamfighting is going to be pretty crazy, but what's level 1 going? Everyone actually defensive formations, despite having a fair amount of level 1 CC, doesn't look like anything true creative's coming out here.
And that line defense set up on both sides of the map. I wonder if anyone's going to step out, try and get that ward in position. There's the pings coming down on towards Orianna, using that ball as a scout, as we see so often from Orianna at this kind of level in the game. And up until now, neither team really trusting themselves, I think, to make that one step that can always prove fatal.
You see 3 members of WE, so many pings going off early game. Snoopeh trying to guard his own wraiths. Crepo actually waiting around the edge. He was going to look to root if they walked in and then get away himself. Really not expecting much to happen level 1.
So Team WE setting up defensive line. They're not going the aggressor, nor are CLG. You can see on your screens on the bottom left-hand side, it is Team WE in that camera shot. They have their own keyboards, their own mouse. They have lovely white and red combos to go with their jerseys. And of course, CLG.EU in that bottom right-hand corner. And the screens, it is WE in the blue. And the red team, CLG.EU, will be starting off. So it's going to be a Wraith start for Clearlove, and Misaya helping him heavily there with that leash, making sure he sticks around. Actually picked up some of the gold as well.
So Caomei went back for a 4th health pot as well. Wickd going for the 1v2 lane, and a delayed invade coming from CLG.EU, looking to take some kind of blue buff. And already trying to counteract that is Team WE, because they had that ward at the Wraith Brush, and they might just end up trading blue buffs here.
They're trading it off, and Wickid's actually coming around. He's got to be careful. He's going to walk straight into a 4-man. He's a whoop, abort, and backing straight out. Sees that the blue buff is being taken away. So a complete counter between the two, Joe, and it looking like it's going to be a 2v1 in the top lane.
Yeah, it certainly seems that way. We can see Yellow Pete and Crepo head up on towards that side. In the bottom lane, then we will obviously have a Ezreal Sona versus Rumble. So how is this going to work out? It looks like Amumu actually going to have a bit of a peek down towards that middle lane. Orianna against Lee Sin, obviously not a standard lane that we're really used to seeing, Jatt. What's your opinion on how this is all going to go?
Froggen's going to have to get aggressive, especially at level 6. He's very strong at this Lee Sin. Misaya has been dominating these games, so not 100% confident in how Lee Sin works mid, since it's such a new development by Froggen. But for the most part, he's going to max his Q and really just try to harass a bunch with it, and then once he has his ultimate, really going for kills. Snoopeh waiting a really long time in that wing for a gank. They're trying to get him an early edge in this lane. Misaya pushing up for CS. He's going to try something.
And here we go, the bandage shots landing in there, flash away from Misaya. Lee Sin going to get himself away as well. He actually went fairly low from that, but staying alive. But most crucially, I'd say, that flash burn by Orianna.
And we'll see if it's worth it, because Clearlove got a huge edge on Snoopeh there. He really spent at least 40 seconds waiting in the wings there, and we might see some counter jungling coming out from Clearlove. He knows Snoopeh's going to be low and behind in levels. Snoopeh doesn't have the ward here. This could potentially be dangerous. He's probably going to smite that right away. He actually just went to look for the wraiths. Now he might be going mid.
Yeah, use the smite there, going towards Froggen. Froggen, the ignite was just burned on Froggen there in that mid lane by Misaya. And now we're seeing Snoopeh heading up towards that top lane. Maybe going to try and gank up towards Rengar, but he's going to pass straight over a ward. They have vision of him, so they know that he's going there. The question is, yes, Clearlove, you can see already making his move towards the top lane. Is Misaya going to follow? Well, Caomei is realizing he knows that he's going to be in a 3v1 situation. Surely saw him pass by. Clearlove's going to get up there in time. It should just walk straight in towards the bush for Snoopeh here, Joe.
Yeah, nicely done there. They actually walked over a ward, Clearlove. So both teams, you know, kind of expecting this to happen. Clearlove really adjusting to that one as quickly as they possibly can. I mean, we've seen time and time again throughout this tournament that almost mirrored starts when we've had these 2v1 swaps of the jungler getting in there and diving in from that tri-bush side. And it seems like World Elite and CLG have really learnt from the games that they watched yesterday when they had a day off, and have made sure to counter that with ward placement.
They've become so much more aware of that play. Even in the first game of this set, both junglers were just waiting for a potential 3-man gank in the wings and just trying to shut that down. Right there, they had the early ward to stop it, as well as Clearlove going in to stop it as well. So really, that just negates the action early. And this is just something that seems to always happen in these WE games. Look at that 700 gold advantage already developed for Team WE. They just outlaned their opponents almost every match.
And if you think back to, even back to Poland, before CLG faced WE in the OGN Summer Championships, CLG basically said back then, they know what WE do, they stack up. That is their tactic. They developed that tactic about stacking at level 3 and diving on that turret. So if anyone is going to execute it perfectly, it is going to be WE. Wickd at the moment having a bit of a tricky time against down that 2v1 lane against Weixiao and Fzzf. And really, this is going to be a harder lane for him, I feel, than Rengar. Rengar can sit back and just absorb as much damage as he can on that turret.
And I'm just trying to figure out where most of this gold is coming from. All that early ganking that Snoopeh tried to do, he's only at 10 minion kills, almost 6 minutes in, and level 3 on Amumu here. He's hoping that maybe the W is going to dive here, and he might come in. They're getting real aggressive. Maybe bandage.
Here we go. Weixiao is going to go low on this one, and this could be the first kill. Exhaust goes down on Snoopeh. There's a flash in from Wickd. Weixiao going low, and there is the first blood for Wickd. But can they tie up this second kill, Deman? No.
No, flash was burned as well. Fzzf and the CLG chants come out. So first blood used up, and that gives them a huge advantage. Wickd now really needed that in the lane.
CLG chance coming out, and that is what they didn't have last game. They got one of the lanes potentially swinging in their direction. That one kill, if you can get some spellbound for tankiness, especially once you hit level 6 on Rumble, is going to be very, very scary. And the turrets themselves, though, are again going to be an issue because Wicked's turret is at a 3rd. He's going to need a lot to protect that. And the top lane of CLG.EU has not pushed down their turret in the same way. So we could very well start seeing repeat of last game. That kill going to help it stop, though.
And right now we see Snoopeh in that middle lane. I just said behind by a good 20 CS, but has that assist with him as well. Going to ward up here onto those curved bushes around that middle area. Quick CS check in the top lane as well. 22 to 16. I say in the top lane, obviously I mean the those two bruisers with Rumble being behind on that. But with that first blood in there, you can see the gold. It got even there, bang on even actually. But again, you can see that World Elite, they're just so good when it comes to farming, always, that they are ahead once again, as we are going to see Clearlove coming down into this bottom lane, and Wickd has seen that coming and is backed off.
But that was just a matter of making sure they got the turret. It's their 3, that was actually a 4-man stack they were thinking about getting there. And of course, at 7 minutes, they were also going for a blue buff, and since they saw them with wards, they're just going to trade them again, actually. Not really creating any action, but because they've taken the turret, because they knew their own blue buff was getting stolen, they're going to be going for a dragon of themselves. 3 members of WE down here. I don't know if Froggen's going to be able to stop this all on his own. He might not even want to try.
No, he's just going to come down, get the vision. True Shot Barrage really just forces him away there. Across there, and that's going to be WE. Such crisp tactics. The fact that they did have that 2-man bottom lane, the fact they forced the 4-man down, everything was executed at perfect timing there, Joe.
Yeah, even that blue buff exchange allows World Elite to have more time on the Dragon, because at the end of the day, CLG then have to go and take their blue, which is completely the other side of the map. So a great play overall from World Elite. That leads them 11.1 to 9.3 thousand gold in the lead. That 1 tower in their favor. Overall, ahead in the CS, albeit the AD carry is starting to become that little bit more even once again. But Froggen doing a good job. He's in the lead in that middle lane.
And that's the biggest thing, that's the difference between these two games, is Yellow Pete is doing pretty well in lane. Caomei actually putting a lot of harass down, but he's went for Dorn's Blades this time instead of a Berserker's Greaves rush. And you can see Caomei getting a little bit hurt here. Whether they can hold on to this or not, though, because there's 3 members of WE coming up top, they might try to push this turret hard.
They're harassing back and forth, and you can see now that Weixiao is in that top corner. They managed to sneak their way in there. They've not given it away. Weixiao very stealthily got in there. The question is, are they going to expect it? Well, Mystic Shot comes across and misses onto Crepo. That pretty much gives the game away, but they are caught on. We are also seeing that Misaya's heading up north, and the Marine team have to react to this one. We are seeing Froggen starting to head north.
They're really just doing this push again. They got the 2 outer turrets in the first game against CLG and snowballed that through. They've already taken a dragon, and we can really see CLG trying to react to this. There's a flash by WE.
Here we go. Shockwave actually missing, flashed away from, but they're right on top of him once again. Yellow Pete going low. There's the ultimate coming out of Weixiao. That will pick up Crepo. It's Misaya that takes down Yellow Pete, and they have 4 men in this top lane. Will Froggen and Snoopeh go aggressive here to try and force them away? It looks to me like World Elite going to have this tower.
Just another set of coordinated plays by WE that were faster than CLG.EU's ability to react to them. Even though they flashed away from the shockwave, there were just too many members of Team WE up there. Caomei, even though he's in that 1v2 lane, still managed 47 minion kills and still managed to actually have some harass down before that gank came, just allowing for another successful play. And with all that early pushing, that early gold is ballooning ahead of CLG.EU. What do they have this game that changes from last game, or are we just going to see a repeat?
Are we going to see a repeat? Indeed, that's the question. Needs a large rod and Ninja Tabby for Orianna in that mid lane. So Misaya playing against his lane partner, but getting needlessly large rod in so early on, 1-0-1. You can see just WE just quickly reacting straight away, switching around straight in towards the mid lane. CLG.EU reacting to this one though. They're expecting it. They're expecting everyone to pile in towards mid, so they're going 4-man heavy in towards the mid lane.
This is potentially their counterplay. They're getting the mid turret down. All 5 members of EU down here right now. They saw Ezreal and Rengar off to the side. There's the move wall.
Yeah, Snoopeh comes in there, will pop the curse, and that is a kill coming out. Snoopeh went low, but should be able to survive this one. And CLG picking up a 1-for-0 ultimate coming around. And, well, Wickd actually will pick up the kill on towards that turret. Good stuff.
Most importantly, they got the turret there, but now Caomei might be coming around the side to go into a fight. CLG able to just barely escape from that one. Still a pretty good trade, but because of how low they are, once the creeps get here for Team WE, they might just try to put right back onto the mid turret and trade him back.
Well, Crepo and Yellow Pete are sticking around along with Wickd. They should have enough to defend this one. It's going to be a 3v3 in this mid lane. They have managed to get their own first turret down, though. So 2-1 in turrets at the moment. That middle important turret taken down, though, by CLG.EU. And more importantly for them, they did manage to get the kill on the mid lane to try and stop that snowball coming in. But you can see the pressure on towards the turret. They are going to clear the wave out once again. They have a lot of ability to stall out here, CLG, unshockingly. But you can see WE really persistent on this lane. They want to get this turret down.
You can see also that they do not, you know, WE very, very persistent. There's a couple items coming out. Oracle's Elixir built on Snoopeh. He hasn't built it yet, but because there's only a 3v5 in mid lane, ultimate being used by Wickd, really trying to stop this tower push. WE persistent, finally backing away. Good hold by CLG.
Yeah, fantastic hold there. And in the meantime, Frog going to be farming this top lane. Actually, Snoopeh just pushed that bottom lane out somewhat as well. And this dragon coming up in not so long of a time, and CLG obviously after giving that last one away, going to get some wards down surely in that position. Actually, Snoopeh just checking out there. There is that ward in there already. Clearlove does have the Oracle up as well, so I'm guessing we're going to see a bit of a power play around that dragon area coming up soon.
And Clearlove is getting really, really big already. Double GP10 and Nyjacky compared to Snoopeh just having that 1 heart of gold. Froggen really trying to make something happen in the top lane as well. Waiting for Caomei to make some kind of commitment. He needs to start snowballing on Lee Sin because he's not going to be a crazy man late game with that mid to Lee Sin. Here it comes for Caomei up top.
There goes Froggen jumping on towards Caomei, but honestly you can see immediately Team WE responded to this one. Froggen realizing he hasn't got the damage, honestly, to deal with that one. Brutalizer being picked up by Caomei early on. We've been seeing him stacking a lot of hit points before, but going with that Brutalizer early on is going to give him that extra bonus damage.
And it's just a strategy thing here for Team WE. Some Rengars decide to go super tanky, but what we have seen from WE is almost the instant teamfight victories. And if you go aggressive with Rengar on that, he's going to be doing much more damage with those abilities when he goes in. They're going to try to combo it so well with the Orianna ultimate. And he's just, they're trying to win teamfights fast instead of over time, which might be why he's going for that early Brutalizer.
Well, we still have that 3,000 gold difference between these two sides. And overall, if we look down the CS, 74 to 58 between Rengar and Rumble. AD carries 104 to 76 in the middle lane. Bang even, 4,500 to 3,900 though. You see the difference that that dragon, that first dragon pickup was made, plus the turrets as well. And Wilderly already getting themselves in position for this dragon.
They were all seen by that ward though. Clearlove not even coming around the right angle to clear this. We could very well see a fight here. All 5 members of both teams are here. It's going to be very tricky. WE not really wanting to get too much going. There's a lot of AoE on both sides. The Rumble goes down.
The Rumble goes in. You can see that's going to be the ball as well. They just all back away from it. It was taken away by Clearlove. He manages to get the dragon there. Do not want to fight this one, but CLG certainly do. They're going towards Caomei. Not the strongest of targets. He can just poke and walk away from that one. The ball just coming around. Turson Sapnom, he's going to come out there. Shockwave follows it up. Weixiao taking down very low. Popped up, but again, no damage transferred. It's Caomei taking down very low. Caomei does get dropped, but Clearlove managed to take down Crepo. So it's a support for the top lane. A crescendo misses from Fzzf. I think that's the first one of the tournament he's missed. And CLG disengaging. Happy to trade a support for a top laner.
Very tail end of that crescendo could have been doom for CLG.EU, but because it was not, just the dragon and a 1v1, support for top laner trade is nice, but they still lost the dragon. They're staying in this game a lot better than they were the last one though. 3 kills to 3, and the mid turret is giving them a lot of that map pressure back. The fact that Snoopeh still has that Oracles is allowing them to control a bit of the roaming. It's Orianna this time instead of Evelynn, so at least Yellow Pete has a chance to keep up with Weixiao in farm. 107 to 90 across those 80 carries. Really avoiding teamfights though, a lot of disengaging going on there.
Yellow Pete trying to farm his way, as you said, back into this one. He does have Weixiao here giving him some pressure in the bottom lane, but to be honest, he could probably 1v1 him. There's a slow arcane shift away, but he not quite landing that final barrage. And, well, at least he's forced Weixiao away, and that will allow Yellow Pete to continue on his merry farming route. In terms of the items right now, that's a ward cleared out by Snoopeh. Always getting the crowd up for it here. Meanwhile, in the top lane, we have a bit of an engage up there. Yep, Froggen and Caomei actually going head-to-head, but as you said before there, Demon, maybe not the hugest amount of damage. Snoopeh's actually going to get 3 wards in a row.
Nearly passed by him. Nearly passed by, but he does manage to get back in there. The crowd goes wild with the fact that those wards are killed. And, well, he just picked up 100 gold there straight away. That's paid for that Oracle effectively.
We're really going to have to see how WE creates a next team fight, because with all those wards getting taken off by Snoopeh and the Aegis of the Legion rushed by Clearlove, they would have an advantage if they have the right way to get the initiation going. So Clearlove also taking out a ward. Unfortunately, we missed it, so we didn't get the cheer in the bottom lane. It's just a farm out going here. Misaya in the mid lane, 134 to 123. Might have to wait for the next dragon since they haven't been able to push down that mid turret, and CLG doing a really good job holding it up.
So looking across the team comps, let's see how things are stacking up. We are at, what, 16, 17 minute mark, 3-3, pretty even in kills. 2-1 in turrets, no huge advantages garnered by either team. 3k gold, Jatt. And as it stands, the farm pretty much even between the 2 AP carries, pretty much even between the 2 AD carries. The top laners are very even as well. The only big advantage seems to be Clearlove in the jungle. Oh, and there's a Rabadon's death cap.
And it's really just them starting to clump up towards the mid lane. Trinity Force did get completed by Weixiao, so that's kind of a power spike. You look at the item thresholds that's been reached, even though it's just that 3,500 gold advantage, with the Triforce, an Aegis, the Spear Visage, the Death Cap, you don't see that same level of legendary items on CLG.EU coming out. So if WE can at all get a team fight here, they would have a really big edge in it.
Well, right now, World Elite just pushing this middle lane out. Clearlove doing a great job of clearing out wards up until now. And as I say that one, they walk over one that he hasn't managed to spot on his way. But they are going to try and get in onto that middle turret. We saw CLG defending it 3 versus 5 earlier on. And they're going to be up against a 4 versus... What could be a 4 versus 4? Snoopeh's actually around the edge of this one. You can see the AD carry, the AP carry just trying to push that middle lane completely out there, but they've got a decent wave clearing ability with the with Yellow Pete there and Wickd there as well, and World Elite back off.
You can really just see how much importance CLG is putting on this turret. They know that if they lose that mid turret, they'll probably lose control of the map, so that's why they're all clumping up around it every time WE looks to think about pushing that mid lane. It's been a really long time since we've seen the team fight here. Both these teams taking it a lot more cautious. WE reaching that 20-minute mark where they used to have trouble closing games, but that has not been the case this tournament. What are they going to do to turn it on to CLG here? Because it looks like CLG is just looking to hold mid, and WE is looking for action.
WE coming around there. Snoopeh with a flash ultimate. It wasn't quite ideal, but he did manage to catch on towards Weixiao. Shockwave comes out, but Weixiao's already down, and CLG sniping him out there. Great engage. Flash ultimate is exactly what he wanted to do. Caomei at the top lane is farming it out. Down the bottom lane, we also have Wickd farming it out, but that was a good engage.
That was CLG just pouncing on an opportunity, which is something we haven't seen of them much in the past, really punishing WE for continually trying to get that mid turret. But when you burn that flash ult on AZUBU, it gives you a large gap of time where you can't do anything again. Still 90 seconds left on that AZUBU ultimate. Will WE try to make anything happen during that window, because the Orianna ult's going to be up before then? You know, everyone just stacking mid. It's almost like a modified ARAM that's happening here. So much importance going there.
Yep, and we talk often about the importance of the AZUBU ultimate with his flash being up there. But I think in a game at this level, they'll quite happily take that one-man kill and then play a bit more defensive until they have that AZUBU ultimate back into play. Currently, if we look down at the supports there's quite a big difference in CS being taken by Crepo. And actually, we talked to him about this the other day, and he said, as Zyra, I like to have that bit more CS. I like to be finishing round about the 50-60 CS mark at the end of the game. You can see there the goal difference between the two of them, as we are going to go in bandage toss. Not quite connecting. Weixiao getting himself away, and they will stay safe again here, World Elite.
And what's happening during all this is they're actually trading Caomei farm for Yellow Pete farm. And this is a much better game for Yellow Pete because he's gotten that stuff in the bottom lane. And because they saw Caomei up top, they could just be getting this Dragon. They had the timer. WE got the last one. CLG making a big play there. Nice work.
Well, the True Shot barrage comes just that little bit too late. Caomei continuing the pressure on the top lane. Yellow Pete's going to head him off, and they are going back towards that mid lane. Again, pings go down. They're WE really persistent in trying to get this one, but CLG are just defending it so strongly, but slowly but surely it is dropping down there. There's the ball again coming in. They're trying to head them off, actually in the jungle just at the top there. Wickd just around the side with Clearlove, but I think it's finally time that that jungle, that turret will fall in the mid lane. There's not really a strongest defense, but no, it holds a little longer.
And we are eventually going to see another fight around her. Snoopeh's ultimate is back up again. All 5 members of both teams are looking here. The turret's getting poked lower and lower, but they're afraid to kind of go in here. They're not in a big enough lead to try to dive a turret. It's actually close to 2.7 thousand here. Caomei just going back to farm a bit more. If it's a choice between getting Yellow Pete farm on Kog'Maw or Caomei farm on Rengar, you have to side with Yellow Pete's Kog'Maw farm. That's big stuff for them if they can keep this mid turret up.
Yeah, we talked about that power spike earlier on, which is now being pretty much negated. I mean, the advantage that Weixiao had to get into that Trinity Force position has now been completely taken away from him. Phantom Dancer finished on Kog'Maw, and that's all because they've allowed Yellow Pete to farm in his bottom lane. And that's one thing that, in my opinion, Jatt, you just can't afford to do. When you've got the advantage over a Kog'Maw, you have to make sure that he's not in that lane, getting himself back in the game.
And this is something that CLG's done so well is the plan A of WE is to take that middle turret. And I don't know if they have a plan B right now because they just keep ramming their heads up against this middle turret and maybe getting themselves in trouble. They just continually try with all 5 members and they continually get pushed back by CLG. Let's see if someone starts a fight here because it's getting lower and lower.
Yeah, it's getting lower, and you can see the turret almost gone. Clearlove just getting caught down. Snoopeh's gone deep. The shockwave, though, is enough, and Snoopeh gets taken down straight away by Caomei. Crepo in a desperate position. He gets dropped by Caomei as well. Caomei, you can see Yellow Pete, he desperately wants to get on towards Weixiao, but the rest of Team WE following behind. He should be able to complete the kill. While it happens, Caomei picks up the triple kill around the side. Lee Sin comes in. Froggen gets the kill down, and wow. A 3-for-2 exchange, a turret going down. You've got to think the Team WE came out to that for this one, but Froggen continuing to be chased here, Joe.
Yep, there's the slow coming in as well. He could be in trouble, and he turns around, but here comes Caomei, and there will be the finisher. Rampage now for Rengar. That's 4 kills to put him up to 4-1-2.
So all that farming for Rengar prepared him for that fight. That's going to be very large for them. They finally got that middle turret down. Now the second one. That was CLG's final hold of the middle turret. It's a bit of a lead, and of course Kog'Maw just went bottom to farm off that. But this is now 4 turrets to 1. Global gold still stacking up for WE, and the team fight coordination showing through once again.
So CLG.EU trying to keep them at bay. Can they pick up this bottom turret? I'm not too sure. Weixiao's desperately run down here. He should have enough to finish it off. He's going to step away and let the minions complete it. There we go. Minions will pick that up. It's going to be a kill. Misaya nearly getting caught out by the plants of Crepo there. And that's what he mentioned. You can see Snoopeh going straight for the invade on towards Caomei. I'm not sure whether Misaya can fight this one. He's already been taken low. Snoopeh's going to get around. Doesn't have his ultimate available. Doesn't really have the rest of the team to stack around, but he is going to try and invade and get the blue, try and steal as much as they can.
They just took the pressure. They knew WE hadn't shopped quite yet. Weixiao chasing down Yellow Pete. If he gets a Triforce proc, he's going to kill him.
Here we go. There is the arcade shift in there. There's the heel pulled out, and here is Froggen from the side. Brilliantly baited by Yellow Pete. Froggen gets in there in time. Great kill for CLG.
Great moment coming in there, right? Jumping in at just the right moment, saving out Yellow Pete, and the farm continues to accumulate on Yellow Pete. Froggen with the 3 kills as well. They need to get control of this a little bit again. Their ultimates need to combo very well, and if they can fight a fight on their terms as opposed to WE going at the right moment and deciding where it's going to be, like in that mid lane, then we might see something happen. They continually need to have Froggen for skirmishes because Lee Sin is not the best team fighter.
So 7-7 in kills, 4-2 in turrets. Fairly even game still, only about 3,000 gold advantage and a 30k gold. That team, that's not the biggest of advantages. Just a couple more turrets for CLG.EU will certainly bring them back into it. WE, of course, with that advantage across the map. Ward clearance coming out from Clearlove. Nope, didn't go towards it. They don't have any wards out on the map, really, further in towards CLG's base. So Team WE just trying to accumulate as much gold as they can. And where is that gold advantage across the team here, Jatt?
Yeah, and I have to say, Clearlove is turning into a monster right now. If you look at the total gold, he's got almost 8,000 gold. That's only 100 less than his AP carry in mid lane of Misaya. That's more than the junglers usually have, because you look to Snoopeh, and he's almost 2,000 gold behind Clearlove. Cho'Gath's going to be a really, really big issue. So much of what CLG's team is just that team fight, having to kill everyone at once with the Zyra, Amumu, and Rumble outs going off. And when you have someone as tanky and as big as Cho'Gath and as tanky and as big as Rengar hopping into those fights, you might worry about the sustained battle. So really, even though it's 3,500 across the team, over half of that is on Clearlove's monstrous Cho'Gath.
What about the kill distribution here, Jatt? I mean, you've got Froggen on Lee Sin 3-1-2. Surely when we get into this later game, he's going to become yet less and less useful when you compare him especially to Misaya.
Froggen's actually getting caught out by 4 members. Let's see if he can get out of this one.
Well, he's going to have to use Safeguard to try and get across the minions. He has been exhausted. Shockwave comes down. He's ticking around, realized he was a dead man. And that means the rest of the team, WE, are going to push straight up towards that in the turret. You can see Caomei can keep him Wickd busy on the top lane. CLG are going to have to give up on this one. You can see that they're just not anywhere near it. They're sticking down the mid. The YellowPete actually thought about trying to put pressure on towards that inner turret, but realized he's probably going to lose the inhibitor.
Yeah, and Clearlove just getting the turret tank. Look at Caomei up top against Wickd. Pumps Ignite. There's the kill.
Caomei takes down Rumble there. We did switch away from it, but Caomei actually might get caught out here. Crepo's trying to delay him. Here comes YellowPete around the side. It is a revenge kill from YellowPete. They did lose another inner turret though, so WE gaining every advantage from these fights.
9 kills to 8, but 5 turrets to 2 are really the story in this game. And the Dragon up at just the right moment. They know Wicked's down. They know YellowPete is top to farm, so they can take yet another clear Dragon. And with 5 turrets now, it's on them to start forcing around Baron, start really taking control of CLG's jungle, and try to find ways to just corral CLG and get YellowPete away from farming. Because if anything's going to carry CLG through this, it's going to be a very fed YellowPete.
Yep, YellowPete racking them up here. May even get a good amount of damage onto this top tower. There's no one really to stop him. I guess we may see a true shot barrage come across when Weixiao has that on cooldown in just a couple of seconds. But YellowPete is going to be able to drop that turret, and that will be a nice bit of play coming out of him for CLG. So let's have a look at the gold, how it stands now, 41.3 to 37.3. Nice lead for Team World Elite. Still, they're ahead in the kills, they're ahead in the towers, so everything going to plan for them. If you look at the individual gold there, which is now gone off my screen, so there we go. 9.3 to 8.6, those middle laners. The AD carries 8.2 for Ezreal, but look at YellowPete again, 8.9. He's now taken the lead in the goal, and that is a big thing, considering how Cogmore gets stronger and stronger how the game goes.
And this is actually the first game this tournament, or even the first game in my recent memory that Weixiao isn't the AD carry that's the strongest in one of these games. 1 for 4 versus 4 for 1, and there's been so much of CLG having all 4 members grouped up and YellowPete off in the side farming. And when WE does the same thing, it's Caomei in the top lane, and Weixiao just isn't getting the free farm that he normally gets deferred to by the rest of his team. It's going to be an interesting thing to see how WE deals with that, because they're very used to Weixiao being the optimal AD carry.
The dance back and forth continues, but you've got to feel that CLG.EU, they have to commit to the next advantage. They've taken all of the outer turrets now, so next turret they get will be an inner. They need to force the fight for that one. As it stands, you can see WE already taken those 2 inners. They're just continuing to put the pressure down. Every time they want to force a fight, they seem to be winning out it. And CLG.EU, as you mentioned, is getting stronger with YellowPete. Oh, Wickd getting caught out here. Weixiao going to get onto the Rumble, just about avoided with the shield there. Has to pop his ultimate down. Crepo just comes around. True Shot Barrage did miss, but it's going to give WE the advantage. They're going to push up towards the top. Meanwhile, Caomei continues to push the bottom, Joe.
Yeah, pushing himself in there. There's 4 men pushing that top. How does CLG split off from this one? And I think this is a decent idea. YellowPete will be able to quickly clear out in this bottom lane. They're going to lose this inner turret in the top, and Snoopeh gets shockwaved in there. He's going to go down, and that is a big thing out of the fight now for CLG, and that's going to allow World Elite to keep pushing. Cogmore is still down at the bottom lane, having to deal with Caomei and his push with Rengar, and you can see chasing him down there. Rengar just backs away and says, well, that's job done. We've pushed through the top. Inhibitor's going to go down, and they have to move in, and surprise, surprise, Rengar is coming back in the bottom lane.
So at the moment, you can see back in towards the top there. There is going to be YellowPete caught on towards Clearlove. Crepo gets in there, uses a Zhonya's Hourglass on the support there. Does manage to bait Misaya, but Misaya turning around into a kill. They need to pick up as much advantage as they can. If they can get some kills, they can try and force the Baron, but they just can't stop them. And you can see Caomei continuing the pressure on towards that bottom inhibitor. They've got to deal with him. Snoopeh's going down there. CLG desperately trying to track down the last members of WE, but Caomei continues on this turret and will be forced to back away by Snoopeh.
This is the continual pressure of WE just really taking over the game. They got the inhibitor, but since all of them shop, this is the desperation move by CLG.EU. There's no wards in this area, but Clearlove knows something is up. He's gonna try to go in. They're peeling him off the Baron. I think they may have stopped. They're going for a kill though.
They're going to pick up this kill onto Clearlove. He's not going to be able to survive that one. That could have been a big thing. I mean, if he'd have got around the top side, there's no one really better at stealing that Baron than a Choga flashing in there for the knock. But down at the bottom, Caomei here going head-to-head with Snoopeh. Snoopeh's used his ultimate, but he doesn't care. He's going in for the turrets. He will flash away. I think as he realized that CLG had started to peel off, and he doesn't want to go down. But a fantastic job done by the top laner of World Elite, and he's not finished yet. He's pressure, pressure, pressure.
So a flurry of events going down here, and Caomei trying to just make it away. Might see a bit of a slowdown here as Snoopeh clears out his blue buff, or they might go in for a steal. They do have this area warded up. They do have the inhibitor down in the top lane, so the pressure needs to stay up for WE here, lest they just let CLG.EU get more farm onto Yellow Pete's Kog'Maw. The Baron Force could well be happening since they have the inhibitor down, and that split push seems to be their plan with Caomei. He's just running out the bottom lane once again, probably going to try to make it all the way up, maybe finish off that top turret and expose their second inhibitor of the game. That seems to be the plan that WE is going with.
Well, the top turret down, obviously the bottom turret very low as well, almost gone on that inhibitor turret. So Caomei did a fantastic job there, completely caught really CLG in two minds. They didn't understand how to actually fight against it. Now it's about whether they can catch someone out. You've got to feel that Yellow Pete, as strong as he is, he just needs to get involved in the team fight. He wasn't in that team fight until very late. Once he got in there, they did manage to pick up the kills, but Caomei is keeping them so busy in this top lane. You can see pushing again. RCLG maybe going to try and drive an advantage, maybe drive through the middle. Although you can see Lee Sin already having to go off and deal with Caomei.
And you can really see the way that WE is building and playing the game. They're trying to avoid the team fight comp of CLG.EU, and WE always screams out before fights. We're on a 30-second delay. Something big is about to happen because I just heard a scream from WE. I'm not predicting all these fights just right. They're all going for Baron as the split push happens.
Baron started off here by World Elite, down to half HP, less than half HP. As Snoopeh around the back, World Elite know he's there. They've got that ward down at the back of that Baron pit, and they're scared of finishing this one off for the steal. Snoopeh actually gets in there. Baron not going to go down just yet. There is a crescendo coming out. There is a shockwave as well, and he gets one of them, gets two of them in there. It was Snoopeh who went down first, but Froggen is on the scene. He's taken one kill. He's let Clearlove get away. They turn around onto Weixiao, and they are going to survive with a double kill, a triple kill coming out of Lee Sin.
And
but
Caomei
he's still pushing.
Caomei in the top lane, still pushing everyone on CLG trying to get back. He's actually going in for some of the Nexus turrets. They're going to make it back in time. They can't get the Baron buff. Will he get it? Oh, he backs away. And wow, that was a whole bunch of action.
A whole bunch of action. You can see actually Froggen's going to try and pick up the dragon. He's going to solo that one out. So Froggen picking up the triple kill in there, and Yellow Pete surviving just about. Very close fight, but again, Snoopeh got in there. He didn't get a chance to use Curse of the Sad Mommy. He was shockwave, controlled, crescendo. Didn't even get a chance to pop his ulti, and that's two fights running that's happened. He's been taken out of the game so quickly, but Caomei forcing the advantages.
And considering that was a 4v5, that was a pretty good fight for Caomei. He's actually going in on a Froggen. They might draw a little bit here in the jungle.
Interesting 1v1 coming up with this one, and I think in the end they both realize we're not going to really do anything there. It's a bit of a face-bashing competition between Rengar and Lee Sin in that position. And, well, Dragon is taken up, yeah, obviously.
Froggen actually soloed it after all of the chaos had just happened. So 7-2 Froggen, so many of those kills taken onto him. The big thing about this though is there are 2 fallen inhibitors for CLG.EU, which essentially means they need someone on full-time duty clearing out that base if they want their Nexus turrets to stay alive, which means the Oracle's clear of Team WE right now. Getting that Baron buff clear, it's going to be tricky for CLG to stop this since they cannot commit all 5 members for quite some time here.
You saw Lee Sin poking there. I tell you what, if that Q would have landed, he would have followed that and killed him and got out just in time. Didn't have a ward though, so he couldn't have stepped away with a ward. Maybe wouldn't have avoided it. Top inhibitor respawn. That signals that CLG.EU, once they've cleared out this next conga line of super minions that's coming along the top, they will have a little bit of freedom in there. And you can see that Misaya and co. already realized that. They're going to try and put the pressure down. Team WE, we're getting into that long period of time now, 34 minutes. We talked about it before, how they didn't realize how to finish games once they got in these late team fights. They seem to be starting to stall a little.
But the thing with that is they got both inhibitors open. They're going for a Baron right now. They know they have CLG corralled in this lane. You can tell they have a plan. I don't think they're actually stalling out. This is all according to plan. Rengar actually going for a bit of a backdoor, making sure people have to peel off, either guaranteeing this Baron or a team fight. That's a Baron because of the split push pressure by Caomei.
And they're going to go towards Caomei. Yellow Pete doesn't manage to catch the slow on him, and he even escapes it as well, Caomei. We saw some absolutely godlike escapes from him. It's like the escape to victory as he gets away. And Joe, it's looking like WE are going to stomp straight through towards that top inhibitor.
Yeah, they're going straight through there. Snoopeh actually up in that top lane needs to be careful because he will go for him. Shockwave and Crescendo. He is a dead man, and again, Curse of the Sad Mummy not going to be available to defend this base, and World Elite may just look to clear out this game here and right now.
It is a 4v5, however. They might just go for the third inhibitor and guarantee a victory. They have so much pressure down, and look at this coordination. Froggen going in for a kick.
Going in straight away, manages to separate Weixiao, but Weixiao, it's Misaya that does manage to separate. Oh, he's landed the Q again, but it doesn't matter because he's going to focus so heavily. The focus is split all across the map. Caomei gets in once again. Misaya manages to pick up a kill on Froggen. Everybody in double E very low. Weixiao gets taken down by Wickd there. Now they're going to try and turn it. If Yellow Pete can land the slow, it will be enough maybe to take down Misaya. Just one shot, does manage to pop the ultimate down. Hasn't quite got the range. One more ultimate. There's the ultimate from Yellow Pete. Can they chase it out? They're trying to get on towards it, but everybody from W backs away. They have to defend the base.
Brilliant hold by CLG.EU, but it is so difficult to hold. They got two members of WE to lose the Baron buff. And look, Caomei actually just getting caught by Yellow Pete. The chase continues.
And this is the danger about this Cogmo. He's going to go straight in there, but he's out of mana here, which may change things. His auto attack's pretty damn strong, and actually he's going to let Caomei go there. Obviously couldn't see him as he popped his ultimate, and he's pretty much happy, I'm guessing, with that one. The kill that he got earlier on as well onto Misaya will really boost him in that one. He's actually 5-1-8 now, and 50 CS almost into the lead. And that's how things have really changed around. Picking up, obviously, Infinity Edge, Phantom Dancer, got that Guardian Angel in there. That's optimum position for this Cogmo.
And we may be approaching the final fight of the game here. You can see WE is prepping to all go in together. They're waiting for Misaya to get rezzed up. They have a red elixir purchased onto Weixiao. They're going for some kind of final push. CLG trying to get as much done before that happens, getting the blue buff now onto Yellow Pete so he can spam those Rs over and over in the team fight and make sure his W is up more frequently for him. That's more important to them than getting it onto Snoopeh or Crepo. Let's see how this last fight goes, because it's going to be so difficult with two inhibitors down, having to deal with two waves of super minions while holding the middle turret. Let's see how CLG does it when it eventually happens.
Well, while these super minions are continuing to chug through, CLG quite happy picking up all the farm. They are still only 4k gold behind. Yes, it's 8-3 in turrets, but actually that's a lot of farm for CLG.EU. You can see Froggen picking up yet more damage. We can see that Yellow Pete going back, picking up yet more damage, building towards that last Whisper. Wickd defending out towards against Caomei here. He's not too worried about the rest of the team, and they go visible in the mid lane, so it's just a case of holding him off. Yellow Pete actually coming across towards Caomei. Now the rest of CLG rotate round, just defend off this middle turret. They desperately need this middle turret to hold. They got to try and deal with Caomei. Caomei though, full hit points on the side. Now Yellow Pete's going to come across. Caomei's getting free roam on towards that middle inhibitor.
And this is just another one of those epic holds in the mid lane by CLG.EU. The top inhibitor is up, so they don't have to deal with two waves of super minions. It's just one. How are they going to get through this? CLG is so good at keeping the plant line up. Wickd spamming the lane back. WE just needs one moment to go in. All the ultimates are up. They're not really waiting on any flashes. Pretty much all flashes are up across the board, aside from Misaya and Caomei. And it's just Wickd back in base, trying to hold that inhibitor. The split push coming from Caomei, Yellow Pete keeping him off. This is very tense. Really, a fight could break out at any moment.
Yep, that final fight could come at any stage of this one. There we go, Snoopeh going in. Shirley's actually popped there to Crescendo. They're all going to get knocked up there. There's the Rumble ulti as well. And the disengage comes in on the side. We see Caomei constantly pushing in here, but he wasn't with his team. He's now going to try and get himself away. Yellow Pete knows that he doesn't really have to chase. He's done his job on this side. And, well, we lost Weixiao, but are we going to see any more? Wow, that was an interesting flash coming out of Wickd.
That's the big thing that stopped them from going there. If anyone would have died but Weixiao, they could have continued the push. He is what they need to finish off that mid turret. The Dragon now getting taken by WE. Second inhibitor might actually be coming up very shortly for them. The Baron buff has actually just gotten gone on everyone on Team WE. So the hold by CLG.EU, they did it. They're only down 4,000 gold. Their inhibitors are going to be coming up again soon. They can make it to the next team fight. That was a very tense moment, but I think they're out of the woods. Now it's on WE to find another way to finish because that plan didn't work.
Well, more importantly, Snoopeh needs to get that Curse of the Sad Moment off. The last few times we've had that big important team fight, when he lands it, they get a kill. If he gets controlled quickly, which Team WE are very, very fast at doing, he gets taken out of the game, gets deleted. But we've not yet seen a team fight with Caomei involved. He's just been off solo farming every step of the way. He's so tanky right now that really nobody can deal with him. Granted, he's probably not going to do massive amounts of damage, but if he actually gets stuck on towards Yellow Pete, it's going to be a tough fight.
I'll tell you though, nothing can deal with the late game Cogmaw with how many items he has. Even though you have a Randuin's Omen and a Chain Vest, how much armor is he actually sitting at? 212, that's not enough to deal with Infinity Edge, Last Whisper, and a GA surprisingly tanky that Yellow Pete's going to be when Caomei takes him down. That 1v1 is definitely going to Yellow Pete. They're still trying the split push. I think they're just trying to stall out until they can take yet another free Baron and just try this round again. But they had 2 dead inhibitors with the Baron buff and couldn't push it. They're going to have to win some kind of team fight if CLG tries to stop the Baron.
Well, we see the ward's being pulled out. That was Shirelia's popped by Fzzf.
It was Shirelia's pop there.
Yeah.
That was definitely
Obviously wanted to get that ward out really, really quickly. Crepo could get caught out here. Ultimate goes down. It's going to knock Clearlove up in the air, but to be honest, he's so tanky that it really won't make that much of a dent on him. Well delete there. They have full vision, full control of that Baron pit. What is their next move? Currently pushing right up this middle. All 3 inhibitors are there. You can see the super minions coming in towards this top lane, and they're going to try and get down. There is the root coming in onto Clearlove, and again, it's a similar thing.
This is one of those big things. They're still poking down, even though without the Baron buff here, Snoopeh actually gets a bandage and decides not to go in. They may just be holding off until they can get a Baron. One big item per point, almost 100 minion kills onto Crepo. He's got his on his hourglass. He's working on a death cap, so they almost have 5 real champions here. Turret continuing to get pushed down.
They're going to have to go in. The shockwave catches on towards 3 members, and there goes the True Shot Barrage coming back across. Yellow Pete was aloft off the side though. Fzzf going down. He picks up the double kill, comes in. Caomei tries to go deep, but he's getting shredded down by Yellow Pete once again. One more shot would be enough. Instead, they're going to turn it around. It's Weixiao they're tracking down. Froggen is on him. He's tracking through, but no, he's baited. He's gone towards a ward. He's just going to back away. You got 2 members actually. Looks like they're desperately rushing across. They've got to go back. They've got to defend this turret. Weixiao's going to try and sneak around. He's going to get tracked by Froggen every step of the way. Wickd defending off the turret. Misses the Q, and Weixiao, has he been touched by anyone? That's the question. Well, he will do battle by Wickd. There goes the damage. Weixiao's going to get dropped. They've run into the Baron, Jatt.
So now, with that hold, they've gotten 4 members. WE overcommitted trying to get that turret. Is this the hold with 2 inhibitors down, able to come back in this? They're going to get this Baron. Yellow Pete shredding for too much damage. He shredded everyone on WE that fight. Even though the shockwave landed on 3 members of CLG.EU, the AoE damage from everyone there was able to come through. They didn't even lose, no, they did lose the top inhibitor creeps, but that'll be okay. They fought 2 inhibitors off without Baron. Now it's just 1, and they have it.
43 minutes, 20 seconds into the game, and look at that gold difference. It's absolutely nothing at this stage of it. Kills, obviously, it's still in favor of CLG, and Yellow Pete is just looking so strong. And check this out. They are waiting here. They are trying to bait them in. There's no vision whatsoever for World Elite. And he is surely going to come in. There's the ball, but Misaya going to go down. Oh, his Guardian Angel, Zhonya's popped at the last second there. I thought it was actually Guardian Angel before I looked at his item list. He popped it at a good time, but still, it didn't really make that much of a difference.
So 44 minutes in now, it's almost like new life for CLG.EU. You can just look down the minion kills now. 320 for Froggen, 340 for Yellow Pete. And in this 50-second death timer, if Wickd can push out that top lane far enough, they would be able to siege something down in the mid lane and actually take some aggression here. It's just so difficult with an inhibitor down to pop aggression on the other team. They might just have a 4v4, but with Wickd roaming, they're going to look to make something happen. It has to be fast, though, with no inhib up top.
Well, they're coming, poking around. Curse of the Sad Mommy is available if they were to go for it. They could possibly try and jump in. You can see Snoopeh just off at the side has got Flash available as well, so Flash Ultimate is not beyond the realms of possibilities here, and they do manage to catch on towards the inner turret. It's going to be 8-4 in terms of turrets now, advantage WE, but still CLG starting to push through here, Joe. They're going to make a move on towards the inhibitor turret.
They're going to make a move. They're going to keep pushing this one down. I'm not sure that World Elite can really afford to get in there, especially with that Snoopeh ultimate in position. Here is the inhibitor being focused. Clearlove actually getting in there for the silent. Caomei on this side does have that Guardian Angel now finished. Are they going to try and get in, or is it a case of forcing them away?
So Misaya was able to res, and that's why they decided to back away. They don't want to have a 5v5, even though they have the Baron buff. Still respecting Team WE's power. They realize that if they lose a team fight, since they have exposed inhibitors and Nexus turrets, they would lose the game. They're charging up mid as fast as possible. CLG.EU is actually a little bit split up. WE might take this all the way through and get that middle turret. Let's see if they force a fight right here. This is dangerous for WE and CLG both.
So they're coming straight in. That turret is going to go down. There's not a lot of damage on it. And there you go. Can they get on towards the inhibitor? The rest of the team coming around the side. Yellowpeak closing around. He's actually on towards Caomei. And you can already see the damage shredded. Crepo's doing as much as he can to dissuade him. Puts the Zhonya's hourglass down. Crepo gets dropped, but they're going to take Caomei down. Yellowpeak still with the protection. That's going to be the Guardian Angel prop. Froggen just jumping around, trying to keep them away. Yellowpeak from the side. Cristina, Submarine pops. Misaya goes down. He gets the bandage toss down again. And they are going to turn the advantage in their way. They have to back off, though. They have to defend
Nexus turret went down.
The Nexus turret's gone down. They've got super minions in there. Wicked's desperately trying to get back and defend it. And you can see it's already down to half, Joe. And they're just picking up the advantages.
A crazy fight from that one. Wickd, as you said, has to go back. Weixiao actually stealing away the blue buff. And Jatt, I want to hear your opinion on that one because I was watching very closely where the Orianna ball was. Misaya had put it on Sei and Caomei. He was actually in the middle of 3 of them, and he didn't use his ultimate.
That could have just been too chaotic of a team fight for them. Even then, they came out a little bit on top there. Since CLG had the Baron buff, they just ensured that they have the pressure advantage here. 3 exposed inhibitors on CLG, one of them still down in the top lane, compared to just 1 exposed inhibitor on Team WE's side. So even though they're down in kills, they're down in gold, they're substantially up in pressure. And in a game that's this long, this late, with this much gold going on, anytime we get a clean team fight win for either team, it's going to be over.
And CLG.EU, for the first time in this game with the gold lead, I feel, 24 kills to 15. It's all been about the kills, but 10-5 in turrets. Just 1 more remaining for CLG. Their base is just so open. If they were to not even so much lose a team fight hard, if they were just to lose 1 or 2 members, it would pretty much be over for them, but they have to get a strong fight against WE here. The Baron buff now wore off, so the advantage gone with CLG. Can they turn it in a straight 1v1 fight? Looking at the items, everybody's got complete items here, Jatt.
There is a big power difference, though, between Yellowpeak and Weixiao. 2 and 8 versus 8 and 1. That's a 6-item cog. The most scary 6-item AD carry in the game, whereas Weixiao still sitting on a health potion, also with a QSS instead of a Guardian Angel. And here we go, CLG pushing up the mid lane with everyone. But Caomei sneaking around with an Oracle, so he knows if he gets seen by wards or not. Gonna try to clear off this inhibitor. This could be a base racer. CLG's gonna have to go back right away.
Doing as much damage as they can here, World Elite, but that inhibitor is going to fall. Caomei is up there as well, and he is, that inhibitor spawned on him. That's not the ideal situation, but he's gonna take it out, and CLG starting to back away. I think they realize that they can't keep going with this one. See them portaling back. Froggen stopped from getting home there, and that's gonna take them a little bit more time to get back around. Caomei is now on that turret. He's actually gonna do a lot of damage into it here. As Wickd puts his ultimate down, Caomei will actually flash away, and he wants to escape with his life here. Otherwise, that's going to leave World Elite for quite a long time after such a long time of the game in a 4 versus 5. There's a flash from Wickd. He is coming in. Yellowpeak's coming around the side as well. He shouldn't be escaping from this one. There's the ulti shot down, and will they finish off? He's popped the ulti. Here come the rest of World Elite, Deman.
They're coming around the side, and it's going to be cleared up. The shockwave comes down. It takes Crepo down. Snoopeh now in all sorts of trouble. Snoopeh's going to get dropped as well. This is turning tragic now. Wickd is going to get dropped. Yellowpeak cannot avoid the damage here. He turns around. It's a double kill for Misaya. Froggen trying to do as much damage as he can. Yellowpeak gets in. He realizes he knows to take Misaya, but he can't get on him because he's used the Zhonya's. He's got him down. Misaya's down. Fzzf is down. Froggen's catching on towards Clearlove. It is a 2v1 left. What have they got standing? They've got a base. They've got minions in the base. Can they turn any advantage, Jatt?
Froggen saved that one. He got onto Weixiao and finished him off. It allowed Yellow Pete to snowball through the rest of his fight with that giant 6-item Kog'Maw. But because so many people have died, that is not a clear fight victory for either team. And because it was on CLG's side of the base, I think they're going to respawn in time to defend against that. It's one inhibitor down for both teams, however, and holy crap, 50 minutes in, still no clear winner at all. Crazy team fights, crazy execution, and man, if Yellow Pete goes down, the game is over, but Weixiao consistently getting assassinated by Froggen, that's what's keeping CLG in this.
This is just an absolutely insane game. After match 1, exactly what we wanted, to be honest with you. We were hitting the 50-minute mark in this one, 50 minutes long. Something that we've come to expect from CLG, I have to say as well, at the same time. But let's take a look at the gold, which, I don't know, we're at that stage of the game, Jatt, where it doesn't really matter anymore. Everyone's hitting their final builds.
So looking at the total gold really doesn't do you any good here. It's looking at who's hit max items and what that max item build looks like. So with this Baron buff coming up, this could potentially add to that as max items. Everyone on W is not in position. This is going to be a CLG Baron.
This is a CLG Baron. You can see WE desperately defending their base, so CLG had the timing, had it perfectly down, and they will pick up Baron. Caomei again, trying to make his way through that bottom lane. Can he get in, assassinate that bottom turret? The question is, will he have a base to return to?
They've been trying this split push for the past 20 minutes, and it hasn't really worked, so he has to back. They realize that CLG has Baron, and they can't withstand one more push. Again, they're going with this split push, though, so we can't talk about Optimus because he's going for the base. That's an exposed Nexus turret. He's got a GA. He might just try to tank this turret straight up. At this point, it would be on Team WE to stop everyone from CLG from backing.
His ulti.
They have to get up.
He's
they have to get up to stop CLG.
Ultimate going in. Caomei is on the tower. He is on the tower as they take down the other one at the other side there, CLG. They are backing. Let's get back over towards Caomei as they are going to stop them from backing as long as possible. The fight is going to kick off. Froggen is in there. Let's have a look at the base. We need to see that. Sorry, Caomei is taking it low. He's going to get his GA popped here actually as Rumble comes in there. Caomei will now back off. A crazy, crazy situation, Deman.
And the rest of CLG now, they can push on. They've realized they managed to force him back. Wickd managed to get back there. The rest of CLG are sticking around, so they're going to try and push that advantage. Yellow Pete again. The amount of damage coming out from Weixiao as well is enough to hurt Yellow Pete. He has to avoid that damage, but Weixiao, so sneaky. Caomei getting in towards that base, using the Rengar ultimate. Jatt, how the heck is this one going to pan out?
It's looking like it's reset a little bit almost. They repelled that near game-ending try by WE. Again, a thing that could have won WE a game is barely held off by CLG. He didn't actually clear any inhibitors for that, though, so CLG is going to have all 3 of their inhibitors up pretty soon. The main thing that accomplished is it stalled the CLG.EU Baron. It's almost half gone now. They didn't have a straight-up team fight between the two, and now we can finally take a look at some of these 6-item builds that are coming out. Wickd is almost there. The Will of the Ancients is really helping him out because surprisingly, Lee Sin benefits a whole bunch from Spellvamp. Snoopeh's not even close to 6 items in all honesty. He still has to sit on wards, as does Crepo, otherwise they just wouldn't have map vision.
And while that worked out, you know, they pushed that top lane, so they see the big top stack. That's going to buy time for that inhibitor there, and that was the only lane that the super minions were going to come up. So, team builds, wow. Huge items across the board. You can see GA is starting to stack out. It's going to be, obviously, Yellow Pete's got one on him now. Froggen's got one on him. Looking across at the other team, you can see that Misaya's now got one on him. They're all available. Obviously, we saw Caomei with one. That didn't get popped at all either in there. Looking across at the supports. Support's very different. Rabadon's Death Cap on Crepo and Azonya's Hourglass. He's got a lot of AP.
He's been working on that for a while. It's one of those things when they play support Zyra, they give him free minion kills so he gets the GP10 early, and that's a full champion now. Like, that is another AP carry that they can add to their repertoire when they go in for these fights. And looking across to Fzzf, this is one of the things WE does. They make Fzzf by almost all the wards. This is a surprise that he's managed to make it to a Zeke's Herald. Everyone grouping up around the top except for Yellow Pete and Wickd. This is going to be for WE. If they could somehow pick something, they'd be good. But CLG knows the danger and they're backing off.
Backing off again. This game just balancing on a knife edge right now. One wrong footing. One bit too much of over-aggression and you can end up losing this game for your team. The perfect calls, the calls have to be spot on now. A wrong call, even if it's just a slight mistake, could mean the difference between victory and a loss, as we see Caomei, this time with Weixiao, headed up towards, and this, I'm not sure this is the best idea for World Elite, Jatt.
This is going to be the game right here. If they can get both these people up here, Caomei has the Oracles. He'd have to go in before Weixiao. I don't know if they can make it in time. They realize Rengar's running through the wards, but as soon as Ezreal gets spotted, he just got seen. Everyone on CLG is going to have to go back, and they spotted the clean. This isn't going to work.
Actually, they're not. They're cancelling it. They realize they backed off. You know, I don't know. Honestly, CLG against the 3, do you think they've got enough to just power through? If they catch that ultimate in the right place, eliminate these 3, they could do it before the Weixiao gets back there.
They might be able to, but that is such a huge risk to take at this point. This is a move that they're not 100% sure how to prepare for. Wickd is going back as 1, and they're trying to push with 4. They're going for a free inhibitor, then they might end up backing off. But again, Caomei going for that exposed inhib, and Ezreal. Are they going to try to stop them from going back? There's the Reverie. Here it comes.
Wickd has gone back, and you can see Weixiao straight on towards that turret, and Yellow P is going to have to go back and defend this one. CLG trying their best. Actually, that True Shot barrage nearly landed. Can they get on towards the turret? They're actually doing damage on towards the turret. Wickd's going to get taken low. Weixiao on towards Wickd. Yellow P is back. He gets in time. Has he got enough to burn down Caomei? He's got the slowdown on him. He's got that red buff. One more shot should do it. No, he didn't pop the GA. He got away with it with murder. I do not believe it. Inhibitor down, and that was all the trade. He does still manage to catch the eyes on him.
CLG, though, is cornering in around him. The Baron buff is gone, but they are collapsing, and he's trying to get him with those barrage shots, but everyone else on CLG might come in and mop the floor with these guys.
He's pinging, he's being pinged every time there, and CLG coming around the side. Weixiao taken down by Froggen. There's the root. Caomei gonna have his Guardian Angel taken down. They'll keep right on top of him. He's not escaping that one. Yellow Pete takes that, but Clearlove is trundling his way up the middle.
70-second death timers for WE right here, and they're abandoning their base. They're again going for a backdoor because they know if CLG had 5 members, they could push right up. Wicked's went back to defend, and Shogath is actually going up for this, but because they're keeping Wickd back as kind of that center fielder, just stopping anything from going back, the safety, CLG might be able to push through an end here. Oh, Froggen!
Froggen getting caught, but he has got a GA in his Misaya. You can see how quickly he can burn him, delete him from the map. Oh, Curse of the Sandmon popped. Is it too early? Catches on towards Misaya. The damage coming back out. Now they're going to go flash on. Crepo getting aggressive, popping the ultimate. It's caught out, but Crepo goes down. They're going to turn straight on towards the Nexus turrets. They are going to put the damage down. Have they got enough? No, they can't even get the one Nexus turret down because Fzzf and Clearlove are back there. Now they're reeling, they're backing off. They realize their death timers are so high. Oh, and they've turned it back around. They've got Fzzf. Snoopeh gets the killer on towards Misaya. He's got the GA still, but he's going to get the Zhonya's. Oh, they've got super minions coming in behind. They're going to go towards Misaya. The GA has been popped. Joe, they're going to actually try and push through this one.
Misaya coming back up here, and he's going to go aggressive. Lee Sin just getting away with hardly any health on World Elite. Going to turn around again. There's the Rupture actually missing the True Shot barrage as well. And World Elite have held on until their AD carry gets back into the fray. And now Weixiao may just decide to take Froggen from the side. He's taken down Misaya. They're going to chase him in. The turret doing good damage. And there's Caomei jumping in just before he dies to the turret. And I tell you what, CLG aren't safe in this position.
This is very dangerous.
They're getting chased down. Clearlove might be able to catch Snoopeh here.
He's caught out to him, and he's going to get the Rupture and the Silence. Isn't enough. He manages to get the feast down on him, and that's going to beat Snoopeh in all sorts of trouble. Yellow Pete's desperate trying to run it. Weixiao turns on towards Wickd. Wickd has to use the flash. He's trying to lead them away from Yellow Pete. They realize he has to defend it, but Team WE, they're going to push straight up mid.
Wickd might be able to go for the base here because they're losing a Nexus turret as well due to the super creeps. WE is, there's 40-second death timers left on Froggen, 54 on Snoopeh. They're going to try to get more inhibitors, and the big thing, they have their 80 carry alive. So does Yellow Pete. Again, back and forth. Are they going to be able to push through an end here?
Yellow Pete got that GA still available for him as well. There's the inhibitor taken down on World Elite, backing away. Yellow Pete and Crepo may want to try and chase them, stop them backing as quickly as they can here. And Weixiao actually taking damage. There's the Rumble ultimate. He is going to Arcane Shift out, but will he be able to escape? The range on that Cogmore ultimate is absolutely insane. In the end, Yellow Pete doesn't chase out, and we stop and have, well, I don't know how long of a breather.
We might not have much of a breather here because there's death timers, and Clearlove sees the Baron is up. They know that they have the numbers advantage, and neither team wants to win a terrible team fight, but this Baron could very well swing things. Crepo's trying to ward over the side. He sees it with the plant, but because they have a numbers disadvantage, and again, Caomei looking to backdoor, Lee Sin holding, this is going to be non-stop until it ends.
Well, the Baron's going to be given across the WE, so that is another Baron down. 58 minutes gone into this game, and they are desperately, desperately defending their base. They have no inhibitors standing as far as I can see. No, they've got the one at the top. That saved them, because that would mean the double super minions coming in there. It does keep them off guard for a little while, but CLG back to that super stalling moment. They have to defend the base for another 4 minutes Baron.
And the split pushing has just stalled this so much. We're now 59 minutes in. I don't think we've had a chance to breathe in the last 9 minutes. The Dragon coming out for WE. And honestly, Yellow Pete of CLG needs to stop farming. He has 23,000 total gold. He was sitting on 4,500 before he just sold out his boots for Mercury Treads, knowing he needs to be able to avoid that CC sometimes. And it's just, we don't know who's going to win these team fights, because I think if there was a straight-up 5v5 clash, CLG.EU would have it, but because CLG has so much base missing with 2 exposed inhibitors, they can never get that, especially with the way Caomei is getting this through. So it's really just about unreal strategy coming out from these guys. It's a chess match of where they go when you can disrupt recalls, how do you defend your base against getting backdoored. But with the Baron, CLG's corralled a bit. Can they hold yet again?
Too many questions, I think, to be answered in this one. An absolutely insane game, and who knows how long it's going to continue. As Caomei, with that Oracle on, going to be clearing out these wards, and you can see the amount of wards in the top side of the jungle there from CLG's side. They're all blue. They've got great vision there, World Elite, to have, to keep everyone on tabs. As Caomei going to be forcing this top wave through. Obviously, Inhibitor is up on that side of things. Orianna down at the bottom, and I fear for World Elite, if they split up too much, Jatt, they could end up throwing this one away.
Froggen really has turned himself into quite an assassin. If they get one pick in the wrong way, they're going to get completely obliterated through. But it's just because that inhibitor on the bottom side has respawned now. Still the split push from Caomei for Wickd. Any kind of initiation they get here could be the end of it. There's a 6-item build on a 2 and 10 Weixiao. That tells you how long this game has been going. 180,000 gold across both teams. Absolutely insane. Something's got to happen soon, because that top inhibitor is falling for Caomei.
Caomei's just trying to burn his way down in this one and just tank through the damage that Wickd is putting across to him. So you can see they're keeping them busy on the bottom lane there. Snoopeh looking to see if he can get a cat, so it's all back towards the top. He's going to get the inhibitor down. Wickd cannot defend against this one, but he may be able to get the kill, and the death timers are huge. But no, the grasping roots didn't land, and again, Team WE keep them busy in this bottom lane, Joe. They're continuing to try and drive through.
And look at that inhibitor there, less than half health. Snoopeh stood behind it as though, praying for its survival at this stage. We are seeing them push now through on towards this inhibitor. Can they get in there? Snoopeh's going to be critical in this one, whether he can get in there, land that Curse of the Sad Mummy across as many of them as possible. Look at Caomei. He is pushing and pushing, but he's going to get caught out here by Yellow Pete. Can he escape from him? He's going to use a flash. Yellow Pete will flash in as well. He's happy there to take him down. Here comes Snoopeh.
Curse of the Sad Mummy comes down. FZF is going to get deleted. Misaya has to use his Zhonya's, but it's not enough. Froggen might get caught out. It's pulled him in. It pulled him into Weixiao. And Misaya's going to go down. Guardian Angel popped. Caomei's come back up towards the top as well. Yellow Pete's on him. That's Misaya down. The death timers are so huge. Everybody from WE has to back away from this one. Team WE, CLG have not got anything left standing in their base, so they've just got to defend it. Is Yellow Pete going to make a run for it?
WE was one hit away from finishing off that inhibitor when the fight started, and you can see now Froggen and Pete just dipping through the mid lane, but with all of their base exposed, they have to be very careful. Caomei making sure to keep pressure on that top lane. This at the very least is going to be an inhibitor. He's going in to try to finish this inhibitor. He's actually suiciding, trying to stall. Is he going to get it?
He's going to take the inhibitor down. Clearlove obviously is not going to be escaping this little scene here, but he's done his job. Guardian Angel will get popped. Meanwhile, Froggen and Yellow Pete are pushing, and Clearlove managing to get away there. How is this happening? They're in on the Nexus turret.
He's
the
tanking
first one is going to be falling here. He is tanking it. Froggen is going to be taking this one down. Yellow Pete backs away, and are they going to keep going here? They're not going to keep going. They've got super minions coming out.
Got away.
Oh my goodness, Clearlove escaped during all of that because everyone on CLG had to peel off to stop super minions from killing the Nexus turrets, so he was able to walk off. This game is, not real. We've killed one Nexus turret on each team. The inhibitors have cycled so many times on CLG, I can't fully keep track, but the middle one is now up, so they've avoided the super minions coming through with 2 in each wave. This entire game, they've never let that moment happen. I don't know when the Baron is up again because there's so much action. That really doesn't even matter that much because of the way these team fights are going out. Everyone steadily approaching 6 items. Take a look at this. Zyra has 17.6 thousand gold on support right now because this game is so freaking long.
So long, and you can see Rabadon's death caps on all the supports, you know. I mean, just look at Krepo. Krepo's, like you mentioned earlier on, he's effectively another AP champion. If he actually picks up a GA as well, which maybe, well, he's got to keep a space though, that's the problem. He's got to keep a slot for those wards. He's still the support, he's got to remember that. Despite the fact he is up to 18,000 gold almost. So, Team WE, they've got the respawns on. They can keep the pressure on. You can see all the lanes are pushed. Only one inhibitor, one Nexus turret down though. If they can pull off another fight like that, 21-35, the score tells the difference. Every time there's a fight, CLG come out on top. The question is, can they defend long enough?
WE does seem very stubborn in their strategy here, and they're just going to keep trying until it works. Even very early on in the game, they really wanted to get that middle turret, so they kept going again and again and again, and they're just going to continue to try and get all 3 of these inhibitors down because they think if they can ever get that, it'll be enough to end the game. So they continually lose these team fights, as you can see by that 35-21 kill score. But if they can get those inhibitors down, they think they'll have it. So they're all going to make sure they get their elixirs up, they control that area, and as long as they keep fighting on CLG's side of the map, as we saw last time, it's very difficult for CLG to traverse the entire way and finish off the base. If they get a clean ace, CLG would be able to finish it off, but that's where WE feels the safest fighting.
We have gone past 100,000 gold. I didn't even know it could go that high. That's how long this one's been going on. A absolutely ridiculous game between World Elite and CLG.EU. And now you can feel the pressure because no one really wants to spot the other team. It's hanging back, waiting for some kind of opportunity. You can see that Clearlove with the Oracle on, hanging around by the Baron pit, and Mumu's going to be coming in to try and have a look. There's a ward down. They see that Baron has just spawned as it lets off a roar. Fzzf taking down the ward at the backside. CLG pushing with 3 down the middle. Caomei, surprisingly enough, is split off, and it's the Rumble once again with Wickd, who's going to be trying to defend him.
But now that the fight is happening near the Baron pit instead of in CLG's base, if CLG could have won that, they would be going for it. But because the super minions are pushing through and there's not enough to hold them off, Wickd by himself can't hold this. Caomei trying to get the turrets, but all of CLG is coming in around him. They're going to trade this for a Baron, but if Caomei dies, it's not going to be worth it.
Caomei is just going to walk away from it, though. Again, pops that ultimate. Is it going to be enough? The Baron's going to get picked up by WE. Now they're collapsing on towards it, and Snoopeh immediately, they see the Baron, they back off. They realize the goose is cooked. They can't get on towards that one. They did keep the inhibitor, though. Top inhibitors now respawned. CLG just desperately trying to hold on to this base, but they're going to be fighting a Baron up team. How big of an advantage at this stage, 100k gold in, is that going to be?
Here we go again. It's still going to be the stats for them, though. It's the health regen, it's the AP, and it's the attack damage. It's not to be understated, but it's definitely less important than would be, say, 25 minutes into the game. Let's just recap what we're going to have happen again. They're trying for the millionth time to get all 3 of CLG's inhibitors down and maybe end this game. You can see just down the gold, there's 26,000 gold on Yellow Pete. There's no way he can spend that much gold. He's sitting on 4K. Everyone on WE just max themselves out with elixirs. They want as much power in this fight. Caomei has oracles, so much armor, 335. They're going to try a bit of split pushing. They're going to try to catch CLG with their pants down a little bit and get these inhibitors down. If they win any kind of team fight in CLG's space, they'll end it. But if CLG.EU is able to get a clean ace, they'd have enough time to finish off the game.
Here we go then, inhibitor is going to come under pressure. Caomei in there, they've taken it down below half, but you can see just how delicate the situation is. They can't stick around for too long once CLG get back into that one. But with the minions coming in, they may push further, Deman.
They're grouping a little bit too tight for me there. I was just thinking I could see Misaya getting that one ball in. They do manage to put a bit of damage on towards Misaya. There's 4 GAs across the whole of Team WE, so they're going to have to fight them and kill them 9 times over to manage to clear an ace here. CLG, though, have the damage. The question is, can they survive through it? Can Snoopeh manage to land the ultimate in the right place?
There's actually 3 GAs on CLG.EU as well. There's going to be a big fight coming up very shortly. You can hear the screams from the players going through. They're going for this final inhibitor. There's the
Snoopeh coming in there, but the shockwave down at the bottom was very strong. Crescendo comes around as well. Clearlove starting to fall low. Will Delete trying to come away. Misaya under pressure. His GA is going to get popped, as is the one off Froggen. Crepo was in there. Caomei has managed to take down Yellow Peach GA, but there are 7 on the map right now. That's a lot of dying and coming back to life. Here we go. Caomei in towards Snoopeh. Down to half HP. Flashes in. Yellow Peach is dead. Snoopeh now the one under pressure. He will go down. Wickd is the last man left alive. His Guardian Angel gets popped, and this is it, Deman.
Yeah, they're going to take it through. That's the kill. You can see them. Team WE, after such a hard-fought match, 69-minute game, ladies and gentlemen. Give both teams a round of applause, because that was a fantastic game. CLG versus Team WE, and wow, what a game, Jatt. How the hell do you follow that 1 hour, 9-minute game? 200k gold plus across both teams. Absolute insanity.
You don't follow that. I mean, you can see how these teams got here and why they got here. This is the Titan clash we thought we were going to see when we had both undefeated teams coming in for this match. It's a 2-0 for the set, but holy crap, this is one of the most crazy games I've ever seen. I don't think I can get one that's higher than this. Too much happened in that game to really analyze it, because the last 40 minutes was so much split pushing. Neither team was willing to give up, and it was just, they finally broke through at the end there, got the right team fight. That's all I can say.
Deman, there was a video of you posted yesterday where you said you were running out of oxygen in a team fight. That was just incredible. It's a good job that I said, let's do the TriCast.
Let's do the TriCast, because that would have killed us, especially that area where there was a 2-3 minute fight, non-stop action, back and forth. So, Team WE, they are the victors. They win 2-1. And judging by the side screens, I'm pretty sure CLG.NA have also won 2-0. So it's going to be CLG versus WE all over again for those guys in the winner bracket finals. No.
Fnatic won the set 2-1.
Holy moly. How the heck did they make that comeback? Fnatic
we did have a 70-minute game.
versus WE. We did have a 70-minute game. They played 3 games in the time that we played this. That's how long that game's been going on. So Fnatic versus WE in the winner bracket finals. That will be, I believe, tomorrow?
I think so, you're right.
I think that's tomorrow. Yeah. I'd have to check the schedule. You guys at home can check the schedule. It is IGN.com/IPL lol. And wow, what a fantastic series between these two teams. I'm almost out of breath so many times in that game. I just don't know how we'd have survived without the TriCast.
I like how Jatt says there was too much in that game to analyze. That's how good that one was.
Just give up. It's like, it's too much.
You expect the 70-minute game from CLG, but you don't expect there to be 61 kills. And you don't expect both teams to have inhibitors and Nexus turrets down the entire match.
Absolutely crazy
stuff. The gold
stuff.
totals, I mean, we were over 100,000 there with minutes still to play in that game. Just ridiculous. But best game I've ever watched.
Best game we've seen
100%.
in a long time, that's for certain. So, CLG, they go down to the lower bracket. Both CLGs go down to the lower bracket. Fnatic versus WE in the upper bracket. This is IPL5 here. This is Jatt to the right of me. I am Deman. This is Joe Miller. We've been the TriCast. We will be back later on, ladies and gentlemen. But for now, we're going to take a break.
Hey guys, Pluto here with my esteemed panel of guests here. You've got Scar to my left, Red Baron, and Jatt to my right. Now, I think I speak for all of us when I say, first off, CLG.EU versus World Elite, wow.
Yeah, that was a bit of a wow game. Even the first one, it seemed like it might be a stomp. And then the second one, it seemed like it could go forever because it just kept going back and forth. I think that's how you play a team when you don't have the better late game team fight comp. Like, that's so hard to execute, but they managed to do it brilliantly.
Yeah, it really was a situation where CLG.EU pretty much won the vast majority of team fights, except for the very last one. They just outplayed team fights considerably. The backline had no protection, and Froggen's Lee Sin was able to assassinate Weixiao and Ori quite a bit, and to the point where I think Weixiao had the worst score he's ever had in like his last couple tournaments here.
How many deaths did he have? Like 12, I think?
Yeah, he died like 12 or 13 times this tournament. So he had an insanely negative score in this game just because of how much pressure Lee Sin caused the back line. And so they knew they couldn't fight straight up 5v5, and they had Caomei do the split push, and it worked incredibly well for them. Like, executing it is always extremely hard because he was very, very close to being caught multiple times, but they were able to pull it through, go for the very, very, very late game Baron 4 GA advantage, and they were able to win a team fight with putting a lot of pressure on the inhibs throughout the game.
Yeah, so the last fight was actually 4 GAs for WE and 3 for CLG.EU, and it was like every time CLG would win a fight, it would be in their base. So even though the death timers were 60 seconds, they'd always have inhibitors down too. They'd have to go back, clear their super minions, and they tried so many times and could almost get away with the advantage, but they just never finished it. Like, how many times in that game was someone rezzing like 3 seconds before they needed to, and they just were able to finish it off. And even though they were getting outplayed in team fights, the position that WE was putting themselves in before all of those eventually won them the game.
I just thought it was wild. I didn't get to see until the last 5 minutes of the game, and I walk in, and the whole room is like just in shock and awe. And like you hear coming into the last fight, with the live environment, World Elite is really loud, and they just all start screaming, and there's a slight delay. So you're like, oh my God, shit's about to go down. You know, this is about to happen. And then Rengar jumped in and 1v4, took down Cog's GA. The last fight, and then, like you said, like seeing him put some pressure on those inhibitors was absurd.
And that is surprising because I know before, Scar, you were talking about how Cogmoll, I mean, late game, obviously, just is known for shredding absolutely everything. So the counter to that was WE's split pushing, sending Rengar down bot over and over and over, regardless of whether it failed or succeeded. He just stayed bot all day. I mean, is that the absolute right call for WE to do against a late game team like Cogmoll?
Right, I think it was definitely the right call to make. Like, you could see throughout the game that World Elite, I think, recognized that EU could team fight better than they could. Because throughout the game, they got outplayed in team fights quite considerably. So they realized that rather than fight on CLG.EU's strength, they'd rather take it to a split push game, which was the right call to make. And it just took a lot of execution from them to be able to pull it off well. But they were able to pull it off, and that Rengar definitely deserves a lot of props.
I thought it was hilarious how the Zyra support build was more than most AP carries endgame item builds. It was Abyssal Scepter, Deathcap, and Zhonya's Hourglass. And you were actually mentioning that the Void Staff might have been a better call, which is probably the case. Everyone had so much late game MR that could have been a little bit of error. We even considered maybe Rengar should have built more damage since all he was doing is backdooring and trying to take turrets. But overall, I would say that's safe to say that's the best League of Legends game, at least the most back and forth League of Legends game I've ever seen in my life, which is really awesome that it happened here. And it's just, I can't wait to see what happens in the rest of the tournament with WE because, they're looking really strong after that.
Obviously they are. Now, they were coming into this tournament looking really strong, and this is the second time, I believe, that CLG.EU and WE have faced each other, the first of which being, the famous 7-day match at the World Championships, and CLG.EU came out on top of that. Do you think WE kind of used that as a metric and was preparing for CLG.EU here, or were they just kind of playing their standard, we'll see if Weixiao can carry, even though Game 2 kind of ruined his KDA?
I'm just happy there wasn't a DC in the last match.
Yes.
I think they moved away from the fact that they're using Weixiao to carry. They effectively executed a strategy which, in a game where Weixiao actually performed maybe a little bit worse than he's performed, like one of the worst games he's performed in a tournament setting. And they were able to win off that. Shows the fact that the rest of their lanes are significant threats. And that's something that teams such as CLG.NA are also known for having extremely strong AD carry, but they don't have lanes that are as big of a threat as World Elites are. So while they may be comparable in AD skill, the actual other people on the team are significantly better. So they have much better teamwork and much better team synergy.
Yeah, I'd even expand on that. During the World Finals, when Clearlove and Fzzf were very new players for them, when you looked at their gold, it was like Weixiao and Misaya would just be miles ahead of everyone else. They knew they had to channel everything through those guys because they were kind of the only players they trusted. But today, they were giving all that farm to Caomei in the top lane on Rengar. And also, the jungle Cho'Gath at one point was 100 gold back of Misaya's gold. So Clearlove and just the rest of the team have really rose up to Weixiao and Misaya's level, and it's really making them a much more dynamic threat as a team. And I just really like that growth since it's only been a month since the World Championships. They were new then, they're more experienced now, and it's making them ever more threatening.
Yeah, I know we've spent a lot of time here in this kind of analytical place talking about Weixiao and how good he is and stuff, but you still got to always talk about Misaya, Clearlove, Caomei. Everyone on the team is fantastic. Now, moving from that onto the second stream, I suppose, not on the main stage anymore, Fnatic versus CLG.NA. You were calling them pretty much North America's last hope in the winner bracket. Sadly, they lost to Fnatic 1-2. Were you able to catch any of those games, Scar?
I caught 2 of the 3 games. The first game I heard was pretty much a stomp for CLG.NA. They just slow rolled 2 towers, and they were able to, or they just pushed 2 towers early, and they were able to just keep taking objectives and control the map, and they just slowly won the game. The second game, CLG.NA was up, I think, 7-3, and they forced, or Fnatic was able to force team fights with Leona in positions where they can get pickoffs. And then there came to be a big Baron fight where CLG.NA made 2 critical mistakes. One, they lacked the Blood Boil on their Caitlyn carry, and 2, hotshot on Shen ulted Nunu instead of the AD carry when everyone else was at 30 or 40%, and they lost a team fight 5-2, and they lost Baron off that as well, I think. And so it was a game-changing moment. They had two crucial mistakes there, and they cost them the game. And the third game, I think Red Baron can explain that a little bit better than me, because I don't think I caught a lot of that game.
Well, the third game, Fnatic looked incredible. They were putting on a lot of pressure on CLG throughout the early portion of the game. They had Lee Sin in the jungle, and Cyanide looked incredibly, or very strong. But then bot lane, I think, was the surprise for me. The fact that Reckless and N-rated, they were kind of bullying around Doublelift and Loco. So they were at the very least keeping Reckless even in lane and not allowing any advantages there. They were able to force a couple of fights. But it was really an even game through most of it. And Doublelift was actually playing Vayne. So the first 2 matches, he played Caitlyn to great extent. Third match, they kind of lost that confidence. They went to the Vayne picks. They were like, all right, if it's going to go late, we'll win with Vayne. And there was this one team fight that they actually forced off the blue side. And CLG, they had just bought some items, and so they were kind of feeling confident, and they all run right through a narrow opening in the jungle and all get caught by all of the AoE from Fnatic. So Leona ult into Ezreal ult, into a full channel on Katarina. Rengar jumps in and double Ws, and they all instantly are vaporized. So CLG, had a really nice situation. They had a pretty strong team comp, and then it was over. That one team fight, and that gave Fnatic the lead. The second game was insane, though. The first game, CLG, they were running the Caitlyn Nunu, and Big Fat and Chauster, they have such great synergy. Like, they are really working well together. So they were able to push objectives very effectively. The second game, CLG, they were running Anivia on Big Fat, and he looked really strong on Anivia. He was able to beat XPK in lane to the point where XPK went Revolver in lane. So he went with Spellvamp against the Anivia, and there was a point where Doublelift, he bought Infinity Edge, Big Fat, he bought Unholy Grail, and they also got a Shurelya's. And so it was like they all just finished their items, and XPK, on the other hand, he only had a Revolver and a Ruby Crystal. So he's really weak at this point. He's been farming effectively, and it looks like CLG is going to be able to push this for a lead. Like, they're going to start grouping up, forcing objectives. And Fnatic did a really nice job of just, picking people off back and forth, like, Skara said, and like Voyboy, Chauster, he got caught out a couple of times. He had an Oracles early on where they had complete map control and he lost it. Hotshot was caught a couple of times trying to split push, and then the one big fight by Baron, they didn't have vision because they started getting caught. So Fnatic, they got vision of the Baron. CLG had no vision, so when the Baron spawned, they panicked. And that's why they ran up. They popped Shurelya's, and Nunu blood boiled himself trying to get to the Baron as fast as possible, and Fnatic was waiting for him.
Now, do you think that game or that series was a case of CLG.NA misperforming in those last few games, or is Fnatic just looking that good for this whole tournament?
Well, I think one of the key things in that game is we really saw who Reckless is as an AD carry. TPA, he looked really strong as Vayne, but the rest of the team around him, they're incredible. XPK in the mid lane is very strong. So as in the CLG games, looked dominant. He was, incredible. So like their whole team is a really high-level team. But Reckless, you were like, okay, so they lost the lane with Vayne and with Reckless and N-Rated in the bot lane, but they were able to win late with that Vayne pick. What's going to happen when they don't pick the Vayne? Vayne was never banned. They just didn't pick it against CLG. I think because they were concerned of the pressure that Doublelift was going to put on that bottom lane with Caitlyn, so they didn't want to pick in that situation. But he played Ezreal, and CLG ran a defensive comp against Ezreal, which meant that he was able to get full damage, and he was just constantly peppering them with attacks. Like he had perfect positioning every single fight, and they didn't have a team that could threaten him, and it allowed him to put out a lot of damage, and the whole team really looked impressive. I think the big thing for me, though, is Reckless isn't just a Vayne player. He's not, just a lucky AD. He looked really impressive.
Of course, of course. Now, in your opinion, XPK playing that Katarina, of course, you being our kind of resident Katarina expert, you think it needs to be banned against XPK 100%?
I think the champion, I saw him, I think underperformed the second game with Katarina in lane, but he was able to bring it back through really good pickoffs and a really good team fight. So he's obviously very, very skilled at him. And like I said before, it's Katarina. You can't make mistakes against her. So against Fnatic, it might just be better to ban it off and force PK back on something like Orianna or something Orianna, something that's more controllable.
One misstep against Katarina can cost you a match. Fnatic will take that series 2-1, move on to the winners finals against the winner of that last match. We do have some more great matches coming up. M5 versus AZUBU Blaze on the main stage. Thank you guys again for joining me here at IPL5 Cosmo, Las Vegas, all those things in one. We'll catch you guys in a second on the main stage. M5 versus AZUBU Blaze. Stick around.
Just tuning in, this is IPL5. We have been watching some amazing matches for the past 3 days here at the Cosmopolitan. Are you guys excited? Yeah! All right. This is really interesting. I see a couple of Aries in the audience, and they look so cute. Hi. I'm back here. Yes, I saw you guys are amazing. My name is Cristina V, and we are going to get this next match started. So please join me in welcoming our first team. Let's hear it for AZUBU Blaze! And now, please help me welcome Moscow 5! And now I'm going to give things over to the casters. Please welcome Phreak and Joe Miller.
Boos from the crowd. Boos from the crowd.
No, that's them having very deep voice and announcing the E in Phreak.
Ah, okay.
When you're really deep and you go Phreak, like, it sounds like a boo.
Oh, it is really
Joe!
I thought it was just a boo.
No,
but it's good.
never.
It's good that it's not a boo. I wouldn't like us to be booed as a couple. That would be pretty sad. So anyway, Phreak. We have an awesome match coming up. I said to you before we started here, if this is half as good as the last match that we saw here on stage, we're in for a real treat again.
At least 45 minutes per game then.
Yeah, that at least.
This is going to be awesome. These are two teams that, as far as I know, haven't met before. I know we talked about it at the World Championships, but M5, they haven't played a Korean team in a professional tournament that I can remember. And maybe I'm wrong here, but I mean, they beat a Chinese team and they lost to the Taipei Assassins at the World Championships. They've really never traveled outside of Europe before that. So, and both these teams now in the lower bracket, this is really elimination here. And these are two teams that people would have considered the #1 spot for this tournament. And that's how crazy the competition is, that these guys are fighting for like 6th place and they could be world champions.
Yeah, it's a really incredible situation we got. I think that's a real testament to the field of play that we've got here at IPL5. An absolutely incredible tournament, an amazing lineup of teams. Like you said, they're both fighting for a spot in the next round of the lower bracket, which means for, unfortunately, one of them, they're going to be going home here. This is the end for one of these two teams.
And that's unfortunate because there's such amazing competitors. And I feel bad that our pregame show is like, these guys are really good, but these guys are really good, but these guys are really good, but they're really good.
Everyone's really good.
I'm like it's great because every single time I get the awesome matches, and this is one of the awesome matches. I mean, every match is awesome, but like, it's amazing. And we're in a champion selects. We're gonna find out what happens here. I'm like nerdgasming over how great these games are. So I'm not saying anything useful except that I'm excited.
That's a great vein. Thumbs up to you. So we're going to get into the picks and the bans here. AZUBU Blaze having first ban, first pick. What are we expecting to see here? Just quickly note, Rengar, Twisted Fate, first bans out.
Yeah, these make a lot of sense. They're gonna, I mean, we've seen Twisted Fate work so well from Ambition. Lulu, I would expect a ban out, unless, I mean, M5's a team that more cares about the champions that are good against them, not the champions that are good on other players so much. And so you'll see them kind of shy away from respect bans a little bit. Yeah. And especially with the support, this is one of the few teams I actually see ban supports out because they just want to like leave those last few open for Ghosted Pepper and let him pick one up and kind of crush the bottom lane out. Meanwhile, you're seeing just these great melee initiators, 3 right there, dropped out from AZUBU, Rengar, Lee Sin, Cho'Gath. They're removing a lot of the tanky frontliners. They're, I think, really respecting the champions that exist for their jungler and top laner.
Yep, and that Lee Sin ban is the most common ban against Moscow 5. The stats we had from IPL Face-Off into this tournament, 51% of the time it was banned against Moscow 5, which is no real surprise if you've ever seen Diamond play in his Lee Sin. So here we go then, first pick coming around. No messing with this one as well. Olaf locked in straight away for AZUBU.
And this is one of those champions that everyone is really hankering for in this tournament. We saw it with Lee Sin. Actually, Fnatic ran it where he could have been a jungler or a top lane, and they shoved him in the top lane in game 2. But Olaf as well is this champion who you can pick up, and not only does he have good matchups anyway in just the 1v1 or the 1v2, but he can also be sent to the jungle, and he's just very adaptive. You can send him almost anywhere you want, and he makes it for a great first pick. You know, backstage, we were watching one of the games yesterday, and Scar mentioned, you know, I'm surprised that these guys were first picking Ezreal, because you don't need to first pick Ezreal. I mean, yeah, he's safe, but there's other guys that are worth grabbing right away, and Olaf is really one of those, I feel.
Well, right now we can see Moscow 5 hovering over Evelynn and Mundo. Obviously, Mundo, one of those very invasive junglers, which Diamond has been, I guess, famous for. He was the one that brought Shyvana out from nowhere back at IEM Kiev. And Mundo, very similar style to that. Then you've got Evelynn, which Alex has been playing for what seems like forever now, and playing her to a top level as well.
Yeah, he's one of the few guys who've actually kept bringing her out here. Scar called her situational. But it seems like M5 is happy to create those situations over and over. We saw Misaya just dominate Yellow Pete just like about an hour and a half ago. And it was brutal. And we've seen her play as just the true assassin who just mops up these fights and takes people out all around the map. I mean, I'm really expecting to see Alex East just roam a bunch and just try to find those kills. If you pick an unsafe AD carry, like Vayne, it might be a really bad time. And the thing is, they've also grabbed Sona here, who's not the best protector. You know, until Sona is able to crescendo, and even then we'll only be able to crescendo just Evelynn if she plays it right.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit afraid for Vayne here.
Well, let's see what Moscow 5 are going to go with after that one. Like Scara said, you know, Ezreal first pick. And Jatt said it as well, Ezreal, the AD carries, there's not that much of a contest in terms of them. It's nice to have Ezreal if you can get him in there. More of a commodity than anything else. Moscow 5, however, though, going in with Nunu and Corki.
This is a really good setup for them. The one difficulty they have, and I guess they're okay with it anyway, is you generally consider Sona a good lane against Nunu because Nunu's pretty short range. He needs to all in to do anything useful, and Sona's going to poke at you from afar. And with Nunu having no sustain mechanics, that poke's going to start adding up very, very quickly, and they'll just be able to kite away. I don't see how M5 can easily all in against this sort of lineup and get things to happen. Wow! An insta-lock on 2 resets here, grabbing Katarina and Darius. This looks like an old strategy that TSM used to run, except they had Skarner and Leona in the mix, but otherwise very, very similar. And they're going to get that first kill, get the reset, and just kind of truck through everyone.
Yeah, and we've seen up until now, Katarina has been fantastic in this tournament. Yes. Back even last week, IM Singapore. Before that, in qualifiers, on this patch, on the Elise patch, Katarina is really, really strong. And I'm sure that's exactly what AZUBU Blaze are going for with this one. Plus the Darius in the top lane. As you said, both champions that can reset and through that do so much damage.
The one thing it does do is it allows a counter pick here for Darien in the top lane. They left their top pick for the very end here. And so you'll see what he wants to do here. You know he's got a Jungle Mundo who's a pretty decent ganker. Xin Zhao's actually a great pick overall. You've got good disengage here. So you know, when they do try to dive in on your team, you can jump in, Crescent Strike, knock everything away, and it actually helps you quite a bit in keeping your team from getting kind of jumped on. This also is very reminiscent of what they ran against Invictus, I believe, where they had the Xin Zhao and the Evelynn together, both of them doing percentage of your health damage. So even if they have kind of a bad game, they're both going to scale for free and still truck people in team fights.
And there we can see, don't forget guys, you can vote as well. The percentages that you see underneath us using the iOS app. 59 to 40, which obviously doesn't quite make 100. There we go, 41. But it's been hovering around that 60-40 mark the whole time that I've been watching it there. So obviously a lot of people favoring Moscow 5 from this one. AZUBU Blaze had the ropier start to the tournament, I guess we can call it, if that's even fair, because they were in Group A with World Elite, with Fnatic, 2 teams who are now in the upper bracket final.
Top 3, yeah.
Both guaranteed that top 3 position, so I'm not sure you can even call it a ropey start, considering that they had no sleep as well because of their hotel situation and what have you. But then they've gone on to do well. They've taken down Blackbean, which I think most people expected anyway from that game, but then taking out TSM as well.
Now, those games against TSM were both pretty close overall. And the one thing that I've sort of seen happen from league tournaments is it seems to go day by day. That teams seem to be on or off depending on like how they woke up or how many Wheaties they ate in the morning or how their breakfast was, whatever it was. And like you look at like MLG Dallas where the winter bracket final, Nyjacky and Sword like crushed AZUBU Blaze 2-0. Super, super hard. It was like ugly and gross and terrible for them. But you look back at the grand finals, and then AZUBU Blaze comes back 4-1, and all the games looked very convincing from them. And it was just like, well, it was 20 hours later, so we started winning. And this is the kind of thing you might see here, where you know Blaze or M5, and both of them having a couple of losses, both of them again in the lower bracket. That might have just been an off day for them. You might see them turn it on and suddenly kind of become once again the best team in the world.
Well, there on your screen you can see Moscow 5 on the left-hand side there, obviously taking on AZUBU Blaze here. 2 fantastic teams that have done well so far in the tournament, but they've got to step it up once again. The winner will be gifted with a place in the lower bracket semi-final, I guess it technically is, against CLG Prime.
Yeah, and that's going to be quite the match as well. I know a lot of people came in here not thinking the Americans were going to do very strong. We saw them take the bottom 5 places at MLG Dallas, but we're seeing them really step up their game. And I would have counted CLG Prime out at the beginning of this tournament, but not anymore. It's still a tough road ahead of both these teams, but this road is rocky from the get-go. AZUBU Blaze is a ridiculously strong team. So is M5 BenQ. Now, guys, I want to hear some cheers. The blue team. Sorry, I misspoke. Okay, we'll start again. I'm sorry, it's my bad. You want to see AZUBU Blaze come out 1-0 on this one, the blue team. Let me hear you guys.
And if you're here for Moscow 5, let's hear you. So kind of following on from the percentage votes that we got there, 60-40 seems round about right for this one. So what are we going to see? What are you expecting to see at level 1 here, Phreak?
Well, right away, it looks like AZUBU is actually the team that might want to make a move. They rushed in, put an early ward down at the Wraith Brush. It's going to allow them to track Mundo's movements. They'll see if he looks to gank top at level 2. Of course, he'll start Wraiths, go to the red buff, but they'll see him either cross back and go towards Golem, or they'll see him camp top lane, and then that way their top lane can react to that and be okay. But AZUBU is still running around. They're actually going back to their side of the map. Actually, they're like seeing, they won't see Genji, but Genji sees them. This is a bit of a risky move here because he's very isolated right now.
Yeah, you can see he's not skilled right now, so if he really needs
That's rude of you.
He'll probably be put... He's not skilled right now, but he's going to have at least one skill in a little while. Maybe that Valkyrie, if he really needs to escape, if AZUBU decide to check this brush. Actually, Alex H coming in there. Snoopeh is in and around there as well, and they are going to go out on towards Ambition. Ignite is down. Ambition has to flash away there. They managed to steal the small Wraith away, but they forced a flash away from the middle laner before we even get into that lane phase.
Alex did burn his Ignite, but that's really not the end of the world. He's not going to look for a fight early on and trade with that Ignite, so it's not that big of a loss. But absolutely, it now opens up Ambition for ganks. They just need to track the Shunpo cooldown, and they can pick him up at any time they want in the next 3 to 4 minutes.
See that blue buff being taken away by Mundo. We are having a lane switch in there. Lustboy and Captain Jack headed up into this top lane with that Vayne Sona combo. Going to be going up against Xin. And in the bottom lane, wow, you see the damage there already coming into Darien. Bottom lane, Olaf versus Corki and Nunu. Who's got the strongest 2v1 lane here?
AZUBU plays by a lot right here. Xin has 0 ranged farming tools, no really good sustain mechanics, and you're giving Vayne a free lane in a 1 vs 2. Actually, Helios going to find Diamond. This could hurt quite a bit. He will be out of range. Helios still, though, very aggressive. He's making a lot of good moves. But Olaf does have, he has range farm. He can get spell vamp early on. Flame's going to have a much easier time than Darien.
And we saw that Helios trying to get in there. He's going to be stealing away that big Wraith. And Diamond looking to do exactly the same over on the other side. And he's realized now that that red buff is available. One cleaver goes through. He is the most satisfying sound if you're a Mundo player, probably the most horrible sound if he's against you. And there's another one landing onto Helios as well. He also taking away that big Wraith, is not finished just yet, doing a bit of harassment, and he has used his smite, so I'm guessing he won't hang around for that red.
I just realized that they are actually running jungle Darius. I like mind blanked on that and was like, oh yeah, Olaf's in the top lane, huh? And I think part of that was part of their 1v2 strategy. I think they pulled Darius out as kind of a bait to make them run this sort of 1v2. Oh, we'll counter lane Darius, and that's not really much of a situation. Olaf's gonna be fine here, and Darius jungle's okay. So this is actually a really smart set of moves here from AZUBU.
Well, Diamond has been hanging around there by the red. He's got Nunu coming in as well. He does have the smite. Oh, and he's going to smite it. Helios now in trouble. Where's the cleaver at? There's the cleaver. First blood to Moscow 5.
And there you go, the aggressive counter jungling. That's that from the get-go. And the great thing about it was they had the 2-on-1 at the bottom lane, which means that lower jungle is theirs. Flame, oh, you're in a bad place right now. Ghostpepper tanking the turret, making sure no one else goes down. And Genja picks one up 2-0 right at the start for M5.
What a brilliant start for Moscow 5 here. As if it wasn't enough to take away that buff, then to get the first blood onto the jungler, they've managed to dive in on towards Flame in the bottom lane. A brilliant start. However, AZUBU are pushing, as you would have expected from this lane switch, especially against the Xin in this top lane. They are going to be picking off that first turret of the match.
That's going to help both Helios and Flame a whole lot there. They need that gold. They're a bit behind overall, falling down, losing buffs, losing a lot of farm and gold and experience. They just really, really need that. I gotta hand it though, Diamond making all the right moves right here. And what I love about what M5's done is they planned all of that since the get-go. That they invaded early on towards the Wraith Brush so that they would force Darius to start towards the blue. And that means that they could wait around and let Diamond pick up a couple of jungle camps and then come down and invade red. They have a 2-versus-1 bottom lane. They killed enough minions here that Ghostpepper had leveled up and was able to roam around and was safe to do that. That all those first moves were actually predetermined here by M5. It was a really good opening to them.
So Corki and Sona headed down, Corki and Nunu headed down into that bottom lane, as are Sona and Vayne. Corki coming back, double Doran's Blade after obviously picking up that kill compared to the single Doran's Blade of Vayne. And he's going to want to put as much damage, as much pressure on this bottom lane as he can, prevent Vayne from getting that CS, prevent him from getting the kills, and generally go as hard as possible as Helios actually flashes away there. He saw Alex coming down, and look at this, a 5-minute 44 Dragon.
This is a really, really smart play by them. They're making all these moves so wonderfully. You know, they're ahead, they know they have map control, they force the flash out, the jungler's gone, this Dragon is completely theirs. This looks like the M5 that everyone feared at Kiev, that won IEM Hanover. This is the M5 that won the European Regional. This is exactly what they want to be doing here.
Yeah, back to their old winning ways. And we heard from them, you know, in the first days of the tournament, they'd done a lot of practice. They've been over in China doing the work for this tournament. They wanted to get back to winning ways to prove to everyone that, you know, yes, the World Championships wasn't their event, but they are still right up there with the best of the best.
Okay, so let's see what they can do at this point. You can look at the top scoreboard, and M5, despite losing a turret early on, are actually up 1,000 gold. Helios, though, he's looking for a gank there. I think he got spotted by Gosu Pepper. He's not going to get much out of that. Lustboy now just trying to zone things out. You can see him poking constantly. Captain Jatt taking a lot of punishment from Genja, though. But, you know, early on, M5 definitely has built themselves the early lead. The thing you've got to worry about is the late game potential. Helios on Darius, Ambition on Katarina, and Captain Jatt on Vayne. Those are the three to watch.
And we'll see if M5 are looking to close this one out that little bit earlier on. In terms of CS, it's really even across the board. AD carries 47-46, middle lane 47-44, jungle 20-26. Just this top lane, which you can expect this since Darian has been wandering that little bit more, is slightly in the favor of Olaf at 33-20. But look at this, Alexic headed down towards this bottom lane. Unluckily for him in his timing, the bottom lane of AZUBU Blaze has gone back.
And they've recalled completely out, but at the same time, he's there in time for the golem buff, so it's not a complete waste of time. He's going to pick that one out pretty quickly. That's his 68 gold for the kill, and he's going to go back. Actually, he's still running towards the bottom there. He's just playing kind of the long game here. You notice that he's staying towards the top of the river. Never mind, he's not going to gank after all. I thought he was waiting to the top of the river to wait for his stealth kick in so he could evade wards coming down, but he's just going for the lane.
Vision there, going back, taking himself the Wraiths, and that's one of the beauties as well of Katarina here, that obviously doesn't need the mana, and Helios is going to have that buff extra to work his jungle path. He's headed up towards his top lane, which you know, they know that Darian's down at the bottom, so I'm not sure really what he wants to achieve up there, and he decides actually to come back down. Mundo is on the top side of the map as well, so maybe they'll try and close in around Flame.
Alex is looking to gank bottom lane. Since he got that blue buff, he can hate spike down the minion wave. He's fully stealth. They don't see him coming down. They can guess his involvement. Lustboy, Captain Jatt stuck at the turret. Here comes the gank.
Here we go then, it's a snowball onto Lustboy. There's the ultimate coming out of Alexic. The hate spike's coming in, but Gosu Pepper actually doing a lot of damage onto Captain Jatt. Lustboy has gone down, and will Vayne escape there? He did have the ignite running on him, will survive that one for now, but now Alexic in all kinds of trouble. He's running to the wall, flashes over Helios. So close to dragging him straight back through.
All right, they're still going to jump in. Ambition, a bit of pain on the Genja. Genja did not have to flash there. No. He didn't have the communication. He didn't know that Apprehend was down, was used trying to get Alex Ish out of the way. He assumed the ability use, but that was actually a little bit incorrect there. Still, a great gank. They got the third kill now on the map, and Alex is going to keep trying to make these moves. That's the impetus there on Evelyn, is to constantly gank and make these opportunities happen.
Helios now picking up that red buff, and finally we have Flame and Darian back into this top lane together, and you can see there the CS reflecting that they're both back in there. Actually, Darian not been home to shop as of yet, still only with those boots, but you can see the goal 2160 to 2250 currently in favor of Olaf. The middle lane 2800 for Evelyn to the 2500 of Katarina. So Moscow 5 with that dragon in there, still doing good work.
Oh, wow, and so he goes back with a Ninja Tabby and picks up a Giant's Belt. So Darian going for an early Sunfire. We saw him use this exact build at the World Championships, and he became this, and actually in that game he had a really bad laning phase. This time he's doing much better, and he's just going to be a great frontline initiator, a lot of area of effect damage, and nothing's going to take him down that easily. He gets so much armor and magic resist through his ultimate whenever he hits enemy champions that he's going to be very hard to deal with. Alex is again looking for gank bottom. He's been pinged out by Ambition. They will know he's coming.
And is he going to even get anywhere near that one?
No, he's like, you know what, never mind, they saw it.
But there's a 4-man team going in there. There's an Oracle already picked up here on Diamond now, so he's going to clear that one out, much to the joy of the crowd here in Las Vegas.
Ward kills! Ward kills, OMG. Thank you, Vuvuzela.
You know they actually banned them in Europe during the World Cup.
Oh, they were so fun. You just hear buzzing all the time.
So there's another ward out by Helios. And less of a cheer that time, it has to be noted. But let's have a look again down the items. Olaf Philostone going to be working his way up, I'm assuming, to that Heart of Gold as well in there. As I say that, he actually buys it. And also those Ninja Tabi as well. As you said, the Giant spell already finished, or already bought out for Darian as well. Yeah. And his bottom lane, just changing that damage, and that's what you made the point of here, that Nunu has to get in there close range, and that means almost easy damage for the AZUBU Blaze bottom lane.
Exactly. This lane is being carried by Genjit as wearing Blood Boil. He's actually harassing Vayne exceptionally well and just tossing out phosphorus bombs, landing in basic attacks. If he ever gets a phage proc, he can actually go in and put out a lot of damage. We're actually seeing Helios run towards the bottom. He's looking to counter gank because, again, they spotted Evelyn running to the bottom. AZUBU Blaze is doing a much better job of seeing the kind of moves that Alex is going for. They're not going to repeat that mistake from the first gank.
And there is Evelyn coming back into the middle lane, so they know that gank's not going to be happening, at least for now, as Katarina is headed that direction, will almost run straight into Gosu Pepper there.
Oh, that's a smart ward. They put a vision ward down to spot Evelyn run out of the top lane, or out of the mid lane. And they see all of M5 now coming down for the Dragon. They actually put their own ward down and spot it. He actually saw it come out of Ambition's inventory, so they knew it was there. This is going to be their Dragon control. Everyone's running down. This could be a 5-on-5 for Dragon. This is going to be very close.
This could be a big fight. AZUBU Blaze coming in split, though, into this one as Captain Jatt gets involved. There's Helios running off. The ultimate comes out. Darian also used that one. There is the crescendo going over, but Gosu Pepper running very, very low. Darian now in the trouble at the back. Will finally go down to Vayne. That's one for Vayne, one for Katarina. Moscow 5 now have to back away. Diamond not finished, but Vayne will pick up the Dragon for AZUBU Blaze, and that brings them back to within 600 gold of N5.
And that was brutal. A 2-for-1 plus the Dragon. They got the drop on them perfectly. Katarina got a really well full-channeled ultimate. Lustboy stopped Absolute Zero with Crescendo, and everything started falling apart. And this is one thing that's really good for AZUBU, is that these weird stretched out, like all in different places fights are very, very good for them, because they have champions that want to run at individuals and chase them down, get resets off of that, and then continue on. Whereas M5, they're all area of effect based. It's, Diamond procs running to, run his face into someone and burn them down with Burning Agony. It's Alex Isha's ultimate, it's Darian's ultimate. Those need big teams clustered together to work the best. And AZUBU Blaze is going to continue trying to split up to deny that kind of synergy.
And with Katarina now 1-0-1 and Vayne 1-0-1, almost catching up, or pretty much has caught up to the TS there of Corki. That is dangerous times because they're only getting stronger as things go along. Obviously, Darius not quite got the kills just yet. He's 0-2-1, picking up those boots of mobility to be everywhere a lot faster around this map. And there is the Zeal picked up as well for Vayne. So looking like going in towards that Phantom Dance as the first major item.
And that's the build we've been seeing so much from Vayne, is that they max, I'm going to actually check before I say it. Oh, no, he's actually maxing Tumble first. We normally see them max Silver Bolts on Vayne. I'm glad I checked. But they're still going for the Phantom Dancer because you don't have a lot of movement on Vayne. You can Tumble, but Tumble doesn't send you nearly as far as something like Valkyrie. So instead, all the extra movement speed, the attack speed, being able to kite around is so valuable on Vayne to keep yourself safe. And they're kind of relying on the bonus damage they get from Final Hour, that ultimate, then use that instead to kind of get your damage sort of output up.
Ambition there having a bit of a wander south, was spotted straight away by the ward, as Helios also down in this bottom lane. So we may try and see Helios get around. There is a ward in the brush by the river, but nothing actually in that tri-bush up until now. There's Diamond coming down as well, so the action may kick off in this bottom lane. Vayne actually going back off, and I'm assuming going to be picking up that red buff. Yep, there is the red buff. Blue buff on Flame as well. Here comes Helios, and they may try and force something here.
They've been spotted, though. No Oracles was there in the tri-brush yet. There we go. Sona spots that out. Lustboy off to kill the ward in the tri-brush. There we go. 25 gold. He got that one. But M5 knows there's 4 people down here. They will not take a bad fight.
So we're looking to push this one out. Maybe do a bit of damage to that turret. The Mundo Cleaver is going to be something that may cause them a few problems, though.
They are happy to push here, absolutely. Oh, they get the pull on a Diamond. Diamond getting hit very low. There's the ult. Oh, the dunk! He gets one! Will they move on towards Genja? Nope, they're happy to go with just the turret. Captain Jack had popped his ultimate, so did Flame. Flame's actually going to zone them out. Genja's not in a good place, but Alex is right here.
Here we go, Ambition coming around the side, ulti going in there as well, Corki going low, and well, not getting the reset that he needed. However, they have taken that turret down, and now Ambition trying to chase around on towards Alex, who running straight for the cover of his middle tower. Should be able to stay safe from this one, but Ambition not giving up just yet. He's coming straight into this one as he will Shumpo onto the minions, but decides that's about all he can have. Meanwhile, Darian pushing his top turret as well.
And this game is neck and neck exactly right now. You're seeing turret kills on one side, champion kills on the other, but the gold 200 apart 16 minutes in. This game one in the loser bracket, again, to lose this BO3 means your team goes home, I believe in 5th, 6th place, and they want to do a much better job than that. They've got a lot of games ahead of them if they can win. I mean, this tournament, $50,000 for first place. Who wouldn't want to win something like that? These guys are just, it's just, you know, mind-breakingly close right here.
Yeah, and exactly what we'd hoped for, to be honest.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm this game. Like the M5 picked up 2 kills early, and I'm like, oh crud. I'm like, okay, wait, no, they killed the turret. They stole Dragon. Okay, we're good. It's a close game. I'm enjoying this. We're gonna keep this one going. Diamond though, he's not making the same moves that Helios did, where he gave away the lizard buff and tried to get Captain Jack fed with that buff. Instead, Diamond is still playing a bit selfishly. He's building items for himself. The Heart of Gold there. He's trying to scale up. Both of them going for Aegis of the Legion, or both junglers, I should say. And Diamond's still going to be a big ganking force here. He's gonna. I think it's going to be on him to make a lot of moves.
And we can see Katarina as well going into, I think what every Katarina has gone for so far this tournament. That's the Haunting Guys with the Sock Shoes to get a good penetration and then straight in towards Abyssal Scepter. So we'll see how that works out. Currently 1-0-1. Neck and neck with the CS in that middle lane. Bottom lane, the 280 carries also neck and neck. Phantom Dancer finished now for Vayne, along with the Vamp Scepter and the 2 Doran's Blades compared to Corki's Phage and Sheen. And just overall, well, I think I've said it already about 5 times, neck and neck.
And that's like the driving story here, of course. These are 2 teams who have never met each other before. And you know, it's just a great game. You've got very different styles, honestly, where M5 really plays a lot of counter jungling and a lot of champion killing as their main source of game control, and they'll take turrets afterwards. Whereas you're seeing AZUBU, you know, their top lane, the 2v1, they just pushed for the turret, got it at like 4.5 minutes. You saw them run 4 people bottom lane just for a turret push. It wasn't for a gank. They got spotted by wards. They didn't care. They dove in and took out structures. It's different gameplay here. Darian diving in towards Ambition. A lot of damage being dealt. He will push him back, of course. He'll survive and all that, but actually, one thing I want to point out is Darian is the only guy who can actually interrupt Ambition's ultimate. Not a single person on M5, aside from Xin Zhao, can interrupt the channeled spell. And Ambition's going to start wrecking phases if Darian cannot ult him away.
Yeah, he has to save that for Katarina. I mean, you can't afford to have a full channeled ulti coming in towards the entire team. Meanwhile, Dragon is up, and, well, they've managed to force that one away, but is it going to be enough to hold the Dragon? All 5 around for AZUBU. All 5 now of Moscow 5 are back into play as well. And let's see, wards going down. Obviously, we do have the Oracle on Lustboy. That's going to help them to clear out that top side. Moscow 5 currently doing their blue buff. Want to get that secured before they go down towards this Dragon area. And there we go then.
Okay, so they're going to square off. This Dragon is very, very important.
Helios just stole that.
Which one? Oh.
Helios just used his smite and he has a blue buff. I was going to say, I didn't see who he went to on Moscow 5. He did steal that blue.
But in this case, I mean, he's not the most important blue buff wearer. Of course, the 9 gets rather important. Alex will get a lot of extra damage by getting out more hate spikes. But one of the important things here is you know, this Dragon, they're both scoring off for it. You know, both these teams are willing to fight and do battle. And if M5 fights in this position, this is very good for them because AZUBU will actually be grouped up. They will actually take damage from Xin Zhao's ultimate and from Alexis's ultimate. That's really, really important for them. If they get more split up like this, it's going to be actually more difficult for M5 to fight.
So wards down here outside Dragon. Both teams still hanging in there, getting ready to go when they can.
Yeah, they're poking back and forth. I mean, this is one thing that's good for Diamond, is he's got that long-range effective cleaver. They've also got Genja on Corki. The pull hits onto Genja. He's got to run back. They're going to move in. Helios taking a lot of damage early on. Alex roaming around. Who's going to fall first? A nice crescendo goes off. There we go. Alex just picks up 1, picks down, and Ambition's going to fall as well. That's 2 for 0. Lustboy caught an absolute 0. This is going to be 3 right here, and they are mopping up AZUBU Blaze. Captain Jack falls. That makes 4, and only Flame gets away from that fight.
What a fantastic fight there for Moscow 5. If you look at the health bars, They've hardly even lost health in that fight, never mind players. They took down 4 for nothing. They take a dragon with it as well, and that will clench them the lead once again. They're going to have this bottom turret away as well. By those things, in fact, the minions will be finished that one off. They're going to take as much of the AZUBU Blaze jungle as they can. In fact, both buffs are up and available for Moscow 5 to take away now. Not sure whether they'll actually have the time to really achieve that, but in the end, that was a fantastic bit of play out of M5 and one that secured them that lead again. It's around about 4,000 gold.
Yeah, I think the plays that M5 made right there, taking down some of those turrets, was absolutely the right way to kind of cement the advantage. It's always just kind of risky to run through the enemy jungle, and if you don't have everything timed out, you might show up and waste that lead. Because what happens, when you kill champions in the mid game, 20 minutes in, you've only got so much time. The respawn timers are fairly short. It's only enough to push for maybe 20 seconds or so. They looked on the map, they saw what was available, said, we can get these turrets, let's do that.
Let's have a look down the items then once again. Evelyn actually finishing that Abyssal Scepter and the DFG. We've got an Aegis on either side as well. Actually, Corki not picking... Okay, there we go. Just as I'm talking about him not picking the rest of his Trinity Force. He finishes his Trinity Force compared to Vayne, who finished off that Phantom Dancer earlier on. AZUBU currently going through their jungle, getting all those buffs secured. And actually, Darren just hanging around there, being a bit of a menace, at least letting his presence be felt. As Alex now headed down to his bottom lane, and that's what they have to be careful of now. They want Vayne to be farming the entire time. We saw it in the last game actually, where if that AD carry goes too far in the bottom lane, Evelyn is the perfect champion to come down and take that kill.
And that's exactly what Alex has been doing. He's been targeting the AD carry in every single fight. And when you look at Alex's build, he's got 49 magic penetration. He's got a Deathfire grasp. Vayne has basically nothing. Captain Jack, his magic resist, if he's around Sona with an Aegis, then it's 67. But for the most part, it's going to be 42, which just means he's going to do true damage at all times. Alex is going to melt his face so hard in team fights. I don't see Captain Jack living easily through any of these.
And here we go then, big fight around Baron as Lustboy having to flash away from the wall. And now Helios, the one under pressure as he flashes away. There's the DFG coming down. Helios is going to fall, tries to get the dunk off. Captain Jack now going low. They've got more than enough health to dive in for this one as a snowball comes down. Alex gets the kill. He is now unstoppable at 5-0-3. And Moscow 5 backing away. Are they going to go straight in towards Baron? They've got the health for it, that's for sure.
At the very least, they'll bait it out. They know an early Baron kill like this will snowball them so far ahead, and then swept out all the wards. They'll turn if anyone moves in here. You see Alex Ish is actually waiting around towards the bottom, spotting someone out. He finds Lustboy. Look at that health bar get eviscerated there. Has to burn crescendo. 1 hit to go. He could have dove for it and then W'd away, but that's a huge risk, of course.
Yeah, and now we see that Baron is going to go down, picked up by Moscow 5. So whilst not securing the kill, he forced AZUBU to back completely away from that Baron area. That leaves us with an 11-3 scoreline. 35, let's call it 36 as it ticks over to a 30,000 gold, 30,000.
Yeah, it's a 6,000 gold lead, roughly. Yeah. And what I've seen here that M5 did, that earlier team fight, is they don't care who they hit. If someone's caught, they just go. And that's a really good lesson to learn, I think, is that you have a team with just a ton of upfront burst damage. And they caught a tanky guy with an Aegis, and he's got a heart of gold. He's in pretty reasonable shape. Alex burned his ult just to hit one person. He burned his DFG to hit one person. Well, of course it's one person, but he hit a tank, and he didn't care. That was fine. He just wanted to burn down that one target, because starting out a game 5-on-4, even if most of your ults are down, is the right way to do it. You get that free kill, you can always back off. M5 is doing that over and over. Whatever they can kill, they'll kill that champion.
Yeah, and he was trying to take another leaf out of Misaya's book there, going into that bottom lane to catch Vayne. Didn't quite work out as expected, but he's got a big wave of minions in there with him as well to help with that farm. But it's still neck and neck in the farm between the two middle laners. The AD carries slight advantage now for Corki, who's also ahead with the kill and assist at 1-0-4. But this 5-0-3 Evelyn is the one that's really going to be doing so much damage if he gets into the team fights correctly, which up until now, Alex has pretty much been perfect with.
Every single time, and he's of course got no deaths. There's only 3 on the team to be fair, but Alex is really making all the plays. The one guy who was doing the best for AZUBU was Captain Jack. In that series that they narrowly won against Team Solo Mid, both games, Captain Jack was the guy getting all the kills, getting all the farm, and making all the plays. Well, M5 has picked a champion. It's Alex Ish on Evelyn that is shutting down that one ace in the hole that AZUBU seemed to have needed really, really badly. Maybe it can be Ambition on Katarina. There's only the one reset with Xin Zhao, but that's, as far as I can tell, the only thing that AZUBU has in their favor is maybe Katarina can snowball.
Right now we see that Moscow 5 want to take this inner turret in the middle lane. Minions are all gone, and Alex waiting off towards the side to have that chance of getting in there. And as I say that, he comes right around the front. They're going to siege up properly now on towards this tower. There's the axe thrown in by Olaf, but to be honest, it's not enough. They need to focus on getting those minions down. They are going to lose that inner turret, and that will actually bring us back to 4-3. Moscow 5 for the first time in the game, taking the lead in terms of the turret kills. They're going to back away. There's a good creep wave coming down into the bottom lane, and they're going to go for that second inner turret of the game.
And they ping out where they know AZUBU will come in to stop them, and they actually don't even care about the backdoor bonus. They're simply going to run for this right now. They're going to sweep out the minions. Now they finally got their own wave here to tank it, but like Diamond is happy just to tank a turret and not really care. They've got Baron buff. They've got Zeke's Herald on the team, so he can lifesteal back off of minions. M5 has complete map control. You're just seeing AZUBU play with a lot of reverence, sitting very far back.
The only turret left outside of the base now is on that top lane, which I'm not sure is going to last all that long once Moscow 5 get themselves out of the jungle here on the bottom side and rotate around for that one. See lots of wards coming down. Flame just being snowballed to force him away, and we may see them going in for this one. Shirelli's actually been popped there by Olaf, feeling that they needed to get out of that situation, and that's the insecurity that Evelyn offers to the opposition's team. You never quite know when that Evelyn's going to pop out and burst you down.
I was actually watching Meat Playground play against these guys, actually from right behind Light Sledge's chair, and he's Tristana. He's like killing out the golem buff, and it's like almost dead, and then out of nowhere he gets one-shotted by Alex. Just like, well, I guess your screen's gray now, and just he has no way of knowing that she's coming without pink warding almost the entire map. And you're seeing Alex playing solo. I mean, he's just gonna run into Captain Jack. Look at him drop the half health. Now he's got to run, and he's actually got a flash because he could get jumped on here. Look at the chase.
Yeah, Alex trying to get away from this one, but do you get away from Vayne and Olaf? Most probably not. He is going to go down. It's Olaf that picks up the kill. To be honest, I think Vayne would have been the one that would have benefited from that even more. That is the first death, of course, for Alex.
That's a lot of gold just given away right there. That's a very, very risky thing to have happen to you. Vayne's still getting about 300 gold from the assist there. It's not too bad. But of course, yeah, you're right. She would love the 446 from the actual kill herself. But this is now the thing that AZUBU needs. They picked up a kill in the mid to end game. They've got time on the map, 20 seconds till Evelyn respawns. That's them trying to kill a turret. They'll do what they can here. There's not a lot of great long-range poke available to M5, so they can keep pushing here.
And here we go then. Darien going to get right into the middle. Will knock Ambition up. They're going to go for the fight. Ultimate comes out of Darien, and all of a sudden AZUBU turn this one right around. Diamond Prox and Darien both forced to back away, and AZUBU are going to say thank you very much. That'll be our first inner turret of the game taken down. But Moscow 5 now going to look to turn this one around. Genja chasing. Great poke that he has there. The axes coming out of Flame, trying to slow them down. I think Helios should be safe to escape this one. Flame may not be so lucky, but Moscow 5 just not quite the damage there to follow on with that.
And they're happy to keep chasing the one down. Genja has a Trinity Force and Lizard buff. If he lands one single basic attack that could be enough to get a kill off on a champion and chase it down, unfortunately, he will not land one. AZUBU will get out, but still they picked up the one kill, they picked up the turret. That's all they really needed. They just need to inch themselves back into this game. If they can actually get Vayne to the point where she can survive Alex Ish, which you did see last time when she was around Sona, it worked, but that's the situation they need. They've got to get people who will not get one-shotted and can then turn around and burst people out.
Corki just going to force that top lane through a little bit. As I said before, that's the only lane with a turret left outside of the base whatsoever for AZUBU Blaze. You can see the wards as well for Moscow 5 on both sides of the Blaze jungle, just to give him that vision. And let's not forget, the Baron already running out here will be up fairly shortly. And Moscow 5 going to want to make sure that they've got the vision there and that they're protecting it to make it theirs once again.
Well, and what's going to happen here really is suddenly M5 is a little bit more pensive. Now the Baron comes up at 30 minutes and 16 seconds. We're very, very near to that. And both these teams know if they get into a foolish fight and get aced, they give away free Baron. They'd rather posture for Baron itself. You've got Oracles there on Gozu Pepper's Nunu. That's really, really important. Lustboy has that as well on Sona. So these guys are going to play the ward sweep game. They're going to dance back and forth, and someone's going to try to get Baron at the end of this or get a team fight out of it.
And there's plenty of wards actually on the AZUBU Blaze side, so that whole war of attrition that could end up being played may be able to go in their favor. But Moscow 5 pushing this middle lane out just as you should do before that Baron is about to come up. They'll take away the wards as they head up towards that Baron area itself. Cosmopolitan gets the loudest cheer of the ward clearing game so far.
Yeah. And I actually misspoke. I think M5 is actually the team that is just completely in control of the map. In the general sense, in a 5-on-5, they're up 10,000 gold. If they know that, if they know how much they're winning, they'd be happy to sit there at Baron and bait AZUBU into them. M5's the one that wants to fight.
Here we go then. We are going to see Darian going in. Actually, the Sunfire Cape was. Is he going to get in onto the action there? We did see the ultimate as well coming out. There's Sub-Zero. There's the ultimate out of Evelyn as well. And they're going to look to close this one out here, Moscow 5. They've got AZUBU very low. Hard to get away from Mundo as well. Super sicky champion as he goes in. Is he going to be able to catch it onto Lustboy? Yes, he's not escaping this one either. Double kill for AlexItch. And that leaves only Ambition, who had to Shumpo out of the action at the end. And that will be 15-5 in kills, and the Baron is open.
Yeah, they're going to go right for that. As soon as they got the last kill, they knew no one's going to stop them in a 4-versus-1. Their health bars are all high enough. And Katarina, if she were like a million gold infinite fed, she might be able to go for that and try to get a reset off of killing Genja, but that will not happen here. She's not farmed enough, has not had a great enough game. No teleport X-P.E.K.K.A in this one. That's going to be a second Baron here now picked up for M5 BenQ.
Yeah. And by all rights, this should be Moscow 5's game to win now. It's going to take a silly decision, a bad positioning from them when it comes to these fights to really lose things. We saw there a proper full-on 5-on-5 fight, and it was clear-cut. It was a clear-cut victory for Moscow 5. They've gone home. Let's have a look down the items once again. We've got double Sunfire Cape in there, one with Darian, one with Diamond, as Helios is just trying to chase over towards Genja. Shouldn't be able to catch him there. Also, Wit's End coming in for Darian currently with that Hex Drinker as well. As I said ages earlier on, was bought by Mundo. There we see Evelyn picking up that Rabadon's Death Cap along with the Abyssal Scepter, the Haunting Guys, the DFG, a very, very strong AlexItch who's going to be doing a lot of damage very quickly. And then the AD carry, Trinity Force, Bloodthirster. Compare that over with the Phantom Dancer and the makings of that Infinity Edge. This is the point where they're going to be really looking to push Moscow 5.
Yeah, M5 are just happy to just keep moving forward and keep moving forward. You saw that last fight, actually. They happened to actually bait it out kind of on accident. It was just the two of them in that brush that was warded. All of his AZUBU blades came together to try to jump on them, and Darian got a perfect audacious charge into a just amazing crescent sweep that hit everyone on the other team, and that opened up the entire fight for basically perfection there. Everyone else followed through. It's when they get that 5-person initiation, that's when M5 shines.
And that is the first inhibitor of this game going down in favor of Moscow 5. And they may just turn straight onto this middle turret and go for a similar thing there. They do have that inner turret still available for the taking on that top lane, which would be the obvious choice in this situation with that Baron. However, that lane is a little bit pushed out, and it looks like M5 are quite happy to try and go, well, straight through.
And they're going to make their moves. This damage is going to be pretty good on the turret. Any poke that AZUBU tries to make is going to get healed back up by the Baron buff. So you'll see M5 be a little bit more aggressive than a team normally would on the turret. Case in point, Genja takes a turret shot just to deal damage. Alex looking to sneak in from behind. They're going to turret dive this.
It certainly looks that way with Alex coming in from that backside. He's going to wait for the signal before he goes right in there and tries to get his ulti across the entire team. Let's see. Turret on half HP. Here comes Moscow 5. How is this one all going to get started? The crescendo is available for Lustboy. They do start to back away. AlexItch still hanging around here on the bottom side of that base, hiding behind the trees like a pro.
They do not see him. They have no idea that he's there. They've got, M5 has a ward on the right-hand side of the screen, which will see if someone comes down toward Alex, so he's safe where he is completely. The minions, of course, will not spot him out while stealth. And oh, Helios actually tries to go for a pull over the wall. I don't know if pulling Nunu will help him too much, though.
No, I don't either. If you pull him in there, Sub-Zero, that's how you're going to go with that one. Moscow 5 now almost got this turret down as well. And maybe once they do get that down, that is going to be the signal for AlexItch coming from this side. Here we go. He's going to get in there. And Ambition is going to get popped. Captain Jatt the second one to go down. Lustboy gets a crescendo across, but Helios tries the dunk. It's all in vain, though. He's going to go down. Lustboy is low. Here comes Alex again for the quadra. Can he get the pentakill? Not quite. Gosu Pepper in standard Gosu Pepper style steals the pentakill away. But Moscow 5 going to take the Nexus turrets and the Nexus, and they will go 1-0 up here against the AZUBU Blaze.
That was a phenomenal performance by them. They did everything right. They had good lane setups in the end. You know, they lost an early turret, but they picked up the kills. Their ganks were great. Their early game strategy so well orchestrated. And then aside from the one team fight at Dragon that didn't go so hot, they were always just in perfect form in battles. That's the M5. They are great team fighters.
And you can see hardly a smile on their face either. It's like, this is a best of 3. We've taken down the 1. We've got to keep focused. There's no way about it. Against a team of the caliber of AZUBU Blaze, they have to stay focused in the meantime. You can see there, after winning game number 1, Moscow 5 apparently are now 1% more
They're
the
1%
favorite
stronger
for this game.
So those 5 extra people were like, hey, you know what? Feel like they're actually stronger here.
After that
I
1-0
was wrong.
win. But it looked very good. I mean, there wasn't really a point where you felt that AZUBU Blaze were really in the lead in that game.
Well, a lot of this was actually Katarina, right? In the pregame, you know, they talked with Skara, and he said, you know, Katarina is really, really snowbally, and what she does best is capitalize on mistakes. I didn't see any of the lanes make these mistakes where they overcommit. We actually saw Kat try to show up in one of those bottom lane tower dives. Katarina Ambition showed up, and he didn't get anything. There was nothing there for him. They lost a teammate, and he was like, well, I could have killed some Wraiths instead. And, like, you know, the effort was wasted, whereas when you saw Xpeka from Fnatic up against Taipei Assassins, his gank picked up a triple kill. And that's the kind of thing you need to have happen when you play Katarina, is you need that one big moment where you hop to champion to champion to champion, and you actually get something out of it. If you don't snowball forward, I mean, the way Katarina works really is, again, unless you're ahead in gold, you're still fairly frail, or if you build kind of tanky, you don't deal all that much damage. I mean, you've got to be in the front and yet be a huge damage dealer. That's so difficult to do. When the other team initiates all at once, hits all 5 of you, drops your health down below half, and you're like, well, we don't have any tools left. And so, you know, M5 is a team, I feel, that doesn't make any mistakes, and that's not a team you can easily run Katarina against.
Yeah. Well, that's it for game number 1. We're going to be taking a quick break, but of course, when we come back, we will finish this best of 3. Don't go anywhere, guys. We're here at IPL5, and we'll be continuing Moscow 5 versus AZUBU Blaze here in just a few moments.
See your face across the room from me. Heart's racing and it's getting pretty hard to breathe. The lights dance on both their faces. Your eyes, they sparkle bright. The beating of my heart draws closer, but my brain is losing sight. I don't wanna fall in love tonight. I don't wanna fall in love tonight. You take my hand and lead me away to another place. Just you and me. I don't wanna fall in love tonight.
なんでそんなマジでこびて
分かった。これから筋トレします。
あ、ぜひ筋肉鍛えてください。今もでも素敵ですけど。筋肉好き。
For you, born again.
The new AMD A-series APUs give you discrete level graphics and multi-core CPU power, all on one chip.
Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring Draven, the glorious executioner. Draven is a ranged physical carry built around throwing and catching spinning axes. Through his gameplay, Draven can dish out tons of damage and dominate a game. Draven's passive is Wicked Blades. Every time Draven lands a critical strike, his target starts bleeding, taking bonus damage over a few seconds. Spinning Axe causes Draven's next basic attack to deal bonus damage, apply Wicked Blades automatically, and ricochet off of his target. If Draven catches this ricocheted axe, his next basic attack will automatically throw another Spinning Axe. If Draven throws and catches axes long enough, he can have up to 2 Spinning Axes at once. Spinning Axe will lead Draven, so if he's standing still it will fall close by, and if he's running it will fall along his path. As Draven's main damage tool, I take Spinning Axe at level 1 and max it immediately. Blood Rush grants Draven bonus movement and attack speed for a few seconds. If Draven catches Spinning Axe, Blood Rush's cooldown is immediately refreshed. As a major steroid and damage increase, I take 1 point in Blood Rush early and max it by level 13. Stand Aside throws Draven's axes in a line, damaging, slowing, and knocking aside all enemies they hit. Mostly providing utility, I take 1 point in Stand Aside early, but max it only by level 18. Draven's ultimate is Whirling Death. Draven throws 2 massive axes across the map, damaging all enemies they strike. If Whirling Death hits the edge of the map, an enemy champion, or Draven reactivates the ability early, these axes reverse direction and damage all enemies they encounter on the way back to Draven. As with all ultimates, I take Whirling Death at levels 6, 11, and 16. In early laning, try to harass your opponents by hitting as many Spinning Axes as possible. Use Blood Rush to catch them as they fall, or guide them by heading somewhere safe before Spinning Axe hits an opponent. Be aware that Wicked Blades will cause the turret to focus you, so stay out of range and harass as much as possible, constantly guiding Spinning Axe into safe zones to catch. In lane, sit with 1 Spinning Axe while last hitting minions, and keep catching it until you're ready to engage in battle. Draven heads in on Ezreal but doesn't fully commit because of Alistar. After Alistar uses his stun, Draven activates his second Spinning Axe. Keep Blood Rush active after every catch and keep throwing Spinning Axes. Alistar dies to Wicked Blades, and Cleanse keeps Draven from falling to Ignite for a clean kill in bottom lane. When fighting against Draven in lane, crowd control is your best friend. As Draven opens onto Ezreal with Spinning Axe, Alistar rushes in with Headbutt and Pulverize, completely stopping the push. Draven gets into a battle with Malphite. Slowing with Stand Aside while constantly landing Spinning Axe and reactivating Blood Rush drops Malphite's health pool extremely low. As Malphite runs away, Draven leads him with Whirling Death. While Malphite attempts to juke upward to escape the return blow, Draven does the same, making Whirling Death curl upward and still pick up the kill. Draven is exceptional at cleaning up fights. As he gets into a battle, he finds Renekton low, picking him up with Whirling Death and a flash into a basic attack. Draven turns to hunt Alistar, hitting Blood Rush to catch up and prepare Spinning Axe. Constantly throwing and catching Spinning Axes allows Draven to continue Blood Rush, picking up 2 kills in the fight. In a team fight, Draven's first priority is positioning. Even though he could cleanly hit Shyvana, he runs back behind his team until he can attack enemies from safety. This allows him to chase Shyvana while catching Spinning Axes and then turn his attention to Rumble. Spinning Axe picks up a kill, but instead of turning back to catch it, Draven charges forward to assist in the team fight. His team picks up the kill on Lulu and he heads in to chase down Ahri. Udyr leads the charge and stuns her underneath her turret while Draven is able to assist in the 4th kill of the fight. To deal damage on the run, Draven hits champions with spinning axes, then turns so he can keep his distance from enemies, activating Blood Rush to speed up the process. Shyvana is pushed away, and then Draven turns to focus on Rumble. After Rumble falls, he keeps up with his team until finding Ahri overextended. He hits Ahri with Stand Aside into Spinning Axe and a basic attack. Ahri falls to Wicked Blades, and Draven comes out with a double kill. While normally Draven should catch Spinning Axes, do not turn to catch them in front of the enemy team. Draven turns to kill some minions with Spinning Axe. Unfortunately, walking back to catch one puts him right in range of Urgot, which gets him swapped and immediately killed. I recommend building Draven for physical damage output, with a splash of durability for small skirmishes where you'll end up taking damage. For runes, I recommend flat attack damage marks, flat armor seals, magic resist per level glyphs, and flat attack damage quintessences. For masteries, I recommend 2190, focusing on physical damage increases in offense, plus bonus armor and health in defense. I recommend Cleanse and Flash for summoner spells, which will let you take out enemies and escape sticky situations. In Classic, I recommend opening with Boots of Speed and Health Potions. Take 2 Doran's Blades and add Berserker's Greaves. Buy Infinity Edge and add a Vampiric Scepter immediately after. From here, take Phantom Dancer, Last Whisper, Bloodthirster, and Guardian Angel to round out your build. In Dominion, I recommend opening with Boots of Speed, Prospector's Blade, and Health Potions. Add Berserker's Greaves, Infinity Edge, and a Vampiric Scepter, before finishing your build with Phantom Dancer, Sanguine Blade, Last Whisper, and Frozen Mallet. Thanks for tuning in to the Draven Champion Spotlight. Please subscribe to the Riot Games YouTube channel above and leave us your comments just below the video.
Wrecked him, damn near killed him. Hi, I'm Nick Allen with the IGN Pro League. Now, I'm not much of a gambler, but when I get the urge, I look to digibet.com. With digibet.com, I can wager on my 3 favorite things: dog racing, football, dog racing, and most importantly, esports. With my extensive knowledge of competitive gaming, why just watch the tournaments when I can profit from them? If you're daring enough, try digibet.com. I know I will, because I'm never wrong. This was delicious, I'll have another.
So guys, welcome back to IPL5 and our second game of the best of 3 here in the low bracket between Moscow 5 and AZUBU Blaze. Joining me is none other than Phreak. You heard his lovely voice there doing the Draven spotlight. Draven, is he one of your favorites, Phreak?
I didn't think I'd like him because I thought his lines were totally over the top and cheesy. And then I played him and I loved him because his lines were totally over the top and cheesy. So he won my heart. Draven, I can't play him well, I'm terrible at him, but Draven is amazing.
Well, we're into the picks and the pans then, and we can see if we see any Draven in this one. I don't think so, but
no,
who knows?
Aframu's gone.
He knows that all too well, I guess.
Yeah.
So the ban's coming out here. Twisted Fate for Moscow 5, taken away from Ambition. Rengar, Evelyn ban out of AZUBU Blaze. What a surprise after that last game.
Yeah, you know, they're respecting the champions a lot. You're seeing TF and, again, the repeat bans coming in a lot of these cases. Diana, it looks like Alex does not play this champion. It's the exact same ban as last time, getting rid of Diana there and removing that option. So, it's unfortunate to see, these players who, he either doesn't know the champion or he's just very respectful and says, you know what, it's an option that we don't need to deal with right now. It's unfortunate, right? It's limiting where they have to ban the same champions, even when they're first pick and they could pick those guys out. The Nunu getting banned out away from Ghosty Pepper, that's a respectful one as well. So a lot of adaptation, but of course it does give away Lee Sin. Good call, Joe.
Yeah, really, don't ban the Lee Sin, and Moscow 5 are going to take it. There's pretty much no question about that whatsoever with Moscow 5 in there. So, what are we expecting to see here from AZUBU Blaze? Obviously, that last game not really working out in their favor. They actually insta-locked Olaf in that last matchup. That was their first choice. We can see there, by the way, I just want to mention the percentages you guys at home on the using the iOS app and also on IGN.com voting for the team that you want to win. We've been told that actually if you vote on the games going on the other stream and even across the other games as well, you increase your chances of winning the Origin PC. So there's a little bit of a secret to win that PC.
Go vote. I mean, it's a half month late in America, but vote.
Vote. So Corki is going to be locked in there, along with that Olaf that we did see in game number 1. Looks like Moscow 5 settling for a Sona at the moment.
So, and this makes a lot of sense, ultimately. These are the two supports that I think Ghostpepper is best known for and are his best supports. He's run Tarek a lot this tournament. I don't think it's been all that successful for him, so pulling out the Sona I think is a really good move. It's just, I mean, that's his actually live account name on EU. It's Flash Ult Sona. That's actually the account he uses, so you know, it makes a lot of sense. It's just a good pick for him, and they've picked actually very safe so far. Lee Sin, the Sona Ezreal lane, there's nothing flashy coming out from this team yet.
Yeah, over on the other side, AZUBU Blaze picking up their next 2 picks and doing it quickly. Oh.
Please, please actually be AP Master Yi. That would be awesome.
We've seen it already twice from Alex Ich in this tournament so far. Would he have the balls to do it against AZUBU Blaze? There is a Wukong as well.
If he thinks it's good, and I actually like this team a lot because it's a crazy, like, super strong area of effect team. Every single member on that team's R button will hit multiple members on the enemy roster. You've got the knock up there, the crescendo. You've got Lee Sin can get knock up as well if he aims it correctly. Ezreal's in there for true shot barrage. And what better to set up the team for like ridiculous success, or set up Master Yi for ridiculous success, than everyone on the enemy team being at half health. You know, with Shannon there works great as well. They don't know for sure what he's up to fight against. He has locked in Master Yi. That is right. AP Yi, certainly not a troll pick, running it against AZUBU Blaze. And the insta-lock on Jax makes a lot of sense. He's one of the best lanes to fight against Shen because he'll win those duels outright. It's a good couple of teams here.
So what are we thinking here, Phreak? Who's your money on for this one? We're in Vegas after all.
I gotta say M5 because we've seen them be so convincing. I think their team comp is ridiculously good. On the flip, I guess I already said M5, so you know I'll just say it. I'll say M5 is my guess here. Apparently, I've jinxed it every time I've ever tweeted about who's winning in the game, but if I stay away from Twitter, maybe it won't be my curse this time.
No tweeting. I obviously then have to go for AZUBU because I would like to see a best of 3 going all the way to 3 games here.
I would too.
On stage. Whether they'll be able to pull that one out, they actually do a bit of a team huddle, AZUBU, before their games. They did that here before game number 2 as well, and hopefully the spirit that brings into the team setup as well will help them out. I mean, they've got a pretty damn strong team there as well. I mean, looking towards the late game, you've got Orianna, you've got Jatt to bring the pain at that kind of level.
Oh, sure, and this is actually a very good team from AZUBU as well. You've got a lot of champions who can really assist the front line, and Captain Jack on Corki, I think he had an okay performance last game. I mean, obviously they lost, but he did as well as he could. Yeah. Corki's pretty safe. He's long range. He can play the poke, and he can Valkyrie backwards. But you've got Olaf and Jax in the front line, and both Orianna and Lulu together can support them. You know, land their crowd controls from them as focal points. This is like Bruisers diving in, being supported, incredibly strong, and wreaking havoc on the enemy team. It can absolutely work for them.
So here we go then. Moscow 5 versus AZUBU Blaze. Lower bracket quarter-final, I guess we're technically at. I always get confused at the stages in the lower bracket when we get through it. But the winner will go through to play CLG Prime in the next round of the lower bracket. The loser, of course, will be going home.
And I don't think either of these teams want to do this. Once again, we're 1-0 in this best of 3, M5 BenQ. They won the first game. It was a rocky start, but a very convincing finish. They forced 2 bans here in game 2 against the Nunu and the Evelynn, and they've adapted. AP Master Yi from Alex Ich. It's been a crowd favorite this tournament. I'd like to see it.
Yeah, there have been, I think, 1 billion threads on Reddit about this AP Master Yi so far. And sadly for all of you that are playing solo queue, I'm sure you're going to be tortured by a Master Yi in the middle of every single game that you play. as well. So apologies for that one. I'm sure we can all blame Alex Ich, but always interesting to watch that one. We've got a little bit of a pause at the start of the game, but we should be dropping into that in just a little second. Yep, that's going to be resumed. And we can see that 64 to 36% currently of the vote in favor of Moscow 5 to 2-0 AZUBU in this one.
Well, it's you know, it's absolutely a possibility. It's a prediction that I made that it just looks like they're in really great form right now, and they're putting out a lot of pressure. Their ganks and again, their play style is champion killing. I remember, I think it's a quote from Xenon when he talked to them a long time ago, and he said that their interpretation of their game style was see hero, kill hero. Like if they see something, they'll just bring it down and just kill it off, and they get a lot of map control, of course. You kill off champions, and you know you've got more numbers. And the reason I even bring that up is because it's a different style from how AZUBU does it. AZUBU picks down turrets. You know, they set up for team fights. They try to get global gold. With M5, they actually focus much more on ganks and killing off champions and counter jungling. It's these singular, individual focused sort of gains, and it's worked for them so far. And honestly, I mean, this is again another time they've picked a reset-based champion. They've got Alex Ich, where as long as his ultimate is on, an assist is going to give him half the cooldowns, and an actual kill will fully refresh everything, and he's going to snowball through those fights if they do well. But if they get stopped early, they don't have any way to get back into this.
Well, AZUBU here already on the push in towards that bottom side of the Moscow 5 jungle. Diamond Prox on his favorite champion here, Lee Sin. We'll have to watch out there. Ward put down early on as well, and also cleverly on the top side, which will have mean that they see Shen coming down, or in fact stood right on top of the ward there. So they've got Shen's position on lockdown. They know what's happening on the bottom side there by the race. Genja and Gosu Pepper looking like they're going to be starting by golems, but I don't think, at least from what we see now, that AZUBU will be going aggressive in the Moscow 5 jungle.
No, they've backed too far. This is the same thing they did in the very first game, which was put that ward down at the Wraith brush and try to spot out what the opposing team is doing. They're going to have Alex and Diamond work together and break down this Wraith, this early Wraith camp. But clearly AZUBU is just going to sit on their side of the jungle themselves. They've pinged out, they know where everyone is, and that vision is useful, but it's a pretty standard start on both these sides. Diamond's going to grab Lizard, and they're going to give Blue over to Helios.
And he's going to have the help here from Flame for that one. And Shen actually going a little bit cheekily there into the top side of the AZUBU jungle. Going to get caught out here a little bit by Captain Jatt, and this could be enough damage to force Darien completely away from this top lane, and he is in fact going to have to go home. It's 2 versus 1 lane, so not as disastrous as if it was like in a 1v1 situation in the top.
Yeah, he's going to be in pretty much the same situation. He'll miss out on a potential minion kill or two, but you realize that until you're near your turret, Lustboy and Captain Jatt will easily harass you down. Last hitting with Vorpal Strike is going to be difficult for him. So you're right. Again, I'm kind of reiterating you, but that getting forced back was not as painful as it could have been. All right, Helios, though, he was looking for that top lane. He might have wanted to grab an early push on a Darien. That will not be the case here, though. Alex and Ambition squaring off in the mid lane. That's going to be pretty close here as well. And, it's difficult because Orianna's normally very good at punishing melee champions. She's got really good damage there and can easily, poke people out.
So we're going to jump back into the game there, just getting the game sounds all fixed and ready at the start of this one. Let's see quickly over how this is going at the start. You see the AD carries bang even, the junglers bang even. Middle lane, Orianna got that slight advantage, which you'd probably expect, and Jackson Shen not being able to get a single minion kill up till now, which will change. However, we may just see some action coming in, as we do have Diamond Prox waiting up at that top side, and Lee Sin at this kind of level going to be very, very strong if he manages to land his Q.
And that's not going to be the case, unfortunately. Well, we'll see, actually. Lee Sin was waiting around. Helios still looping around the side as well. No ganks quite happening here. Helios, though, by getting the vision, they actually had warded out the Tri-Brush with a pink ward for 2 reasons. One, it actually spotted that Diamond was there and waiting for the counter gank. And 2, if they ever ward that Tri-Brush themselves, they won't, they can clear it out and then they'll be able to know. So Helios just simply stole away as much of the jungle as he could, and now they're going to square off again.
Yep, Diamond just spotting Helios going through. He's going to try and come in behind Ambition there. He's going to land the Q as well. Can they get in to finish off, though? Alex Ich has got to get involved, and in the end, they back away from it with that red buff on for Diamond as well. Could have been very dangerous. However, Ambition had that flash available. He chose wisely as well, in my opinion, not to use it, to keep that for future need.
Yeah, it was a really wise choice. They didn't have enough damage there to pick off any kills here. Everyone is able to back off. pretty much securely. You're seeing, though, AZUBU, just like the first game, pushing very aggressively at this top lane. That top turret down to half health. Helios coming by. He knows there's no ward spotting him here. He's completely in the fog of war. They'll push to this turret, and then they're going to dive.
Yeah, and this is something we've seen done by so many teams so far this event. Let's see how Darian can hold it. He's got no one anywhere near him to really offer that support, and now he realizes that he's going to be in trouble. Will get polymorphed and taken down, and there is first blood going over to AZUBU Blaze and to their jungler Helios on Olaf.
And I like how aggressive that move was. You saw Lustboy actually flash Whimsy to deny a Shadow Dash flash away, because they knew they don't have great chase potential. Once he gets far enough out, no one can catch up. So they said, you know what, we'll do all the damage during the 2 seconds here that we have. They said flash Whimsy, Olaf ghosted in, and they said, you know what, that's fine. We'll burn the summoners, getting the kills worth it. They got the turret as well, 5.5 minutes, a very good early lead for Blaze.
And the ironic thing is, it's going to happen all over again on the other side. Actually, Diamond just backing away from this one. Surprised that they've not tried to level this up by going for exactly the same move in there, but alas, that is not the plan for them. Let's have a look at the CS in the middle. Alex actually just getting himself that advantage now, up by around about 7 CS. And this bottom lane is now being forced onto the tower, and it looks like Flame is having a bit of a sniff of this one. Probably realizes it's going to happen as Diamond going to come in from the side. There's a leap strike away, and you've got to time that kind of push perfectly when there are no minion waves there, because otherwise Jax has got the easy escape.
Yeah, and that's a really, really good move here. He's actually going to jump in. The stun comes off. The rest of the team is coming down to the bottom lane. Orianna from the mid, and of course the Lulu Corki lane swap coming on the back as well. All 5 members of AZUBU Blaze are actually down here. Last time we saw them go for a dragon off of this, they could do the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, why not? They've got pretty much the entire team there. Orianna can come down from this middle lane as well, but it looks like AZUBU may want to try and put some pressure down onto this turret while they've got those numbers there. Diamond actually waiting in the wings down by the golem, but you can see that AZUBU are backing off, and they are going to start off the dragon.
This is going to be a bit of a gambit, honestly, because while they are going to get the global gold from the dragon, it's going to help them overall. They've left Darian now to solo farm. He's got 28 minions compared to Flame's 6. That's a very, very big deal. You're going to see 1,000 gold spike from the dragon, and that's worth it overall. It's still like a good move from AZUBU Blaze, but just realize that all that early pressure they got down into Darian, that's mostly going to go away here.
Yeah, he's been left completely alone. He's up to level 5 now. Flame also level 5, but there we can see the goal 1,580 to the 1,370, so that instantly puts this Jax behind. He should be able to catch quite a lot up, though, obviously, once he gets into this top lane. And especially if Darian misses CS, that's easy for him like that. But he is going to do some damage to the turret, sees Flame coming in, and he doesn't want to stand and bang with the Jax, that's for sure. In the meantime, Alex headed down in towards this bottom bush. Tribush is warded, and that should mean that they stay safe from this one unless they overextend and go a little bit silly.
No, that shouldn't be the case. These guys are very, very refined. They're very smart players. No one's been overextending really at all. At least in these games, they're playing pretty excellently. M5 actually, all of them down to the bottom, 6, 6, and 5. They're going to recall back, and they just didn't get any real pressure on that turret, unfortunately.
Yeah, not able to get in there. Diamond actually was just covering the middle for Alex there as well, and that will give him a nice bit of experience. Good amount of creeps as well, so I'm guessing he's going to be headed home maybe after doing that red buff. That is actually up. Looking at the wards, actually really strong so far from AZUBU Blaze on the bottom side of the jungle. They've got the one outside the dragon, one in the tribush, one on the top ramp there by the wraiths as well. So they've got a nice vision of every exit possible from that jungle of Moscow 5, which means they should be staying pretty safe in this bottom lane, and maybe even in that middle lane, you know, unless something comes out of the top side. The blue buff is now available as well, and as I say that, we see that AZUBU Blaze actually ping it, and I wonder if they're going to be trying to challenge for it.
Looks like they're not really anywhere nearby, actually. It's just kind of, you know, Ghost Pepper kind of walking back and forth. No one's really stopping for anything. The actual aggression here is much, much less than before. After AZUBU killed off that top lane turret, they swapped their AD carry and support back to bottom, and M5 was like, all right, that's fine. We'll just square off against you 2v2. M5's really not making any moves at all really in this game, at least none that are working. And I feel like AZUBU will just kind of slowly crawl upward and upward throughout this game unless M5 tries to make something special happen.
We see Alex now with that blue buff. Orianna with the same as well, though. And he's actually fell behind now with by 10 CS, so you can see how quickly that middle lane CS is swinging between Alex and Ambition. In terms of items there, double Doran's ring for Alex, and the Chalice being finished off by Ambition. Top lane, cloth armor and still tier 1 boots for Shen, so I guess he's got plenty of gold to be headed home in the next few moments.
Alex gonna get, oh, he flashed it. That was a very dangerous situation.
Yeah, flashing away from the shockwave, and that could have been the end of him with that Olaf sniffing around as well. Actually, Diamond Prox is waiting in that top tri-bush. I think they wanted to try and get in with Jax, but wisely enough, we see Flame not pushing that lane too far out.
Now, it's a really good idea in general because he's still, you know, he doesn't want to be there. He knows he can get jumped on. He knows he's a little bit underpowered because he didn't get many minion kills. You compare him to Shen, and he's down 3,000 gold. But here's AZUBU, just like AZUBU does. They're just pushing people into the mid lane to push down turrets, just dealing damage to that structure is all they want.
That was the Ezreal ultimate, actually. Are we seeing some action down at the bottom? Yes, Genja actually will put some back there, and Captain Jack decides not to go in for that 1 versus 1. So let's move back to middle and see exactly how Moscow 5 are going to hold on to this turret. Is that minion wave does go down. Alexich will go in there, but as you can see, it's not much they can really do against an Olaf and a Jax in particular, just hammering away. You've got the command protect, the shield from Lulu as well. That's a lot of damage that you can tank right there.
It's a really good setup here from AZUBU Blaze. Whenever they push that lane down, they immediately swap that top lane over. They bring the jungler in. They bring up the support, and they're like, great, well, 1v1 bottom lane, the rest of us will push mid. And M5 had to react with everyone there, and they weren't able to do it. They had Shen farming the top lane. No one was there to make anything happen. And now you've seen the second turret kill, and they're posturing for the bottom lane now next.
Pepper actually trying to bait him out here. He did see them come through that tri-bush, as Diamond will get through as well. Does have the Oracle, and there's a nice 50 gold for him there as well.
50, yeah, wow, nice. 2 turrets down, or sorry, turrets. 2 wards down, double kill there. Nice bit of gold picked up.
Double kill.
Double kill. Hey man, by that, oh, that's a third one. I actually watched him get a third one right above the dragon. So Diamond now on 3 ward kills. If you count them as champion kills, M5's winning.
Well, I suppose you're right.
If I make up things, I can make it look like the other team's winning.
Yeah.
Based on the number of 5s in their screen names, M5 is ahead by a lot.
By 5.
They are. Yeah. Whoa.
Yeah.
It was Singed the whole time.
We got this one.
All right.
So top lane, Darian and Flame here having a bit of a face bashing competition. Flame actually lower there than Darian, but Jax with the passive off his ultimate, that third hit obviously every time coming in can be pretty devastating, and also trying to bait out somewhat by the looks of it for Helios to get in around the back. There's the Ignite going down, and this is going to be bad. Flame going pretty low. Darian actually going to taunt himself away. Will he turn around and go back towards Flame? No, he's going to flash away towards the tri-bush, and he will stay safe. Actually may even do a loop around and go back to lane.
That's so risky if he does. I mean, I guess the Ghost is down. Actually, Flame's pretty much so there's not actually a good way for them to stop Darian, but you know, he's just going to recall. All right, fair enough. He could have stayed around, I suppose. Genji and Ghost Pepper squaring back off at the bottom lane. Actually, oh, here comes, yeah, Ambition was looking for a gank at the top lane. Didn't manage to find it because, of course, Darian did run back. But this is AZUBU Blaze once again. They're grouping up just to push down turrets. This gameplay, this time around, is working so much better. None of the roam moves, none of the kills are happening for M5. So just pushing turrets ceaselessly is working very, very, very well for AZUBU Blaze.
However, Moscow 5 trying to push the fact that there are 3 in the top lane by going for a dragon here. They do have Diamond there. He does have Smite available, so they should be able to finish that one off without too much of a problem. Yeah, I don't see those 3 getting around in time. There is the Smite, and Dragon picked up by Moscow 5. So, you know, even with these turrets going down, the kills are still very even. Obviously, Blaze with only that first blood kill with the 2 towers. But it's 1,600 gold now. It's not a huge amount.
Now, they have closed it off quite well. They're making all these moves because, again, M5 is like focused on the jungle, it seems. And instead of counter pushing or doing anything like that or shoving mid or grouping up somewhere else, they found the dragon and said, yes, we can take this one down. They got the timer. The oracles. Diamond's been spending so much of his time in the bottom half of the map that he had swept all the vision there. And they got it. I mean, AZUBU might have spidey sensed it and realized that, hey, they probably found something there, but realistically, it was still done blind, and you can't run into that with just 2 people into a potential 4-man dragon attempt.
You can see now blue buff is up as well for Moscow 5. No chance of a steal here. And Alex should be having this one away for that middle lane. Let's have a look down the CS. This top lane is where that biggest difference is at. Approaching double the CS, actually. It's a big, big difference currently in favor of Moscow 5 in favor of Darien on Shen. In the middle lane, 142 to 140, pretty much bang even. Same thing with the AD carries, 112 to 113. Even looking at the items there, they're pretty close. As Alex now going in on towards Flame, will get stunned up by the counter-strike, but to be honest, it's not that long of a stun there, and Flame is forced to flash away. In the meantime, AZUBU, though, doing what they do best, and that's taking turrets down in the bottom.
There's a third one going down. AZUBU constantly there for the push. Helios has shown up as well, so it's a 4-on-3 suddenly. Master Yi, he's actually going to stay in mid right now, so he's not there to support this. Actually, Ambition's going to turn back around, so never mind that push. It's going to stop because just Blaze didn't really want it. Alex pushing very well in the mid lane. You'll see an Alpha Strike, I think, come out in a second. There it is. Sweeps out that. He's going to move on back.
Yep, now Darien continuing to farm in this top lane. Up to over 100 creeps now, 107 to the 65 of Jax. There's the gold, 4,000 to 3,600, and that just shows you the beauty of, whilst Flame way behind in the farm, they've got the towers, and that's helping him out a tremendous amount.
Exactly, and the thing is, I actually wanted to point it out earlier on because at the very beginning, after the first turret went down, the giant 30 minion kill lead kept Darien up in gold, and then you've seen him kill minions, keep going up in gold, but you keep seeing turrets fall down, and the difference has pretty much not changed. It's been plus or minus 300 the entire time throughout that, even though the lane is getting sort of worse and worse as time goes on. So, a real credit to AZUBU for keeping kind of their undermanned lanes still in a really good place. You can compare the supports, and that's where you really see the difference here, because you've got Lustboy at 3,200 and only 2,700 here for Gosu Pepper. So that is a very big difference. You'll see them get gold generation earlier and finish their major big-ticket items sooner as well.
Alex Hitch there just doing some good damage to this middle tower. Actually got himself that needlessly large rod on the last time he went home. There's a giant's belt picked up on the other side for Olaf, so he's nice and tanky up till now. Phage also finished with Jax. Over for Shen, he's picked up that giant's belt, headed up towards the Sunfire Cape. Lee Sin also headed in towards his Wriggle's Lantern. For the AD carries, both of them actually got Phage and Sheen. Vamp Scepter, Doran's Blade for Corki, and a double Doran's Blade for Ezreal. Also still on his tier 1 boots compared to those Berserker Greaves over for Corki.
Okay, and we're just seeing, though, that AZUBU, they've got a lot of good completions done, of course, with the global gold so high. They're able to complete mid-tier items sooner, and that's huge, right? You're seeing Alex Ish, he's just got the component. He doesn't have an actual completed death cap yet, so his power level is so far under 9,000 that he's not able to do almost anything against Orianna or the enemy team. When he completes it, it might become a 4-digit number. In the meantime, AZUBU, I think it's really, for them, I think the right thing to do is to keep putting this pressure on, and they deny a little bit of farm by doing this because it's not easy for M5 to farm all the lanes that they're getting pushed all the time.
Diamond forced to use a ward there to W out to. Let's see if Moscow 5 trying to push anything up here. Rabadon's death cap finished on Alex Itch. Let's see if they're going in. I mean, he's chasing. He's got the elixir in there, which tells me that they really want to be getting some work done in these next few minutes also.
Yeah, they want to spike forward to get some punishment going. Check the Dragon timer real quick. Looks like it's going to be 19:15, so that's actually pretty soon. That will overlap with the blue buff, or not with the blue buff, sorry, but the blue elixir. That might be really important for him.
Warmog's actually finished for Shen. Thought he might be going Sunfire Cape, but Warmog's it is for him.
He's been stacking health and just being as big of a tank as possible. The rest of this lineup is going to be fairly squishy overall. It'll take some time for Diamond to catch up in levels in gold. Just in general, junglers aren't nearly as farmed as top laners are going to be. And so Darien, they're really relying on him for flash shadow dashes. He's going to start the fights off. They need Ghost Pepper to follow up with Crescendo, but what they just need the most is for Darien to be the fearless initiator. He's going just pure tank so that he can start any fight he wants, because if they get anything in their favor, Alex gets the reset, someone's dead, their damage is still all there because of that Alpha Strike kill, and they can keep on moving forward. So if they can catch anything out and fearlessly go in, that's exactly what M5 needs.
And such a low-scoring game, considering we've seen 3 turrets go down right now. AZUBU plays working about everything so methodically, getting into the positions that they need to be, getting the job done, and getting out of there without really playing any sort of risk into it. So we hit 19:15. There is the Dragon. And Moscow 5 going to head their way around. Helios clearing the wards out as he goes. Diamond should run over one and take that out as well. Just to reduce that vision that little bit more. Captain Jatt there in the middle. Shen obviously not in the fight, but at the end of the day he's Shen, so he can join the fight whenever he wants to. Helios now may get caught in the middle of the team. Diamond Procs taking quite a lot of damage there, and Moscow 5 still not feeling confident.
They're going to try to pull in Darien. You can see him running down right now. They don't want to burn the ult if they don't have to, and just simply start a 5-on-5 on proper terms. You can see, though, that M5 is getting completely split up here. Diamond's on one side, Shen's on the other. You've got Genja off on the left-hand side as well. This 2 and 3 split is not great because AZUBU can start a fight at the blink of an eye.
Well, here we go. Shockwave coming in. Pepper going to get caught. He actually got the crescendo off before he went down. There's the Ezreal ultimate as well. Where's the damage coming from as I die halfway through the fight? Genja going low. They're going to force him in. It's the Lulu ultimate on Flame that's causing so many problems. There is the kill, the double kill, in fact, coming out for Jax. Now Darien may have some trouble of his own. He actually flashes away. Counter-Strike going to stun him up. The entire team of AZUBU Blaze is hammering away on him, and he may have a load of health, but it's only a matter of time. And that will be a 4-0. What a fight for AZUBU Blaze.
And that's a perfect battle there. And you can see everyone on Blaze's health bar is at like a third or less. They're also all out of mana for what that one's worth. And that's just, you know, you saw the initiation. Ghost Pepper got a very, very good crescendo. They got Alpha Strike going down. They got the Shadow Dash in there, and Ezreal as well. Genja got a good True Shot barrage. So everyone there on AZUBU was down to half health at the very beginning, the very start of that. But then, where's the damage come from? Alex is only burst-based. Darien, he's only a tank. Diamond does not have any real items yet. It's just Genja, and Genja died toward the beginning of that fight. After Gozu Pepper, the dive buddies of Flame and Helios, they went for him next, and he had nowhere to go. He got chased out, he got killed down, and there's nothing else that's going to break those health bars any lower. They need to get that reset. That's where all the damage output comes from, is that very first kill. Because Alex Isha's Alpha Strike, it deals a whole heck of a lot of damage, 579. And you need that 579 to happen more than once, or they can't win a fight.
Yep, and there's the blue buff going over to Alex Ich. If you look at the items there after that fight being completed, I mean, Jack's 3-0-0, that's allowed him to finish off Trinity Force. So we talked about his position at the start, that Darien had great farm. Jack's slow to get into it, slow to get that CS on board. But those kills have helped him out, along with everything else that AZUBU Blaze have picked up in the early stage of the game, and he's now on that Trinity Force, which is, you know, a great place for any Jax to be in, and he's only going to be getting stronger with that. The Warmogs is finished here on Olaf as well, along with that Philostone and the Heart of Gold, so strong from that side of things. Athene's Unholy Grail finished on Orianna, as well as a Blasting Wand, and that Negatron cloak in there as well, and Corki also finishing off that Trinity Force. So great position overall for the Koreans.
This is a really smart build actually for Ambition to pick up an Abyssal Scepter here. He doesn't need the Magic Resist Shred Aura that much necessarily, but what he really needs is the defensive stats to make sure he is not one of the victims of Alex Isha's resets. He needs to make sure his MR is high enough and the shields are on the right targets such that he's able to survive those sort of encounters, because that's all this team needs. AZUBU just needs to be tanky enough. They don't need to be super durable. I mean, you can see the turrets just falling down over and over. This team is very good at getting into these fights. But if they're tanky enough, this game, it revolves right now around what can Master Yi do. If he does nothing, AZUBU's team is so much better.
And we saw that Jax just totally ignoring Lee Sin, and just hammering away on the turret. It's like, well, you can't really do that much that you're going to be scaring me away from anything. There's the Abyssal Scepter finally finished for Orianna. And you see Kindle Gem as well, just being picked up by the support. So working up towards those Shurellias to get the engagements off. And also Negatron Cloak being picked up there by Darien as well. That extra magic resist is going to be only good for him. But Moscow 5 in a bit of a tricky position there. 4-0 down in turrets, 5-0 in kills. It's approaching that 10,000 gold kind of area. And to be honest, AZUBU Blaze, they're not doing anything risky whatsoever. They're just playing a very standard turret-taking game, and it's working out totally in their favor.
The one thing that M5 has on their side, though, is Genja's, well, I mean, Genja's kind of far from Trinity Force. He's about 400 gold away. But once he gets it, and actually he and Alex East together will be pretty good at clearing out minion waves, and they can have Darien constantly split pushing. AZUBU Blaze doesn't have the best answer to that, because even their best duelist, Flame, he doesn't have teleport. And so If he goes to stop Darian and Darian can escape him, they can make a 5-on-4 happen. That said, Darian is getting chased out by Corki, and Captain Jacky might be losing interest. No, they're going to keep going. Never mind.
Yeah, Darian's, I think, no man's land, I think is the right way to describe this one. And he's, you know, he's built tanky, so good luck trying to suicide through the turrets. That's going to take a while as well. They're going to catch up here. Captain Jack will land that shot, and Darian going to go for his ultimate. Can they get that stun down? Yes, they can. Not getting out of this one, Darian. He's tried his best, but that's his ulti burnt as well.
That's a really rough situation. The thing is, he actually could have done that about a second earlier. As soon as he saw Whimsy was used on Captain Jack, he was actually out of range of Olaf there, and he could have gotten himself to immediately ult from the brush there. He took a little bit too long, unfortunately, but it was a nice try. And that's really a great opening here for AZUBU Blaze. They've got 20 seconds here without Darian, and they're so tanky, they've got those shields. They can happily muscle down this turret here.
Yeah, we can see Helios going in there. There's the ultimate coming across from Genja, who's almost out of position there, using the arcane shift to make sure that he doesn't get locked onto. And AZUBU again clearing out that wave. As you said, the command protect shield coming out from Lulu as well is probably enough for someone like Olaf with that Heart of Gold and Warmogs in there to get straight onto that turret and just take it down. In fact, Flame is going to jump in there with Counter-Strike on. Wow, that is a big chunk of damage onto Alexic, who has to pop his ultimate and run away. Genja off to the side, not able to really do anything either. And AZUBU are going to take out that inner turret. That's the first inner turret. No, I tell a lie, they're taking the top inner turret as well. So just get in there slowly but surely as AZUBU Blaze, playing a very methodical game.
And I want to point out that Flame picked up an Executioner's Calling as his second major, his second major item here, because one of the things that's going to be most troubling for them against Alexic, if he does well, and he is the MVP for M5 right here, is that Meditate's going to heal him for so much. If he full channels it, it's 2230 health. He's going to cut that in half to 1100. It's much more manageable. It takes 5 seconds to get that health back. That's a much more, you know, appreciable sort of number where they can actually burn him down in a fight. And so he picks it up as the adaptation. He's rich. He's got the money to do it in case Ignite's down, because they only have 2 on the team. They want to make sure they can shut down Alexic's healing.
And we see their Flame just taking damage, and it's instantly double shield, which stops pretty much everything that M5 can throw at them right now. And AZUBU going to go in. Dragon is available, which is a natural choice. Extend that gold lead even further. Currently 40 to 31.5, let's call it. It's slowly but surely just falling away from Moscow 5.
It's really rough. Again, they still need to get to the point where Alex can break people down. He's going towards Zhonya's Hourglass now. His ability power is steadily rising, and that's the one good thing that will help M5 is his damage will, generally speaking, outpace the durability gained by AZUBU Blaze. You see that none of them are building any magic resist, sorry, most of them are not really building magic resist or health right now. You've got Olaf and Orianna, who are the only 2 who are really going to tank that very easily. Darian's going to get jumped up, but he's a tank. That's not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, there was a stun going off. There's a shockwave. Not very good, but there goes a crescendo as well. Ambition falling low. Lulu ultimate comes in. Lust Point dropping quite low as well, but they've still got this Jax right in the middle. Olaf is coming in there as well, and currently only 1 man down. That's Gosu Pepper. Alexic now getting caught out. He is going to go down, and Moscow 5 being picked apart here. Genja will try to get away. Leap strike in, flash out from Genja. And that should be enough for them right now. I mean, that is a 2 for nothing. Yes, Ambition went low, but low is not a kill at the end of the day, and that maintains the perfect record for Blaze. 8 for 0. They've got minions pushing on this top wave. All 3 inner turrets are now down. Only the base left for Moscow 5.
And the MVP of that fight was Ambition's Abyssal Scepter and Lust Boy's Wild Growth. He had enough magic resist to tank most of the Alpha Strike damage, even though he got crescendoed and everything else. And Lust Boy got the Wild Growth down that gave him enough health to survive the encounter as well. With those combined, there were no resets for Alexic. Again, just over and over, 1 kill is all he needs. He would have gotten so much more damage onto that team. If Ambition fell, they would have gotten another one, and another one, and another one, and the team would have eviscerated. It's kind of like the more AoE version of Katarina. We saw it in the first one. M5 made no mistakes. Ambition's Katarina did nothing. This time, M5 BenQ is going for the reset strategy with Master Yi, and they're not quite getting it. The team is just a little bit too tanky. He's not quite getting the damage, and there's no mistakes really being made here. If they can get the 1 kill, they can turn it on, but it's so hard for them to get that 1 kill.
I don't think necessarily M5 have made any mistakes either. That's the way that this one's gone. So standard victory, I almost want to call it, from AZUBU Blaze. So solid that they're not really making those mistakes as Captain Jack takes a good chunk from that Alpha Strike. In the meantime, Flame just pushing this bottom lane down. May well see AZUBU Blaze go down there to join. Let's have a look at the items and how they have developed out now. Rabadon's Death Cap, of course, finished for Master Yi. As Phreak mentioned, he's on his Hourglass on its way as well. And to be honest, that's about all that's changed. There's an Aegis in there that was finished, the Zeke's Herald as well. But you've got that on the other side, the Zeke's with Lulu. And then you've also got Orianna, who, on top of that Abyssal Scepter, now has that needlessly large rod for the extra damage. And Corki, who's well on his way to an Infinity Edge.
And that's the one thing to point out the most, really, because they're the two similar builds here on this map, is you've got Ezreal for M5, it's Genja. He's got a Trinity Force. You look on the other side, it's Trinity Force and more than half of Infinity Edge. And that is a huge difference in power. You're going to see, I mean, even just right now, the plus 70 attack damage that he has is a very, very big deal. But you fast forward 2 minutes when Nyjacky is done, and it's like a ludicrous change in damage output, and nothing's going to be able to withstand that. Captain Jack is going to be very, very brutal in these fights. Meanwhile, you're seeing Flame, who's got about half of Guardian Angel as well. That's going to make it ludicrously hard to shut him down. We saw so often that Jax would have a bad lane and he couldn't get any items together early on. But this is what happens when you do actually get real items. Goes Pepper, oh my gosh, getting jumped on. He's going to fall down immediately, and they're going to keep going on for this fight.
Yeah, that crescendo did get it off before he died, but look at this, they're straight in onto the turret. Ezreal ultimate hardly touches Flame, and they're going to get the inhibitor turret for this one, plus the inhibitor as well, and they may well just back out, head down towards this bottom lane and go for a similar thing. They've got a big chunk of minion wave coming in there as well. Actually will force itself naturally through, and here we go, AZUBU back in onto this one, and Moscow 5 just can't afford to let these turrets keep falling without putting up a fight, because it's just going to be a game finished in that same scenario.
The problem is they can't go in on this one. They know they don't have enough damage to turn that fight into anything useful. They just need Genja to poke, try to wear someone down, hope someone gets a little bit too aggressive on a turret dive and becomes available, but they know they can't dive in with Alex Ish. He will go too all in if he tries to fight, and he'll just get picked off. M5 unfortunately has to relinquish half their base and then hope someone makes a mistake.
Well, I just don't see it from AZUBU.
No, I don't either.
They've been so flawless. They have not made a single wrong footing, and they've not lost a kill. It's 49, let's call it 59, 50,000 now since it's 49.9 to 36.7. A huge gold difference, 14K gold difference from that one. And Baron actually started here, but AZUBU gonna go back in there. It looks like they want to fight. Snoopeh gonna get caught out. He will die. Genja's in trouble. He will fall as well. Now Diamond gonna be the target, and you just don't get away from this AZUBU team. Alex Ich there on the top side will go home. Darian, I'm guessing in the bottom, is also gonna be teleporting home. Actually, no, he's just farming as you do in this position. And AZUBU just gonna try and go for the win straight through onto these Nexus turrets.
Yeah, Alex somehow needs another 1,000 ability power to turn this game around. They don't have much for this. This is going to be AZUBU Blaze taking game 2, tying it back up 1-1, bringing us to a third game. The next game means elimination for these two stellar teams here. M5 BenQ now tying up with AZUBU Blaze.
Well, job done. I think that's the right statement for that. AZUBU coming in with a plan, executing that plan perfectly. Didn't lose a single kill. They didn't die once.
Yeah, it's a really apt term there. Execution really is the double entendre that defines this game. Kill after kill, perfect play, nothing falling down, executing the M5 BenQ lineup, but at the same time, their game plan, we'll group up and push a turret, we'll group up and push a turret. Anytime M5 tried to stop them, they lost that battle. And they stayed ahead of the curve. I can't stress enough that both these games were defined by snowbally AP mids, and in neither case did the team let them snowball forward. And that is hugely important. When you make no mistakes and no one gets caught out, you've got nowhere to go with that lineup.
And it's got to be demoralizing as well for Moscow 5, winning game number 1 convincingly by the end as well, coming into game number 2, and it almost looked like they weren't involved in it whatsoever, that whatever they did didn't really matter. AZUBU Blaze had their plan, they stuck to it, and they went straight through to the end. So we are tied up at 1-1. We will be coming back very, very shortly for game number 3. However, we do have anyone here who likes free stuff?
Raise your hands. I'm not convinced you guys like free stuff. Can you cheer louder? Do you like free stuff?
Well, we don't have any free stuff.
However, others do.
But we're going to tell you who does.
Others do. All right, so we're going to make you sit through our little mini commercials here first, and we will give you the giveaway information. Shout out, by the way, if you want to watch the awesome matches on the other stream, you can head over to one of the other ballrooms here, the sponsor pavilion, the Lolita ballroom down the hall. So if you want to watch the other games going on, I don't know why you'd leave this game 3, but if you did, it's there for you. Of course, IPL Stream 2 showing awesome games today. Come get the iOS app, vote for the favorite teams. You can see the percentages here, 57 to 43. Let them know how you feel, who's going to win, who's doing the best. And that does increase your chances of winning that Origin PC, that grand prize. You want that to happen. Also, head out to championselect.net. They've got cool stuff in store for you guys. I know that they kind of run some numbers on counter picks and things like that and help you out with your picking phase. But the giveaway that we promised you, the giveaway for an Astro A30 headset plus mix amp, the first 50 people to head to the Mont Royale, the Shoot Mania room in front of the elevators, to head to the Mont Royale ballroom and say they're here from League of Legends will be entered into the giveaway. The first 50, and you have to say you're from League of Legends. Sprint, don't hurt people, but get down to the Mont Royale.
That's not as aggressive as I expected.
Well, they're here for the third game. They're here for the third game.
To be honest, we called this at like the perfect time because everyone's like,
no, I'm not giving up my seat.
No, I'm just going to stay here. So, guys, that's enough for now. We're going to be coming back in just a few short moments with game number 3 between Moscow 5 and AZUBU Blaze. If you go anywhere right now, you are a very silly person. We'll be right back here from IPL5. So welcome back, everybody, to IPL5 here at the Cosmopolitan, Las Vegas. My name is Joe Miller. Joining me is the lovely, lovely David Phreak.
I got 2 lovelies?
2 lovelies.
Joe, thank you. Can I?
Nope. 2 lovelies. That's far enough. Shut down. So we're going to be moving into game number 3. Are they boos or are they just saying
Those are
free?
boos. No, those are boos. You got hate.
No man love on stream, sorry.
Unfollow him on Twitter.
There are people at the back of the room that are holding signs up for you. I can only read I want and then Phreak at the end, so we'll just go with I want Phreak.
I think it says your babies. Maybe. It's like an R. Maybe it's like your rabies. They might want my rabies. That could be a thing.
Yeah. Possibly.
I mean,
if you have them to give away.
Not that I knew.
That's why I didn't hug you, Phreak. That's all I'm saying. I don't want to risk that stuff. So game number 3 of AZUBU Blaze versus Moscow 5 here coming your way. We're at 1-1.
Yes.
2 interesting games, to say the least. Game number 1 obviously won by Moscow 5. A close-ish start, but then they really kind of walked through at the end. Game number 2, it almost looked as if Moscow 5 had nothing to say whatsoever to AZUBU Blaze.
I think it, as much as it pains me to say, I think it was the AP Master Yi pick. I think they played the game more or less fine. The problem was they couldn't team fight well.
Yeah.
You look at what Ambition brought out there with Orianna. He's shielding, he's crowd controlling people, he's initiating on a Gozu Pepper, he's doing all these fun things and clearing waves and pushing turrets. You've got APE who's like I alpha struck once, and then nothing died, so then I died. And that's kind of how the fights went. And so, I think in both these cases, we've seen these snowbally AP mids who rely on resets to do their job. In neither case has that happened because you've got to get ahead to make those happen. And so I think I would be very surprised to see Master Yi again. I don't think there's a gameplay change they could make to make him work. I think they need to pick a different champion.
Well, this time around, we see these same 3 bans from AZUBU. Yeah, Rengar, Evelynn, Nunu, Twisted Fate, Olaf they went for this time, Jax this time, and therefore they've left Diana up, which I'd say, considering that Diana is the most banned and picked champion in this tournament by a large margin, a mistake.
I kind of feel so too, and of course AZUBU Blaze is happy to insta-lock that for Ambition. Now the thing is, there are still kind of a lot of options here still available. With the Jax ban, I feel like they want to run Shen, but the thing is they're waiting around on it. They're actually not grabbing it too early. which gives away, honestly, one of the most contested top laners to AZUBU if they want it here, which I don't know, feels like a pretty good idea to grab him unless they actually don't care about Shen too much. But they've grabbed the support up there. Sona's going to work with almost anything. You can push lanes really fast. You can play a zoning situation, and you tend to be one of the better laners. So if you match up 2-on-2, you're still going to do really great. And of course, the Lee Sin. Diamond always grabs Lee Sin. These are, you know, just very standard, safe picks for M5.
Yep, there is Corki for AZUBU. I saw Captain Jack actually playing him in the last game.
Yeah, he's been playing him like the last 5 games in a row, I think.
No problem with that one whatsoever. And who is their third pick going to be for this one to complement that Diana Corki pick that we have in there so far? And surprisingly enough, it's Lulu, who Lustboy has been on form with throughout this entire tournament.
I actually asked him about it in the pregame chat. I was like, so you picked Lulu again? He said, well, they didn't ban it, I had to. It's like he's compelled to pick Lulu if it's available, and he won't allow himself to get anything else otherwise. And, I mean, she's been the most popular support this tournament, and for good reason. She brings a whole heck of a lot. She lanes well, she pokes, she can shield, she can trade. She brings out single-target crowd control, which is hard to come by in a support oftentimes, and is happy to run that. And actually, I like this Zyra choice here. I think they'll lock it in. They do. And this is something that we actually saw run, I want to say by, it was I'm going to fail and not remember who it was, but I remember it being run specifically. I actually want to say Pobelter for some reason. I'm not sure if that's true. But they ran Zyra against Diana and had a really good lane of it. And the thing is, Zyra is so good at disengaging and at defending turrets. The thing, you can prepare for a turret push, drop down 4 seeds and be like, Thorn Spitters, sup, and then they stop pushing.
Yeah. We'll see how that one works out. There's the Ezreal pick, not really surprising either to come out from Moscow 5 when AZUBU going in with that Corki. Those two pretty much like the AD carry scene, I'd say. Obviously, you get a bit of Graves here, a bit of Cogmore there, a bit of Ashe here, a bit of Vayne. But Corki, Ezreal are the big two still.
Yeah, but the thing is, I feel like Corki's like inflated by the fact that just Captain Jack locks him in immediately every single time possible. I think that slightly biases the numbers, but you're right. These guys are very much after these highly mobile, long-ish range AD carries who can simply be safe from dive, which is very relevant here because they're up against a ridiculously amazing dive team. You've got, I mean, I can't hardly say it. It's Diana, Aurelia, Nocturne, Lulu. Like, they're going to crush whatever they feel like hitting. They could all pick the same target and go in on it. Their blinks can't miss. They click on a guy and reach him. And whoever they target is going to be in a whole world of pain. The problem is they picked up Sona. Sona is not a super clutch support for the most part. It's a bit harder for her to set up these defensive situations. So they have to kind of take it through with stats. If they do grab Kennen, I haven't seen that in a very, very long time. But this feels like a good comp for M5 BenQ. It's a lot of area of effect. It's really, really powerful. Renekton's a good choice as well. It works great against Aurelia. If you get ahead in the lane, you'll snowball ahead really, really hard. It could be a good match.
Yeah, I'd imagine that's what they're going to go for, and there we go, locked in. And just to touch on these stats a little bit here, so before this tournament started, since IPL Face-Off, Helios played 12 games on Nocturne, won 12 games on Nocturne. Actually, we saw him yesterday playing Nocturne in, wait, I have to look, the TSM game, which so they won 2-0. So he's actually even better stats than
13-0 on Nocturne.
I'm not sure if he played it a little bit earlier in the tournament also. Definitely better than 12-0 up until now. So Phreak, we've got the compositions in here. Who's going to win this one? What's your opinion? I mean, I'm actually just going to ask you that question and then take it back and answer it myself first.
Okay.
Because I kind of feel I've got the same answer. I'm feeling AZUBU for this one. I think their performance in game number 2 really puts them in a great mental position going forward.
Yes.
The fact that they've crushed Moscow 5, they bounced back after losing. They're going to be riding high with this one, and their lineup is insanely good.
Their lineup is insanely good. And the problem is, I think I've wrongly guessed the winner like 4 or 5 games in a row now. Like literally, I'm like, okay, who do you think's gonna win? And I'm like, it's gonna be TPA against Fnatic. It's gonna be TPA against Fnatic. It's gonna be AZUBU in game 1. Like, I am terrible at this, so I'm gonna refrain because I'll just be wrong anyway, and then I'll just bias the game because the other team will win.
Well, I did that with the Season 1 championships back in the day. I think I guessed every single game wrongly in a row. Cursed every single team that I went for, which I'm sure some of them were happy and some of them not so happy about. Well, here we go then. Game number 3, Moscow 5 versus AZUBU Blaze. So you can see both of them there on your screen. Concentrated as ever. keeping the chat to a minimum, all on point, I'm assuming. And it's going to be a hard one to call, but as I said, my feeling for this one is going to be with the Koreans.
You're welcome to think that. And just to recap these teams once more, it is crazy hardcore initiation and really good single target assassination, I should say, from AZUBU Blaze, the blue team, the Koreans. Again, we're in Game 3 of the loser bracket quarterfinals. It's a really important match. This game determines who goes home and who moves on to face Counter Logic Gaming Prime. It's a very, very, very crucial match for these guys right here. On the other side, you've got actually very good disengage. You've got Lee Sin to kick people back. Zyra in general is a disengagement sort of champion. Sona as well can drop out that crescendo and block out those situations. So if M5 plays the mechanics perfectly, they're in a really good situation because they can stop those dives and turn everything around on its head. I don't know if they'll be able to do that. Last time we didn't see the crescendos work so well. We still saw the fight go perfectly for AZUBU Blaze, but that's kind of how it's going to mash up. Assassins dive in. Can M5 counter initiate?
Well, we're going to be finding out here very shortly as we jump into the game. They did have a slight pause, but seems like everything is going to be fixed by that one. So we've had a couple of games here. It seems like Moscow 5 were the crowd favorites before, so I'm going to take AZUBU Blaze from this. If you want AZUBU Blaze to win this game, this best of 3 and move through to play CLG Prime, let's hear you.
And if you want to see M5 BenQ win or just cheer again and be loud, let me hear you for M5 BenQ. The crowd has spoken. All right, M5.
They have the Vuvuzela in there as well.
That's a good way to speak. M5 looking aggressive right off the bat here. They're all piling up in this brush. Thing is, Ambition can check that with the Crescent Strike, and there it is. Nothing doing for M5. They got spotted out.
Yeah, not really ideal situation there for M5, but well played by AZUBU, making sure that that is all safe up until now. We do have that one ward down at the bottom in the Tribush, so they can afford to stick with this 5-pack on the top side of the map. They're going to be trying to get a ward of their own down into the top side of the Moscow 5 jungle. We've seen them do it pretty much every single game, certainly obviously on that blue side. They did it as well. Darian currently watching out that area. But it doesn't like we'll be seeing too much from either side. I mean, you can almost guarantee that kind of thing in game number 3 of a best of 3, that neither team wants to be making a wrong footing, especially at such an early stage of the match.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, though, that both these teams rely on aggressive play as their basic play style in making moves. And so they've got this weird sort of set of criteria where they don't want to play too aggressively and make stupid mistakes because they don't want to throw away the 3rd game stupidly. It's the worst feeling in the world to like have a close series and be like, oh, we shouldn't have fought that one. But at the same time, that's how they play as natural players, is they make moves all the time. And so it's going to be interesting how well they can temper their aggression.
Yeah, we saw there the Wraith's actually been taken away by Renekton. Diamond Proc starting off on his blue, but we're going to see a lane switch. I mean, the AD carry bottom lanes are all going to be headed in towards his top lane, and Renekton and Irelia are going to do battle in that bottom lane. So whether we'll see another switch after that remains to be seen.
Well, I think they're happy to kind of match this up right now. I think M5 tried to, I want to say they tried to read this and sort of mind game it and get themselves in a situation. I feel like the 2-on-2s are good on both sides here. Generally speaking, Sona Ezreal is a great lane at 2v2ing, so I think they're happy to fight against the AD carries here.
Has Diamond doing his red buff, already used the smite earlier on, and that will be finished off by him. Helios also used his smite for that red buff start. We'll see if they try and get in onto this action early on. You can see there 2 wards already down on the AZUBU side of that top river. So already got great vision there if Lee Sin were to come through that river side, which I guess he's not going to do. Wants to make sure that he gets off to a good start in terms of his farm.
That's going to be fine. You know, right now, these guys are simply going for the gold income early on. You're seeing a slight gold advantage actually for M5 BenQ, but a lot of that's because they're pushing the top lane and they're pushing the bottom lane a little bit. This might set up a gank here for Diamond. He's level 3 and he's looking to the bottom lane.
Yep, headed straight in here, but there's that ward inside of the Tribush.
Oh, I thought he was going to be smart about it and expect the Tribrush ward and just kind of lane gank it. Instead, he's going to be spotted here by Flame. You can see Flame hiding so far back because of it.
Yeah, but Diamond here says, well, I'm probably not going to get in there, but what I will do is steal away that big golem and leave one little bit less for Nocturne as he comes back down into this jungle. So bit of a pensive start from both sides. Diamond here actually in the enemy jungle, which we've talked about this before. That's what Diamond likes to do. That's his play style, to be in the enemy jungle as much as possible. Darian also in there as well. So are they going to go for a 4-man push on towards Ambition in the top? If they manage to get that grasping root down, that could be where this first blood comes in. Or not, as he goes away.
Yeah, no, they're not quite finding anything out there. They are just trying to deny gold as best they can. Darian actually waiting around in the brush by the Lizard camp. He's trying to bait someone in to like expect the roam and counter gank, and nothing's really happening here. So he's just simply kind of waiting around for a little bit too long. He's going to wait. Oh, he's going to go counter jungle even harder. M5, they're playing tricksy here, just stealing away the race as much as they can and just denying gold from Helios. That's a really good move here.
Well, considering that Helios has that fantastic record on the Nocturne, it doesn't surprise me whatsoever that they're trying to shut him out of the game. Meanwhile, in this top lane, we are seeing Diamond going through that tribush. He was spotted by the ward, so they know he's gone. Helios deciding not to follow up in towards that top lane, and they will remain in that situation. For now, Darian just coming back into this bottom lane after stealing those raids away earlier on. And all is good. In terms of the CS, Diana actually got a nice lead over Zyra in the middle, 38-28. AD carries are pretty much bang even. Renekton got a solid lead there as well, and also obviously took those wraiths earlier on. He's not super healthy at the moment, so needs to be a little bit careful. Flame does have the ignite.
Yeah, the one thing that Darian has on his back pocket, though, is his passive gives him 50% bonus Fury gain whenever he's low. And you can see actually maxing Cull the Meek, which will give him a lot of health back every time he uses it with Fury on. But Helios is waiting to gank him on the turret.
Yep, Helios here waiting off towards the side. There's the ping on towards him. Lane going to be pushed through, and Helios decides, nope, not going to go for it just yet.
I'm surprised he left. I mean, Helios, I think Flame was playing the lane right. He was trying to make it look like he wasn't shoving too hard, but still shoving to the turret all the same and trying to set up for that kill. I guess why they turned back was they saw Darian chug that last health potion, and I was like, you know what? He's actually like 75%. I don't think we can burst him down anymore.
His top lane, the AD carry support lane, has been fairly uneventful so far. A little bit of damage exchange, as you would expect. But the CS in favor currently of Genja at this stage. There is Ambition actually going to be stealing away the Wraiths once again from the M5 side of the map. So both teams really wanting to control the enemy jungle camps and deny as much as they possibly can.
Oh, that's pretty wise overall. I mean, I really like this play from M5 BenQ. It's what initially brought them up to fame, which is just stealing away everything from the jungle. And look at the punishment there, the top lane. Captain Jack brought so low from that pressure, and that is that sustain lane really doing work. They're constantly going in for fights and just letting Sony heal them back up at the end and then going in for another fight. It's giving quite the advantage here to M5's duo lane. You can see they're up 10 minions.
Yeah, Genja doing a fantastic job, and hopefully they've kind of got a little bit inspired by that defeat in the last game, and they rallied around. They did do a team huddle after that second game, which I don't remember seeing them do earlier on. So maybe they clubbed together. Manager Groove, who actually is a former Counter-Strike professional player, certainly has a lot of experience in these kind of situations. Will be able to offer some really wise words to them as well. So hopefully from Moscow 5's point of view, they've got that all figured out. Meanwhile, Diamond Prox doing his blue buff.
And this is cool. Like, we talked a little bit in the beginning game about how it's game 3. The players don't want to make any crazy moves and make any silly mistakes. And the thing is, M5's like, you know what our crazy don't make mistakes move is? Invade the jungle every 12 seconds. I love that from that team, that they will just constantly make moves. And you can see they've built themselves a legitimate 300 gold lead just from out jungling. I mean, you see the minion kills 33-30. You'd think that Helios is ahead, and watch me be wrong here. Nope, he's actually up 50 gold individually with less kills because he's taking the big camps away, and he's just overall getting themselves ahead. You can see a huge lead Darian over Flame. That's where a lot of it's coming from, honestly.
Yeah, he's got that double Doran's Blade in there, plus the Ruby Crystal as well. Headed up towards that Phage, compared to Corki, who's got a single Doran's Blade, Vamp Scepter, and the Health Crystal as well. Meanwhile, Ambition getting his blue buff for this middle lane, which has been fairly uneventful. Like I said, Zyra does have a lot of disengage, which is maybe why Ambition's like, well, I'm just going to spend my time farming here. Maybe later we get in on the action, as Genja actually going to be in maybe a little bit of trouble here, as Captain Jack taking good damage back there. And in the end, they decide not to follow through with that one on towards Genja, who is coming back in himself and also not super high. Here comes Diamond around the side, but he's missed the Q.
That was a nice play there. They knew they had Exhaust Ignite, all their flashes up. They could happily bait Captain Jatt in, trying to get him into a place where he would actually Valkyrie forward. Because if he did that, he'd immediately get dropped down, and Diamond would have made that kill happen. And so, you know, a nice attempt there. Couldn't quite make it work. The one thing, though, is now I think the mid lane's going to start gearing up. Pre-6, Ambition's not able to do a lot of things as Diana, and now that he has the blue buff, he can actually start spamming the abilities out and trying to push in a bit more onto AlexEach.
Darien having this free farm down in the bottom. 69 or 70 to 53. Come back in there with that Giant's Belt and the Ninja Tabi.
Again, I'm guessing the Sunfire Cape's going to be the build here for Darien. When he plays, you know, a melee bruiser who wants to get into the mix, he gets that build together and just dives forward, and he'll just start dropping health bars passively. It's a really good build there for Renekton.
This was, you know, half smart from Ambition as he comes through there, wants to gank through the lane, and there's a ward put down right in the top lane by Snoopeh there. So great play, great vision from Moscow 5 to get that down, to stop those lane ganks coming in, warn them as early as possible, and Diana just going to be wasting that time. In fact, will in the end just go back from there, actually picking up the Sorcerer Shoes plus a Negatron Cloak first.
I want to put out that Flame is psychic, by the way. He just walked up to that brush and dropped the ward literally 10 seconds before Diamond is like, yo, I'm going to lane gank this. And so he completely knows that Diamond's waiting around to make that happen. You'll see Darien slowly push the lane out, and then, no, he's going to leave. You know, either he found out that he was being sniped there, or he just simply realized that there wasn't an opening here, but a really nice move by Flame to keep himself away. Actually, take that back. Diamond's still waiting around.
Yeah, they may end up trying to dive in here onto Flame. I mean, he's pretty healthy with those health pots running as well, as Helios is going to come in here onto Diamond. He dashes away quickly onto the ward put down in that tri-bush, and they stay safe. So 10.5 minutes in, still no first blood. We saw that in the last game as well. It was quite a while before the first blood actually came down, and it's going to continue that way, and therefore we're cheering for those ward clearing.
Yeah, this is a really, really good set of moves, though. The thing is, Diamond's not been able to go for ganks very much because he's been focusing on counter jungling. He's been running into the jungle, finding things to kill off, and has been trying repeatedly to deny Helios and get him lower on gold. Helios just hasn't had anything available to him. They're actually going to jump in. There's Darien trying to escape the 1 versus 2. Looks like he's still on the run. Ignite is on, but he just runs too fast. That double dash getting him away. Burning Helios' ult, very useful. At the top lane, Captain Jatt getting found out, though. The crescendo goes off. The wild growth, though, keeps him alive. Genja missing the true shot barrage, and he gets out, too.
Yeah, that's the problem that Captain Jatt has now in this top lane. If he ends up going low, crescendo plus a true shot barrage is a lot of damage very quickly. So needs to keep his eye on that one. Did actually use his flash and his summoner heal there as well. So maybe some aggression going to come out in that top lane from Moscow 5 in the near future. Meanwhile, Diamond is also lane ganking again through that ward. So Flame knows he's there the whole time.
And just spamming out, using the ultimate to try to keep himself in decent shape. Now, no Nocturne ult does help M5's cause, but Ambition, he's looking for the top lane. I don't think he passed through any wards. They're pinging on to go forward. Now he's been spotted, and Genja's like, I'm not going to walk forward toward you, so I guess I'll leave now.
Well, here we go. Dragon started off. This is interesting stuff. They've seen Diana leave.
Yeah, they know about it.
Without that Diana going up there, being in the middle lane, they are going to be trying to take down this Dragon. There is AlexEach coming in. Flame did have a peek, so he knows that Dragon is now underway. Can he get in there for a cheeky steal? No, he can't, but he's going to get in towards Diamond. Here comes the Zyra ultimate. Flame going to get knocked up, and he's going to get the kill. There's Darien chasing through. The Ignite is already down, and he gets the first blood, confirming the kill more than anything. Darien is maybe now going to have to back away with Ambition being there as well, but Moscow 5 picking that one up. That will give them a 2,000 gold lead.
That was a great move by them. Genja actually under fire at the top lane. Snoopeh trying as hard as he can to sustain him back up, simply maxing him a Valor, Aria of Perseverance right afterwards. Nothing in the haste buff there, clearing out the minions just in time to keep the turret up. That's going to go down next wave, though. AZUBU will take first turret blood in a couple seconds.
Now Ambition headed back in towards his middle lane. Let's have a bit of a look again at the CS and how that's been developing. Darien doing a great job against Irelia, 107 to 75. That is a big lead between these two, plus that first blood coming in onto him as well. There is that first turret going down in favor of AZUBU Blaze. In the middle lane, 138 to 140, really even stuff between Ambition and AlexEach. And the items there, Finish Codex plus the Chalice, there's the overall gold score as well. You can see 400 extra, pretty much in that middle lane. The top lane, though, is what is actually the bottom lane, but the Bruisers at least 1,000 gold difference almost between them.
Yeah, it's just a massive advantage. And the thing is, that's really Renekton's core play style. He's so aggressive early on. He's got a lot of sustain, more than Aurelia, honestly, and more damage than she does, too. Aurelia's big gambit is that she will scale better. It's a little bit easier to dive in. It's a bit easier to chunk down squishy targets, and she just wants to reach that late game phase. The difficulty, though, is she's being pushed on so aggressively. She's had to itemize an early Vampiric Scepter, the Doran's Blade as well, the Ninja Tabby. She's just trying to survive Darian's advances, and it's proving a bit difficult.
Yeah, it certainly is, and he's got the health now and the damage extra in there with that Sunfire Cape, just to you know, really force the issue if needs be. Good damage onto that turret, already down to half health as Flame does come back into the line. Obviously, meanwhile, in the bottom lane now we have those the AD support lane coming back down into their more normal habitat of that bottom side.
Well, it's a good situation here, I think, for AZUBU, because they got the first turret. They're happily, I mean, it's kind of shown, even though they're not winning in minion kills, they're clearly out-pushing M5, and so they're going back to the lane where they can push out and pick a new turret.
Oh, wow. Ultimate used there by Diamond Prox, actually, to knock Ambition away. Didn't fancy spending too much time getting to know him there by those Wraiths. But in the middle lane, we do have three of them. Zyra, Lee Sin, and also Renekton waiting in the wings, and they're going to go for their first turret here on Moscow 5. Are they going to be able to take this one down? That middle turret, always a valuable. And there we go, taken down. Nice work from M5.
Alrighty, and on they move forward. They're actually going for aggression at the bottom lane here. A bit of damage on the Gozu Pepper. And it's kind of crazy how AZUBU does it, because I know I keep repeating it, but it's just true. They don't have sustain there, and so any damage they take tends to stick to them, but they're still able to go forward and put a lot of damage off onto the opposite team and try to set up ganks and try to set up offensive situations. And it's actually, to be honest, working for them.
Yeah, and the good thing now for AZUBU as well is that some of the healers back up, flashes and exhaust overall are back in there after they were burnt in that top lane. So they are safe again for a little while, but still Ezreal got that edge with the creep score.
And that is useful, and you can actually see the gold difference, about 500 between the two AD carries. Genja in the lead, most of that being the Dragon kill, giving 190, and then of course the minion kills you saw.
Wow.
Oh man, Helios, nice try looking for the pressure. Won't quite get that onto Alex Ish.
We've been singing Helios' praises the entire day of his Nocturne, and that was like the easiest Q that he'll ever miss. But still, what you're going to do is he is going to dive in here on towards Genja. Are they going to be able to lock him down? There's a good crescendo, but they're in there. Diana coming down, gets the one kill. Will he be able to finish off here onto Genja? He's going to back away. But nonetheless, a kill is a kill, and that will bring us back to 1-1. Alex Itch now coming down as well with Zyra. Needs to be, I was going to say, doesn't really know where they are, but there was a siege minion running all the way through the bush with them as well. That good old moving ward.
Actually, here comes a little spat. Oh my gosh, the burst damage. Helios falling over. And now he's going to keep going for the pain, dropping low. Diamond lands it. That's going to be one kill. He flashes forward, slows down Captain Jack. He's going to keep the moves going. Has to flash away from the grasping roots. Wise choice, Captain Jack. But look at that counter gank.
That positioning there from Alex Itch was absolutely brilliant. Just waiting outside of the tri-bush and getting things done. In the meantime, Flame actually did push that top turret down. Actually, no, that's a lie. It was already down before. Pushing the top lane out in towards the inner turret, and we can see that Ezreal Sona not feeling too confident there for Moscow 5. Decided to go once again into this top lane, which, now, for me, could be even more dangerous for them if they try and push out to farm.
I think it is dangerous for them just because they're going to lose a turret at the bottom lane basically right here. And I think they knew that going in, that they were setting themselves up for another turret to fall down. Now, I don't like that because it's a bunch of gold that you're kind of giving to the opposition, but they're just letting that happen.
Yeah, we see here Darian actually working his magic in towards Lustboy. Ultimate is on, he is exhausted, but I'm not sure that Lustboy is going to escape this one. There it is, the slow coming out, but he's not finished just yet. There's a stun. Darian's going to take down Lustboy. And that's the danger. Sunfire Cape, plenty of HP, as if Renekton's not tanky enough anyway with that ultimate running. And he's able to just take down the support player, and his AD carry couldn't do anything about it.
That's absolutely great. It's the oh my gosh, We're getting caught up in the middle lane. You look at the damage coming out, and that is an immediately killed champion. And that's only 2 of the team's 3 assassins going to work with no support from the back line. However, M5, with a champion down, said, well, we know Corki's back to base, and Lustboy's dead too, so Dragon's ours.
However, AZUBU are still hanging around. In fact, no, Diana and Irelia are going to back away. They're just doing a bit of damage onto the turret. True Shot Barrage came in, and that will get rid of the minions and force them to back away again. So let's take a look at where we are in the game. 4-2 in kills, 2-1 in turrets in favor of Blaze, 23.5 to 27,000 gold, as that second turret will actually be picked up there. So still close stuff, with Moscow 5 though having that slight advantage.
And this is really, really good for them. The difficulty though is that these teams work in different ways overall, and that's always, it's a good thing when you look at it. You know, assassins can come in, Diana's an amazing initiator. You can always pick up kills out of nowhere when you're a AZUBU Blaze. It'll always be an available option to you, and if M5 ever makes one misstep, and you saw actually that free kill on the Ghosty Pepper, happened to be clearing a ward, happened to be around the enemy team, give up a kill, AZUBU Blaze is very good at making the situations happen. As far as 5v5s go though, M5's in a bit of an advantage for those because they're up in gold and because they really have a more R-button team, a team where they want to, you know, just fight together, use area of effect abilities. And so to me, AZUBU Blaze it's up to them to make special moves and make crazy things happen and pick up kills out of nowhere.
I can see it in the top lane. Flame going to go head-to-head with Darian, as he does have that wit's end now, so obviously fancying his chances a lot more. He's going to try and push in right out of this lane, which he successfully does, at least for now, but we can see there's a bit of movement up towards that side as a ward does go down there. Diamond going to be taking that one down as the crowd goes wild.
Super wild, and here we go. Diamond actually looking around just to farm up to the top lane, up against Flame for, you know, because why the heck not? Captain Jatt getting that lizard buff is a very, very big deal. Really helps his team because very few champions will actually dive onto him, and he just wants people to kite those very easily, or just simply chase down. Again, AZUBU wants to pick up kills one by one and kind of dive in, so that slow will help him massively. And that's kind of all I can say. AZUBU needs to just find kills out of nowhere. They need good ward coverage. They need to have Diamond not find them with his oracles, and that's where AZUBU can get an opening.
And if you can see that, just in the bottom right-hand side of the screen, 54 to 45% people voting right now. So really close run stuff, and game kind of reflected that one as well. That 3,000 gold difference there looked like we were going to see some action. Darian kind of rushing in there, but then going straight back out, and AZUBU not wanting to risk anything either, are going to be backing off from that.
The one thing I want to point out actually is the fairly defensive build here from Alex Ish. He recognizes the enemy team, seeing that it is full of assassins, and that Zyra wants to keep putting out spells throughout the fight. So his second item was a Zhonya's Hourglass. He recognizes he's going to get dived on, and he needs to survive that kind of encounter, put down the Stranglethorns, you know, Zhonya's through it, and then retreat after everyone's knocked up into the air, and after everyone takes Crescendo to the face. So it's a good adaptation here from Alex to make sure he's not the target of assassins and he doesn't fall first.
We see that ward's just been put down over by Baron. Ping's going up there as well for AZUBU Blaze. Lustboy with the Oracle is just off towards the side, so we'll be no doubt clearing up in a little while there as well. There's the one by the blue buff down. And also on the other side, 2 wards in a matter of seconds.
Man, that's a good rate. That's actually really scary. If you see wards die that fast, you know your team's in trouble.
Luckily, they both did it at the same time. So are they both in trouble, or are they both in a good position?
Well, the poor wards are actually just getting, you know, genocided here. I feel really bad. If you're a ward, I'm sorry for your kind. Lustboy, again, a ward kill. He's going to walk it. Oh, that doesn't count for the drinking game, I guess. But Lustboy missing out on a ward kill he could have gotten. That said, M5 does collapse together. Got to make sure their wards are safe themselves. Helios actually taking a bit of punishment in the mid lane, down below half. That's not, oh wow, and he burned the flash for it. He didn't need to. You can tell right now AZUBU are feeling a little bit afraid of M5's champions.
Yeah, and with this Darian in there, they probably should be able to, you know, get in onto those turrets nicely. They have decent shields in there with them as well, but they're not going to go for that one, knowing that AZUBU may just decide to dive right in on top of them with that composition that they are holding. Look at this Ambition off to the side. This is like the perfect position as well for Ambition to go in. If he manages to catch Gosu Pepper, for example, that's where things really will kick off for him.
I don't think they can burst down Gosu Pepper before he can ult, though. They don't have a major, they don't have like, you know, Cho'Gath or something, or an easy point and click stun. If they, unless Lustboy like flash whimsies, they can't kill Gosu Pepper before he hits Crescendo. I would not want to go for him first if I was AZUBU whatsoever. thing is, they don't have a good target as a problem. Diamond and Darien are both pretty tanky. AlexEish has Zonias. Genja can jump out. He's got Flash and Arcane Shift up. The sad thing is there's not a good target here for AZUBU, and a lot of it's because he picked up Zonias.
2,700 gold the difference here. The lead for Moscow 5 in game number 3 of this lower bracket quarter-final. I'm still not sure if it's technically a quarter or a semi-final. I'm pretty sure it's a quarter-final.
We're top 8 at this point, yeah?
Just going to call it a quarter-final. There we go. And yeah, all tied up, 1-1. Winner of this game will go on to play CLG Prime. Loser will be going home. It's a long trip for either of them, to be honest.
Yeah, sure. But, you know, you're seeing them, I mean, at this point, one of the things we actually talked about in general in this tournament is international teams traveling far and jet lag being a factor. And a lot of people could have, you know, sort of said, well, you know, my favorite team didn't win because of the long travel times. But at this point, you know, these teams flew in by Tuesday or Wednesday. It's now Saturday. These guys have got to have acclimated to their environment by this point. These guys are absolutely putting on their A game, and you're seeing them, you know, they are a little bit cautious here back and forth, but they're really putting forth their best effort, killing out wards as often as possible. And you can see M5, once again, they're posturing. They want this dragon. They're a little bit split up, though. This could be a very dangerous place. And actually, the best thing for AZUBU to do is actually come in from multiple angles and not all take Crescendo to the face.
Well, Moscow 5 seem to realize that. They saw Nocturne coming around from that backside, and they've backed away from that dragon, but they don't want to be losing positioning of that. And as I say it, they do decide to go back down towards the dragon pit itself. Check out what kind of vision AZUBU have actually got there. There is that one ward, I think, in the back of the pit, maybe. I can't actually see that because all their icons are over the top. But here we go. AlexEish going to get dove on. There is the Lulu ultimate. Zyra ultimate going in as well. Wasn't super effective. And Alex now may just fall from this one. Helios was trying to get the damage down. Look at Ambition being blown up. A double kill coming out. And it's currently a 3-for-1. AZUBU have to run away from this one. Captain Jack actually coming back in from that bottom side. May just help them out. But Flame going over the top of the wall onto Darien, gets the stun in there. There is the kill. Flame on a killing spree, and that is 4-for-1. Doesn't get much better than that from AZUBU's point of view.
That was excellent and exactly what they needed. One of the major assassins, Flame on Aurelia, managed to skirt most of the major crowd control. He was able to dive in, kill Sona for, I mean, they didn't need to kill Sona at that point, but they killed him for the gold after Crescendo was burned. Immediately got the turn to Genja. Genja had nowhere to go, had to flash out, didn't matter, still got picked up. And Mission actually found the right targets. He actually forced everything out of AlexEish early on, and he got Stranglethorns only on 1 or 2 champions, and that's the real risk here. They all came in from different sides. The ults didn't hit more than 2 champions each, and suddenly that's the wheelhouse for M5 gone. That area of effect crowd control is not really all that effective anymore, and everything got picked apart by single target damage. It was a great fight.
Yeah, 2 turrets taken from that as well. Helios taking out the outer middle turret, plus that inner bottom turret was taken as well. Straight off the bat. So let's have a look down the items there, which obviously have developed since we did have a fairly long standoff there. As I said earlier, Wit's End on Irelia, Phage in there as well, compared to Renekton's Morval Mortius, plus that Sunfire Cape and a Kindle Gem. In the middle lane, we have Abyssal Scepter, Zhonya's Hourglass in there, plus another Chain Vest for Diana, and for Zyra, it is the Zhonya's Hourglass. Second Needlessly Large Rod going up towards that Death Cap, and the Athene's Unholy Grail. For the AD carries, both got a Trinity Force up till now. Ezreal actually got the Chain Vest in there. Corki going that bit more extra damage with the pickaxe.
This is something that M5 does really well, is they're very, very adaptive in their builds. They realize they're up against assassins, so you saw the early Zonias from AlexEish. You're now seeing an early Guardian Angel coming out from Genja because he needs it to survive Aurelia's damage output. The difficulty, though, is it's going to allow Captain Jack to scale up in damage. And the one thing I actually don't like is Darien going for a Spirit Visage next to sustain better, because what he really needs, I feel, is a Last Whisper to actually crush down onto Ambition, who's got a lot of armor right now. He's going to have Zonias and GA. He needs to be that assassin that, he needs to be more than just a tank here, Darien. I think he actually needs to put out damage output himself, because Alex is not going to be able to. He's going to be so defensive and pushed so far back. They need someone actually wreaking havoc in the back lines.
And there's Guardian Angel just bought out outright by Aurelia.
And that's and the thing is, it's crazy too, because the build from Flame is, you know, he's just like, you know what, screw it. Wit's End's going to give me attack speed. Phage will let me slow things down. I need to be tanky. Let's do this. And this really, really allows that team to dive forward. And honestly, building taking on AZUBU lets them shrug off that initial burst from the area of effect and just continue on from there. Again, in both these cases, these teams are making great adaptations.
Both teams here posturing around that Baron area once again. Diamond Prox with the Oracle, gonna walk into the bush, gets himself a ward. Woo! Will even just for effect there, dodge out to his own at the end.
It's cute to watch, it's fun.
Like he needed to. Well, here we go then. AZUBU actually pushing in. They're going to grab on towards Gosu Pepper. This could be bad. Nocturne going to go in there. That was a decent crescendo coming down. Actually, they're getting hit here by Alex Ich. A good amount of damage from the back. What a play out of Alex Ich. They didn't expect that one whatsoever. There's a Zhonya's Hourglass pop by Ambition, but is he going to go down before picking up anyone else? Yes, he will. Moscow 5 in the end. Don't lose a single man. They pick up 3. That may even become more here as Flame backs away. He obviously does have that Guardian Angel. And Moscow 5 say, right then, we've got the man advantage. We've got plenty of health. Let's go back and take the Baron.
That's definitely their Baron. I don't see anyone stopping that. And the one thing to point out for that fight was Gosu Pepper's crescendo that was used defensively actually caught Captain Jack's Corki just by the corner of it. And Darian played his job so well. He's not a champion who peels. He's not good. He's not someone who's going to be defensive and keep your team alive. He's going to go run in, be a crocodile with a gigantic axe thing, and kill everything that he possibly can. He jumped onto Captain Jack. Jack couldn't even flash out of that fight. He burned heal. That wasn't enough for him. Got crushed out by Darian's just significant damage output just because the crescendo barely managed to land. Really, really nice fight there.
Yeah, and Alex Ich coming in from the side, which I don't think AZUBU expected in a million years there. I think they thought that Alex was somewhere else on the map. He comes in there at the side, manages to get the ulti, plus a Rhux in there. Great burst damage, as we've seen from him a little bit earlier on as well. And they try to take down this inner turret, obviously with that Baron buff on now. The extra stats, the regen, and what have you is going to give them a lot of time to get in there and be picking up more turrets. In terms of turrets themselves, Blaze still have the lead. Gold, Moscow 5 obviously with those good kills earlier on. It's a 2-kill lead for them, plus taking out that Baron. They are now a 4,000 gold up.
That's a good place for them to be, honestly. They've got complete map control, of course. They're down in turret kills, which in this case I'd actually consider an advantage because it gives them more things to kill right at this point. While they still have 2.5 minutes of Baron, they're going to try to find things to kill and to build their advantage forward. Flame having to burn Flash, gets crescendoed as well. This is not a good place for Flame. He's trying to run, has Guardian Angel, and just dives back in. He knows he's surrounded.
Yeah, he's going to get his Guardian Angel popped here, but Moscow 5 backing away, which I think taking down really is Guardian Angel here. I mean, the cooldown's not exactly tiny. It's enough for Moscow 5 as they look to maybe push this tower out. The entire AZUBU Blaze team is actually there, ready and waiting. Aside, obviously, from Irelia, who's just gone back to heal himself up. But Moscow 5, once his minions come in, could do a substantial chunk of damage to the turret.
And they're going to. They've got great long-range champions. Zyra, Sona, and Ezreal all can easily poke on that and do some good damage here. They've got the Baron buff as well. They're happy to make this turret die. The unfortunate thing is they are going to be, I guess they are a little bit afraid of Blaze. I don't think they need to be quite so heavily, but they are playing it safe. It is game 3 after all. Losing this means elimination in this loser bracket quarterfinal, the round of the top 8 right now. Moving on means top 6, and they, of course, have the chance to win this tournament if they can win enough games in a row. They're going to play a bit defensively here. They will back off, and they're just trying to make some just map control. I mean, they'll steal away the Lizard buff. That's nice. That goes to Darian. Let's see what kind of moves they make. And it's going to be Dragon this time.
Yep, Dragon is already there, and this will be a simple extension of their gold lead for Moscow 5. Up above 5,000 gold now. There we can see decent chunks of gold for them all to go home and spend. So this next spike after this shopping trip may just be enough to win them an inhibitor or two.
No, they've got 1 minute left on Baron. Now, if they don't, I don't think need the Baron buff to fight well because they've got so many items. They're again up 5,000 gold. They're up in levels in general, and so they'll tend to outfight AZUBU Blaze. But if you have those last 45 seconds of Baron, you might as well use it and build your advantage, and I think we're going to look to see them do that.
Yeah, then we've seen Rabadon's Death Cap being finished, GA, obviously on Ezreal. What else has picked up the remnants of a GA as well for Lee Sin. So just generally overall, that bit of a step forward from Moscow 5. And the question is, with that 1 minute or so of Baron still remaining, are they going to play it aggressively here, or will they just try and set things up so that they're perfectly positioned for that next Baron? and then really will be able to push their lead forward.
Well, I don't think they're thinking 3 minutes in the future just yet. This turret's mostly theirs. Unfortunately, Genja with the lizard buff, because it deals damage over 3 seconds, if you poke anything, you're almost automatically going to pull turret aggro when you re-aggress there. And so he has to kind of choose, do I poke champions out or do I kill a turret? Because he's going to take aggro every time he goes for that.
So just Arcane shifting away there. Cosmopolitan took the full rocket from Corki in his place. And they wait for those minions to come in before they push this tower down even more.
This is their chance for the turret. If AZUBU Blaze wants to defend this, they've got to go in here.
And they're going to back away. Moscow 5 take turret number 4. We're tied now on turret kills. Question is, will M5 be able to get any more in this push?
They're backing off. Even without Baron buff, they're still pretty strong. The smarter play here is, I think, to actually look for more easy turrets. They could actually back for this bottom turret. AZUBU Blaze is on the other side of the base. If they just sent someone in to face tank it, they could get some good damage. Looks like instead they're going to run through the jungle, steal away some of these golems, and try to make that bottom lane push back down. Pepper very far forward.
Being a bit of a ninja yet. Waiting inside that bush, and they may want to change that idea.
Yeah, that was a little weird.
A few of them coming through. I guess it was the fact that they were just going back to push that minion wave out, and he was just going to wait in there. Keep the vision forward for them. Nice Genja Arcane shifting into a Q. Yeah.
Oh well, they're going to sweep this out if they send Diamond back. There's the ward in the brush they wanted. The problem is, this is a very good play by AZUBU. They've warded that out as well, which really hurts Genja's ability to kite in and out and be invisible as he pokes. I don't think Diamond's going to sweep that out. You can see M5, without Baron, are still feeling very confident. They haven't bought in a while, but they still feel stronger on this map. There we go, that turret now dropped below half health, and the initiation goes in.
Diana actually going in there. Lulu ultimate came down. There's a crescendo plus the ultimate from Ezreal as well. And Moscow 5 may have done enough to force them away from this one. There is summon a heal used by Captain Jatt just to try and give them enough health to stay around and not give this turret up completely. Well, the poke from Ezreal from Lee Sin gonna be pretty deadly from Alex Hitch as well. Let's not forget he's running elixirs right now to try and boost that bit of an advantage that they've got. Actually, will landing onto Flame. Not the ideal target that they were looking for, but the minions are here once again, and they're going to pressure that turret down.
And here we go. The poke is again just there from Genja. While the minions still live, they're going to take that down. They are not quite looking to dive this, but they are playing aggressively, because once again, M5 is just the stronger team. They're now up in turret kills 5-4. Baron Nashor spawning in, let's see, it died at 29:46. So 25 seconds to go.
Yeah, and Moscow 5 played for that perfectly here. I mean, they've got plenty of HP remaining, and they should probably be able to get up there. Interestingly enough, not a single ward up by that Baron up till now, but you can see what Moscow 5 have. They're dropping on their way in towards that area. In fact, they're going to go shopping. Gossip Pepper actually picking up 2 stacks there. So he's going to bring lots of wards back to the party to make sure that they have complete vision and control of this Baron area. You can see AZUBU know that they can't really afford to give another one away, and they will be looking for somewhat of a similar thing to do. In terms of the items, once again, Last Whisper finished on Corki, compared obviously to the Trinity Force, which they both have, but the Guardian Angel with Ezreal.
The funny thing I actually want to point out here is, so Diamond went and stole the golden buff away, which does hurt Ambition quite a bit. But the thing is, he used Smite to do it. So M5 don't feel very confident starting Baron with the chance to get out-smited. This is what Fnatic did against Taipei Assassins, is actually, they knew they were winning, but they almost refused to Baron at risk of it getting stolen away. It's a good place to start fights and force the other team to walk into you. But the thing is, they're happy to go for turrets and play that siege as well. I don't really expect Baron to be the easy play here for M5.
And AZUBU, they've got their wards down, those typical 4 wards on towards the entry to the Baron from the blue side. And they're quite happy now to back away, knowing that they'll see whatever Moscow 5 decide to go for. Here we go then, Diamond actually working his way in there. Are they going to push for a kill? They may have been able to catch Flame out there with no turret directly behind him. They want to take away this Lizard buff. Or are they going to have the damage for it? Are they going to go for the kill? Darian actually diving into the middle of them, but they need to get together. This is a great position for AlexItch to get his ulti down if he's not stunned up the whole time. There is the ultimate out of AlexItch. Flame going very low. Helios is low as well. Darian with his ultimate running. He's doing a lot of damage. Flame going to go on the rampage. Alex actually took down Nocturne there. Darian will finally drop as well. Ambition had his Guardian Angel popped, and Genja has left Gozu Pepper there to the mercy of Ambition, which, well, no mercy whatsoever. He just flashed away. We move away, though, to this bottom lane as we see them chasing, and the top lane where they're chasing, and that will be a 1 for 2, actually in the favor of AZUBU.
Oh,
but,
no.
Well, now it's going to be a 2
Not
for 2.
anymore. And they lost Oracles.
Yeah.
Diamond's still wearing his. That's an extra 400 gold sweep to the side. Really, really nice fight on really everywhere. Helios did fall early. Darian with a really good escape. I mean, this is so good for him. He's very, very tanky. Sunfire Cape, Aegis, just the Kindle Gems, I read that one wrong, and the Maw of Malmortius. He used them all fully, healed up, and was able to flash out and escape that battle with like no health left, which means that Captain Jack was sitting there trying to break down a tank and got no reward for it. That's why that fight went so closely, because the position was good for AZUBU. They dove in, they forced a lot of cooldowns early. They started out very strong there.
Yep, and AZUBU here going for the Baron. What are Moscow 5 going to be able to do about this one? Baron around about half HP. Lee Sin actually coming in from the side. AZUBU decide to leave that one up. They're going to go in on towards Diamond. Helios is there as well. Diamond going to be the easy target here as he gets feared back into the group. Will kick Ambition away. Flame was going low, and Diamond now having his GA pops, and that may have just bought enough time for Moscow 5 to get back over here. Ambition already had that Guardian Angel popped in the last fight, so he's got no second line of protection here, as we are going to see Captain Jack going low. Absolutely exploded by AlexItch. And that's a valuable kill now for Moscow 5. No AD carry, and they're all full HP. You can see there the Guardian Angels up for 2 of them. I thought I could see there. Where am I missing one? Oh yeah, it's Zyra and Ezreal, and they are going to be kicking off Baron. And from this position, now there's nothing that AZUBU can really do.
And that's just so unfortunate. Captain Jack did not need to be there. Their team was already running away. He simply got a little bit too close, and the maximum range grasping roots from AlexItch is the only reason they got that. And, well, that's all it took. It allowed them to have a completely safe 5-on-4 Baron kill. That's the only situation in which they would actually go for that, in which they knew they had ward coverage and no one would stop them. And now here comes the push. They're looking very, very good to kill this turret down and keep going.
Yeah, they may just keep going. Look at those wards as well for Moscow 5.
It's everywhere. I mean, we can see their vision. They see the entire upper jungle, everything around Baron, and they can keep pushing in.
Here we go then, turret taking pressure, actually should go down here. Genja the whole time going in onto it. Diamond actually will go in on towards Flame, and they force AZUBU to back completely away from this inhibitor. That's going to go down. That's the first inhibitor of this third and final game in this lower bracket match between M5 and AZUBU Blaze. What is the push now? I'm guessing that they're actually all sat on quite a chunk of gold after that.
The richest is Genja. He's got 3,000 gold. He gets a free, just full completed item. Last Whisper or Bloodthirster is his. It's Bloodthirster's the choice, actually. I'm a bit surprised because there's so much armor on the other team. He could really use the armor pen, but I'll trust him. He's going to do well here. A lot of lifesteal will help him survive. And again, he's facing a lot of assassins. He's got resist from the Guardian Angel, so if he can lifesteal some health back, he'll be just very, very tanky over and over.
And so an extra blasting one bought in there as well for AlexItch, who's now 4-2-4 on Zyra.
Void Staff or Abyssal? Sorry.
Abyssal, I'd say.
He's fighting a lot of magic damage. Ambition's scary.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll have to see. He certainly knows better than me. But Darian here on this bottom side now. Going to push this wave out as well. And what are AZUBU Blaze going to do about this now? Because they've got nothing on the top. The natural choice then for any team once that top inhibitor down is the bottom inhibitor, because it's the furthest away. You force them to then split up.
Exactly. It's a really, really smart way of doing it. And you'll have to see every once in a while someone's going to split off, stop that top lane. The difficulty, though, is it's very far away right now. It's up by that top outer turret. It'll take a good 30 seconds until those minions actually reach anything remotely threatening in AZUBU's Blaze. AZUBU's base. Actually, the cool thing about that, though, for M5 is when it does reach, it'll be a gigantic minion wave. It'll require a lot of time from an individual to stop that out, and if they time it right, they can get a 5-on-4 dive on the turret.
So, M5 trying to siege down here. Again, Jatt actually did a good amount of damage to Captain Jack, and look at that turret. Doesn't take long whatsoever for Moscow 5 to completely rip its HP apart. And now those super minions are starting to push down.
Wow, and
they
they'll
are
backdoor it.
right back in. And there we go. We are going to see that turret go down. The inhibitor will follow quickly as well. And will Moscow 5 stay here and fight? I mean, they've got minions coming into the middle lane as well. They can just walk through the base to that to that middle lane and take down that inhibitor turret as well. And that's all turrets down now outside of the base, but the fight's going to kick off. Flame going low. There's a Zyra ultimate. Ezreal ultimate comes across brilliantly as well. Ambition pops his Zhonya's. He's got a Guardian Angel in there as well. Flame's Guardian Angel was popped. This should be 2 kills straight after one another. There we go. It's Ezreal and Sona that pick them up. Captain Jack is one of the last hopes. They're trying to get as much health up as they can before they go in to try and rescue the Nexus. The turrets are down though, and Moscow 5 are going to take out AZUBU Blaze here in the IPL5 lower bracket and move on to play CLG Prime.
Oh, excellent job. M5 N2, their first spout against a Korean team. And what a team it is, but they still come out victorious. An excellent series by both these guys. Convincing game 1, convincing game 2 on the other side, and this one with now stable team comps on both sides. Joe, I'm sorry, you're cursed. You got the call wrong again. Ambition and everyone else on AZUBU Blaze not quite able to pull it out. You can see them walking across, shaking hands with the opposition. Very, very hard-fought match for both these guys.
Yeah, a really great game. You know, that best of 3, we always like it when we go all the way in a best of 3. But after that second game, I honestly thought that AZUBU Blaze had plucked enough confidence from that one and, you know, trodden on Moscow 5 enough that they could come into that third game and then move it through into the next round. However, for them, you know, unlucky as it is, as sad as it is from AZUBU Blaze's side of things, they are now going home. Moscow 5, on the other hand, stay in the tournament, hanging on by a thread.
Well, it's a very good job by them. They've got stiff competition still ahead of them. Counter Logic Gaming Prime is their next opponent. Taipei Assassins and CURSE.NA, I assume they've played by now. The winner of that up against CLG Europe. Those are going to be, I believe, the next matches on stream. Now, before that, though, we've got something a little bit awesome. Sorry, a lot bit awesome. Got a cosplay contest coming up for you guys. Stay tuned. And, of course, the conclusion of today's games.
So CLG.EU, they have that first pick, getting rid of that as well. These guys, they know exactly what they need to get rid of, because Rengar on Stanley also pretty devastating. But one of the things that I think is really interesting between these two teams is CLG.EU, like, very well known for their late game and how, you know, they really pick for those late game strategies and can just dominate in that regard. But Taipei Assassins as well, they have one of the best defensive playing games in the world. They're also very good on the offense. But when Toys is playing on, you know, Orianna or Karthus or Anivia, he can just shut down the game early on, and they're really good at reactionary play. So it's going to be interesting to see, you know, if either of these teams are able to land any early aggression, or if it does kind of stretch out into one of those late game games.
Well, one of the things too is Anivia is a champion that has been played by both Toys as well as Froggen. Both of them very well known for the champion. Being banned out by one side means that they don't want the other one getting at that one, as well as Zyra, Diana. You mentioned Rengar already being banned out. So these teams, they've done their research. They know what they want to, what they don't want the other team to have, and they know what they're going to be looking out for. Wickd right away for CLG.EU, snatching away Ezreal as the first pick.
Yeah, it's definitely a strong one. I was kind of thinking that they would go for the Kog'Maw. That's, you know, one of Yellow Pete's favorite champions, and it really works well with that CLG.EU style. But we'll see where they go. I'm curious if with the Ezreal, if they're going to go with kind of a kiting and poke in style, it might go with the Lee Sin. Versus World Elite, I only caught the tail end of those games, but you know, from what I could tell and from what I had heard, Froggen with Lee Sin was unbelievable. In every single team fight, he would just be able to dive into the back line and take out Weixiao, which is really impressive and could kind of bode disaster for Bebe in the series.
One of the things that TVA did was ban out Zyra, so I think that Kog'Maw pickup was a little more hesitant without the support Zyra that Krepo's been running in the bottom lane with Yellow Pete. So taking the Ezreal away, of course, that of course limits BB's champion pool by just a little bit. If they are going to be playing something like a Vayne in that bottom lane, Ezreal has a lot of poke and harass that can go very well. See Froggen hovering over Lulu here, that would go really great to harass out whatever AD carries me put into that bottom lane. Snoopeh picking up Skarner, that's another devastating pickup for the CLG.EU lineup.
Well, Lulu, all in all, has been the support for the tournament. I mean, she has so much harass. The lane presence that she provides is really strong, and then she does, help with the support as well. But Taipei Assassins, they're actually going with a Caitlyn Nunu comp, and we've seen this a lot from a couple of different teams. We saw them run it successfully earlier, I believe, in CLG.NA. They've been running it a lot, but definitely some really strong picks. And Stanley, I love his Olaf play. It's really my favorite champion of his that he plays. His Rengar, and we've seen his Elise as well, are both very strong. But Olaf, he just has so much damage early on in the game. The base damage is so high that roaming out of that top lane, it really is very strong in those early game team fights and can just completely be a game changer.
Something that I'm looking for here is there's no top laner picked up for either side. But there could be a top lane Olaf, it could be a jungle Olaf as well. You actually brought up beforehand when the teams were just warming up. Stanley was playing a lot of Lee Sin, and that's still on the table. That's a possibility for both Froggen as well as Taipei Assassin. They are going to go at Mundo now, so we do know it's jungle Mundo with top lane Olaf, and that does still leave Lee Sin on the table, although we still have a top lane and a mid lane that need to be picked up for CLG.EU. Of course, Aurelia's been banned out. Wicked's favorite of all-time champion, I believe. However, there's still a lot of other pieces still on the table. We could go with Rumble, which we've seen CLG.EU running a lot more.
Or Malphite as well. We've seen a number of champions in the past from Wicked. With the champions that are remaining, I'm kind of curious because I'm not sure exactly who they think that who they think Toys is going to be using, but I don't know, they maybe want to take away that Karthus pick. It could be really strong against the, kind of frontline diving team that TPA has with both Mundo and Olaf. Could, try and shut them down a little bit. But, the Caitlyn will be a little bit concerned. Yeah, the Lux definitely very strong. And, we've seen so far this tournament how strong Lux has been. And she has great sieging potentials, but also defensive capabilities very similar to Anivia. And there's actually that Malphite pick, which I definitely think is one of Wicked's stronger picks. And it's also very strong in the 1v2 lane. And he's used that in that lane a lot.
And of course, with Lulu on the team, we all know the synergy between the Unstoppable Force and the Wild Growth. How everybody's basically being knocked up twice in a row. That's going to get a lot of CC from the team of CLG.EU, while Ezreal and Lux from the backline are going to be able to poke and prod away relatively safely. That's going to provide a lot of crowd control. So not only do they have to break through the tanky line of that Malphite, not only are they going to have to get around Snoopeh Skarner, but then they're going to have to chase after a team that's been kiting them after they've been slowed by the after effects of that Lulu ultimate, after they've been ground slammed and seismic sharded away by that Malphite. There's a lot of potential here, and you did call the Karthus pickup coming out from TPA.
Yeah, I actually thought it was going to be on CLG.EU, but it is one of Toys' stronger picks. So I was curious whether or not they would use it. I thought it might be a little bit an issue because Karthus can't shut down Ezreal, but he will work versus the rest of the team. So that's going to be a really strong lane matchup for them. And one of the things when they're running this Karthus, a lot of the times, Toys, he's very aggressive about leaving that mid lane and roaming down into some of the other lanes. Karthus tends to be a little bit more stationary, but the ult really helps out a lot. And if he is running that teleport, he can put on a lot of pressure. But the pressure mostly is going to come from Lil Balls. So these lanes, these are lanes that are going to isolate themselves. Caitlyn and Nunu, they're going to be comfortable laning against Ezreal and Lulu in that bottom lane. And then Stanley on Olaf, he's going to be comfortable in that top lane as well. He has a favorable matchup there. And then it's going to be about Lil Balls trying to counter out Snoopeh and trying to see, all right, where is Snoopeh going to be ganking? I'll be there first, and then just use my the strong early damage from Mundo to try and win those exchanges. Though Skarner does also have very strong early damage.
That's true as well. But also, when you were mentioning beforehand, they might do a lane swap here. Both Olaf and Malphite are going to be strong 1v2 laners.
Yes.
However, if Snoopeh is going to be, what we've seen a lot in this tournament is the team that usually does the 1v2 lane swap initially is the team that usually camps that lane with the jungler to try to get the 3v1 dive. Dr. Mundo can recognize when Snoopeh is going to be going for that. Since Skarner is not the most powerful early ganker in the game, he could go in and counter jungle away a lot of that jungle. We've seen Snoopeh on Skarner just earlier in the tournament get completely shut down by an Olaf who was going into the jungle and trying to steal away his farm. Although in classic CLG.EU style, they stalled out long enough for him to become relevant.
Yeah, that could be a serious concern for them, but if Snoopeh does get off to a good start, that's going to be really dangerous for Toys in particular in that mid lane. So they're going to want to get really good ward coverage. That's something we always see from the Taipei Assassins is their fantastic ward coverage across the map and just the presence from Lil Balls. But the Lux bind with the Skarner ult, like that's a really dangerous combo, and they're looking for those quick pick-off kills. And so CLG.EU, you know, their team, it will do fairly well throughout the entire game, but definitely a little bit more of an early game team. I mean, it has that great quick pick-off potential to, you know, try and snowball from, and that's definitely what they're going to be looking to do. Taipei Assassins, on the other hand, they just want to shut down those lanes and out-farm CLG.EU.
One thing you brought up was the great ward coverage that Taipei Assassins bring to a game. One thing that CLG.EU also brings to a game are those early Oracle looks. Actually, Little Balls does it as well on his junglers, but it's going to be a battle for vision, and that's what's going to really, what's basically what I think is going to make it be a very long game. Both of these teams are going to be struggling for positioning battles. Both of them don't want to get in engagements that they can't possibly win. On the side of TPA, they picked up that Karthus, who although he might not have the most fun time in lane, he has that wall of pain, which not only he can use on the offense, but defensively, if CLG.EU starts an engagement, they could split up the squishy champions that want to get that kite from their tanky front line, and they could disassemble one or the other just from that.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, like you said, Karthus and Nunu, it's going to provide a lot of protection for Bebe in that backline. And so, you know, assuming they can control those fights, that's going to work in their favor. But CLG.EU, they're looking to grab people outside of those fights. They're looking to pick people off, and that's going to come down to map control from ward coverage, but also protecting the oracles early on. So Snoopeh and Lil Balls, they both need to grab that early oracles and then just be able to hold on to it. We've seen a lot of times Lil Balls, because he's just so aggressive and trying to constantly pressure the map, he'll get the oracles very early in the game, but then he'll lose it. He'll get caught out of position, and you know that always kind of sets TPA behind a little bit. It stalls them for a couple of minutes and doesn't allow them to use quite the same aggression, but we'll see where they go. We are actually back in the game, and one of the interesting things, talking about that ward coverage, Nunu's starting off with just a ton of wards, a pink ward in particular, so really looking for some early warding so that they can keep an eye on what CLG.EU is doing.
All consumables build from Nunu, so he's just going to be going around the map, as you mentioned, already trying to establish that map control. Level 1 fight, though, we're going to have to see what does work out. Mundo, of course, doesn't necessarily want to get those cleavers at level 1, although he can offer an additional slow to that undertow. Caitlyn tries, well, look out there. Toy's going to get caught out by Frog, and he's going to have to burn the flash. Ignite taken away. First blood does go to CLG.EU. Now Stanley looking like he's in a bad place, but he is going to back away.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird catch-off from Toys. It's right around the corner. It's kind of a choke point. And so the Lightbind coming from the shadows, really impressive play from Froggen there to, you know, take advantage of that. And then Stanley and Lil Balls both trying to get some damage, but, you know, not quite enough at that early stage. So, you know, quick kill. Ezreal picks up the kill, which is kind of scary. And Nunu Caitlyn, that's a very safe lane, and it seems like they're actually going to be laning top, but that could put a lot of pressure on Olaf in the bot lane if they decide to stick with that swap, or, you know, maybe they'll just go send Caitlyn and Nunu bot, and they're actually looking for a blue invade potentially on Taipei Assassins.
We'll have to see here. They are actually going in as 4 members. Olaf, in the meantime, going over towards their own blue list and potentially trying to take that one away from Skarner in the jungle. He is a little bit more blue reliant than some junglers out there. Olaf, in the meantime, going into that 1v2 lane, he'll be able to spam those undertows, make sure he can wave clear to his fullest potential as long as he steals that blue buff or takes that blue buff away from his own side.
So they are going to control both blues, and that, I mean, really it completely negates almost the Ezreal advantage. You know, Ezreal is still going to be tough to deal with, but Olaf with that blue buff can lane against anybody. He doesn't have the teleport to get himself quickly back into the lane, but it's still going to be a strong matchup for him. And they don't have a ward over there, so CLG.EU don't have vision over there. Skarner's going to be a little bit behind as a result because they're controlling both of the blues early game. So really impressive play from TPA. And now they could actually go for a really aggressive early tower with this top lane. Bebe mistake, they're going to be able to zone Wickd a little bit. And one of the strengths of Malphite in the 1v2 is his AoE clearing potential, but the range harass from Caitlyn is usually a little bit too strong, and they could try and go for a turret.
Snoopeh, in the meantime, is walking through this mid lane. He is going to go over to try to counter jungle away from Mundo, but he's going to pass right by a ward. TPA might know what's going on, but CLG.EU also has a ward. Just going to get the smite down on Big Wraith and then walk back to his own side.
Yeah, so he gets it out really quickly. Mundo and Skarner, I don't think they want to do duel with each other that much early on in the game. You know, they both have a lot of damage, and it's going to be kind of more dependent on what the mids are doing. And so right now, Froggen's at a, going to be at a slight advantage early on. Karthus will struggle a little bit to, leave that lane, but we'll see where they go with this. Caitlyn and Nunu, they are pushing into that tower. So now that Lil Balls is back, he's going to buy some items. He could make his way up there, which means that Snoopeh, he's going to want to keep an eye on it. And you see, he's heading right up for that tri-bush. So perfect positioning from him. You know, Lil Balls might not come there, but at least he's keeping an eye on Malphite.
And that is one thing that CLG.EU is going to do. Now that they know there's a lane swap going on, they're going to let Yellow Pete farm in the bottom lane. They're not necessarily known to push those towers as aggressively as other teams do with this 2v1 swap up. Olaf down there, he's going to have a decent time farming against this lane because of that blue buff, but Snoopeh is going to keep tabs on Wickd in the top lane. They don't want that top tower falling quick to the Type A assassins, so they could swap it back up and have Yellow Pete have that contestation from the farm of the enemy AD carry. So Snoopeh putting a little bit of pressure, not necessarily pressure, but just keeping his eyes peeled for Wickd up there. We could potentially see that be a contestation point.
Froggen coming mid, I mean, Lil Ball's coming mid. He has that double buff. It's usually pretty difficult to get that Mundo gank off. The bind from Froggen gets him out of there. A couple of cleaves, no, Lil Ball's just backing off. So I think for the most part, he was just sitting mid and waiting for Skarner to come in, see if they were going to try anything on Karthus. But because Lux moved up so close to the tower, he decided he might go on it, and he's actually coming right down to the bottom lane. CLG.EU haven't responded yet. Olaf is here. They have a lot of damage if they can close this.
Yellow Pete, though, with that first blood goal, getting the Ignite down on the low balls. Mundo, Arcane shifting forward. Is he going to get the kill? Ignite, I don't think is going to be enough, but Stan Lee also being very, very low in that fight.
And Karthus trying for the teleport, but cancels it mid-fight. Wickd and Snoopeh up top, and Bebe just chasing them down. We'll be able to get some harass there, but there's the slow, the flash in on Snoopeh, trying to get on Bebe, and he's very low. If they can get in range, one more Q, but they can't get into him. But a mistake, he's actually chasing down Wickd a little bit, and with the ranged attack from Bebe, I think they're going to get it. If he gets this red buff, that could be devastating. The flash, get it, one more snowball, but he doesn't quite have the mana for it. And so Wickd, almost going down the Q as well, but the minions
kills
take down Bebe.
Wow, that was just excellent orchestrating by CLG.EU in that top lane. You saw Wickd stutter step, body block Nunu, turn around with the seismic shard, slow him down so he couldn't get in range for that ice blast on Snoopeh. Caitlyn, one auto attack from killing Wickd, saves the flash for the absolute last second. Just about 10 HP left on Malphite in that fight. And Caitlyn, a little bit too far. CLG's strongest ally, the minions, taking one for the team.
Yeah, fortunately no one got that kill, but imagine now if what the situation they would be in if Bebe was able to pick up that red or almost that double, and actually Froggen able to steal that Wraith, so congratulations to him. That's always a big success, and everyone will kind of go back to their lanes, but so far an early advantage for CLG.EU from you know, the nice play down in that bottom lane, and or sorry, in the that first kill on Toys.
I'm actually impressed to see as we pan to that bottom lane, Yellow Pete and Crepo putting a lot of pressure on this tower against Stanley, so they could be just identifying the fact that he had that blue buff early on, 22 CS compared to Wicked's 15 in the top lane. They may be the ones that want to get this farm advantage early on, but they might want to push that tower down, trying to race BB and Mistake in this top lane, making sure that when that lane swap goes down, it's going to be on even footing, so both their top laners on either side are going to have that lane that they can each farm at, and it won't be at a disadvantage for their team.
Well, and even if no one got a kill on Bebe earlier on when he died to the minions, he's still behind in levels. He just hit level 4, whereas Malphite is level 5, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult for him to harass him down, particularly since Malphite went for that tabby. So Malphite should be able to AoE clear a lot of those minions and stall that. But then you also have to consider Yellow Pete's ahead of him as well, so when they finally do go back for a lane swap, it could be at a disadvantage to Type A assassins. So you know, we'll kind of have to keep an eye on what they do there. Bebe taking a couple of shots from that turret when trying to harass Wickd, and that's really dangerous in that lane.
He's got to be really careful, especially because Malphite has that shield as his passive. He's going to be able to absorb 1 or 2 of those shots from Caitlyn, maybe 1 if it's only a headshot. I think what he's trying to do is get that harassment from headshot down, but Wicked's doing a really good job of dancing back and forth between tower range. With that headshot ready in prime, Caitlyn doesn't want to waste that on just hitting a minion that's at full HP, getting that shield down so she can harass underneath the tower. But Wickd, like we said, doing a great job just staying within that tower range, so when Caitlyn right-clicks on him, he's going to be taking a tower shot in response.
And with that really strong wave bottom, a couple more hits on that turret, they're actually winning or actually it's basically even in that poke battle for both turrets, but the top and bottom almost going down. But you know, we'll have to see how both of the mids start to get more involved in the game. Toys, he did use his teleport earlier and canceled it, so it's back up again. It's a shorter cooldown when you cancel, so definitely a good play on his part. And he's starting to try and take those Wraiths, but we'll see if Froggen allows him. He does get the big Wraith, and Froggen, you know, he has that range. Can he get the blue? No, just barely not able to take it. Doesn't quite have vision, just going for the blind steal, and Karthus will be able to grab that.
Yeah, one of the points that we're going to have to take a look at is when these, as you mentioned before, having Froggen take away that big Wraith from Snoopeh. When these mid laners start fighting over the Wraiths, it's going to be a huge bonus to either side. Both of them are going to be very, very heavy in farm. Karthus, of course, known as the champion that can sit in the mid lane and get 300 CS by 20-something minutes into the game. Lux is kind of in the same boat because she can just sit back, use that ultimate, her laser, to clear out waves, use that E, as we see, not only to harass Karthus in the mid lane, but also to take away those Wraiths from him. If she gets a CS advantage on Karthus, he's going to be more inclined to stay in that lane and try to farm up, whereas Froggen doesn't really have to move that far to roam and use that R. But then again, Karthus is the R bot when it comes to ultimates.
Yeah, and now we see actually the bot lanes swapping down again. So TPA, they are bot lane, and there is a slight experience advantage for CLG.EU. Yellow Pete, he's a half level ahead, and he's going to get a couple more minions here. He stayed in lane as they were pushing it into the turret, so he's safe without Crepo there. But now that Crepo's here, they could try and harass them some. And Little Ball is actually coming down with Karthus. They have a lot of damage early game. They should be able to take this dragon very quickly, but they have to watch out for Skarner and Rhux coming in to steal it.
They get the vision there from the Tree Shot Barrage. We're going to see if CLG.EU tries to make a move on this, and yes, they do. Froggen moves in from mid lane right past the ward with Snoopeh, and they realize that CLG.EU trying to contest this. Mundo took a brunt of the damage from that Tree Shot Barrage as well as tanking the dragon, so they are going to have to back off for now. CLG.EU put a ward down there, but I believe that's a pink ward TPA has by the Dragon Pit, so this could potentially be a ward down and more denial of vision to CLG.
Yeah, they will be able to take it, but they're holding on to it for the moment because they know CLG is keeping an eye on it. They don't want to get themselves caught out of position. But like you said, Lil Ball's taking a little bit too much damage. There's a quick burst from Bebe on Yellow Pete. He's barely able to arcane shift out of that Piltover Peacemaker, and they are pushing into him once again. Bebe
Froggen moving in the jungle here. Little Balls dodges the light binding, but there's the ultimate. He does have to use the slash to get out of there. Wants to get this red buff down. Will secure the smite with Karthus coming in, and that's a quick little save there.
Yeah, really nice play, and he is going for that same early build that we've seen from him a lot of times with the double Dorans. It allows him to go, mostly wards, not really itemized that deep, like you would see like with a Warmogs or Spirit Visage or anything like that. But it makes him really tanky early on in those fights and able to protect the rest of his team. So, we'll see what kind of pressure he puts on with there. Not a lot of ward coverage, but I think both of these junglers, both of the teams, they're not really that concerned with the jungler presence so far, and they have enough just to keep an eye on the map.
We talked about TPA doing that lane swap of putting the AD carry, and even though they're a bit of an experience disadvantage in that bottom lane, let's take a look at what Yellow Pete decided to buy on one of his first trips back. Doran's Blade, BF Sword. This guy's got really, really big swords, and he just wants to go in there, get that burst damage down. That's also the first blood goal that CLG.EU has. So that lane swap before either tower went down, a little bit of a scared defensive measure coming out from Taipei Assassins.
Yeah, and I really like the BF Sword on Ezreal because it allows him to keep up with the damage that Caitlyn has. He has the attack speed buff from his passive that kind of, works against the Nunu buff. But the better thing is the fact that CLG.EU doesn't have the best team for getting in the face of Yellow Pete. He should be able to get away from Mundo and Olaf pretty easily. And so we actually see Little Balls almost getting caught out here. We have them come down. They will be able to force him back, and Snoopeh's here as well. He will be able to come in the bot and see if they can maybe grab someone.
Well, both junglers with those early Oracle's Elixirs, about 10 minutes into the game, they've been acquired. Snoopeh making his way around the jungle in the river, clearing out those wards from Taipei Assassins. A little trade between Stanley and Wickd here towards the mid lane, but Taipei Assassins grouping up his three. Karthus puts on the wall of pain. They might catch CLG here.
Yeah, but it's a dangerous spot for them. They actually throw the bind on the Lil Balls. He drops very quickly the Ezreal as well. Stanley's in a dangerous spot, but I think he's going to be able to get out of there with his ultimate. And Mistake is alone in the middle of that team. He will go down, a double kill for Wickd in that situation. And now they can transfer over to the Dragon and take that early advantage. 3-0 so far. That's going to build into a 3K gold lead for CLG.EU.
That's 2 kills to none in that engagement. There's an Oracle's Elixir down. They've cleared out the wards around this Dragon, and they're going to take it. That's a massive advantage in this early game for CLG.EU. And no one really expects Froggen's Rhux to deal that much burst damage. All he has is a Chalice of Harmony. You saw how low everybody from Taipei Assassins got. They grouped up, went around that Karthus Wall of Pain, thinking that they can get the jump on CLG. That Rhux laser tore through all 3 members through the river, and it just decimated them.
Yeah, and it's kind of surprising. Mundo, he's not that tanky yet, so for them to try and force a fight, and knowing that Karthus was being zoned by Rhux coming into that situation, they didn't have enough damage to take him down. They grabbed the bot turret, so nice play from CLG.EU, continuing to put the pressure onto the Taipei Assassins. But I'm a little bit surprised that Little Balls and Mistake actually tried to force that situation because it really didn't seem to their benefit.
I think Taipei Assassins really wanted to get that first dragon of the game, and they were just a little overzealous with the pressure they were putting on CLG.EU to back them off of it. Everything, though, kind of going in sequence for CLG at this point. They won that team fight. They didn't lose anybody. Cleared out the wards, got the dragon. We saw as mid lane over there where Karthus was clearing out some minions. It's about half HP, that tower. Wouldn't be surprised to see CLG.EU make their next target that mid lane. TPA is going to respond by taking this top tower soon if Snoopeh is not able to clear out all these minions. But Stanley really wants to get that down and get his team a little bit more forward map presence to establish them in this game.
Yeah, and it's been interesting. We actually haven't seen that much Skarner so far this tournament because for a long time now, he's been one of the strongest map control junglers for a while. We've seen a lot of Mundo, mostly from Little Balls, but the pressure that Skarner puts around the map, the mobility is definitely very strong. Another steal attempt from Froggen. Not quite able to get it, but
you know, still, the second he hits one of those, that's going to be a big advantage.
Not to mention the fact that they cleared all the minions in his wave with that too, so he still got himself a hunk of gold for his efforts. He is also going to be able to pick up his own blue, so he's not that sad that he wasn't able to get the enemy's blue. Would apply, you know, a little bit more of an advantage for his team, but he's going to return to lane with Karthus, and they're going to sit back and forth and farm with one another. We did see actually Caitlyn returning to her base at this point in time, picking up a BF sword, trying to match that damage output coming from Ezreal. Although Yellow Pete, I don't think he's gone back, but he has gone back once in order to get those Berserker's Greaves, but he still should have a decent chunk of gold from all those objectives that CLG just took.
Yeah, he has a little bit, but you know, still farming. He was able to grab the Vamp Scepter, and you know, I think the early AD item is really going to help him out, particularly against some of the tanks that Type A assassins have, and the fact that he needs to be able to take on Olaf if Olaf is diving on him in the back line, and Mundo as well. So you know, having that damage is going to help.
From Little Balls, Wickd actually, the shield's been popped by BB, but they're going to back off as they see Crepo is waiting in the bush down there.
Yeah, Snoopeh's actually coming down. Little Ball is close to wandering into him. Wicked's here as well with the ultimate, could potentially use it, but will back off. Wasn't sure that they had the same sustained damage considering it's versus Caitlyn. And in the meantime, Stanley actually zoning off Ezreal some in that top lane, but they're comfortable with that 1v1. They just want Yellow Pete to, you know, kind of hold on to Stanley up there.
It's interesting though, because this is let Creaton really come back into the farm for this game. 103 CS compared to 102. We saw how Stanley will jump on Yellow Pete any chance given. He wants to get this farm as it pushes in towards the tower, but Stanley was doing a good job of kind of freezing the lane towards the middle, so it's actually denying Yellow Pete a little bit more CS. They're not in a rush to touch down this tower if they know that they can get Caitlyn some sort of advantage over Ezreal.
And the Wraith Wars have started mid. Froggen getting some pressure up there. Ezreal just using his ult to clear some of those waves, but Froggen was able to steal another Wraith camp from TPA. So, you know, if he can start to do that, try and get ahead of Toys in that mid lane, that would definitely help them out a lot. But the single target burst from Rhux right now is just insane. And everyone right now is weak enough to basically be one shot from Froggen if they can catch them off. So, you know, CLG.EU might start putting on some pressure because of it, but, you know, for really definitely want to get out some wards so that they can have those opportunities.
And while Yellow Pete's away, Stanley will take that top lane any day. While there's a gaggle of Type A assassins grouping up in the mid lane, Lil Balls is going to go back, secure his own red buff. Type A assassins now at that tower down. Might be getting a little confident, trying to put a little pressure back onto CLG.EU, but just look at the damage that Froggen's able to put onto BB, taking away about a quarter of his HP from one spell from Rhux. They're going to have to be really careful. Froggen may not have a Nivea, but Rhux is also a great champion deterring these pushes from enemy teams.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult to push into a Rhux, so a lot of times you need to see those kind of split push strategies. They have a team that can control multiple, or TPA has a team that can control multiple lanes at once. So, you know, that's one of the strengths of Olaf, Karthus, and, you know, Caitlyn and Nunu. They can all shut down whichever lane they're in. And so that's going to allow them to kind of counter out that Rhux a little bit. They won't have to lane against Froggen that much, but it's still going to slow them down a little bit. And it's really just, you know, a controlled game right now. Both of these teams waiting for their opportunities. But Stanley caught off in the bot. If Snoopeh actually comes down for it, he's dueling with Wickd a little bit, and Snoopeh not coming in from behind, doesn't really know where he is, but is able to grab a ward on his way.
Yeah, clearing out the ward. I think they knew that Stanley knew exactly what was up with Snoopeh coming in, so clearing out the ward and backing off. Wickd applying a little pressure like they wanted to feign the gank anyway. Little Balls actually bought a second Oracle's Elixir, so he is spending a lot of money trying to clear out these wards. Only double Doran's shields compared to the double GP10 items that Snoopeh has, in addition to his CS lead. So, bottom lane though, Stanley and Wickd still trading back and forth with one another. Little Balls looked like he wanted to motion down, but deciding against it.
Yeah, the sustained damage from Olaf at this point should be enough for him to beat Wickd in that situation. He actually gets some really nice harass with his you know, true damage there. But Caitlyn and Nunu heading back up top again. Everyone's just kind of comfortable with controlling their own lanes and just, you know, trying to farm back into it. And so CLG, they have a slight advantage, but it's really not that significant at this point. There hasn't been any you know, sizable recognition for it, but we'll see what they start to do, particularly once Rhux finishes a Rabadon's potentially, because Ezreal, he's just finished his Bloodthirster. He wants to get a couple of stacks on it, and Rhux finally has a lot of damage, and that's really a key point for them. And not to mention the Sunfire Cape on Wickd, that actually is going to open up a lot of opportunities for them to potentially force fights and maybe just bully them off of this mid turret or force a dive.
Well, that mid turret for Type A Assassin even
lower. Little Balls real quick.
Ooh, Crepo actually sniping him away there as Froggen came in from the side as well. Now Crepo with a red buff. That's a double slowing Lulu. That's a scary prospect.
And Froggen just sitting in the shadows. That's the quick burst damage. He's able to take him down almost immediately. CLG.EU off of this, they're going to be able to push a dragon. And Stanley, he's actually trying to group back with his team. Wicked's right behind him, so they might be caught out a little bit there. But Karthus and everyone, they're kind of sitting around cautiously. They grab the dragon, and we'll be able to back off safely.
Another Oracle's Oracles like are down on the side of Taipei Assassins as well. So Mundo has spent over about 800 gold on trying to clear out wards, not counting any pink wards he's decided to buy. Still a lot of items behind Snoopeh's Skarner. You see Crepo and Snoopeh just walking around trying to contest his blue buff. Looks like Wickd was coming in from the side. Now they're actually deciding to dive onto this mid tower. BB's got in a bad spot. He's going to get impaled there. Yellow Pete will wind up taking down the tower, has to flash away. BB is going to get down by Yellow Pete. Here comes the Karthus ultimate though, but there's the Lulu ultimate on Snoopeh, so it looks like he's going to be okay. Crepo though might go down. His toys with the Defile is going to tick away. Wickd very low, gets stuck by the wall of paint, is going to get taken out by Karthus there, but now Stanley is extremely low. Yellow Pete, he's in a 3v1. He might take down all of Taipei Assassins.
They have to back off, but if Froggen can get another bind, he gets a slow. Little Balls goes down. There's the Ezreal ult as well, trying to pick up Mistake, can't quite grab him, but Caitlyn going down early on in that fight was absolutely perfect for them because CLG.EU, they were all very high coming into that Karthus ultimate, which meant that he really wasn't able to get that much off of it, and Yellow Pete being up, once CLG.EU was able to regroup back in that mid lane, they had a serious advantage against them. And then TPA trying to chase them down, all clumping up coming into that mid lane. It set up Froggen perfectly for the ult.
And it looked like it was actually going to turn around there for Taipei Assassins. CLG.EU did dive very deep into their own mid lane there, going as far as the second tower in order to get down BB's Caitlyn. Karthus' ultimate did a lot of damage to everyone, but Crepo's ultimate on the Skarner let him live and also let all those people in the area that grouped up in the woods just get knocked up as well. Slowed after that, as you mentioned, the Froggen ultimate dealing a lot of damage in that situation. Then Yellow Pete, unscathed the entire fight, came in as the janitor.
And now Little Balls, he lost his Oracles a while back. Mistake picks one up as well, so he can try and prevent some of that aggression from CLG.EU. He's already found 3 wards himself, so he's able to grab a couple of there. But Little Balls, again, I talked about it coming into this game. He gets that early Oracles, but a lot of times, because he's still trying to be aggressive in these fights, he'll lose it really quickly and put himself behind, which is kind of surprising, considering how strong of a jungler we've seen him to be. But we'll see whether or not CLG.EU can take advantage of that. I mean, that's a 6K gold lead now, and it's even more significant considering that they lost their Oracles.
Yeah, it's about 1,200 gold spent on Oracles Elixirs. One is still alive on Mistake, as you mentioned. You just picked that one up. But that's almost like a 6K gold lead when you factor everything in together. So CLG doing a really good job of being... They have what we would call basically a standard CLG.EU comp, but they're still being extremely aggressive with it. 7 kills to 2. They have 2 towers down compared to the 1 that Taipei Assassins have. And if you look at TPA's side, they're being extremely defensive. They're a little bit scared even to go as far as these raids. There's a ward going down from Yellow Pete. He's trying to snipe away raids. He thinks he's Froggen in the mid lane now. But CLG.EU is just roaming all over TPA's jungle.
Yeah, I mean, they have complete control of this map right now. And TPA right now, they can't fight in the jungle considering how strong Froggen is. And Wickd as well. They can set up a really nice ultimate combination that'll just absolutely destroy them. Froggen trying to bind over the wall, can't quite hit it. But now Crepo and Yellow Pete coming in as well. They're going to be able to drop this tower very quickly. Stanley moving in, but the tower is already down, and they've got some great pressure.
The True Shot Barrage goes across, does hit Stanley for a decent chunk of damage. At Yellow Pete missing the rest of the wave as well. Oh, the Froggen ultimate. There's the unstoppable force from Wickd. Yellow Pete's on a rampage as he takes down Stanley, and it looks like CLG.EU is going to continue to pressure this mid lane.
The quick burst from Froggen is absolutely insane. If he's sitting in the shadows, he's able to catch out those bindings. Now they're pushing in for the mid. They're using all of their shields in order to tank the turrets, even though they don't really have that much armor yet, but it's working out perfectly for them. The Caitlyn trap trying to stall them a little bit, but right now, TPA, they can't fight them because Stanley's down, and CLG.EU just has such a huge advantage. The tower just a couple more shots away. That is the first base turret going down. The bind actually hitting on the toys, and Snoopeh coming in as well, gets the pullback. Now they have to deal with that Karthus AoE because Snoopeh is going to go down. The Karthus ultimate as well. If Bebe can turn this around, this could be really big for TPA.
But he takes a chunk of damage there from Froggen, and he's going to hit him with the laser before he gets the ace in the hole. CLG.EU turn this around 3 for 1. They lost their Oracles, they lost their jungle, but they don't care. They're going to continue going in. Stanley activates Ragnarok, takes a chunk of damage, has to fall back from this one, and CLG is looking super strong.
Oh, Caitlyn, that's one of the weaknesses, is you're going to throw yourself off the Ezreal ult, trying to get Mistake, can't quite kill him. He's able to get back into his fountain, but the inhibitor is down. Stanley just barely missing that binding, but Yellow Pete, everyone, they're just all so strong at this point in the game. And then, TPA, they really can't deal with the Lux because CLG.EU as a team, they can kite, play very defensively, and TPA as a team that needs to dive in. There's another binding, Stanley almost going down.
He's standing right on top of a ward, and he still ran into it. That's just Frog in there with his pinpoint accuracy on Rhux. CLG.EU now, they took 2 towers in that push. They took basically what seemed to be 1.5 team fights. They got down an inhibitor. They haven't yet gone back and picked up items now. We see Yellow Pete finally returning back to base, has completed his Sheen, starting to build the pieces for his Zeal to complete that Trinity Force. Already has the Phage previously in Bloodthirster. Death Cap on Froggen. We already talked about the Sunfire Cape, now Negatron Cloak coming out from the side of Wickd. Aegis and the Legion acquired by Snoopeh. They are really starting to come into those big money items, and they're already winning fights when they didn't have all these items.
And it's TPA is really struggling because they have a forward kind of bash your head against the wall team. They need to just send Mundo and Olaf right at them. Karthus needs to get right on top of the team as well, but it's allowing CLG.EU to be reflexive, kite TPA in these fights, and then it sets up Froggen for a perfect bind. Crepo grabbing some more wards, wants to set up that dragon for them, but or that Baron for them, but they're not able to get, TPA can't get onto Yellow Pete. He's just, Ezreal's just too safe of a champion. And then if they want to run to fight the rest of CLG.EU, they can just kite into a binding from Froggen and just insta-kill someone.
Yeah, they've also acquired the Shurelya's Reverie, so if they do get engaged on by Type A Assassins, they don't see it very favorable. They can disengage with the Shurelya's, but the way they've been doing is they go and start a fight, they poke down at Type A Assassins, Type A Assassins engages, and then Froggen turns around with that ultimate with his binding and completely scatters Type A Assassins' initiation force. That Shurelya's Reverie, they can use it to disengage, but then immediately re-engage because they have, of course, the Unstoppable Force coming out from Wickd. That's an ultimate that's going to completely decimate Type A Assassins if they try to charge after them and group up.
Oh, the binding over the wall, mistakes going down. There's a bit quick damage to the Malphite ult as well. He's actually able to flash out there, but the Ezreal ult almost grabbing him, and they're able to push up on this second turret.
Now CLG.EU, they are going to wind up taking, there we go, the tower goes down in the bottom lane here. Now they're pressuring on yet another lane of Type A Assassins. 11-3, it's about 25 minutes into the game, and Type A Assassins, they're not really as strong as they should be at this point in time. They're not as strong as they would be when all these inhibitors are normally going down. They're going to have to defend that mid lane if it gets that way, but Froggen with a binding and a laser going to take out BB. He's down again. Toy's getting pulled out of the fight by Snoopeh. Yellow Pete's going to get the kill there. Froggen with a Lulu ult will finally be shut down. Karthus goes down in the fight, is going to wind up using the Requiem. No one on CLG.EU is going to die. Now they're chasing after Stanley. He's going to go down. A mistake. You're the only one left from Type A Assassins to defend against 4 raging members of CLG.EU.
And that should be it for CLG.EU in this fight. Olaf and Mundo both chasing down Froggen. So, even with the cooldowns up for Rhux, they felt that she was such a serious threat, and she was really the only one that they could touch. So they chased her down in the fight, left Yellow Pete completely unfazed, and CLG.EU, as they're taking the Nexus turret, they take down game number 1 against the world champions from Season 2. CLG.EU are up 1-0 in the series.
They're just making it look easy. It must be something in the water in Europe. First, Fnatic takes a 2-0 against Type A Assassins to send them to this loser's bracket match. Second off, CLG.EU making it look kind of easy. What was it, a 15-4 victory they just got there? I mean, Froggen on Rhux, that was absolutely devastating, the amount of damage he did, especially for that early in the game. It really even just started to turn around at level 6. As soon as he got that ultimate, Froggen was killing people left and right.
Yeah, and so secret to CLG.EU's success, let Froggen play whatever the hell he wants. I mean, that's really just it. I mean, really impressive play.
I think we had someone in the crowd yesterday had a ban Froggen sign. That might be what Type A Assassins has to do.
Yeah, that would maybe work out for them, but I think Type A Assassins, they really just need to hope that they get one of their stronger champions on Toys, and Toys, several targeted bans, he's not able to get something that would potentially be able to combat that Rhux. So, Rhux really just taking over that game, and I don't know, TPA kind of had a weird comp to deal with, that kiting potential from CLG.EU.
What they had was a lot of anti-crowd control, if that makes sense. They had Mundo, who of course is going to reduce crowd control effects on him from that Burning Agony. They had Ragnarok on Olaf, so if CLG was going to do that disengage, which they did perfectly in these games, they were still going to be able to try to chase after them and kite after them. However, the one thing they didn't really factor in was the fact that Skarner was going to disable them. Malphite can save his ultimate until after Ragnarok had been popped and they were already disengaging. The acquisition of a Shurelya's Reverie was absolutely devastating, and while Froggen was in the back the entire time, but still wound up killing everybody no matter where they were in these team fights. So they had a composition that they thought was able to combat what was being thrown at them, but the way that CLG.EU executed it, I think they just weren't prepared for that.
Yeah, it was definitely really a dangerous situation for TPA. They never really felt like they were in the game. So we'll see, what they can do coming up in this next series. But TPA, down, and that's not something that I think a lot of people expected coming in this tournament, though at the same time, the level of competition is absolutely insane. So, we'll see what they can do coming in the second game. They will have the first pick, which means, hopefully they can maybe get one of those strong picks, unless CLG.EU just straight out decides to ban Orianna, Diana, and Anivia. That means that, TPA, they're either going to get one of those, or they're going to be able to get Rengar or something like that on Stanley. And we've seen how strong that Rengar pick. I mean, it can be a game winner. And so there's really, now that they are on the blue side, not enough bans for CLG.EU, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens.
I think the Anivia mind game is really going to kick into effect here. If TPA doesn't ban out Anivia, it's going to be on CLG.EU, considering they have first pick. Do we ban the Anivia? Who else do we ban if we use one ban on Anivia instead? What is our response going to be to that? And if Taipei Assassin is the ones that do decide to ban out Froggen, banning out Diana, they could ban out Anivia. Lux
but because they have that first pick, they can sit there and wait for what CLG.EU is going to ban. And TPA, they don't need to ban out any of those champions because they want to guarantee that Toys is sitting on one of them. So, there's 3 AP mids that we know Toys is notoriously powerful on. They could go with the TF as well. We didn't see TF in that game, but TPA definitely really like that, and they've shown great success with the TF and Caitlyn Nunu combo.
If they want to go for a more aggressive jungler like a Mundo again, they could possibly go that Twisted Fate, try to teleport down. If they do the 1v2 lane swap again, that'd be devastating. If you have 4 people diving a tower very early on against like poor Wickd in that 1v4 lane at that point, I mean, that could just be something they need to snowball that, get the tower early, then transition to a more powerful mid-game.
All right, but thanks, guys. That was game number 1. This is IPL5. Once again, we want a quick shout out to all of our sponsors. They make all this possible. It's been a really fun tournament, and for them to support esports is really just huge. So awesome. Once again, Speed Stick, guys. How is TPA going to get back into this game? Well, don't sweat it. Handle it. So we'll see what they can do coming in the next game. Thanks again, guys, for watching. We'll be right back after this quick commercial break. Hey guys, thanks for tuning in once again. This is IPL5, and we have game number 2, Taipei Assassins versus CLG.EU coming up shortly after that impressive game 1 victory. I'm really interested to see what TPA is going to do, but honestly, I have to think that them being on blue side now, getting that first pick, is going to be a huge difference maker considering the ban situation.
I don't know about you, but I'm just hoping they bring it to a game 3, because just when we were ready to set up camp and stay here overnight, CLG.EU takes a 26-minute game.
Yeah. It was a little quicker than we expected, but we saw, they had a really aggressive early game team. They were able to pick up those quick kills. That's exactly what they wanted to do. They played their game plan to perfection that last game. I don't think that we're going to see the Lux being banned out, but I definitely expect that TPA getting Toys onto a more aggressive champion, or someone that has cutting potential like Orianna or Anivia, could actually bode really well for them. And
even as CLG.EU does break out the more aggressive play style they did in game number 1, Taipei Assassins are used to adapting to this. They have it all the time in the Garena Pro League against Singapore Sentinels. They've had it earlier in the tournament during IPL5 as well. I believe SGS was up 9-1 over them in just 1 game. They were beating down on their Nexus. I think Vayne was fed by like 8 of those kills or something like that. Maybe it was 6. Maybe I'm exaggerating just a little bit. But SGS was applying so much pressure onto them so early. Taipei Assassins were able to counteract the pressure, had some very smart team fights that they went into, were able to completely turn it around. So I think if one thing that Taipei Assassins are going to be looking for in this game, it's going to be maybe a little more team fight centric kind of comp.
Yeah, we'll see what they're going to do. Honestly, now that I'm thinking about it, they might just go ahead and ban that Lux, because Lil Ball's his favorite jungler right now, and we've seen how strong he is. It's Mundo. He gets a really strong early game advantage. Mundo's incredibly strong and durable in early team fights. So Lux works perfectly against Mundo. You can shut him down in every single early game fight. Malphite being banned out, Diana and Rengar, which means that they have a tough decision here, because they can ban out Orianna, but then CLG.EU is going to ban out Anivia, or they can leave them both open. Take one, CLG.EU gets the other.
It's going to be a really interesting mind game to see what they do decide to go with. Aurelia, of course, being banned out. Actually, 2 targeted bans now. towards Wickd, so they don't want him having his best top laners available. They also don't want that hard initiation from Malphite, and they are going to ban out the Lux. So now it's up to CLG.EU. Do we ban out Orianna or Anivia? Which one do we give to Taipei Assassins?
Well, they could just leave both open and then take the others. So if Taipei Assassins, if they take Orianna, it's a scary prospect because Toys is arguably the best Orianna player in the world. I mean, he is absolutely devastating. But CLG.EU, they could pick up Anivia in that situation. And then if Lil Balls is still running Mundo, that would actually work out very well. So you see, they didn't ban it. They left it open, which means that they're looking to be taking whatever TPA isn't.
Now TPA has the hard decision. Which one are we going to take? Do we
They
take
could actually take something else in this situation entirely. Let CLG.EU make the decision, actually.
And they could counterpick off of that as well.
Yeah.
I mean, just because Orianna's left in the pool doesn't mean they wouldn't be able to take something else in that case. Crowd is actually cheering for Anivia pickups to be hit. Maybe they want Taipei Assassins to get Orianna so that CLG.EU can get Anivia. But I'm just going off by the percentages you see down below. Don't forget, guys, you go onto IGN.com/IPL, watch the stream there. You get a little vote option there, and I believe there's something involving someone can win a computer if that happens.
Yes, Origin PCs, which are the official PCs of IPL, so definitely cool. If you guys vote, the leader of after the entire weekend will actually be given that or given an Origin PC. So that's definitely big. I'm curious if they're taking their time. I mean, they might grab Anivia and then make Froggen consider taking that Orianna pick, and they actually go with Orianna. So just straight off, now CLG.EU, they're going to be able to get that Anivia if they want it, but Toys, his Orianna play is so devastatingly strong.
One little things they could do too is they can leave that Anivia to the last pick, because now
That's
they don't
true.
have to take
That's
it.
true.
They can wind up picking other champions like their bottom lane here to secure that they get the AD and the support that they want. Wouldn't be surprised to see Ezreal and Lulu coming out again, because that would shut down synergy with Orianna's command Shockwave. They also could just pick up a jungler and something else and then leave the rest of the game open from TPA. They're going to have to pick a top laner. They're going to have to pick a jungler as well, and CLG.EU could pick around.
And a good point of leaving open that Anivia is they could grab Lee Sin as well. So, there is always that option. There's a number of really strong guys still left. Maokai being grabbed. So looking to put a lot of pressure on that mid lane, which is interesting because Toys in that mid lane, you very rarely see him go down to ganks. He's usually one of the safest mid laners in the game. So looking for that aggressive jungler, particularly at that mid lane, it's going to be tough to see if that works out for him, but we'll see if Snoopeh is primarily looking for the other lanes.
Well, he could potentially go into that top lane, snowball it off if they decide to lane swap one again, or he could be going to the bottom lane, just getting that control over the jungle, over that dragon pit area. Although having Maokai gank early, he could potentially get a level 3 gank down on Stanley. If they do wind up burning that flash from Orianna, he is not going to be as safe as he wants to be in the mid lane. Snoopeh could swing around again, or depending on who Froggen picks, he picks someone aggressive like Lee Sin in that mid lane, he can pick up a kill on Orianna himself. If he picks someone a little more passive like Anivia, he's always going to have the threat of going in on Orianna at level 6 with no flash, and then Toys, of course, is going to be put into that defensive posture.
Yeah, and there's the Mundo. We're expecting it from Lil Balls. It's his #1 jungler, and he can really put a lot of pressure around the map. So CLG.EU, they need to pick safe lanes. They already have Ezreal, so that's going to work out for them. The Lulu would work out as well, but the question is now, I think it's going to solidify that as an Anivia pick, because Anivia will be able to, shut down Mundo in a lot of those team fights, just split him from the rest of the team, and then just take him out very early on. But the question is going to be, what is Wickd going to be playing in the top lane? Because he's going to need a little bit more survivability. If they go with this Jarvan, we've seen Froggen play it, and it's so aggressive in that mid lane, and particularly in the early game, they could just try and beat out TPA before Mundo or Orianna can get going.
The best part about this is I don't know Wickd to be a Jarvan top lane player. Jarvan can go into a 1v2 lane. Now they're hovering over Lee Sin, so I'm going to completely shut up about that. But the fact is, they still have the mind game. They pick a Lee Sin or a Jarvan. Yes, Froggen plays those, but it could still potentially be a top lane matchup. Wickd, of course, not really known for his Lee Sin or Jarvan. They still have the mind game potential, though. And they're hovering over this Xin Zhao for a very, very long time. So it's either a very elaborate and awesome troll, or they're just really getting our hopes up.
And there's the Anivia, there's the Rumble as well. It was kind of the expected pick. Lee Sin in this situation, he'd basically be jumping into his doom against Orianna, Nunu, and Mundo. Like, it would just be certain death for him to jump in there. But really aggressive late game now from CLG.EU. Anivia on Froggen, I mean, his mechanics are incredible. TPA picking up the Caitlyn to go with that Nunu lane definitely makes sense. Olaf is still available. It's just kind of a concern for if they think he's going to be separated along with Mundo, and then maybe the rest of the team sits back. So, we could see maybe a Nidalee to shut down, Rumble or something. Olaf would make sense, though, because Olaf does very well against Rumble usually.
One of the things that they could be doing here
Elise,
is
maybe?
they still have the strong team fight presence from the Orianna Command Shockwave. They have the Nunu Absolute Zero, and they have Caitlyn who could stand in the back and just fire away. But one of the things they can also do is they pick up that Nidalee, they have split pushing potential. So if CLG.EU doesn't play as aggressive with this comp this time, since they don't have the Lux, they have Anivia. Although we did see when CLG.NA was playing a little bit earlier today, they could get aggressive with that Anivia and push towers down. They're probably not going to play that way. Having that Nidalee, which they're hovering over right now, that threat of the split push, they're going to pull Anivia away from where the rest of the team can potentially go in, get a 4v4 engagement, or just push down towers.
That is exactly the key. And if they went with the Olaf, that would force them into team fights that they wouldn't necessarily be able to win. They'd be running right into a dangerous situation.
Or a wall.
And, yeah, or a wall. And so now, like you said, they can avoid that split push, and we all know how strong his Nidalee play is, so that's definitely going to be really aggressive. I'm kind of interested to see who the support is now, and Lulu, you know, probably the main target here, but Zyra also. Zyra would completely shut down Mundo if they were able to take that Zyra pick.
So Crepo hovering over it, taking a little while to think about it. Lulu or Zyra seem the potential pickups. Sona wouldn't necessarily be the worst in the world either, because Sona does do very well against that support Nunu if they're going to be going into a 2v2 lane. So also if they pick up that Zyra and TPA does want to sort of lane swap, they might not want to now that they have the Nidalee pickup. Those roots coming out from Zyra are going to be devastating.
Well, and Zyra also gives them objective control. So, you know, being able to take control of Dragon or whatnot, but they're actually going to go with the Lulu. So they don't want to allow anyone to be burst down pretty quickly, and that's going to be one of the dangers of going up against that Orianna. But we'll see what's going to happen now, because we have a show of two of the best mid players in the game, both playing their #1 champion, Orianna on Toys and Anivia on Froggen. And if you want to learn how to play these champions, I mean, there's no better opportunity, because both of them mechanically are incredible.
You might want to start taking notes now, because this game is about to get underway. Type A Assassins on the verge of elimination from IPL5. They lose this match, they go home. CLG.EU, if they lose this match, they got one more try, but then if they're all have Anivia and they have some fairly good heroes on their side they like playing, well, then of course, you know, you're going to be in the low spirits going into that game #3. Regardless of the fact, though, I can see you guys at home watching the stream really are cheering for CLG.EU.
Yeah, it was about even before the picks. Once Froggen got Anivia, right over to the other side.
All right, so I'm going to have to be the devil's advocate here. I'm going to have to get a crowd reaction from here, seeing that who is going to want Type A Assassins to take this to a game #3. Let me hear you guys. It's okay.
It's all right, but come on, guys. CLG.EU, they already won game #1, and Froggen, he's playing Anivia. So let me hear it if you want to go for CLG.EU. Yeah, it's pretty clear who the crowd favorite is here. The Season 2 championships might be going down in this situation, but Stanley is incredible as Nidalee. I'm kind of curious how he's going to be dealing with this Rumble lane, but one of the best things about Stanley is we've seen really unusual builds that no one's ever even considered working before, and he's used it against, you know, champions like Yorick, which are difficult matchups. Nidalee doesn't really have enough. She has some harass early on in Rumble, but not enough to shut him out of lane, and then Rumble's going to come out with a lot of damage. So it's going to be interesting to see what he does in that lane to try and win that matchup.
I'm really looking forward to seeing if Stanley picks up that Spirit Massage that he's gotten on Nidalee in the past couple games we've seen him play. Not only is it going to help his heal when he goes into just regular Nidalee form, even though he's going to be building as an attack damage kind of split pushing champion, if he gets that Spirit Massage, he's going to be reducing his cooldown so he can heal and attack more. He's of course going to be getting magic resistance in order to defend against Rumble, and that heal is going to help him heal himself even more. So we're going to have to see, like you said, it's innovation across the board here, and then we have Froggen on Anivia. I don't know what he's going to build. We've seen him build a little bit more standard recently, but I believe there's a game where they were playing in the winner's bracket, I believe yesterday, where he just decided he was just going to build a Giant's Belt and a piece of this and a piece of something else, and then they won anyway.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen unusual builds from him in the past, and the reason is he's always said, if you're good enough, if you land your skill shots, then you can build whatever you want, because Anivia's base damage is so high, and so oftentimes that tank works. CLG.EU sitting out, though, if TPA actually decides to come in for this. Toys, he catches an eye on Snoopeh, but if they follow up, Froggen trying to get the stun, can't quite grab anyone. And so we've seen unusual builds from Froggen in the past. We've seen Warmoths, we've seen Sunfire Cape, these tanky kind of builds. We've seen, you know, Doran starting off the game. It's just really whatever he wants for the current situation.
And I mean, Taipei Assassins almost walked into a similar situation in game number 1 where they gave up first blood and wound up giving it to Yellow Pete, really snowball Ezreal's the AD carry of the century in that game. Now they're being a little bit more cautious. They did poke their heads in there. Orianna, though, Toys' ball is giving them vision so they don't walk headfirst into these situations. Putting that in the brush near the mid lane, they do know that CLG kind of looking to put a ward down over by their raids. Are they going to give it up? Are they going to try to contest this? It looks like TPA a little bit afraid. They want to try to bait it into that brush, but Crepo's going to put it down right in front of the raids and then walk away.
Yeah, both teams have
a pink
not
ward
really the strongest level 1, but Stanley wearing down Wickd a little bit. And yeah, the pink ward keeping an eye, making sure that they can't get any vision control. So wanting to make sure that Lil Balls, he kind of stays incognito through this game. So that's definitely going to be an interesting situation. But Wickd making his way down to the bot, he's actually going to be laning against Caitlyn and Nunu. So doesn't want to lane against Stanley on Nidalee. You know, just the harass might be a little bit too much for him. But it's going to be interesting to see because Rumble is one of the weakest champions in that 1v2 in the first couple levels. He can range farm with those harpoons, but that's going to be devastating for him to be matched up against such an aggressive lane.
I think they are actually Taipei Assassins going to be lane swapping themselves, so it is still going to be Nidalee against Rumble, but BB and Mistake are still looking around their own jungle. Snoopeh taking a safe start at his red buff, knowing that might not be contested as hard, but it looks like CLG.EU might be the ones going for an invade, and the AD and support of Taipei Assassins staying around. They're going to want to get the trap down on the Crepo, having to burn the flash away. Mundo with the burning Agni taken away, does land a cleaver, but is blocked by Snoopeh. Flash forward, are they going to be able to get away? Flash Frost from Froggen, kicking up first blood there. Now Mistake's going to go down. Snoopeh wants to get in the second kill of the game, and CLG.EU are off to another great start.
They were able to kite back into that Anivia stun, and that was absolutely beautiful play from CLG.EU. Now that he has that red buff in that mid lane, oh god, is that a scary Anivia, because he can just auto-attack Harass, and then whenever Toys stops for a moment to try and trade Harass with him, that's when Froggen will land the stun. And so it's going to allow Anivia to just completely control this lane. He actually throws the stun out, trying to grab Toys, being worn down a little bit himself, but early blue steal from CLG.EU. Snoopeh's in a great position. He's level 3 with that double buff, and he's looking for Toys. He might try a flash twisted advance.
Yeah, they're going to try to get the gank onto Ori on the mid lane. Toys knows that there's the flash twisted advance, but Snoopeh's in tower range. Mundo Cleaver goes out, not going to get enough damage. Flash Frost from Froggen will back them off. They have, however, burned that flash from Orianna now.
He's just a little bit too much vision for Toys. He has the quick reaction time, but he's still really low. He has low mana. He doesn't have that flash anymore, so he's at a serious disadvantage for Froggen. So it was the play from Snoopeh really just to completely shut down that mid lane. And now Mundo, one of his weaknesses is he's not the best mid lane dueler. Froggen's going to be completely safe in that mid lane against that Mundo pick, which means that he's just going to be able to have his way with Toys. But we'll see what's going to be happening in some of the rest of the lanes. The top lane seems to be pretty even so far, but CLG.EU pushing them pretty aggressively into that turret, and then might try for a lane swap. Crepo's backing, and Yellow Pete is as well.
I think the story is right now, Wickd's doing a really good job against Nidalee in the bottom, even aggressively going under tower. Has to burn his flash. I don't know if he really needed to, but he is going to do that just to make sure he's safe.
It was pretty close. One more attack, the flash from Stanley after one more turret hit, he would have gone down. So just being a little bit too aggressive, trying to harass down Stanley, and really put himself in a bad spot.
Snoopeh wants to try to come around for Toys again. Is he going to be able to get it? Double buff still taken away. Refresh blue buff. Toys still only level 2. Twisted advantage outside of tower range. The backwards. Froggen, is he going to pick up the kill? Auto attack is going to seal the deal. And CLG.EU with a 3-0 lead.
3-0 over TPA. 2k gold lead this early in the game. And the red buff, it seals the fate of Toys in that mid lane. There's nothing he can do in that situation. It's such a dangerous spot for him to be in. They need good ward coverage. He needs to shy towards the lanes that he has that ward coverage. But now with Snoopeh in an advantage too, he could get into early oracles, and he's actually circling back. He wants to hit Toys or Little Balls if he catches him out.
Yeah, Little Balls might be in a bad spot. Throws the Mundo Cleaver though, so Snoopeh is going to be deterred. Big story of that mid lane. Froggen is level 5 and Toys is level 2. That is a huge experience disadvantage. Wickd getting aggressive on Stanley in the bottom lane. He's not afraid to spam his spells here, zone out Nidalee, and then wind up overheating and getting that CS at an easier rate because of the increased attack damage. And to see though if Little Balls can try to turn this around.
Yeah, and now he's stepped back for a second. Little Balls, he does see him, so he should be able to get out of there. He doesn't actually dodge that cleaver. Little Balls going to get some quick damage. His flash is not up, but I think he's going to be able to get out in time. The spear going off. Stanley still going in for the kill. One more attack. Wickd turning it around though, and Wickd so far, he's been in control of that lane just because of the early damage that Rumble has once he got a couple of levels on Nidalee, and Nidalee's harass just was ineffectual.
And that's going to be devastating if you're Taipei Assassins. Not being able to convert that into a kill, both of those champions have to go back. They have they don't have a lot of gold to buy up. They're just really going back to heal, wasting time in the jungle, knowing this Snoopeh could potentially gank that mid lane where Toys is level 3 compared to Froggen's level 6. Glacial Storm is already up for Anivia. He's going to be pushing down Toys in the tower. That critical strike from Frostbite can almost one-shot a low-leveled Orianna.
Yeah, it's going to be really devastating. So you saw he backed off for a second into the shadows just to see if he could catch Toys out of position, throw the blind stun there. But the ward, it helped protect him. And meanwhile, in the top lane, some quick damage from Bebe. So they're pretty safe in the top lane. But Ezreal, he should be safe enough to just range farm against that Caitlyn. But we'll see. I mean, we're at the point where that Anivia pressure and Snoopeh pressure could start snowballing over the rest of the map.
We did see pings from CLG.EU letting Snoopeh know there's a ward in that brush, but he's going to come up anyway, show himself to let BB and Mistake know that he's there to apply some pressure. We saw him warding that blue buff. CLG is going to want to go around and take that. It won't be up for about another minute and 15 seconds or so. That could be another point just to deny more experience to both Mundo and to Orianna, as well as give that blue buff to either Snoopeh or Froggen, just denying resources to Taipei Assassins, trying to keep them as far behind as possible, considering the advantages they've already gotten in this early game.
And with the early kill on Maokai, I would expect Snoopeh to be buying in early oracles, and we've seen really aggressive or really safe wards from Taipei Assassins, and Snoopeh knows it. He keeps on walking into wards and people backing off. So if he gets that oracles, it could give them the map control to try and snowball that advantage. Froggen coming once again. He will be blind this time, but Toy is seeing the ward just as it's dying, sees Froggen over the wall, and now Froggen, with this great gold lead and with a strong jungler, it means he can start trying to take all of the race in this game.
Wickd getting some damage traded back on him as Stanley hits level 6, now has that Cougar form. Wickd might have to be a little bit careful because Nidalee's going to be able to put out more damage than she can in just her regular form. Even a little bit of a spear, he does have to back off, chugging through some health potions as he's overheated. Only has those sorcerer shoes right now, no health potions left to his name. Might be forced out of lane in just a little bit, but we'll have to keep tabs on how that bottom/top lane goes.
He's turning around, and Anivia is coming down as well. Wickd chasing him right into Froggen. Froggen's going to be able to catch him out. The Ignite coming down. Will be able to get the wall. Will he be able to get the stun? The quick damage, the burst, he flashes for it. The stun not going to hit. Stanley barely backing out. He's going to be egged right underneath that turret. Fortunately, being able to back off, so those minions aren't going to be able to take him down. But Wickd in a nice advantage in that bot lane, still losing the egg for him. It could put a little bit of pressure on that mid lane if Toys can maybe get level 6 and then hit an ult.
Well, Toys is going to be coming down by Mundo, wants to take those raids away to try to get a little extra golden experience, but Mundo is also going to need that. Both of them are only level 5. Snoopeh, though, only level 5 himself, so Mundo kind of on his way catching up, but he has gone back, Snoopeh that is, and acquired that Oracle's Elixir. Hasn't activated yet to start roaming around and clearing those wards out, but it is now available to CLG.EU, and if they're roaming around this hard while those wards are available, just imagine how defensive and devastated Taipei Assassins could be if Snoopeh activates it and starts clearing out the wards.
Yeah, so he is waiting a second, but I think he wants to make sure Froggen's in a strong situation in that mid lane before he starts popping it. There it goes. So now he's on the ward spree. He's going to be able to clear a couple. And Little Balls, he's might get his own because he likes going for that early oracles, but it's going to be tough because with CLG.EU's early advantage, he could go down fairly quickly again, and losing that oracles could just completely shut TPA out of this game.
Mistake does spy Snoopeh's coming around with the oracles because of that ward there. Snoopeh, though, didn't really clear it out, so he's just walking right past it. Maybe he does want his presence to be known. Ping's going down from the side of TPA. Little Balls letting him know that he is there in case they want to try to do something here. They are going to try to defend against this blue buff. CLG.EU moving down to steal it. Yellow Pete not really reacting to the rest of the team, but Froggen is coming up from the side, potentially wanting to try to snipe this one over the wall. TPA, though, they are there as members of 4, and they will actually get the buff on the Toy, so Orianna getting her first advantage of the game.
Yeah, Bebe taking a little bit of harass, but being able to pick that up on Toys is going to be really key in that lane. Nidalee actually chasing down Wickd. He gets the Ignite, one more pounce. He's going to be able to grab this. The auto attack actually missing. He misses the spear as well. Wickd trying to turn this around. Stanley just barely able to back out of there. And so you see, once he hits that Nidalee form, I mean, it really, the Cougar damage is just way too much for Rumble, but it's anyone's game in that lane. Both of them have enough damage to take the other down.
One thing Stanley did was dodge the equalizer, so he really missed a lot of the chunks of damage that Rumble was going to put up. But Yellow Pete now getting slowed down by the absolute zero mistake. Maybe a little miscommunication there between him and BB, as BB didn't want to go in on that one. So now Nunu's ultimate is down. That could give CLG.EU a little bit of aggression. We saw True Shot Barrage being fired from Yellow Pete, pushing the minions off the tower, dealing a little bit of damage to those champions in lane as well. So we're going to have to see if Ezreal and Lulu take this chance to go back. Are they going to go continue taking those golems that they have been and try to keep up in CS? Caitlyn is technically ahead by a little bit, but those golems on the side of CLG.EU going to even things up.
Wickd being harassed a little bit from Little Balls here. He has the red buff. He's going to get the cleave as well. Wicked's flash is down. They're going to be able to pursue him underneath this turret. They're turret diving for it. Stanley taking some quick damage, but they pick him up fairly easily. And Stanley with that chalice, he has a lot of damage. Meanwhile, on the top, Yellow Pete chasing down Bebe. He will be able to get some quick harass. He doesn't have his ultimate up, but the ignite is up, so a little bit lower, and Bebe might have gone down.
Taipei Assassins finally able to convert on one of those Mundo gangs, especially in the bottom lane. That's going to be good because it's getting Stanley going. Even though Mundo was the one that picked up the kill, he got the assist goal. They were able to take out Wickd. He's going to be able to actually farm safely, go back and buy items without worry of Rumble continuing to farm that lane. They are relatively even. Chalice of Harmony, and there is the Kindle Gem potentially going to be turned into that Spirit Facade we were talking about earlier. So Stanley's going to get the ball rolling into his split push Nidalee form. And of course, you can't also forget, when we're talking about Stanley's Nidalee, for some reason, he seems to have the most effective team fighting Nidalee in the world, which is something you don't hear in the same sentence.
Yeah, and that magic resist in particular is really going to help him out in that lane, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Once Wickd finishes a Haunting Guise, I think he's going to have enough damage, and Rumble definitely has enough sticking power that he's going to be able to chase him down for a kill, but they don't even want to lane him against Stanley now, so they swap to the top, they get the first lane swap, Stanley will come back up top, but maybe this could result in an early dragon for CLG.EU. They have the Oracles, they can try and put some pressure here.
They could do this while the TPA lanes are swapping up. Snoopeh does eliminate the ward that Stanley just put over that wall. If they decide to pressure Dragon, it might ensue in a team fight, so CLG.EU are going to have to be very careful about their decision making, because all 5 members of Taipei Assassins are technically between the middle and bottom lanes.
Yellow Pete pushing into the turret. He's going to back off for a second now. Lil Balls, he does have an Oracles of his own, and so, you know, that's something he always goes for, that really aggressive early Oracles. They're able to clear out a ward, but the concern is if there's an early fight, if CLG.EU forces a situation, Lil Balls might lose that early on, and we've seen that in a couple of the games this tournament, and that would just completely shut down TPA for a significant portion of the game. CLG.EU now forcing that fight. They're going to be going for this dragon, and they're in the better position to take this.
This is actually a good idea. The notion that Stanley is back up in the top lane. Oriana's Toys is still a little bit behind, so she's actually going to have to go back and just defend after being harassed by Rumble in that mid lane a little bit. So CLG.EU taking the first global objective of the game. They do have about a 2,000 gold lead, 3 kills to 1. No towers have really been pressured that much. This top tower is going to take a bit damage from Stanley, but Rumble was in mid lane this entire time, has a good direct path to the top lane. He's not going to be able to get a lot of damage out on that tower.
And if CLG.EU keeps building on this early lead, it won't matter how strong Stanley's split push is, because CLG.EU is going to be able to bully their way into objectives. So, you know, they're really looking to take control of this game early on. Bot lane, you know, a little bit of a disadvantage for Yellow Pete. Bebe's been very aggressive in that lane, but that's kind of what you expect in a lot of situations from that Caitlyn pick. Getting some quick burst damage, he actually gets away from that Filter over Peacemaker. That would have turned into an ace in the hole for maybe a kill.
We see Snoopeh in his jungle just taking away the red buff, probably going to smite that one down. Froggen probably has a decent sized purse as he goes back. 138 CS, 2 kills and 1 assist. I think that's a pretty rich bird. So I had to pick up a Hextech, a revolver before he goes back to lane in addition to some wards.
And Snoopeh coming up into the top, he's actually caught out by a trap, so Nidalee's still safe in that situation. Lil Ball's making his way down bot. Bebe getting some quick damage. He gets the Piltover Peacemaker. He's going to possibly use the ace in the hole. I'm surprised he actually didn't throw it off, because it seemed like he would either get a kill or force Yellow Pete into a situation he would go down, but they just forced them off that turret, and they might be able to grab this if they decide to go for it.
I think what Mundo down in the bottom lane, their main concern is not getting the kill, but pushing that tower down so they can then potentially lane swap once again and give Stanley a lane where he could just sit back and farm for basically forever. Nivea coming down here. Are they going to try to defend this tower? Yellow Pete actually getting caught with the Caliber net and the ace in the hole. Froggen's going to block that one off, so there's not a lot of damage coming out. And for now, CLG's bottom tower is going to stay alive.
Yeah, and you saw Froggen, rather than showing himself, he was sitting back waiting to see if he could catch someone out of position if they went in for a kill. Snoopeh is up top. Stanley jumping in on Wickd, but he has the backup of Maokai. There's the Twisted Advance, and he's out of that Cougar form, so the red buff, the knockback, they're going to have plenty of damage to take him down, and the slows as well. The flash, Wickd picks up the kill. He takes down Stanley.
Stanley using the flash for the Twisted Advance following after. That did not work out the way he wanted to. CLG.EU taking yet another kill and more advantage in this game. Toy's gonna have to be careful now. He wants to take this blue buff. Snoopeh's in the area, but CLG.EU has no eyes on that blue buff, so they're not gonna know he's taking it. He will actually get this with a save.
And again, there's just too much sticking power for Nidalee to get away, but look at this bottom lane. Froggen, he's going to be laning bot versus Bebe Mistake, and then they're sending their support and AD carry mid to lane against Toys. So that's gonna put Yellow Pete in a beneficial situation, but Froggen's so strong at this point. He's going to be able to stall any waves. He walls off Bebe, so he's safe from that harass. Really impressive play just to win that lane.
Whittling down on Mistake as well as keeping Bebe and the Glacial Storm. They're taking a significant amount of damage while not being able to put a lot back onto Anivia. Surprisingly, Caitlyn with her auto attack range, as long as Nuna's trying to zone out Anivia, if Anivia puts down that wall, Caitlyn's not going to be able to auto attack over and hit Anivia because of the way Nuna's playing to zone her out. So that's a little bit of a not good combination between the two champions. Anivia, however, did go back to get her blue buff. TPA going to try to result in getting a tower off this, but Frog once again coming in, barely killing the minions where the tower lives. I think it has a little less than 100 HP at this point.
Yeah, and really he's going to be able to shut down the aggressive push in that bottom lane as long as he's sitting there. He almost didn't get back in time. Lil Ball's coming up for the top though. Stanley, Wicked's in a dangerous situation. The cleave does hit, but they don't want to fight him underneath that turret. And so CLG sitting back. They have a really nice 3K gold lead, and they're just prepared to continue to farm in these lanes and just not allow TPA to take any objectives.
Lil Ball's finally doing a little bit of Mundo counter jungling, something that we kept talking about. We didn't see a lot of him doing. Got to be careful though. Crepo as well as Snoopeh coming in. Ward put in the bush, but there is actually it's a pink ward from CLG.EU, so they're going to clear that one out. TPA is going to be able to back up, but Froggen in that 1v2 lane looking to gank by himself.
Yeah, he's in a dangerous spot now. Bebe actually getting some harass on him, and he has a long walk to the turret because he doesn't want to walk through the lane. It's kind of a choke point, and it could put him in a dangerous spot. He actually zones with the stun for a second to try and get himself back, and uses a lot of mana AoE clearing those minions, but it buys him enough time to run through the river so he doesn't have to worry about them taking that turret. He's going to be able to get back in time and continue to stall that lane.
Meanwhile, in mid lane, we saw YellowPete getting some decent harass down on Toys, burn the flash away from Orianna, as well as forcing him back out of that lane. Now that YellowPete's kind of got some free farm, he's actually behind Caitlyn, 152 compared to 117 CS. He's going to need that farm, but one thing that Caitlyn is benefiting from this lane against Anivia is Glacial Storm keeps pushing the minions forward. She keeps taking them off the tower, so Caitlyn is just sitting back there and getting all the free farm in the world, considering that Froggen is trying to keep that bottom tower alive.
Yeah, they're just both AoEing into each other, and Froggen, he's missing out on those rays that he would be getting mid lane, so he's not going to be quite as farmed as he would otherwise be, but he's still farming very effectively, and it's allowing them to get a push on the mid lane. But YellowPete not quite catching up with Caitlyn, even when he should be kind of free farming in that lane. Froggen once again coming down. He's trying to start pressuring Bebe and not allow Bebe this free farm, but there's not a lot he can do.
No, unfortunately not. Just being Anivia, he is naturally pushing that lane ever closer towards the tower. We'll be keeping that bottom lane alive for a little bit, and it will still be giving a little bit more control, and this dragon does eventually respawn because of how far pushed forward that lane is. Bebe actually trying to recall here, so Froggen is going to try to make a move on something. It's going to be now. Crepo actually coming back down this bottom lane. I don't know if they're going to keep Anivia and Lulu down here, or if that's a signal that Ezreal is going to come back down, but it looks like YellowPete still stay in mid lane to try to get farm. They're just going to put a little bit of pressure on this tower before Caitlyn gets back.
Yeah, it's going to be getting pretty low, but I think that CLG.EU, they might be in a situation where they're starting to look to group up because Maokai, he grabs the Aegis. Rumble has that Haunting Guise, which is basically all he needs for his damage right now. And Stanley, even though he has a lot of magic resist, just the sheer amount of spell pen that Wickd has, it should allow him to be successful in that lane. So it's turning into kind of a farm lane top. Neither of them want to get out of position. Neither of them want to force a inopportune fight. And so, all the lanes are kind of slowing down for a second. A quick wall from Froggen in the bot, taking some quick damage against Mistake. And Crepo as well, being chased down by Bebe. And Lil Balls is here. He's got it trapped. Crepo has to walk around it, but Lil Balls not quite able to get in range. Froggen is able to shut them down.
CLG might be looking to turn this one around. YellowPete as well as Toys moving in from the mid lane. We saw Snoopeh coming into the tri-brush, but TPA going to disengage from this one. Now could potentially be giving up their positioning on that bottom tower. Top lane, we did see Rumble burning the Equalizer in a fight against Stanley. And as you mentioned something about CLG wanting to group up, if we look at every single tower on TPS side, besides that top lane, they're at half health or less. So CLG might be looking to sequentially take objectives, starting with the dragon, maybe forcing a fight to come out ahead, just like last game. They could get kills, they could get dragon, they can get 2 towers, and then TPA, they were so far behind at that point, they just never really caught up.
And Froggen doesn't even give Lil Balls an opportunity to try and consider that dragon. He was sitting in the bush for a second, and he did some quick AoE, took Lil Balls actually down to half life, and then dropped off the wall behind him to separate them. They're able to grab the dragon, build that into a 4K gold lead now. But TPA, they're in a comfortable spot farming here. The question is, it kind of feels very similar to the previous game where, it's still a really dangerous spot for Mundo in these team fights to be running straight at the Anivia. And CLG.EU, they were able to take a slight lead, and then it kind of stalled off for a little bit. Both teams were comfortable sitting back and farming, and CLG.EU was able to take it in the end.
Toys does have flash available, so if they do get Nivea to burn the wall in a not super beneficial spot for CLG.EU, they could flash around or something, but a little more aggression. Wickd just using that equalizer not only to push the lane forward, but also get a little bit of damage on the Stanley. Toys, in the meantime, is going to be taking his blue buff. He's really happy about the fact he's been able to come back into this game. Now the same exact level as Frog, and Frog barely saying that at 1 HP left on that tower.
And I was just going to say, you want to check out Froggen's build this game because Tear and Chalice is pretty common, but then going for the Spirit Visage and Will of the Ancients, he's almost able to land the stun. He does get it, but Bebe barely able to get that net out of there. And now Snoopeh coming up in the top lane, trying to get in on Stanley. They're not going to want to tower dive that, but that build is really strong in that lane, and it's what's allowing him to win this 2v1 bot lane.
And look at the damage he's getting down by putting that critical strike Frostbite onto BB. And then still have Lulu around here, so they're getting the Glitter Lances on top of the CLG.EU. They want Froggen to push this tower down. They want him to turn that lane around. I don't know, after getting that Dragon, I thought they would have rotated and just started taking towers, but they seem content to just try to stall that bottom lane out, push that tower down, deny as much CS to Caitlyn as possible, and let Yellow Pete try to play catch up.
Well, we saw Yellow Pete, he was struggling earlier on, but he's done a nice job of keeping even with Caitlyn so far since the lane swap. So the lane swap's been very effective. Froggen, he's still out farming Orianna, but Snoopeh coming in, Stanley trying to get the kill, and now they have the follow-up.
There he is, Twisted Advantage goes in. Wickd's really low, he is overheated. Stanley still has that flash available, so CLG is going to have to keep this one in mind. Don't know if they're going to be able to take him down here. Snoopeh's not going to be able to connect with the Q from Maokai, and it does look like that Stanley's going to be able to get away from this one. Potentially, Wickd might have to go back too, because he is extremely low from that fight.
Yeah, Rumble, he actually had to sit back for a second, using the equalizer, trying to take down Stanley, the Ignite as well. He's able to back out of there, but Bebe finally able to take down that turret. Froggen, he can't hold it forever. Bebe just walking up and snatching it.
No, Froggen deciding the blue buff is finally more important than that tower, so he is going to be acquiring this one for himself. So CLG.EU actually losing the first tower of the game. That gives TPA a little bit of gold bonus to try to get them back into this game, but that could just be the signal now that that tower is down. They don't have to worry about defending that lane anymore. If Caitlyn's going to go down there and push, if they group up as 4 or 5, they still have the potential to take down that mid lane tower that Yellow Pete's been able to push Orianna back for a long time in this lane, get some pot shots off. But CLG.EU, they just seem content to stay split up. The only two that have really been grouping up a lot have been Snoopeh ganking Stanley's Nidalee against Wicked's Rumble and top lane.
Yeah, but TPA, they just finished a couple of items. So the Infinity Edge on Caitlyn, as well as some quick damage onto Orianna. So they're going to be really strong in these fights if they can catch members of CLG.EU out of position. TPA now sending their AD and support up into that top lane. They recognize, even though it's 23 minutes into the game, it's a very slow game, and both of them are very comfortable with sitting back and just slowly pushing. Now Stanley, he can go push the bottom lane, and TPA can try and get a couple more turrets.
CLG.EU is going to have to do something pretty soon in order to counteract this fact. They are playing that still safe kind of back and not necessarily passive, because we had Froggen pushing that bottom lane against Caitlyn and Nunu, but they're still playing the let's sit back and farm style, which is actually working out a little bit better for Taipei Assassins. Yes, CLG.EU got the global objective of Dragon, and they've gotten more gold that way, but when we looked at the statistics before, as long as Caitlyn's about 40 CS ahead of Ezreal, she's going to be coming out ahead by about 400 gold. Now she's almost 60 CS ahead of Ezreal. So all that stalling did was feed Caitlyn even more CS than Yellow Pete's Ezreal. And now the whole item behind, look at that, 6.6k gold for Ezreal, 7.4k for Caitlyn. That's the speakings of Caitlyn having an Infinity Edge and Yellow Pete's Ezreal not really finishing a major item yet.
And is this a split push Froggen? Because he's going to lane against Stanley now, clearing out that wave. He wants to continue with that farm, but he actually will be able to bully him out of there. But we'll see if he stays there for long. He'll probably want to group with his team. The rest of the team pretty confident, but Little Balls up in the top, they might actually decide to go for this, except that Snoopeh and Wickd, they're very strong underneath that turret.
I'm pretty sure that Mistake poked his head out from that brush and they realized that maybe someone else is coming in there. Little Balls is being very patient in that top lane brush. CLG looks like Froggen is going to continue to split push against Stanley. He is getting some decent damage down against Nidalee, but Nidalee does have Chalice of Harmony and Spirit Visage for defense there. So Froggen might not be dealing the most damage in the world, considering he does have a Giant Spell, his own Spirit Visage, and only Will of the Ancients and Chalice of Harmony to his name.
And it's kind of interesting, both of these teams have kind of just made the decision that their late game team is going to be a little bit stronger than the others. TPA on the one hand, they have a very strong defensive team that can either take down turrets or split push, but Snoopeh coming up into the top. The quick cleanse from Bebe, he's able to get out of range, and Mistake should be able to back away from Wickd again. So we'll see which one gives as far as we go into the late game.
Did burn that cleanse on the BB, however, he still has the flash available, so if Snoopeh tries another Twisted Advance, he still has the potential to kite him by netting and flashing away. So they are going to have to be a little bit careful. Little Ball's still in the mid lane, though. He did wait in the top lane for a very long time. Has gone back, acquired him an Aegis of the Legion of his own for his team. So if these teams get into a team fight, that benefit is kind of going to be just knowing what a little bit neutral as they have it on both sides. Double Will of the Ancients has been acquired, though. Wickd gone back, acquired his own after going for the Haunting Guys and Sorcerer Shoes. Rather than going for that Abyssal Scepter early on to continue the magic penetration build, he stopped and gotten some sustain for himself as well as Froggen.
Yeah, and that's really going to help them in some of those team fights when they're grouping together to just poke down members and keep themselves up at full health and not have to worry about the poke that comes from Caitlyn and Orianna. So the Spell Vamp is going to kind of counteract that a little bit. But TPA getting a little bit of a pushing advantage. CLG.EU Wickd actually using his ultimate to just clear out the minion wave. Doesn't want to allow them to take the turret quite so quickly. And Crepo and Yellow Pete, they're just tanking this turret, trying to drop it so they can get that mid one.
All right, so CLG.EU are going to take their first tower of the game. They finally knocked out in the middle tower. Dragon should be respawning pretty soon. Actually, it is respawned already. I just couldn't see it on the mini-map there. So this could be the next point of contention. There are 2 members of Taipei Assassins in top lane and 4 members of CLG.EU towards this Dragon area, so they could be looking to take it. However, notifying this, TPA is sending their AD and support down from that top lane. So CLG.EU going to have to be a little bit wary of this. They do have a ward.
Oh, they're going to collapse on Froggen.
Double ward, actually, as they do see it. Froggen, Yellow Pete actually is here, as is Snoopeh. They're trying to cut them off from this. A little bit of a pink ward goes over the wall, distracting Snoopeh. Flash has to be burned out from Froggen as Stanley comes in from the side. Crepo taking a lot of damage. Snoopeh now towards his ultimate only hits Yellow Pete, so the rest of CLG is still free to fight this one. True Shot Barrage sails wide to the right, not hitting any member of Taipei Assassins. Yellow Pete does get the Lulu ultimate, but he wasn't dying to the ace in the hole anyway. But now CLG.EU getting pushed off their own tower. That's going to be a dragon for Taipei Assassins.
Yeah, and the Orianna ultimate almost grabbing Crepo. He gets the quick flash out of there, so no one going down. But really quickly, they're worn down from the poke from TPA. TPA Stanley in particular, he was able to chase them down. They grabbed the dragon off of it, even though they weren't able to pick up any kills. So it's bringing them back even in this gold lead. It's a 3K deficit right now, but they still have that split push potential, and we're starting to see Stanley be a little bit more confident in these fights.
It's a little bit scary now that Caitlyn 278 CS compared to 216 of Ezreal. Ezreal has completed his Bloodthirster and has 2 of the pieces for his Trinity Force, maybe looking like he was going back and forth between the 2 items, but there's no stacks on there compared to the Infinity Edge and now the Zeal almost completed from BB. On top of this, he has the attack speed and movement speed steroid from Nunu, so if they get into some of these team fights, CLG.EU, they're not going to have the same AD damage output that Taipei Assassins does, despite keeping down so many of their members early on.
Yeah, but we see CLG.EU, they're grouping up. They want to force a fight at this situation. Froggen can maybe grab someone. Wickd has the damage now, and now that they've completed a number of their items, they feel pretty confident in the situation. They just can't allow themselves to be worn down by Taipei Assassins. But TPA, they're really strong at slowing down the game. So Orianna can clear out a lot of those minion waves. Stanley can split push, and that split push is going to prevent CLG.EU from having an opportunity to force a fight.
Very true. We've seen Italy doing that already in that top lane, wanting to take down the tower. Wicked's going to have to go up there and defend, so it's a 4v4 in the mid lane for CLG. And this might actually work out to CLG.U's favor as they continue to pressure that mid lane. As long as Stanley's not in there, he might be one of the scary members on the side besides BB. If they can get in there and they can get a twisted advance on BB, his cleanse is now up as well as his flash though, so it's going to be hard to really root him down. They are able to catch Caitlyn though and get her out of the fight before she starts dealing immense amounts of damage to Yellow Pete as well as Snoopeh and Crepo. They might be able to turn this around in mid lane.
Yeah, and Froggen and Snoopeh, they were trying to pick someone off. Yellow Pete going down very quickly. The ace in the hole, almost going to take down Crepo, but he uses his ultimate to get out of there. So the quick burst damage from TPA is able to secure it. There's the kill. Actually, Bebe taking down Crepo, and now Stanley zoning CLG.EU. They're all stuck around this Baron Pit, and TPA can force a fight.
Equalizer actually was used already by Wickd, so he doesn't have this to try to re-engage everybody. Lowball's taking a brunt of the damage there, but Mundo Cleaver will land on the Snoopeh. If he goes down, that's going to be an Oracle's Elixir as well. So CLG.EU going to back off from this one, but Taipei Assassins, despite how far down they were in the early stages of the game, are really taking it to CLG.EU at about 30 minutes.
Yeah, they're able to just slowly wear them down with some of their range damage. They take down the mid turret. Stanley goes back up into the top to prevent Wickd from joining with the team.
Little Ball's got stuck in the wall. He gets twisted advance. There's a vengeful maelstrom, but Froggen's going to be one picking up the kill. Absolute Zero goes down for mistake, but the CLG.EU is going to flash away from that one. Snoopeh flashes into Stanley though. Has to use the Q to knock him back, but Stanley's not giving up yet. Mistake and BB. Mistake's going to go down. Froggen's on a rampage, but Stanley's hot in pursuit against Anivia. Is he going to go down? Snoopeh wants to pick up a kill on Stanley though. Toys gets walled off. Froggen's going to get the damage down. Flash Loss does miss. There's the command shockwave. Snoopeh is down. Oracle's Elixir has been eliminated from CLG.EU. Froggen going forward still has egg form. BB has to get out of here. Toy's going to sacrifice himself for the greater good of that one. And CLG.EU coming out ahead in that fight. Crepo, you got to be careful. Exhaust goes out. Yellow Pete over the wall. BB with the cleanse. Not going to hit him with the Piltover Peacemaker. Ace in the hole is still available. CLG.EU, they got to be careful.
And once CLG.EU forces TPA into those that jungle area, they can force those fights, and Froggen in particular can shut them down. So Yellow Pete, he's very safe as an AD carry, but Froggen's able to wall people off, pick up those stuns, and that's a really dangerous spot. So TPA, they want to fight in lanes. They don't want to fight in those tight corridor situations because that only benefits CLG.EU with both Rumble and Anivia. So it's a really dangerous spot for them. They thought they had won the exchange, and all of a sudden, CLG.EU coming back on that.
That was just the AoE from Anivia that, like you said, was the positioning in that jungle area, those tight corners, making people get walled off. Little Balls got caught first. He got bursted down almost immediately. And he's Mundo. He's the tanky one on the team. When you get bursted down as the tanky jungler, you're supposed to be the initiator and supposed to live, then you know you're fighting in a bad spot. So really great job from CLG.EU, being able to utilize the terrain to their advantage. They came out ahead, now 8 kills ahead to 3. They're still only hanging on to about a 2,500 gold lead, though. So all in all in that fight, things still kind of equalized to the point they were beforehand.
Yeah, and Lil Balls, he actually rebought his oracles. Crepo buying one for CLG.EU, and they're just clearing out wards around this Baron pit. Stanley almost getting slowed by Crepo. They're just kind of forcing him off right here, but it's going to be dangerous if they do try and even bait a Baron. I think TPA would be pretty confident. They have the Orianna to just check with the ball, but also they would be able to wall or keep in CLG.EU in that pit and then maybe poke them down.
We're going to have to see if CLG.EU is just doing a little bit of a Baron bait or if they're actually going to try to start this one. TPA, regardless of the fact, is moving up to try to contest this. They know that if CLG.EU takes a Baron,
Stanley's caught though. He's going down quickly. He has the GA, the Lulu all trying to keep him up there. Yellow Pete trying to take him down. The GA will pop. He's right next to his tower, and TPA trying to group up with him. But there's zone from EU with Froggen, with the Ezreal. They're trying to take down Stanley. He almost gets back to his turret, but he does drop. No, just one more attack. Yellow Pete just barely trying to take him down. Finally grabs him, and Orianna, actually some quick burst, almost takes down Crepo, is able to pick up that kill, but Froggen zoning them off once again to try and regroup as a team.
And that was another instance of Taipei Assassins. They were about to get in a fight into this tight quarters, even though they popped the GA from Stanley. If he were to get away, CLG.EU would have gladly traded it for everybody sitting in an Anivia wall and a Glacial Storm. Little Balls getting caught off there. Flash Frost from Froggen, that's how you play. You don't miss those. Ultimate goes off from Little Balls, but he's running through an equalizer. Snoopeh takes a lot of damage from BB though, drops the Vengeful Maelstrom, and CLG.EU is going to retreat from behind this wall, except for Froggen. He wants to go in and get more kills, but they are going to establish a little bit more position around Baron, but both teams are going to decide to back off this one and just settle for wards for now.
Lil Balls, he walks up, grabs an Ord. Froggen trying to get the wall off, can't quite get him, and he's going to make his way back into that mid lane. But if CLG.EU, if they can't burst people down when they originally get those snares, then you see TPA, they're able to retreat, they're able to heal back up or use their shields to get themselves into a nice situation. And so CLG.EU, you know, they need to make sure that they grab one kill and then just are able to escape, are able to back out of there. But Orianna has been able to kind of put a little damper on that, has picked up a couple herself.
And you're talking about that too, that Orianna ultimate was the one thing that stopped CLG.EU from turning on that fight and just going straight to Baron, being able to catch them in that tight quarter. The tight quarters that worked out so well for CLG.EU on both of those engagements also works against them if that Orianna ultimate's going to be catching them because they're grouped up in a little area like that Tribush. We've seen in this tournament already, multiple teams getting stuck in that same exact corner and just absolutely melting to these AoE compositions. It's popular champions like that, or Orianna they have, like the Rumble with the Equalizer, and Anivia, of course, with the Glacial Storm. These are precarious positions they're going to be in, but just look at the damage that TPA is able to output, taking this Dragon down in basically 2 seconds flat as Caitlyn, Infinity Edge, Phantom Dancer, and now Last Blister been acquired.
Yeah, they do have that range damage, and they're able to take that down. But the concern is what happens when Little Balls engages in the fight, because he drops very, very quickly. So CLG, they want to force TPA into situations where they can wall off those rivers. So, you know, even though they don't have the best Baron team, Rumble's really weak, Maokai adds nothing, Froggen adds nothing, they could potentially try and force a turret or something that might allow Froggen to take a wall off and maybe pick someone out of position. But the concern is if they stall at a turret, they allow TPA to get a farm advantage or split push with Stanley, or maybe even worse, they clump up trying to attack the turret and then Toys gets a really nice ult.
Missile Scepter has now been acquired by Wickd, so he's going to be able to combat all the magic resistance that Taipei Assassins has been stacking against him. Guardian Angel being acquired by Toys, 350 CS compared to 364 of Froggen, 2 kills compared to his 4, but we can't forget that when Froggen was level 6, toys was only level 3 in the earlier stages of this game, so that is quite the comeback here. Guardian Angel means, of course, that he's going to wind up living twice in these engagements, so even if he dies before he can get that command shockwave off, everybody's going to be hovering around him while the Guardian Angel comes back up. All he needs to do is hit the R button before he dies again, and that could be the only initiation that TPA needs.
Yeah, we'll see what he can do, but I mean, really, it's interesting not to go for much damage. He's expecting to hold off a lane the entire game. He wants to be able to win that lane, but that survivability in team fights in particular will really help him out, and we'll see if he can start to put some more pressure, or if Wickd decides to start leading. Wickd hasn't really been able to group that much, you know, except for those main fights around that Baron and blue area, because Stanley is just constantly holding him out.
There's only been 1 or 2 fights where he's actually been able to drop the equalizer in the middle of the team fight, not using it to initiate and having them kite away from it, or not using it in the lane before grouping up for the team engagement. So CLG.EU, they still have some tricks up their sleeve as well. If they're able to corner people into an area with that Froggen wall, if the equalizer goes off, the Glacial Storm goes off, and the Vengeful Maelstrom from Maokai tacks on a little bit of additional damage, True Shot Barrage, of course, is going to be an AoE spell coming out from Ezreal in addition to all this. They will be able to take down Taipei Assassins despite all the resistances they're getting. If they pop that Guardian Angel on Orianna, like you mentioned, she doesn't have a lot of damage, so she's not going to be the most useful asset to her team. TPA, though, they're just stalling out right now. They want Stanley's Guardian Angel to get back up before CLG.EU tries to force an engagement on them.
Little Ball's clearing some wards around the Baron pit, so they have the vision advantage there. There's still a ward in the pit, but Caitlyn moves down bot to clear out all of that farm, keep up the farm advantage over Yellow Pete, and it's actually grown to 120 at this point. So Caitlyn is incredibly, you know, farmed at this point in time. She has the Last Whisper as well, which is going to really help her against some of those frontline tanks for CLG, and the poke is going to be absolutely absurd.
13,000 gold compared to 10,000 gold, 3,000 gold advantage on Caitlyn alone. That is going to make up a large chunk. That's even more than CLG.EU as a team has on Taipei Assassins as a team. We could look at that. Some of the difference is going to be coming in from Froggen on that Anivia. A little bit of the difference, Wickd has a couple hundred gold over Stanley, but a lot of it is just going to be the fact that, yes, they did wind up taking a dragon. Taipei Assassins have also done that, but they kept them down in the earlier stages of the game. There's a lot of wards that have been cleared out from the side of CLG.EU as well. So this game might look a lot closer than it actually is in gold difference.
Yeah, it really is dead even at this point in time, and both teams are a little bit concerned about getting themselves caught out of position, so they can't 100% go in for fights, and both teams have a defensive enough team that they can just stall the other, so it's resulting in not a lot happening. Wickd actually starting to kind of make his way down, but moves back up in that top lane, so just wants to make sure that he's on his way if he needs to group with his team.
The thing is, too, Stanley, even though he's split pushing, he hasn't been able to knock down towers. What he has been doing, though, is keeping Wickd out from grouping with the rest of CLG.EU, and this, I think, is what's making them a little bit timid to try to press for more towers and press for more objectives. They don't have a full 5v5 team fight like they did finally in that jungle area, where they're able to wall off people, separate them, and then eventually take them down. I don't think they want to engage, and as long as Wickd's being kept busy by Stanley up there, they are not going to engage in the team fight, and Caitlyn's going to continue to snowball ahead of Ezreal, almost approaching 150 CS ahead of him.
Froggen almost getting another wall, and it doesn't matter how strong Caitlyn is if Froggen's able to pick off that front line, because he has so much damage at this point in the game. He's incredibly farmed, and you know, picking up those early kills, it puts him at the #1 for gold in the game. But you know, we'll see if he can get in range of the rest of TPA, because they're all just kind of sitting back. They just want to sit and allow Stanley to sit off to the side. And so the result is both TPA and CLG.EU are just sitting mid, AoE clearing minion wave after minion wave, and then kind of waiting for the other to make the first mistake.
A little bit of a troll face on the screen there. Kind of caught me off guard. It's like, what is this? But speaking of being caught off guard, Tor's getting walled out, uses the ultimate. It's absolutely no one but Yellow Pete getting chunked away there by BB. Fail flash over the wall, but he's going to be okay for now. Snoopeh the Vengeful Maelstrom down. Little Ball's on the side, isn't getting engaged. True Shot Bronze goes across the rest of Taipei Assassins. In the middle of all this, top tower is going to go down from Wickd pushing. Crepple has the ace in the hole, but Froggen too tanky blocks that one from Caitlyn. And that was a really close call for both sides.
Yeah, Bebe, he almost had the kill, but Froggen was able to zone him off a little bit, just not quite able to finish it. TPA now moving towards this mid turret. They know a couple of them are low. They're going to try and get some quick damage. Stanley, he has that Triforce, so he has that damage now. And watch that turret drop the Rumble ultimate, trying to force it though. Snoopeh gets in the middle of the team. Froggen being warned off by Stanley, but there's the first GA pop, and Bebe is turning it around. The wall completely zones him off though, and CLG.EU, they're able to escape all completely because of that Froggen wall. Unfortunately, Snoopeh was not quite so lucky.
Snoopeh wound up going down. They did did get the Guardian Angel from Toys, but now 5 members strong of Taipei Assassins looking to pressure this Baron. 4 members of CLG.EU are alive, but the ultimate from Rumble is down. The ultimate from Ezreal was used in that engagement, as well as Lulu. So Taipei Assassins, even though they're really low, they feel good about this. Look at Caitlyn taking chunks out of Baron's HP like he's nothing. They take that one down very, very easy.
Yeah, with this much damage in the game, it's hard to defend against that fast of a Baron. So CLG.EU, they lose it. It will give TPA some really nice split pushing potential because the HP regen they get from the Baron and the fact that now Stanley, he has that Triforce, it means he's going to be able to beat Wickd in that 1v1 matchup. But we'll see if he can start being the difference. But it's going to be tough because CLG.EU, they haven't been able to force a fight successfully for quite some time. And TPA now, Stanley's in a great position to just win this game for them.
Yeah, we're going to have to see the gold accounts across the board are all but even, so this is as dead even as it gets. Baron, 9 kills to 5, still in favor of CLG.EU, but the global presence of Taipei Assassins taking more dragons in CLG, getting that Baron buff on, getting the gold from that, equalizing all over the place. The huge farm advantage that Caitlyn has, 135 CS over Yellow Pete's Ezreal, really starting to shine. Ezreal has gone back, gotten that last Whisper, so now he can actually shred through some of the resistances that TPA has been building. Little Ball's getting caught out a little bit here from Froggen. Twisted advance as well as the wall goes down. Little Balls is stuck on the wrong side of that Yellow Pete Arcane chase forward. They got to be careful with that Orianna ball though. TPA is coming back in.
The Ezreal all trying to force back Bebe. He will just heal off of some of those minions, and now Stanley coming in from the side. Snoopeh's way out of position, and if Orianna hits a sweet ultimate, this could be it for CLG.EU. Stanley jumping right in the middle of the team. They almost get out of there. CLG being chased into their base, and there's the Orianna ultimate. Stanley, is popped on the GA, but Bebe is perfectly safe in the backline, wearing down CLG.EU.
No one is hitting Bebe. He does get Whimsy. The tower's hitting him, but the rest of the team is not. Stanley's going to take down Froggen. Yellow Pete gets chunked out there by BB. Down goes Wickd.
He's going to get the Quadra. He's chasing down Crepo. There's the Quadra kill for Bebe.
Lulu. 2 shots and he's gone. Quadra kill from Taipei Assassins. Everyone from CLG.EU is down. And Baron, I think we're going to a deciding game number 3.
We are going to game number 3, and CLG.EU had a dominant early lead, but they weren't able to finish off of it. They weren't able to pull any other advantages because TPA is one of the best defensive teams in the world. TPA forcing down the Nexus now. Once they waited for their opportunity, Froggen, it wasn't enough. They were able to just bulldoze their way past those walls, past those stuns, and TPA takes this game.
Taipei Assassins tying it up 1-1 here in the losers bracket. Whoever's going to win this game is going to stay and continue on into IPL5. Whoever loses, they're going to go home. They're going to have a lot to think about. But regardless of the fact, we've had 2 amazing games now. Taipei Assassins, we mentioned it in the champion selection screen. They're probably going to go with something that is a little bit more team fight oriented. They picked up the Orianna, and somehow Stanley's Nidalee is always so good at positioning and killing the prime targets in team fights, something that you don't normally associate with a Nidalee pickup. So Taipei Assassins, they got their team fighting composition that they wanted. CLG.EU, they tried to stall a little bit. They had all the champions they wanted in that game. They just weren't able to use them as effectively against the way that Taipei Assassins played that game.
Well, and the better thing was getting a good pick on Toy, so they grab Orianna for him. But then also, they don't have a team that just has to dive into CLG because they screwed themselves over in that first game, having the Olaf and the Mundo. They weren't able to force their way past that Lux. And as a result, the game slowed down. Both of them were just AoE clearing the others. There wasn't really a huge opportunity for either to force a fight early on. But once it happened, TPA, they had enough of a farm advantage that they were just able to bulldoze right through CLG's base.
We talked about it. What did TPA have to do in the picks and bans phase? What were they going to do to their own team composition to try to come back in that game number 2? Now the question is posed to CLG.EU. What are they going to do to stop what Taipei Assassins has done? I wouldn't be surprised if we saw something revolving that Nidalee pickup for Stanley. That could potentially be banned now, but once again, that could open up towards his Orianna. And I can't stop saying it enough. Orianna, level 3 when Froggen was level 6. Froggen had the largest advantage in the mid lane I've actually seen in a professional League of Legends game, and they just had Toys come back into the game. He was still such a deciding factor for that entire, what was it, like 40 minutes, 42 minutes and 43 seconds. You still have it up on your screen, thank you.
But now the concern is TPA, they're on the second pick, and how are they going to get Toys something that they're comfortable with? Will they have to use that TF pick against CLG.EU? Is it going to be enough? Is it going to force them into that early game aggression? Because now CLG.EU, they don't have to ban Anivia. They can ban out Orianna. They can ban out Diana as well, and Rengar. So those 3 bans probably coming from CLG.EU, and it's going to force TPA into a situation very similar to game number 1. So we'll see what kind of happens there. But CLG.EU, they won the first time they had first pick. TPA coming around, and now they have the momentum coming into game number 3.
Well, if they do wind up banning out the Rengar, of course, then the Nidalee, the other cat in the champion pool, is going to be a very, very scary thing. I think that really did mess with CLG.EU just a little bit. We kept talking about Wickd was doing a good job defending against the split pushing. He was doing such a great job keeping towers from falling in those lanes. Guess what? All Type A Assassins had to do was knock down one lane in that entire game in order to win it. So they halted the split push, but Stanley's positioning on Nidalee, it's just so immaculate that it wound up being a huge force in team fights because he was split pushing. Wickd was farming, yeah, but Stanley was farming a little bit harder. Wickd kept having to use those equalizers to stop those forces to disengage from team fights. We saw in the last fight, he dropped the equalizer as they were running away after the Froggen wall just to try to disengage, but at that point in time, Stanley was pouncing onto them underneath their own turret. BB was at a very safe distance over the wall, and Mundo in the middle of everything. Even if he did keep dying, even if he did run into those engagements, that's what they were looking to do in that game, and they just executed it almost flawlessly.
And it's interesting with Stanley's build, usually with Nidalee you expect to see like a 20-minute Trinity Force. Well, he was building a 40-minute Trinity Force, but the fact that he was able to get those early game items to win him that lane, it allowed him to stay in a decent situation against Wickd. He didn't have to worry about falling behind. He knew it was going to be a long, slow game. They were able to stretch it out, and they're able to take it home. So that's it for game number 2, guys. It is 1-1 now. We'll see what's going to happen after these commercial breaks. Who's going to take home game number 3? Who's going to continue in this loser's bracket? This is IPL5.
Here's an idea. Homestuck, Diablo 3, Dubstep, Minecraft, Adventure Time, Dungeons & Dragons. Anyone who has ever made a lolcat has also made a work of art. Anais Nin said that it is the function of art to renew our perceptions. Yes, I know, it sounds a little weird, but the truly significant work of art is the one that prepares the future. It's a high-speed collaboration between people recombining everything into new forms. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Love it. We agree. I'd buy that for $1. Let us know in the comments. And if you haven't, you should subscribe.
Welcome back, everybody at home, and thank you for staying in your seats, everybody here at the lovely Cosmopolitan in Las Vegas, Nevada. Hopefully you guys aren't too tired because we have a very exciting game number 3 between the Taipei Assassins and CLG.EU.
Yeah, and I think actually because TPA is now on the second pick slot, this could force both of these teams into a kind of quick, aggressive game compared with the last game. And considering that the game stalled off for so long, I mean, it was very defensive picks. Froggen got an early lead, but wasn't able to press it in any sort of way. They both just kind of stalled and farmed. It's kind of a little surprising that CLG.EU didn't go with like a Kog'Maw pick or something to, you know, press that late game. But Ezreal, you know, he gave them kind of a safe option, and even with the Ezreal pick, they were still losing pretty powerfully against that Caitlyn. So we'll see what's going to happen coming in this game number 2. I do expect that CLG.EU, they're going to ban out Orianna, and they're going to ban out Diana, and they're going to ban out Rengar, which is going to leave TPA with a dangerous situation. They're going to have to figure out, you know, what they're going to ban, what they're going to pick, maybe go with the TF, maybe go with that hyper-aggressive team.
I'm really interested to see what CLG.EU's real strategies would be coming into this one. They have banned out the Orianna, Diana, as you've called before, TPA not wanting Wickd to get Malphite once again. Are they going to go for something hyper-aggressive with a little bit more standard characters like they did in game number 1? Or are they going to be going for that Lee Sin, Frog in mid, going for maybe a double bruiser kind of composition? More importantly, is TPA going to ban out Aurelia last?
Well, there's the Anivia ban. They still have to potentially deal with Rhux if they want to ban her out. I mean, she had so much burst in that first game. Now, CLG.EU, they have a decision to make. Do they ban out the Rengar? They ban out Nunu. So Rengar open, CLG.EU could first pick that. Now that the Anivia is gone, you know, maybe take that into their own corner.
I think what they're doing by banning out Nunu is making it so maybe TPA doesn't want to pick that Caitlyn, but now it opens up the entire world to CLG.EU doesn't pick out the Ezreal first. They could potentially give it to TPA, but Wicked's got first pick. Rhux was banned last. They are going to wind up picking up Ezreal, it looks like, but I'm still thinking Wickd at the last second. He's over there right now going, come on, guys, give me Aurelia. I want to play Aurelia.
Yeah, we'll see. It's kind of an option right now. I don't know the last time I've seen him play Aurelia. Was he playing it earlier in this tournament?
He was playing it earlier in the tournament, yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a really strong champion overall. We saw earlier M5 actually beating AZUBU, and they had the Aurelia pick. I thought it was going to be enough against that Renekton, but just not quite enough. They are sitting on that Ezreal pick, so you know there are a number of strong champions still open. Maybe they don't want to first pick, you know, one of them. They want to leave them open for those second and third picks on the side. They grab Ezreal. It's a safe pick. Now TPA, they have to kind of make some decisions.
I'm really surprised it didn't go with that Aurelia. It's usually a safe pick in lane. One of the only champions that does really kind of counteract her is that Renekton pick that M5 used against it. TPA, though, Rengar is available, so they are going to snatch that one up. Stanley wants to get his grasp on that. Now we're going to have to see, do they take their own ED? Do they try to snipe away support? Do they take Lulu away from CLG.EU and use it to their own benefit? Are they going to pick up a jungler? They are hovering over Olaf or Skarner right now. I mean, Lil Ball's playing Skarner is almost as scary, if not scarier, than Snoopeh playing Skarner, which he did very effectively in game number 1.
Well, it gives them still that quick clearing advantage. It gives them strong team fight presence in those side lanes for counter initiation. But what it also gives is that quick single target pickoff. So Rengar jumps in on someone, he gets the snare. Skarner, he pulls someone back. That's going to be really dangerous for them to deal with. So they're going to need a safe team that they can kind of kite backwards and try and keep vision of both Rengar and Skarner in order to win this. Maybe a blitz pick. It was banned out the last game, you know, mostly to leave open the Diana or the Orianna and Anivia, but we'll see if he's happy with taking it, or the Zyra since it hasn't been banned.
Now, Zyra could go potentially well with that Ezreal. They're also hovering over Amumu, so they're going to have the potential to get the Curse of the Sad Mummy, the Zyra Roots, as well as the Stranglethorns, the Zyra Ultimate to knock everybody up afterwards. This is going to look like a pretty strong setup from CLG. They're hovering over Aurelia, though, and the crowd is equally as loud for Aurelia as they were for Anivia. Bouncing back and forth, the CLG just kind of teasing us a little bit.
Yeah, Aurelia does do pretty well against Rengar. The heal, once she hits level 6, it helps counter out the fact that Rengar's going to have that sustain in lane, so that's really dangerous. But we'll see where they go with this. They have, you know, something of an AoE team now. Katarina is open if CLG.EU decides to go with something like that.
Yes.
Or we could see something really aggressive from CLG.EU, like a Jarvan mid or, you know, something like that. That could take advantage of TPA early on, but we'll see where they're going. Bebe potentially going MF, and that's a really aggressive AD. However, if CLG.EU goes a team that's very strong at diving the enemy carry, it could make things difficult for her.
Well, they're also hovering over Vayne, same exact idea. Even though she gets super, super strong in the late game, if you dive her early enough into these mid-game team fights when she's not yet got the farm that she needs to survive, it's going to be in a little bit of a bad place. Also going with that Lulu pickup. Lulu, of course, offers a little bit of crowd control with the Glitter Lance and the Whimsy to polymorph somebody into a cute little adorable animal. However, they're also not the tankiest of lanes. She will give Vayne a little more survivability with the Wild Growth at level 6, but still, it's an interesting pickup, especially when they already have the aggressive Blitzcrank, who's going to pull someone to Ezreal who could shift after.
I really feel a Karthus right here. I'm not. I mean,
I feel
where are the Karthus? You know, where are the champions that Froggen's going to expect to win that mid lane? They have TPA with a really short range team. Vayne in particular, if they get the Karthus, go with that exhaust, couple it with the Amumu, it could really help them out. And then he can just free farm in that mid lane and then set up those later fights. But we'll see. There are a number of options.
I'm thinking right now CLG.EU might go with the Aurelia, and if they pick up the Aurelia, they're going to go with Lee Sin in the mid lane. This is the composition that they used at MLG Dallas. This is the composition we've seen them use on online tournaments as well. Rumble actually being hovered over right now, so I don't think they're going to go with that mid Lee Sin. Vladimir being picked up. This is a huge AoE composition.
Yeah, Vladimir, he doesn't have the ultimate that Karthus does, but he has a much stronger early game. In that mid lane, it's very difficult to force out Vladimir, and then he's just going to have so much harass once it comes into fights. Bebe, he's going to want to get a lot of damage early on. He's not going to get enough MR early on. And if Froggen, if he itemizes into quick Magic Pen, he can actually like 1 or 2 shot Bebe. So you throw down the ultimate, 1 transfusion is almost enough to take him down. And that's going to be really dangerous for Vayne in those situations, just the quick burst that CLG.EU have. And so they're going to want to force fights early and often once they get their ultimates to try and take advantage of that.
So who is the last pick for Type A Assassins? Going to be no mid laner yet chosen. We did mention a couple of champions still on the table. Karthus is still available. Katarina is still there. That they have a lockdown composition with that Rengar and the Skarner. Isolating somebody for Katarina to safely get a reset on that could be a potential pickup. There's that Karthus. You keep saying CLG.EU's going to take it, and Type A Assassins keep taking your advice instead.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised there, but Karthus is definitely one of Toys' stronger AP mids. Since they're banning each other out so heavily, he decides to just go with it. So I thought they might run a team with the TF. Not going to happen.
TF also would have been a really great pickup. They have the Skarner ultimate. They have Rengar who could jump on someone from the bushes. If you give them that vision through Rengar ultimate and Twisted Fate ultimate to keep on them.
It's scary against the Rumble, Vladimir, and Amumu, though. Like, you just can't run TF against that team.
You have the Karthus where if he does get caught in all this engagement from CLG.EU, all you have to do is walk into them. And then you're going to wind up dealing as much damage as you possibly could anyway. So picking up that Karthus, not surprised to see it. Is running teleport again, so we're going to have to see if Toys is still going to use that to run around the map, potentially getting ganks down. He could also just sit in the mid lane, farm it to his heart's content, hit the R button and use it just to maybe for earlier on engagements. We could maybe even see something going on at level 1.
Well, and one of the best things about the Karthus is how it's going to protect Bebe, because that's a serious concern. If CLG.EU, if they're able to get some of their AoE on Bebe, he's going to drop almost instantly, but the Karthus wall will help some. And then also the fact that they have to deal with these 2 hyper carries. I mean, they're just going to be so strong as the game progresses. It's going to take a little bit of pressure on them. Then you consider if TPA can force fights with the Rengar initiation, with the Skarner initiation as well, it's going to allow Bebe to be safe in that back line and prevent CLG.EU from, counter pushing.
Like you were saying, they have 2 hyper carries. So CLG, they have Vladimir's Hemoplague, they have Amumu's Curse to the side Mummy, they have the Equalizer. And Blitzcrank, of course, is going to mean that they're going to try to force engagement. They have to do it kind of early on. They have to be wary of that Skarner pickup, though, because he can turn around those fights, even if Vayne and Karthus are not going to be as strong as they really need to be. But, I mean, CLG, we're going to have to see it. They play it like they did in game number 1. I think they can really take this one. But if they let the game go on and drag on like in game number 2, Type A Assassins are really looking strong.
Well, they still have a great pickoff potential in this game. Karthus is going to be at a serious, there's going to be a serious issue when you consider Blitzcrank potentially pulling them back. Vladimir, they all have this burst damage. Amumu coming in the mid lane, they could maybe pick up a quick kill there early on. So, Lil Balls, he's really going to need to keep an eye out for Toys, not allow that pressure from Snoopeh to, try and snowball that lane against Toys. But we'll see what they can do with it. It's going to allow them to split their lanes. Karthus puts pressure around the map. Skarner as well. He has that map control, and they can see what they can do with it.
All right, everybody out there in the crowd and sitting at home, you've let us hear your voices on the polls at IPL.ITGN.com/IPL. I'm getting ahead of myself, but I want to hear you guys now. This is the last match of the night. Winner moves on to the losers bracket. Finals, I believe, losers bracket semifinals, I don't even know. But the loser is going to wind up going home. So guys, if you want TPA to take game number 3, let me hear you guys.
Well, they came back in game number 2 to take it from CLG at the very end of the game. But if you want CLG.EU to win, I know they were the fan favorites at the beginning of this. If you want CLG.EU to win and continue through the losers bracket, let me hear you scream.
You see, and I thought I had a good cheer.
No, it's solid. They're looking for the CLG.EU. We'll see what can happen. Crepo just sitting by that mid lane, and they're actually positioning themselves over by the blue. So CLG.EU potentially going to go for a steal. The level 1 for TPA is really weak. So they can get some damage from Toys, but assuming they can cut around that Toys damage, they have the quick burst from the Blitzcrank if they can hit a hook. And neither team really has that strong of a level 1, but the Ezreal and Blitzcrank kind of win it for CLG.EU a little bit, though they do back off after dropping that ward.
TPA is going to have to be careful. Something that CLG.EU has loved to do when they pick up that Blitzcrank for Crepo is to go for delayed invade on that buff they're contesting, pull it over the wall, and just deny it from the enemy. We're going to have to see, are they going to do this, give Ezreal those double golems, and then have Blitzcrank move with Vladimir and Amumu to try to contest the buff from TPA. Although TPA might have recognized this already. Karthus is from mid lane there, so they have 4 members ready to try to fight this one out.
Low balls, he's going to be able to control his blue. There's no pressure on it, and Snoopeh going for that red. So we've seen it from a number of junglers so far. It is invisible, but he's going to be able to grab that regardless and just continue on his route. Both of the junglers are going to make their way into that top lane, and that's going to be right around when Rumble's hitting level 3. Going to be able to put on some pressure and then see what they can do.
We got Karthus bot lane, and we have Vayne Lulu mid lane against Froggen's Vladimir. I can't check it myself. I don't think Vladimir is running any armor at all.
No, he's actually, if I check, he's at 30, so I think he has a little bit. But this is something that we've seen from some of those teams in that arena area. We haven't really seen it from TPA in this tournament, but it's going to put a lot of pressure on that Karthus in the mid lane. And we'll see how that on the Vladimir in the mid lane. While Karthus, he's just going to farm with his Qs. It's not going to be that big of a deal for him.
We'll have to see how Froggen responds to this and the rest of CLG.EU. He was content on Nibia last game for 1v2ing for a while, so we'll have to see if he does it this game. And top lane, Snoopeh going to make his presence known, is waiting that tri-brush. Little Balls with his own double buff, they could potentially run into one another here. Little Balls goes in, finds Snoopeh, has to activate the exoskeleton. Snoopeh with the despair going down. Crystalline Slash is getting a little bit of the better of Amumu in that trade, and Little Balls going to force Snoopeh out of that top lane.
And neither Rengar nor Rumble very strong at this point in the game, so they're just kind of sitting back, trying to get some levels against each other, and we'll see how that progresses.
Snoopeh right now is staring at Little Balls. That's what he's doing.
Well, he's a little bit lower than Little Balls, so he's going to have to watch out because Rengar could jump in, get some quick bursts, and if they give up a double buff early on, it would be pretty devastating. But neither of them really have the best ganking opportunities up in this top lane, so they're just kind of hanging out for a second, making sure that neither of the other tries to put on any pressure.
So both junglers are going to return their respective sides in the map. This mid lane, though, Froggen not having the best of times against this BB and Mistake duo lane in the middle. He is getting that transfuse level 2. He can't quite clear out these minions against the tower as quickly as he wants to. The cooldown on that is not high enough, however, or low enough, technically. However, he is going to be able to sustain himself off that. BB is first tumble forward to take a shot at Froggen, takes a tower shot in response. So as long as Froggen can stay safe under this tower, he should be okay. And unlike in that 2v1 top lane, the mid lane is a lot harder to gank from behind tower if you're an enemy jungler.
Wickd is coming mid though, so he's coming right in behind Bebe and Mistake, which is a little surprising. Snoopeh's coming up as well. He's going to try and get the bandage toss if Wickd can land the harpoon to slow them down. Mistake is being chased down and is dropping very quickly. He will go down. The first blood for Snoopeh.
Winds up going to Amumu, so really good job there. Coordination from CLG.EU. They land the harpoons. They force Mistake downwards, so he can't even flash over that wall to get out of there. Good pickup. It's going to relieve a little pressure on Froggen in the mid lane, and of course give CLG that first blood goal advantage.
And they weren't expecting it at all because you never see Rumble leaving that top lane that early. He's just so weak in the early couple of levels. He doesn't have that much damage. But without Rumble, I don't know if they would have had enough damage to take down, or I'm pretty sure they wouldn't have had enough damage to take down Mistake in that situation, even with the Snoopeh gank. So it paid off for them, catching them by surprise.
They wouldn't have had the lockdown. Those double electro harpoons landing on Mistake. Mistake, of course, going all consumables for the 3rd time in a row. So he has no movement speed. He has nothing on him. He has Whimsy. That was his only way out of that one. Unfortunately, wasn't enough. Got hit by double electro harpoons. And well, we know the rest. CLG.EU, first blood, and they're looking okay so far.
Well, and they know that it's an easy target because they're being aggressive.
Crepo missing the flash hook down there onto Toys. That might have gotten him a kill there. Ezreal was just waiting over the wall. Could have arcane shifted in, at least burned a summoner spell there.
And now Wickd, he's still a little bit behind Stanley here, but that kill is definitely going to help him out. And Rumble's definitely a champion that can snowball pretty quickly. We're seeing some ward coverage now by that mid lane, and that was something that was really lacking considering how aggressive TPA was being in that mid lane on Froggen. But now with those wards, they should be safe to continue up that pressure and try and take that early turret.
Now Froggen hits his tower, has level 2 of Transfusion, going to be getting at level 3 when he hits 5. He has some Tides of Blood still, so he can just shoot those out to try to farm up better against this tower. Sustaining himself okay. Snoopeh kind of camping him just a little bit, forcing BB and Mistake to back off, so Vayne's not going to be able to get those pop shots on your tower and then tumble away. There is still the health picks going down on Froggen, but it's not really doing a lot of damage.
They're going to try and force this, but Lil Balls, he's actually watching, and he's going to walk in. Snoopeh does see him, so they back off for a second. But Crepo, he might actually go for a pull over this wall. The ward being dropped by Lil Balls, and he's getting that movement speed boost, trying to see if he can grab anyone. There's no one in range, so he will just back off.
A little bit surprised they didn't want to grab on the Little Balls as soon as they saw him in that brush. They just kind of turned around and waited for something to happen. Maybe they didn't want to get into a bit of an unfavorable engagement. Vladimir was still pushed kind of close to his tower, might not have gotten into that fight in enough time. So a little bit of smart decision making by both sides. They don't decide to go for the early aggression, but they're just relieving pressure on that lane, forcing one of the other persons to just back off a little bit and giving a slight advantage in just positioning as well as minion waves in that mid lane.
Well, and Crepo, he's been putting some pressure on Karthus, but, not been able to pick up any kills. So he decides to leave the lane, put some pressure on that mid lane, make sure Froggen's in a good situation. They are out farming TPA right now, so with that kill, they have a 500 gold lead. But the top lane, even with the assist, he's actually a little bit behind Rengar. So Stanley, able to effectively farm up there.
One thing going down is actually an equalizer goes down from Wickd in top. I'm just going to farm that up. That kind of signifies he wants the recall and wind up buying some items. So we had to see it. That is what he does. Still only has his boots and no health potions to his name, so he's chugged through all those. Froggen in the mid lane you mentioned is out farming Karthus in bottom lane, but Vayne is out farming Ezreal. 59 compared to the 46, now going up to 48 that Yellow Pete has down there. Even though Karthus doesn't have the CS for himself, that lane is shoving into the tower, and just because of the fact that those minions are fighting each other with a giant wave for CLG.EU, Yellow Pete might be denying himself some CS.
Yeah, just a little bit, but it's going to be interesting to see how he keeps up with Bebe. Bebe is out farming him right now. Yellow Pete really wants to get deep into his build, and they want to be able to just all hit some really strong items in the big game and be able to force fights with their really nasty AoE comp. Really, it just comes down to CLG.EU. They can kind of just wait for one big team fight where they can just potentially ace TPA, just catch everyone out of position, get everyone down, get a Baron or something off of it, and then win the game. So until then, they're all kind of sitting back, just making sure they're farming up and ready for that situation.
CLG.EU, Yellow Pete now hit level 6, looking at levels across the board. Ultimates have been acquired on everybody except for Snoopeh and on Crepo. So no Amumu Curse in the side mummy just yet. When they do get that, I expect them to maybe put some more pressure on that Karthus bottom lane. Now actually rotating towards mid lane. So realizing that Karthus wasn't getting the farm that he wanted to, and that Vayne not having as much of a CS lead over Ezreal anymore. She's going to go back and buy a BF sword though, so she has a decent amount of damage to come back in the lane to try to fight against Yellow Pete. Maybe force him out and deny a little CS. Gold count's relatively even on that side. We do have the True Shot barrage going out across the lane, so Yellow Pete probably going to go back and buy now that he knows that mid lane is coming bot.
And it's farm, but also levels, because Karthus is 2 levels behind Froggen. He was 2 levels behind Yellow Pete as well. He really needs to get level 6, and then level 11 in particular, because his level 6 ult, it doesn't do that much damage, particularly when he's going Catalyst first on little farm, which means he's not going to be getting AP very early in the game. So it's opening up an opportunity for CLG in the mid game, where they're going to all have really nice items, and TPA is not going to be able to respond.
Almost double the CS now as Froggen continues to pressure down on this mid lane. Now roaming towards the bottom. This is what I thought they were going to do. We have Yellow Pete actually helping Snoopeh go for this red buff. Vladimir and Blitzcrank putting a little bit of pressure down there, but Skarner's actually come all the way around to the bottom lane as well. Might have been looking for a lane game, but there's no one in the lane to gank. So CLG, a little bit of mind games there. Yellow Pete and Crepo going to run into Lulu in the river there. Is Blitzcrank going to be able to get a hook? Snoopeh is here as well. Arcane shift forward, but no, the flash had been burned from Mistake to secure him, but that is one summoner spell down.
Yeah, but Yellow Pete, he grabbed that red buff a little bit ago. Snoopeh gave it to him, so they're forcing that dragon. They know they have enough damage. Stanley is up in the top, and Karthus is really weak right now, so he's not going to add much. So CLG.EU, they know it's free gold essentially for them. They want to make sure they take it. Vayne trying to push a little bit on the bot, but he's going to have to back off because now they're coming down to her Bebe in a dangerous spot, but they don't go for it. So he just backs off a little bit too soon, but they do grab that dragon.
Meanwhile, Rengar was pressuring on that top tower, wasn't able to take it down as quickly as he had hoped to, so Wicked's going to come up here, be able to defend that. Stanley's just waiting in the brush, so might want to get a jump on Wickd. Don't exactly know if he can win that duel yet. Does have the Spirit Visage, so he can reduce a little bit of the damage that Rumble's putting out, considering he only has the magic penetration on his sorcerer issues. Quick little trade there. Rengar does come out ahead, being able to heal himself up from that one, but pretty much standard lanes going back to one another. Another mistook there from Crepo, trying to get onto Vayne, but BB's just not having any of it.
And now low ball's coming down bot, but there is a ward there. He hasn't gotten oracles yet, so he's not able to clear out this great ward coverage from CLG.EU, and really it just goes down to being really passive in this game and farming. So the ward coverage, it protects them from that Skarner, from those quick kills, and from the Rengar as well, who might start roaming out of that mid lane, but Stanley going with that Spirit Visage build again, it's going to allow him to have a lot of strength in that lane. He can harass down Rumble some, but then just heal right back up.
On top of the harass that he's been putting down on Rumble, considering how Wicked's been roaming around a lot, we saw him, of course, go down to that mid lane to get first blood. He came down to help secure that dragon from CLG.EU. He's down by about 25, 26 CS, so Rengar's got a little bit of a jump on him. If he gets that tower down as well, that's going to be a significant gold advantage that Stanley's going to have over Wicked at this point in the game. CLG.EU, they might want to respond to this one, or they might just be content letting that lane push. They're actually going to get the lane swap going in as Yellow Pete and Crepo come here to try to contest that, sending Rumble back down into the bottom lane.
Mumu's sitting mid. He might go for a steal, or he might try and force something on Toys. Skarner, he does have that Oracles now, so he's able to clear out some of those wards back off to his base. But one of the issues with this Rengar and why it's so strong, he's able to just slowly win that lane with harass and then heal back up. But Stanley's in a dangerous spot. But here's the strength. He can just ult, get out of there easily, even if they dive him, and he backs off, dodging the hook and dodging the bandage toss beautifully.
Just crossing paths there, the hook on the bandage toss, and Stanley, all he did was juke backwards very quickly, but a very nice maneuver there, getting himself out of a very sticky situation. On top of this, he's just going to sit back, he's going to farm up his double golems from his own jungle, still content with his 94 CS compared to his lane opponent at 66.
And that was without any wards, so he just saw the Blitzcrank coming up lane, knew he had to get out of there. Snoopeh coming in the mid though, he can get a bandage toss. There's the Vladimir ultimate, he flashes and curses the sad money to take him down 2-0 for CLG.EU.
Vladimir getting the kill as well as he goes forward. Carve ultimate going down, I don't know if he's going to be able to take out anybody in the mid lane. Frog and pools just in case. Little Ball's getting the impale down on the Wicked. He's back in tower range. Flash forward. The Glitterant's land, so he's getting kind of slow. Frog can go in the body block just a little bit, and unfortunately, Lulu and Skarner don't have enough damage to take down members of CLG.EU.
And now you see Yellow Pete and Crepo laning against Stanley, but he's actually winning that battle. He was able to wear down Yellow Pete a little bit and then just back off easily. He has to worry about that hook, but even if it comes, he can just ult and then maybe even burst down Yellow Pete. So Yellow Pete has to watch out. With the Ignite, he has a lot of burst damage at this point in the game, and that's going to make it a really difficult lane for CLG.EU to deal with. Stanley's going to be able to just split the entire game.
We will have to see what is going to happen. Yellow Pete going back to base has acquired himself a Phage, now buying the Vampiric Scepter on top of those Berserker's Greaves. Across the board, Frogman has got his Hextech Revolver, pretty standard item for Vladimir here, not doing anything crazy like we will on the Nivea. Halting guys acquired for Rumble. Flip side though, there's still that BS Sword on Vayne, hasn't really gone back and gotten any other major items yet, not even going for her boots level 2. Carve this in the mid lane though, acquiring his own blue buff, has a Chalice of Harmony, has a Catalyst. He's going to be sitting pretty until he wants to upgrade one of those into an Athene's, potentially going for the Rod of Ages as well.
Yeah, but not only getting the Catalyst, but the Chalice, I mean, that's going to be nice for his lane if the game slows down, but it's going to be really weak in the upcoming fights. He just doesn't have a lot of damage right now. I mean, Karthus naturally has a lot of base, but his ultimate in particular isn't going to be that effective against CLG.EU. So if CLG.EU forces fights, not only do they have a 2k gold advantage, but Karthus isn't itemized for the damage in those early fights.
CLG.EU, I think they're going to want to initiate the fight, maybe around the next time Dragon spawns, which should be, still a little bit ways away. But when that Dragon does spawn, they could potentially contest this. They have, of course, a low damage Karthus, a Vayne whose only item is a BS Source, which is really squishy. The one thing you gotta be careful of is Rengar, with all his farm in top lane, has gotten the Spirit Visage, Ninja Tabby to reduce damage incoming, and double Ruby Crystal. He's going for that extremely tanky Rengar build we'd seen very popular at the tournament this weekend.
There's the pink ward from Crepo, able to take out that ward there. Snoopeh actually making his way back towards the mid. He sees the little balls there, maybe considers going in, but just backs off, and so we'll continue with that jungle control game. Both junglers able to hold on to the oracles, but the first one to lose it, that could be a serious swing in this game.
More wards being placed down by Crepo. Is he continuing to protect Vladimir in this mid lane, potentially just wanting to keep that large advantage he has over Karthus. Did mention that Karthus is going to be content just sitting back, farming up his own raids, farming up the enemy raids if they so push that far, but Froggen is still also content with just sitting in this mid lane and farming up, now going back and picking up his own pieces for an Abyssal Scepter.
Stanley's going to get a turret though, and Yellow Pete backs off just in time because Stanley has red buff, and if he chases down Yellow Pete, that could be really dangerous for him. But CLG.EU, they're pushing down the mid lane. Toys, he can't defend this, even with his wall, even with his damage, because there's just the fact that he could go down so quickly. Skarner trying to come in around the side, though, might try and force this.
We have Lulu coming in as well on Mistake. They are going to back off from this tower, so it does live for now. But if CLG.EU is able to take down the tower in response, if he's able to take down the tower in response, then they're going to give up a lot of control around the dragon area. Stanley, as you mentioned, is going to be trying to come around here. Is he going to be going into the mid lane? Is he going to try to get the jump on Yellow Pete? We'll have to see. Mid lane, a little bit of engagement going on. Frogman and Crepo try to back off Lulu, Karthus, and Skarner, who are also hanging around this mid lane. They want to get that tower down. There's the power fist connecting on Mistake, knocking him up in the air. Mistake goes down instantly. Curse of the Sun Mummy was used in that engagement. I don't know if they had to, but it did prevent him from trying to flash away over that wall.
Well, it's been such a low kill game so far. Both teams are sitting back, and it's that kill, it allowed them to go by, it allows them to push objectives, it allows them to take this dragon, and so you do whatever you can to secure it. They got it, the Curse of the Sad Mummy, before Lulu could flash, and it was just enough to kill her, even through that Lulu ultimate. So they pick up the kill, they pick up the dragon, it adds to their gold lead. So when there's not a lot of kills to be had, when the enemy team is playing passively and not forcing fights, it works out. But Stanley facing off with Frog, and he actually pops the ultimate. Stanley is going to be taking some damage, but it's just not quite enough. He will be getting the slow, actually gets the heal as well. There's the Karthus ultimate, almost going down, but just not quite enough damage. The Ignite just barely can't hit.
Not going to get him. They saw the pool was used, and they thought that they could pick him over the Karthus ultimate, living with, what was that, 27 HP, I believe? Frog and barely getting out of that one alive.
Well, and Toy's sitting at 31 AP, and if he had a little bit more, it'd just be enough. But Rengar is very strong at this point in the game. No one can lane against him, and there's constantly the threat that he's going to start taking turrets. The double Q is just going to drop those turrets so quickly, and now TPA, being able to force back Vladimir, they take that mid turret and start putting back some map pressure of their own.
So CLG has been able to get the dragon, but technically they've lost 2 turrets since then. Haven't been able to take down that mid tower despite how low it is going to be. So the gold counts still about 2,000 gold in favor of CLG.EU, but it's not quite 2,000, so it's not the largest margin. Vayne has been comfortably farming in this bottom lane. Once again, BB has a significant farm advantage on Yellow Pete's Ezreal. And the fact of the matter is, last game it was Caitlyn, where Ezreal excels in the mid game. Caitlyn just had so much more farm, he never hit his stride and was able to outclass her in damage. Now on Vayne, Bloodthirster has been acquired before Trinity Force, or even the BF Sword has been picked up for the side of CLG.EU. This tower they got in the mid lane might be able to add a little extra gold to Yellow Pete's purse in order to pick that up, but Vayne, she might start to outclass Yellow Pete just by the fact that the AD carry for Type A Assassins seems that they can farm a lot better than CLG.EU.
And that's part of the reason why Yellow Pete is sitting up in the top lane, because at this point, Vayne will win that 1v1 matchup unless Yellow Pete's able to keep his distance. Stanley, he has the wards, so CLG.EU trying to group, trying to see if they can pick anyone off. He's able to back off and is very safe in that top lane, but Vayne, Bebe's just being allowed to farm in this situation, and that's going to be really scary later on. But if Bebe's caught in some of their ultimates and team fights, it won't be that much of an issue that they give Vayne that much farm. But we'll see what happens. Wickd, he's in a really dangerous spot. Lil Balls, he's actually coming in behind him, and Vayne, mistake, they might take him down.
And to see Wickd is just staying right against his tower. Mistake coming in if that Whimsy goes down, as well as a Hell Pix and Glitter Lance. That's going to be all they need. Lil Balls activates the Exoskeleton. Condemn against the wall. There's the Impale. Wickd, you are going down. BB's going to get the kill, and that is 1 on the board for Type A Assassins.
And it might result in this turret as well. Mumu and Blitzcrank coming down, but it's not going to be enough to stop them. So Bebe taking a couple of shots at this turret. They get the 3rd tower of the game, and now all of a sudden, this game, it's only a 1K lead for CLG. But you have to think that TPA is in massive command of this game right now. They have complete map control. CLG.EU, they have the mid tower down, but they're just hemorrhaging gold left and right.
Yeah, they have 1 tower down in top lane, 1 tower down in bottom lane. Oh, I'm sorry, 1 tower down in all 3 lanes. So that means that TPA
Stanley
has...
running on Yellow Pete. He's taking the blue, and he's going to chase him down. Gets a lot of burst damage. Stanley actually could use the ultimate and use the Ignite to maybe go for this, but just backs off at the last second.
Stanley's going to be able to keep doing this, hiding in those brushes in the enemy jungle and continuously jumping on whoever decides to come back.
Well, it's his blue now.
Lane. It is his blue. Frogman's coming over, potentially trying to take this. They have a ward on it. Let's see if he can get it. But Little Ball's coming around with the Oracle's Elixir. Wicked's in this engagement as well. Frogman actually going to steal it over the wall. Tides of Blood and Transfusion. Wickd chasing after Stanley. He got him down to almost half HP. Got to be careful of the heal though. Crepo in bottom lane. There's the Equalizer going on to Stanley. Curse of the Sad Mummy comes in. Down goes Skarner. Now Stanley popping the ultimate. Has to try to run
looking
away.
for him though. Stanley, he went and Viz, flashed over the wall, and Snoopeh's chasing him down. He's actually going to cut him off perfectly. There's the bandage toss. He has the damage if he can keep on chasing the Karthus ultimate, trying to dissuade him, but it's actually going for bottom lane. They're able to pick up that Blitzcrank, and Wicked, they actually have to back off. They can't grab Stanley, but both of the bot lane is low, and Yellow Pete, he's coming down trying to see if he can get a kill.
Is the Hemoplay going to deal with that to take down Toys? Not quite enough. The Ignite was taken away on top of that one, but Froggen had to go through the tower. Actually, did he use his flash? Did not use his flash to go to that tower, so barely not enough damage to take down Toys. All over the place, the story has been these champions getting down extremely low, but not being able to seal the deal. We did also see in the bottom Krepa going down, trying to defend against that bottom lane there. Toys actually going to teleport in this top lane now that he's healed. While the pain goes down, Wickd might be in a little bit of trouble. Snoopeh actually banishes over a minion. Wicked's going to go down, trying to duck and dodge to those late waves. Now Snoopeh looks like he's in a bad spot. Double kill being acquired by Toys. Teleport Karthus cleaning out top lane, saving the tower.
Snoopeh screwing himself over there, trying to stun Toys so they can get out of there, and they're both very low. The wall and then the damage, it zones them off, and now it's a 5v3, and they have a lot of damage, so they're going to force this Baron. Karthus, he can take it very quickly, and Vayne's in a good position as well because she just finished her Bloodthirster, and all they have left is Yellow Pete, who's on the other side of the map, Blitzcrank, and Vladimir. So if they can force a nice Vladimir ult, they might be able to do it, but the Vlad ult is down because they knew they used it on Toys, so this is going to be a free Baron for TPA.
Ezreal ultimate has just come up, and he needed to fire it instantly in order to try to contest that. So that is, like you said, a free Baron for TPA, looking really strong here as they finally take the slight gold advantage in this game. 3 towers to 1, kills have all been evened up, and now they're poised to be super strong with Baron buff ticking away on their side. BB, of course, once again, 195 CS compared to Yellow Pete at 168. Even though Froggen in the mid lane, 207 compared to Toys is 176, they are winning because of their bottom lane. They are winning because of Stanley in that top lane, almost 60 CS ahead of Wickd.
Yeah, and it's still going to be difficult for TPA to push in against CLG because they're going to be able to clear waves, and there's going to be the risk that if TPA goes for turrets, then CLG is going to get the perfect ultimates combo. They're just going to be able to hit them all right as they're sieging those turrets. But on the plus side, Stanley, he can just split push the entire game, and there's no one that can lane against him. Like, at this point, he is just way too strong for CLG.EU, which means he's actually going to start itemizing some damage maybe. But we'll see what CLG.EU is going to do. They're actually making their way up the mid lane, maybe going to force a fight and, you know, see if they can grab anyone.
Gotta be careful of that Baron buff, even though it's kind of early in the game, it's still a Baron buff. Vayne on her way back picked up a Phantom Dancer in addition to her Bloodthirster that's basically at full stacks. By the time that Yellow Pete had acquired his own Bloodthirster, and there are no stacks on it. Just look at the DPS she's putting out with this Baron buff and her itemization, taking down the Dragon, no contestation whatsoever from CLG.EU. If this is any indication from like it was last game, TPA is going to wind up snowballing this in their favor. They have 2 late game hyper carries that are already doing very well in this mid game area. This might be a quicker version of game number 2.
Yeah, TPA is starting to put on some pressure. Now it's a 2K gold lead. Starting off with a 2K gold lead for CLG.EU, they were just slowly building it up. It was 3-0 early on, and it was just individual kills. It wasn't a very significant lead whenever CLG.EU was able to take an advantage, and now TPA, they have that significant lead. Vayne is in a really good spot, finishing the Phantom Dancer as well, and she also has an Elixir, so that's going to be really dangerous for CLG.EU in this situation. If they can't take down Vayne, she's going to be able to cleanse out of at least one ultimate. The question is, will they be able to get the follow-up?
With that Elixir, it makes me think that TPA wants to maybe start a fight or at least go for some lane pushes. BB is going to be starting to push down in this bottom lane. 2 members of Taipei Assassins, looks like both Low Balls and Mistake going to be hiding around the areas of CLG.EU's jungle. Karthus in the mid lane still going toe-to-toe with Froggen's Vladimir, and Stanley with Rengar, of course, all the way on the opposite side of the map from where his first tower was, down at CLG.EU's second top tower, continuing to take the fight to Wickd underneath his own.
Yeah, and Wicked's just kind of struggling up in that top lane. Stanley's going to start putting on some pressure, and if Wickd ever leaves, trying to force a fight, it could be dangerous. Low Ball's dropping some wards. Snoopeh just backs off for a second. Mistake has that Oracles now, and they're looking for that map control, see what they can do. Toy's going to pick up the blue. He's going to continue to sit in the mid lane, but they can start putting a lot of pressure on the tier 2 turrets in both top and bot.
Unfortunately for CLG.EU, they're trying to fall back and stall out for TPA. 2 things are going wrong in this game for that, though. 1, they don't have Froggen on Anivia, so they can't do it as effectively as they did last game. And number 2, the longer they stall, the more powerful Vayne and Karthus are going to become. They're trying to get Yellow Pete back into this game. They're not going to do it through passive farming. They have to force a really good engagement, chain together the Curse of the Sad Mummy, the Equalizer, and the Hemoplague to really maximize the damage, yet let Yellow Pete pick up those kills after the Hemoplague pops with the True Shot Barrage Barrage or Arcane shifting in on cleanup duty. Make sure that you're able to disable Vayne and take her out of the fight while it starts so she can't get that ridiculous amount of DPS she has down on your targets that are going to be tanking for Yellow P. They need to get him back in this game by killing off champions from Type A Assassins when this Baron buff finally runs out. They can't do it through passive farm because that's just going to let TPA play into their own strategy.
The concern is if TPA doesn't even want to group up because they know that CLG.EU has a ridiculously strong teamfight strategy, and so they could just continue to split push this game and slowly wear in on CLG.EU's towers and continue to build up a farm advantage. It's now a 3k gold advantage, just from the 2k earlier. So as long as they continue to split push, CLG.EU doesn't have an opportunity to pick up these kills, and then TPA can make themselves strong enough where they can feel a little bit more comfortable in a fight.
One thing they do still have on their side is Crypto playing Blitzcrank. If Lulu or someone else is going out of the way to ward, or potentially even Little Balls, they can catch somebody from Type A Assassins at a position, get that kill on Yellow P, or give it to Froggen, and Froggen can get himself beefy enough to be in a good position. Maybe even give it to Rumble because he's actually very underfarmed compared to Stanley, haunting guys acquired but not yet getting his own Abyssal Scepter in the fight. Froggen does have his own, but once they get it onto Wicked's Rumble, they're going to be in a better position for these fights. They need to pick someone out. They need to kill somebody and get into this game.
Mistake's in a dangerous spot. If Crepo sees him, he goes for the hook. He gets him over the wall. The flash out from Mistake. And actually, the bandage toss from Snoopeh trying to combo there, but not quite able to get him.
We're going to have to see who they are going to be backing up, but Cripple's pull is not going to be on cooldown forever. If he can get yet another one down. There's the Hemo play coming out from Froggen. That's the initiation there. Curse of the Side Mummy on Toys. They get him down. That could be good, but he's flashing forward. Lulu ultimate actually went down on their mistakes very low. Froggen, though, he's in trouble. Pulls through the Karthus ultimate. Is going to get a triple kill. Annihilates Blitzcrank. Takes out Amumu. Stanley goes into the brush. Jumps on the Yellow P. He's going to go down. Now Wickd running away for his life. BB gets the kill. It's going to be a double kill. It's going to be an ace. Type A Assassins wipe CLG.EU off the board.
And even with the start of that fight, trying to take down Karthus very quickly, Karthus diving into the middle of the team, it protected Bebe on the backside. There was no pressure on Bebe whatsoever. He was perfectly safe, and then he was able to turn that fight around. Karthus's AoE just completely shutting down CLG.EU and their AoE comp. So, the AoE countering the AoE. Bebe trying to take this turret, they will be able to grab that, but all of a sudden, that's a 6k gold lead now on TPA and a really impressive fight.
That's a 6k gold lead. That's one of the more important lanes, the middle lane being taken down all the way to the inhibitor turret from CLG.EU. Type A Assassins, they don't have a lot of wards on the map this game because the Oracle's Liquor Clearing has been very strong from both sides, but the wards that are down are on the enemy side of the map. They are showing the pressure. They are putting the pressure on CLG.EU. They are corralling them into their own base, and when they do this, their split push is going to become super effective. By the time they get to the enemy's inhibitor turrets, they're going to be able to have to draw them out and seclude them. They don't really need anybody else to do this except for Stanley, or potentially except for BB. But if BB groups up with the team, Stanley split pushing, and someone from CLG.EU goes off to engage against Stanley to push him off that tower, like they were using Wicked for constantly last game, TPA right now, they're going to wipe the floor with CLG in another one of these team fights.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to see who they're going to split off against that Rengar, but like you said, the mid turret being the most important because it means one more fight from TPA is an inhibitor, and that's going to lead to that game win. CLG.EU, on the other hand, they need to wait for the opportune moment, and TPA, they're actually setting up for this Baron, but CLG.EU, they're ready for it. They recognize the situation. They can't allow TPA to just sneak this one from them.
They have to wait for that Baron. Has respawned, but the Curse of the Side Mummy is not up yet. CLG.EU has to stall for just a few more seconds before they want to engage on TPA. Looks like TPA is going to give them to that one. Curse of the Side Mummy has now come off cooldown, so they have the initiation they need. If they can layer it perfectly, as you mentioned, AoE team fights are CLG.EU's strong point, and they still have the potential to take it as long as they focus the correct targets. If BB gets hit by that Curse of the Side Mummy rather than only having Toys get hit by it, CLG.EU might have the initiation that they need. If they can trap them in a corner, if that Baron, they go for that Baron and they're able to layer the damage down with the Hemo play, Baron could be the sixth member of the team they need to annihilate TPA in that situation. So TPA, they know about this. They're going to be smart. They're going to try baiting CLG.EU into a spot where they're more out in the open and the AoE is going to be less effective.
Well, that's one of the scary things is the fact that CLG.EU, they need to wait so they can hit their AoE because they're so tied to their ultimates for their damage. And Stanley, because he's so strong, both Stanley and Little Balls, they can run after CLG.EU and try and force a fight. And CLG.EU can't really fight it. They just have to run away. And you've seen them run away from Stanley because they know if they blow too much on Stanley and he's already very, very tanky, he's just going to pop his ultimate. He's not going to die. And then they're not going to have any damage for either Karthus or Bebe. And that's a quick way to lose a fight. So as a result, Stanley and Little Balls, they can try and force these engages. The key is not baiting a little bit too hard and then, to where Stanley and Little Balls are too separated from their team and CLG.EU can turn around and kill them.
CLG, if they are going to be in this Baron pit area, they need to clear out those wards. Karthus does still have teleport available, so even though he's split pushing on the bottom lane and they think they see opportunity to push or at least try to contest that Baron area, they need to make sure they clear out the wards because Toys can teleport in when they think they have a 4v5, just completely turn it around. And then if Toys goes into the forefront, while they're running away and disengaging, he's going to be the target that anything is hitting. He's in the middle of them. We saw what happened last time when Karthus died. He got himself a triple kill.
And CLG.EU just pushing up to the turret, it keeps vision on TPA. Once they see that TPA defends it, they can run back to the Baron, you know, try and drop a ward. They still have the ward in the river. That's giving them a little bit of an advantage. They grab the blue as well, but as long as they're forcing TPA to sit mid, they know they'll generally be okay. Karthus and Vayne are pretty necessary for TPA to take down that Baron, so you know, we'll see what they do, but they're actually moving down for the Dragon. TPA can continue on their gold lead.
We have a Negatron code acquired by Vayne, whereas on the opposite side, Ezreal's starting to catch up a little bit in damage, has the pieces for his Triforce, minus that Sheen and the recipe cost. He's only about 50 CS behind, which is a vast improvement considering the 150 he was behind in the previous game. So Vayne, though, she is still scaling a bit better, has two BF swords, one in the Bloodthirster and one just regular BF sword. Saw the Shurelya's Reverie pop there by Little Balls, but did not want to go in. The pull from Krepo, the flash was used as well as his ultimate there. They really wanted to hook someone and thought that they had the gauge they wanted.
Just trying to get the quick kill. Stanley's coming in, though. Can he pop his ultimate? He has the movement speed bonus if he just gets the snare. Wickd in a really dangerous spot now, and TPA, they're trying to chase them down.
CLG's got to be really careful about when they use their ultimates. They use them to run away. They're not going to have them for an engagement. That's going to be a Baron bait-out and potentially a fight won by Taipei Assassins. They have to try to apply a little bit of pressure back on, even though their flashes are down, even though they are in a very scary position. If they catch one member of TPA out with that
the wall.
pull,
the wall could be the fight.
Looks like Little Ball's going to try to go and flash forward. They grab onto Wickd. Snoopeh is going to come and curse this time, but no equalizer whatsoever. Wickd is gone. There's a Zanya's Hourglass from Toys he acquired on the back. He's going to be charging forward. Krepo's getting low. Froggen will shut down Karthus, but here comes the Requiem. It looks like it's going to be one kill down on Blitzcrank. Ezreal on the bad side. Ezreal's gone. Double kill for Rengar. Froggen is cleaned up. That is another ace, a 5-for-1 trade for Taipei Assassins. They do it again.
That's easily going to be an inhibitor, and we see the GG well played coming out from Toys and from CLG.EU as well. The GG calls. We'll see if they actually go for the surrender. It's almost enough time that they could get this Nexus. There's pretty long timers, but they actually back off after that inhibitor. They're just going to go see if they can get this Baron. They should have enough time to take it down. There's not going to be enough of CLG.EU up to defend it.
No, Froggen is still down for 20 seconds. Yellow Pete down for 12. Even if he arrives and uses a True Shot Barrage, I don't think he has the damage output to really take him down at this point in time. Looks like that, like you said, TPA going to get a free Baron. Rather than charging headlong in, potentially getting caught out, considering the Equalizer is still available and True Shot Barrage is still up, they would have been walking into two of the Ultimate Stone. That could have been enough damage to take them down. So wisely backing off, getting this Baron. There's a True Shot Barrage for Vision. Equalizer comes in as well, as Wicked's coming in here. Snoopeh actually trying to contest it as well. If he can go in the bandage shots, they might be able to, but no, CLG.EU backs off from that. TPA takes the Baron with a large sum of money in advantage. 11,000 gold advantage for them. One mid lane completely evaporated from CLG.EU. Taipei Assassins, they're just looking to now win the game.
Yeah, it's 11K gold lead, and you see CLG.EU, they have to just kind of run scared of that front line from TPA, and it's allowing Toys to get in the perfect positioning to just AoE everyone, and Bebe, he's constantly safe in the back line, while Rengar and Karthus, they're both diving onto Yellow Pete and taking him down very quickly in these fights. So it's been very difficult for CLG.EU to get in it, but the longer this game goes, the inhibitor, it's going to allow TPA to potentially finish, but if CLG.EU can hold off, they do have the AoE where if they catch TPA out of position when they're pushing in for a turret, they can maybe turn things around very quickly. The concern is they need a way to deal with the Rengar and Skarner as well, and that mostly comes from Yellow Pete. It's going to rely on his damage to take them down, but actually Stanley coming down for Yellow Pete, going to try and drop him here. He has the Baron, he has a lot of damage. Yellow Pete's going to go down very, very quickly. He tries to get out of there, but Stanley wins that fight, and now he can push bot while the rest of his team is top. Little Balls, he actually gets the Skarner pull. Wicked in a dangerous spot. He's going to drop very quickly to Bebe. Bebe gets caught by the Curse of the Sad Money, but it's not going to be enough. Snoopeh's going to go down. Krepo being popped up by the Lulu ult, and there's the triple kill. They are going to be able to push in now. Vladimir, he's the only one left, but that's going to be another inhibitor and maybe the Nexus.
That's very true, and I don't think the way that Rengar is going to be dealt with from Ezreal is to be 1v1ing and unfortunately dying to him, but the curse of that time Mummy went off, although the Impale coming off from Skarner, Wickd was unable to drop the Equalizer. TPA, they are just going to go straight for the Nexus turrets. They actually go down and take out Frog, and that is technically a quadra kill, another one for BB in this fight, and now they're going into this inhibitor. No one from CLG is up for 15 more seconds. It looks like they're marching onto their Nexus towers, and it looks like Taipei Assassins, your Season 2 winners, they're going to win against CLG.EU. They're moving on in the lower bracket, potentially having what it takes to be IPL5 champions and adding that under their vast achievement belt.
Well, we see they can play the long game. They can play that slow game just with CLG.EU when CLG.EU has that effective late game strategy, and TPA is just outplaying it with the split push from Stanley. They decide not to even fight CLG.EU, not to play them at their own game, and then they're able to win in some of those other smaller fight situations. But really impressive play from TPA. It's going to be interesting, though, to see how they counter out some of the really strong aggression from some of these other teams. And there you see both of the teams congratulating each other. Once again, impressive play.
And now they're going to have to move on to face the winner. I don't know who won in that matchup, but there was a CLG.NA against a Moscow 5 match going on. Unfortunately, don't exactly have updates on you for that one. It might still be going on, so it might be something you want to look in for. That is potentially the last CLG hope in the tournament and the last North American hope in the tournament. Now with CLG.EU eliminated, 2 remaining European hopes in Moscow 5, as well as Fnatic, who are going to be in the winners bracket finals against World Elite tomorrow.
Yeah, both of those teams are looking really good right now, and they're both very aggressive teams. We've seen Moscow 5 with really cool play early on in the game and some interesting strategies. Alex Ich in particular is just playing phenomenally and racking up kills in this tournament. He's probably has the highest KDA in this tournament by far, but you know, and CLG.NA on the other side, they've looked really impressive as well. So it's going to be interesting to see who comes out of that match if it's not over already. But CLG.EU not quite as successful as they would have hoped. TPA able to take them down even after a really impressive game 1.
Yeah, game 1, CLG.EU really turned on the aggression, and Taipei Assassins, they looked like they were kind of struggling with it. After that, Taipei Assassins turned on some aggression of their own, and it's been said multiple times by anybody who asks at this tournament, the way to beat these very aggressive teams, the AZUBU Blazes, beating out the Moscow 5s, is to be more aggressive than them. So if Taipei Assassins can beat the aggression out of a team like CLG.EU, who's a very, very amazing team in their own right, if they can beat them at their own long game after that, they're looking very, very good to take on any of these teams, no matter what they can throw at them. Long games, short games, maybe even weird champion selections. I don't know how well versed they are in the Lux matchup. They were a little bit struggling against CLG.EU in game number 1, but we'll just have to see as they move on to this lower bracket.
Well, they have a lot of flexibility as a team, and that is key. You know, they're all very strong and work well together, but that is going to be it, guys. Thanks for tuning in. This has been IPL5. The next day, it's actually going to be the final day. We have the losers finals, the winners finals, and we're going to be able to come into the grand finals, see who's going to be able to win this tournament. It's going to be really exciting to see what's coming up, but thanks for watching. This has been IPL5.